Upon awakening, I found myself transformed into Xue Yun, the ninth prince of the Tindo Empire and the beloved uncle of Emperor Xue Yi. No sooner had I traversed time than I was thrust into a dire predicament. My father had been murdered, and my elder brother had been stripped of his title. I soon discovered that my martial soul had awakened into a rare and exceptional form, the Radiant Phoenix. Beneath the surface of the court, treachery brewed. The old emperor, deceived by treacherous ministers, had executed my prince father. At merely 8 years of age, I was left to rely solely on my soon-to-be adult brother, Xue Yun. When the dying emperor sought to appoint me as his successor, I firmly declined the throne rightfully belonged to my brother Xue Yun. Yet, after ascending the throne, Xue Yun gradually adopted a tyrannical demeanor, ruthlessly settling scores with all those who conspired against the prince in the past. My capacity to aid my brother was limited, compelling me to devote all my efforts to the cultivation of soul power. During my travels across the continent, I assumed the alias Yun Zhao, befriending the prodigious swordsman Qin Jianjun and forging a deep bond with Yu Lumian, the future leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I became renowned as the Light Douluo. The system unexpectedly announced, "Please wait, host." Loading narrative. This wait extended into a century, until a young boy named Tang San appeared at the Nodding Academy. Chapter 1. Blood Awakening. In the year 2480 of the Douluo calendar, within the imperial palace of the Tindo Empire, Xue Yun awoke to the overwhelming scent of blood permeating the air. He lay upon the frigid jade floor, surrounded by resplendent palaces, yet the halls were eerily silent. In the distance, muffled sobs echoed, reminiscent of someone stifling their cries. "Yuner, you have awakened?" Memories surged like a tidal wave. The original owner of this body was the young son of the Tindo Empire's prince, merely 8 years old, who had just awakened the mutated martial soul, the Radiant Phoenix. Hailed as an ancient century royal prodigy. However, just 3 days prior, the old emperor, misled by slander, had executed the Prince Xue Yun and Xue Yan's father for treason. Overwhelmed by grief, the original owner succumbed to a heart ailment, allowing my modern soul to awaken within this young form. "Brother." Xue Yun instinctively spoke, his voice as parched as sandpaper. Xue Yan's fingers trembled slightly as they brushed against Xue Yun's forehead, his voice a soothing whisper. "Do not fear, I am here." His tone was soft, yet it cut like a blade of ice. Xue Yun sensed his brother's body tense up suddenly, but Xue Yan's expression remained inscrutable as he slowly rose and bowed. "Thank you for your concern, third uncle." Xue Lai's gaze swept over Xue Yun, a flicker of apprehension flashing his eyes before he smiled disingenuously. "Yuner has awakened? That is indeed fortuitous, after all. His martial soul is our royal family's beacon of hope." Xue Yun remained silent, that he understood that these so-called uncles were the very masterminds behind the prince's demise. The old emperor was blind and suspicious. While the prince's faction was powerful, they had conspired with treacherous officials to frame the prince for rebellion. Suddenly, Xue Yun spoke, his voice eerily calm. "Third uncle, Father Emperor's decree was for me and Yuner to observe a period of mourning for 7 days, not to step outside the East Palace. Did you come today with the Emperor's express permission?" Xue Lai's expression stiffened, a hollow laugh escaping his lips. "Well, naturally I have that." "Then please present the imperial edict." Xue Yun raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. The air around them became palpably tense. Xue Li's expression was grim as he let out a cold snort and strode away, followed reluctantly by the other princes. Xue Yun gazed at his elder brother's upright figure, suddenly coming to a realization. This 17-year-old youth had compressed all his hatred and fury into a lethal ice. 7 days later, the old emperor fell gravely ill. In his final moments, he summoned all the princes and grandsons. Xue Yun and Xue Yin knelt outside the hall, listening to the old emperor's hoarse roars and the prince's heated debates within. Ultimately, the chief eunuch trembled as he announced the edict. His Majesty commands the establishment of the eldest grandson, Xue Yin, as the crown prince. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. Xue Yun heard Xue Li's frantic roar. "Father, have you lost your mind? He is the son of a traitor." Silence. The old emperor's voice, weak yet fierce, resonated. "Do you truly believe I am unaware of how the crown prince met his demise?" A profound silence ensued. Xue Yin accepted the edict with an impassive expression, while Xue Yun was summoned to meet the old emperor privately. The aged ruler lay on his dragon couch, his murky eyes fixed upon him. "Yuner, your martial spirit is the Radiant Phoenix?" Xue Yun nodded. The old emperor, trembling, extended a frail hand, his bony fingers brushing against Xue Yun's forehead. Good, good. Heaven bless our Tindo. He suddenly lowered his voice to a whisper only Xue Yun could hear. If you wish, I could establish you as the heir. Xue Yun's pupils constricted. The old emperor stared intently at him. Xue Yun. His temperament is too fierce. I fear he may ruin this empire. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Yun slowly shook his head. Grandfather, elder brother, is more suitable than the old emperor was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly chuckled. Good. Good. That night, the old emperor passed away. Xue Yun ascended the throne, adopting the reign title Zhao Wu. 7 years elapsed. Xue Yun stood atop the highest stargazing platform of the palace, surveying the city of Tindo under the cloak of night. The third prince, Xue Li, was poisoned. The fifth prince, Xue Hong, met an accidental demise while exiled to the frontier, and the seventh prince, Xue Lang's residence was consumed by flames overnight, leaving no survivors. The infamous Zhao Wu incident in the history of the Dou Empire implicated over 300 royal relatives, court officials, and military leaders, staining the execution grounds with blood. Xue Yun had once advised, elder brother, excessive bloodshed will undermine the foundation of the empire. Xue Yun merely smiled faintly, handing him a scroll of confidential documents. Yun'er, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Your path lies at a higher elevation. On this night, Xue Yun resolved to depart. He left a letter, adopting the alias Yun Zhao, and quietly vanished into the night on the stargazing platform. Xue Yun stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing toward the direction his brother had taken, murmuring softly to himself. Chapter 2. The Sword and the Phoenix. It has been 3 months since leaving the city of Tindo. The youth, known as Xue Yun but now bearing the name Yun Zhao, donned a simple gray-white robe, with an unremarkable iron sword hanging at his waist, as he traversed the narrow paths bordering the Star Dou forest. He was not in a rush to acquire the fourth soul ring. Instead, he sought to acclimate himself to the state of affairs on the continent. After all, his memories of the Douluo continent in his past life were limited to the tales of Tang San and Zhao Wu achieving divinity, the sword-bone Douluo, and the 7 monsters. Yet this world had advanced by a century and a half, presenting a harsh and unyielding reality. The Spirit Hall wielded immense power. The 7 major sects held dominion over their territories, and the evil soul masters wreaked havoc in the shadows. He murmured to himself, realizing the need to find a suitable faction to engage with. While deep in thought, a violent surge of soul power erupted from the woods ahead, accompanied by the distinct clanging of metal. Xue Yun furrowed his brow and, in a swift motion, advanced stealthily. In an open space, he observed a black-clad figure locked in combat with a blue-robed youth. The dark figure was encircled by 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and a menacing ghostly spirit manifested behind him, exuding a chilling aura. An evil soul master. His opponent was a young man in his early 20s, standing tall like a sword, wielding a silver longsword that shimmered with a cold light. Beneath him, 5 soul rings glimmered, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, and the sword's tip radiated an intimidating sharpness. Chun Jianjun, the sword Douluo of the future. You little brat, no matter how swift your sword is, it cannot pierce my soul-devouring ghost shadow. The evil soul master sneered, his 6th soul ring suddenly illuminating, unleashing his 6th soul skill, 10,000 ghosts devouring the heart. In an instant, countless shadows erupted from the ground, transforming into menacing ghostly hands that ensnared Chun Jianjun. Chun Jianjun's expression grew grave as his 5th soul ring shone brightly. 5th soul skill, awe of the 4 directions. With a sweeping motion of his sword, a tremendous wave of sword energy surged forth, shattering most of the encroaching ghostly figures. However, several shadows managed to breach his defenses, viciously tearing at his left arm, causing blood to seep forth. The evil soul master cackled with glee. A mere soul king dares to meddle? Today, I shall use your soul to sacrifice for my martial spirit. Xue Yun's gaze turned icy. It was time to intervene. First soul skill, long sword emerges. Chun Jianjun gritted his teeth and swung his sword, accelerating its speed in an attempt to close the distance to the evil soul master. Yet, the latter danced like a specter, his ghostly spirit granting him formidable evasion capabilities, causing Chun Jianjun's strikes to repeatedly miss their mark. Futile. The evil soul master laughed maniacally, his 4th soul ring flickering to life, activating his 4th soul skill, cursed souls entwined. Dozens of vengeful spirits howled forth, wrapping around Chun Jianjun's limbs like chains, stifling his movements. It is over. The evil soul master extended his claw-like fingers, aiming for Chun Jianjun's throat. At that very moment, a blazing white light suddenly streaked across the sky. Boom! Just as the evil soul master's claws were about to reach Chun Jianjun, he was flung away by a wave of terrifying heat. He tumbled helplessly, eyes wide with shock as he looked up. Who? Qin Jianjun was equally taken aback. Turning to gaze at the source, a young man stood suspended in the air, a pair of resplendent wings of light unfurled behind him, radiant flames swirling around him. Resembling a deity descending from the heavens. 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, hovered beneath their feet, although not yet at the Soul Emperor level. The overwhelming aura of light caused the Dark Soul Master's sinister martial spirit to tremble violently. The Light Phoenix. The Dark Soul Master's expression changed drastically. Without uttering a word, Xue Yun raised his right palm and declared, Second Soul Skill, Holy Flame, Burning Heaven. Boom. A cascade of blinding white flames descended like a waterfall, igniting the Dark Soul Master's vengeful spirits upon contact, eliciting their agonizing screams. Damn it! The Dark Soul Master roared, activating his 5th soul ring and unleashing his 5th soul skill. Ghost King descends. His form suddenly swelled, transforming into a towering Ghost King, 3 meters tall. His aura surging ferociously. Qin Jianjun, witnessing this, stifled his pain, his sword pointed unwaveringly. 3rd soul skill, sword intent, like the wind. Dozens of sword energies crisscrossed, sealing off the Dark Soul Master's retreat. Though Xue Yun and Qin Jianjun had not exchanged words, their synergy was impeccable. 1 light, 1 sword. They had cornered a Soul Emperor into a perilous situation. The Dark Soul Master finally panicked. You seek death. He bit down on his tongue, spewing forth a jet of black blood, instantly staining his martial spirit of vivid crimson. Dark Soul Master's secret technique, blood sacrifice. 6th soul skill, 10,000 ghosts devouring heart, blood sacrifice enhanced. Countless blood-shadowed, ghostly hands erupted from the ground, their power terrifyingly amplified. Qin Jianjun let out a muffled groan as a blood shadow struck his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Although Xue Yun's holy flames countered the darkness, the disparity in soul power was too great, and the holy flame was gradually eroded by the blood ghosts. This won't do. I must resort to that technique. Xue Yun's gaze sharpened. He took a deep breath, feeling his soul power surge violently, the spectral image of the Light Phoenix behind him solidifying instantly. 1st soul skill, Radiant Wings, Soaring Heaven. This was a technique he had meticulously developed, merging the characteristics of his martial spirit during his extensive search in the Tindo Royal Hunting Forest for the illustrious 400-year-old Radiant Tiger. This soul skill allowed for brief flight and elevated critical damage by 10, but at the cost of considerable soul power. It could temporarily maximize speed and flame potency to their limits, boosting both speed and critical damage by 20. Whoosh! His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the Dark Soul Master. Xue Yun's right hand pressed firmly against his back. Purification of light. Boom! The purest flames erupted from within the Dark Soul Master, who let out a heart-wrenching scream as his martial spirit was mercilessly incinerated. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Jianjun unleashed his 4th soul skill. 4th soul skill, Killing Intent revealed. A sword pierced the heart. The Dark Soul Master widened his eyes in disbelief, collapsing to the ground in defeat. The battle concluded, and the forest returned to its eerie silence. Leaning on his sword, Qin Jianjun gasped for breath. Glancing at Xue Yun, thank you for the rescue. Who are you? Yin Zhao. Xue Yun retracted his martial spirit and smiled faintly. Qin Jianjun. The young man in blue clasped his fists, admiration flickering in his eyes. Your martial spirit is formidable. Likewise, Xue Yun observed his bleeding left arm. Do you require assistance? Qin Jianjun shook his head. It's just a minor injury. However, your earlier 1st soul skill was quite impressive. Xue Yun chuckled, offering no further explanation. Suddenly, Qin Jianjun inquired, what brings you to this place? Traveling the continent, seeking the 4th soul ring. Xue Yun replied candidly. After a moment of contemplation, he added with a smile, very well. The two tidied up the battlefield, ensuring the Dark Soul Master's corpse was entirely purified by Xue Yun's flames to prevent any future calamities. Along the way, Qin Jianjun spoke up. Your swordsmanship is quite commendable. Xue Yun raised an eyebrow. Oh, did you notice? Although primarily relying on his martial soul, your agile footwork while evading is indicative of a swordsman's habit. Qin Jianjun remarked casually, shall we have a spar? Xue Yun smiled. I could not wish for anything more. Chapter 3, Yutianshan. In the early morning, a thin mist enveloped a clearing on the outskirts of the Star Dou forest. The youth, disguised as Yin Zhao, stood facing Qin Jianjun. Shall we limit our strikes? Qin Jianjun grasped the 7-killing sword, its silver blade glinting with a chilling gleam in the morning light. Naturally, Xue Yun smiled faintly. The ethereal image of a radiant phoenix flickering behind him, with blazing white flames swirling in his palm. Though their exchange was merely a friendly duel, the competition between soul masters was never to be taken lightly. Begin. Qin Jianjun struck first, his 1st soul ring illuminating. The 1st soul skill, long sword emerges. The speed of his sword surged, and the silver blade shot forth like lightning towards Xue Yun's throat. Xue Yun sidestepped, unfurling his luminous wings to evade gracefully, while simultaneously pressing his right palm into the air. The first soul skill, Radiant Feather Source. Blazing white flames enveloped him, instantly enhancing his speed, making him akin to a white meteor as he circled to Chun Jianjun's side and unleashed a powerful punch. Unperturbed, Chun Jianjun's second soul ring flickered, the second soul skill, Spirit Sword's Protection. The 7 killing swords suddenly split into multiple sword shadows, encircling him like a shield and effortlessly blocking Xue Yun's punch. What formidable defense! Xue Yun marveled inwardly. Chun Jianjun's lips curled slightly as the third soul ring illuminated. The third soul skill, Sword Intense Source. In an instant, dozens of sword energies crisscrossed, sealing all of Xue Yun's escape routes. Xue Yun, refusing to be complacent, activated his third soul ring, which burst forth with purple light. The third soul skill, Blessing of Light, a 15 enhancement to all attributes. Furthermore, it could simultaneously amplify the attributes of allies, with speed, strength, and soul power all significantly bolstered. He beat his wings and forcefully surged through the gaps in the sword energy, while his right palm concentrated the radiant flames. The second soul skill, Sacred Flame Ignition. A pillar of blinding fire erupted, charging directly at Chun Jianjun. Chun Jianjun's gaze sharpened as his fourth soul ring suddenly ignited. The fourth soul skill, Killing Intent revealed. The blade of the 7 killing sword was shrouded in a layer of crimson killing intent, and with a single slash, he cleaved through the pillar of sacred flames. Xue Yun's pupils constricted. This is the power of the future Sword Douluo's father? Before he could regain his composure, Chun Jianjun closed in, his fifth soul ring radiating brilliance. The fifth soul skill, Awe-inspiring. A torrent of sword energy surged like a tidal wave. And although Xue Yun's Blessing of Light provided a strong enhancement, the disparity in soul power proved insurmountable, forcing him back over 10 meters, cracking the ground beneath his feet. You have lost, Chun Jianjun stated calmly, sheathing his sword. Xue Yun steadied himself, offering a wry smile. Indeed. The difference between a soul Zun and a soul Wang was ultimately significant. Your martial soul is formidable, yet your swordsmanship requires refinement, Chun Jianjun observed. Xue Yun nodded. I appreciate the guidance. He was not a swordsman. His previous evasion and counterattack were largely reliant on the characteristics of his martial soul. In terms of swordsmanship, he was indeed far from Chun Jianjun's level. However, Chun Jianjun suddenly shifted the topic. Your third soul skill can enhance all attributes? Such an ability is exceptional, even among support-type soul masters. Xue Yun smiled slightly. I was fortunate enough to hunt a rare radiant spirit fox. Chun Jianjun regarded him thoughtfully, choosing not to inquire further. At that moment, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the distant woods, accompanied by a deep, rumbling dragon's roar. Both individuals became alert and turned to look. A young man clad in blue approached with long strides, standing nearly 6 feet tall, his muscles taut and well-defined, surrounded by 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. His right arm was covered in blue-purple dragon scales, with sharp dragon claws extending from his fingertips, and violent bolts of lightning danced around him. He was Yu Tianxin from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Ah, it seems quite lively here, Yu Tianxin said with a wide grin, his gaze sweeping over Xue Yun and Chun Jianjun, one a soul king and the other a soul sovereign. Sparring, perhaps? Chun Jianjun remained calm, inquiring. May I ask who you are? I am Yu Tianxin, the current vice leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he replied, cupping his fists with a hint of pride. Xue Yun's heart stirred. This was the father of the future Thunder Douluo, Yu Yuanjin. Yu Tianxin looked at Xue Yun, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Kid, your martial spirit is rather intriguing. What is its name? Yun Zhao, my martial spirit is the Radiant Phoenix, Xue Yun answered candidly. The Radiant Phoenix? Yu Tianxin raised an eyebrow, having never heard of such a martial spirit. Is it a variant? Xue Yun merely smiled and said nothing further. Yu Tianxin did not press on, instead turning his attention to Chun Jianjun. Your sword is impressive. Care for a friendly duel? Chun Jianjun replied indifferently, not interested. Yu Tianxin scoffed. What, afraid? With a sidelong glance, Chun Jianjun retorted, if you wish to fight, seek another. Yu Tianxin snorted derisively, about to provoke further when suddenly a chilling scream pierced the air. The three turned simultaneously. In the woods, several hundred meters away, a number of soul masters were fleeing in panic, pursued by 7 or 8 shadowy figures, a sinister aura palpable even from this distance. Evil soul masters, and there are quite a few of them. Xue Yun's expression darkened. Something is amiss. The activity of evil soul masters has been alarmingly frequent recently. Chun Jianjun tightened his grip on the 7 killing sword. We must save them. Yu Tianqian grinned widely. Just the opportunity to stretch my muscles. The three charged forth. The fleeing soul masters, upon sighting them, grasped onto them like a lifeline. Help, help. The evil soul masters are hunting us. Xue Yun scanned the group and noted that most were young soul masters of the second and third rings, evidently preyed upon by the evil soul masters. Take refuge behind us. Chun Jianjun barked, swinging his 7-killing sword, a blade of energy forcing back the nearest evil soul master. Yu Tianqian laughed maniacally as his 5th soul ring illuminated. 5th soul skill, Thunder Dragon Breakthrough. The strongest explosive technique of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit. His dragon claw, wreathed in raging thunder, struck forth, transforming the lightning into a dragon shape that incinerated 2 evil soul masters into charred remains. Meanwhile, Xue Yun unleashed the blessing of light, enhancing both Chun Jianjun and Yu Tianqian, while simultaneously using sacred flame to suppress the evil soul masters from a distance. However, the number of evil soul masters far exceeded expectations. Something is wrong, Xue Yun murmured. They seem organized. Chun Jianjun shattered an evil soul master's martial spirit with a single strike, his voice cold. Someone is orchestrating this from behind. Yu Tianqian grinned menacingly. Whoever it is, we'll slay them all. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a chilling voice echoed from the woods. Hee hee. I didn't expect to encounter so many talented soul masters here. A figure clad in black robes emerged, 7 soul rings rising slowly beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Black, black, black. A soul sage level evil soul master. A wave of anxiety washed over Xue Yun. Chapter 4. The Bone Dragon's Assistance. Confronted with the oppressive presence of the 7-ringed evil soul sage, Xue Yun, Chun Jianjun, and Yu Tianqian quickly huddled together, forming a triangular defensive formation with their backs to one another. This is indeed troublesome. Yu Tianqian licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Though his tone bore a hint of seriousness, Chun Jianjun tightened his grip on the 7-killing sword and murmured, his martial spirit is the soul-devouring demon spider, adept at mental erosion and toxins. Be cautious not to get ensnared by his silk. Xue Yun nodded, channeling the full power of his radiant phoenix martial spirit. As a blazing white flame swirled around him, attempting to dispel the chilling soul power emanating from the evil soul sage. The black-robed evil soul sage grinned ominously, and his 7th soul ring suddenly glowed. 7th soul skill, true form of the demon spider. His body swelled dramatically, transforming into a colossal 5-meter-tall black spider. Its 8 compound eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light, and its mandibles dripped with corrosive venom, causing the ground to sizzle and smoke. There was no escape. It was time to fight. Yu Tianqian roared, unleashing his 5th soul ring once more. 5th soul skill, Thunder Dragon Breaking the Void. The furious Thunder Dragon surged toward the demon spider, yet the evil soul sage merely raised a foreleg and waved, weaving a net of pitch-black silk that forcefully halted the Thunder Dragon. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Jianjun launched his assault, simultaneously employing his 4th soul skill, Aura of Death, and 3rd soul skill, Sword Intent, unleashing dozens of sword energies to slash through the spiderweb defense. Meanwhile, Xue Yun exerted all his strength to invoke the blessing of light, enhancing his companions while simultaneously igniting the spider silk with sacred flame. However, the disparity in soul power was too great. Their attacks struggled to restrain the foe, failing to inflict any substantial damage. An ant's futile struggle. The evil soul sage sneered, his 6th soul ring illuminating. 6th soul skill, Myriad Venom Spider Spear. 8 ebony spider legs suddenly extended, piercing toward the trio like spears. Chun Jianjun defended with his spiritual sword, but the sword's shadow defense was shattered in an instant, leaving a bloody gash across his chest. Yu Tianqian barely managed to withstand the attack with his dragon scale defense, yet he was still forced back several steps. Xue Yun, the swiftest, evaded with the light feather sky dance, but his left arm was still grazed, and the toxin spread rapidly. Damn this poison. Xue Yun gritted his teeth, channeling the purifying power of his radiant phoenix martial spirit to suppress the toxin. But could such potent poison from a soul sage be easily resolved? The evil soul sage cackled, submit and become my nourishment. Just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, boom. A colossal grayish-white figure descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the back of the evil soul sage, forcing him into the ground. What? The evil soul sage was filled with rage and astonishment. Xue Yun looked up to see a young man in gray robes standing majestically in midair, 5 soul rings shimmering beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. A massive spectral bone dragon looming behind him, exuding a chilling authority. The bone dragon martial spirit, a disciple of the 7 treasures glazed sect from the Bone Douluo lineage. Guhi. The gray-robed youth spoke coldly. Evil spirit, cease your arrogance. Gui's appearance had turned the tide of battle in an instant. Though the bone dragon martial spirit was not a pure-blood true dragon, its defense and power were extraordinarily formidable. With a single dive, Gui suppressed the evil soul sage. People from the Seven Treasures glazed sect? Yu Tianqian raised an eyebrow. Aren't you known for your support skills? Ancient River let out a cold snort. The lineage of Bone Dou specializes in exterminating evil soul masters. As his words fell, his first soul ring glowed. First soul skill, Bone Dragon's Claw. His right arm was enveloped in a skeletal armor, and he slashed towards the head of the evil soul saint. The evil soul saint roared in fury, its spider legs meeting the attack like blades, causing a tumultuous clash of energies. Dusty Jianjun seized the opportunity, unleashing his fifth soul skill, Terror of the Four Directions, with sword energy surging like a rainbow, targeting the abdomen of the evil soul saint. Yu Tianqian, not to be outdone, activated his fourth soul skill, Thunderbolt, unleashing a barrage of lightning upon the back of the evil soul saint. Xue Yun, enduring the effects of poison, exerted all his strength, employing Holy Flame Burning Heaven, a brilliant white flame that specifically counters darkness, incinerating the evil soul saint's web-like defenses to near nothingness. You are courting death. The evil soul saint was utterly enraged, reinforcing its true form with its seventh soul skill, releasing a torrent of poisonous mist. Ancient River bellowed, stand back. His third soul ring illuminated. Third soul skill, Bone Dragon's Barrier. A towering skeletal shield rose, temporarily isolating the poisonous mist. His poisonous fog is too extensive. We must end this swiftly, Ancient River declared solemnly. Xue Yun took a deep breath, addressing Dusty Jianjun and Yu Lumian. I have a plan, but it requires your cooperation. Speak. Yu Tianqian responded straightforwardly. Brother Dusty, can your killing intent lock onto his core? Xue Yun inquired. Dusty Jianjun nodded. Yes, but we need to break through his defenses. Senior Ancient River's Bone Dragon power can suppress him. Brother Yu's thunder will serve as the main assault, and I will amplify and purify. Leave the final strike to me. Xue Yun articulated rapidly. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. With the strategy set, the four unleashed their powers simultaneously. Ancient River's fifth soul skill activated. Fifth soul skill, Bone Dragon Quake. He leaped into the air, the phantom of the bone dragon entwining his right leg, and delivered a heavy stomp. The ground cracked, sending shockwaves that forced the evil soul saint to stagger backward. Yu Tianqian laughed maniacally. Lightning coalescing around his dragon claws. Fourth soul skill, Thunderbolt Condensation. A column of lightning erupted, catching the evil soul saint off guard, severing two of its spider legs. Dusty Jianjun's eyes gleamed like swords. His fourth soul skill revealed its killing intent, locking onto the throat of the evil soul saint as he thrust his sword forward. The evil soul saint barely managed to tilt its head aside, only to be swept by Dusty Jianjun's transformed strike, enhanced by Xue Yun's blessing of light, leaving a deep gash across its chest. Now, Xue Yun whispered, as the ethereal image of the Phoenix of Light solidified behind him, and three soul rings ignited simultaneously. Wrath of Radiance. He channeled all his soul power into his martial spirit, transforming the Phoenix of Light into a radiant beam, piercing straight through the chest of the evil soul saint. No, the evil soul saint let out a heart-wrenching wail as its body disintegrated under the overwhelming light, ultimately vanishing into wisps of black smoke. The battle concluded. The four descended, panting heavily. Ancient River looked at Xue Yun, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Your martial spirit can completely purify an evil soul master? Xue Yun managed a faint smile. It is merely reliant on my martial spirit. Before he could finish, his complexion paled, the poison flaring up again, and he stumbled a few steps, nearly collapsing. Dusty Jianjun caught him. Is the poison not cleared yet? Ancient River stepped forward, a hint of grayish-white soul power emerging from his palm. The Bone Dragon martial spirit has the effect of suppressing toxins. Allow me to assist you. Moments later, Xue Yun's poison was entirely subdued. Yu Tianqian grinned widely. Not bad, kid. You possess some skill. Xue Yun clasped his fists. Thank you all for your assistance. Gui spoke softly. The activities of the evil soul masters have become increasingly frequent in recent years. Should you encounter them again, please send word to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After speaking, he turned to leave. Xue Yun suddenly interjected. Senior Gu, is there someone manipulating the evil soul masters from behind? He paused momentarily, remaining silent before leaving behind a cautionary remark. Beware of the shadows outside the spirit hall. Chapter 5, Flames of the Phoenix. Once the toxins were completely purged, Xue Yun rested for 3 days on the outskirts of the Star Dou forest. Shun Jianjun and Yu Tianqian had not departed, while Guhi hurried away after leaving behind a contact token from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yin Zhao, are you truly planning to hunt for the 4th spirit ring now? Chen Jianjun asked, polishing his 7-killing sword and looking up. Yes, my spirit power has stabilized. The earlier I acquire it, the quicker my strength will increase. Xue Yun nodded in agreement. Yu Tianchen leaned against a tree with his arms crossed and grinned. You have quite the audacity to absorb a spirit ring that has existed for nearly 3,000 years for your 3rd ring. How long do you intend to seek for the 4th? At least 5,000 years, Xue Yun replied calmly. 5,000 years. Yu Tianchen raised an eyebrow. You are only at level 40. Absorbing a ring beyond your level is no trivial matter. Chen Jianjun pondered for a moment. If a suitable spirit beast is found, I can assist you in suppressing it. Thank you, Xue Yun smiled. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the woods. The 3 became alert and saw a young man in splendid attire approaching swiftly, flanked by 2 composed guards. The young man appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, handsome in appearance, with a translucent glazed jade pendant hanging from his waist, and 5 spirit rings flickering beneath him, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul. Excuse my intrusion, esteemed guests. The young man said with a slight smile, cupping his hands together. I am Ning Wuchen, the young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji's grandson. A jolt of surprise surged through Xue Yun, but he maintained an impassive facade. What brings young Master Ning here? Ning Wuchen's gaze fell upon Xue Yun. His smile warm. I heard from junior brother Gu He about a young genius possessing a bright phoenix martial soul, and I came today to meet him. Yu Tianchen scoffed. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is quite well informed. Ning Wuchen remained unfazed and continued, young brother Yin Zhao, your martial soul is exceptionally unique. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School wishes to extend an invitation for you to take on the position of guest elder. What do you think? The position of guest elder at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School signifies resources, status, and even future protection. However, after a brief contemplation, Xue Yun shook his head. Thank you for your generous offer, young Master Ning, but I prefer to walk my own path and have no intention of joining a sect at this time. Ning Wuchen appeared to have anticipated this response, smiling. No matter, the doors of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will always be open to you. As he spoke, he produced a glazed token and handed it to Xue Yun. Should you need anything, this token will grant you direct access to the inner sanctum of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Xue Yun accepted the token, expressing his gratitude sincerely. Ning Wuchen exchanged a few more pleasantries before departing with his guards. Yu Tianchen scrutinized the token in Xue Yun's hand, saying meaningfully, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School rarely extends such courtesy to outsiders. What exactly is your background? Xue Yun stored the token away, replying nonchalantly. Perhaps they simply value my martial soul. Chen Jianjun suddenly spoke up. Ning Wuchen's guards are soul saints. Implicitly, this suggested that the intentions of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were far from superficial. Xue Yun was acutely aware of the situation. Yet acquiring the 4th spirit ring was of paramount importance. The trio ventured deeper into the Star Dou forest. After half a day, they arrived at a volcanic terrain, where a searing heat enveloped them. It was evident that fire attribute soul beasts resided here. Chen Jianjun sensed the surroundings, and suddenly his gaze sharpened. There was movement ahead. Boom. A pillar of crimson fire shot skyward, accompanied by a piercing cry, as a gigantic bird with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters soared into the air. It was the 9000-year soul beast, the blazing skyhawk. Yu Tianchen's eyes widened. This creature is nearing the 10,000-year mark. The blazing skyhawk's keen gaze locked onto the trio. And with a powerful flap of its wings, countless fiery feathers rained down like arrows. Dodge! Chen Jianjun shouted, wielding the 7-killing sword to slice through some of the fiery feathers. Yu Tianchen transformed his right arm into a dragon's claw, unleashing a thunderous strike. Yet the explosive force of the feathers still forced him back several steps. Xue Yun, however, fixated on the blazing skyhawk, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This is the one. Are you insane? A 9000-year soul beast. Forcibly absorbing it could lead to your demise. Yu Tianchen retorted angrily. Chen Jianjun solemnly added, it is far too risky. Xue Yun inhaled deeply. My martial spirit is the ultimate light, requiring fire attribute damage skills, and I possess a natural suppression over fire attributes. It is worth a try. Before either could dissuade him further, he spread his luminous wings and soared into the sky. The blazing skyhawk, enraged by the human's provocation, let out a roar and dove down, its claws wreathed in blazing flames. Light feather ascension. Xue Yun's speed surged as he narrowly evaded the claws, condensing holy flames in his right palm and striking the blazing skyhawk's back. Boom. The explosion of light and fire caused the blazing skyhawk to writhe in pain, desperately attempting to shake off Xue Yun. Seeing this, Chun Jianjun acted swiftly, sword intent like the wind. Dozens of sword energies sealed the blazing skyhawk's escape. While Yu Tianchun leapt into the air, his thunderous dragon claw tearing fiercely at its wings. The three worked in unison, gradually wearing down the blazing skyhawk until ultimately, Xue Yun landed a decisive blow with the heavenly flame of the holy fire on its head, sending it crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Xue Yun plunged a dagger into its vital spot. A deep purple soul ring slowly ascended. Are you certain you wish to absorb it? Chun Jianjun furrowed his brow. Xue Yun sat cross-legged, his gaze resolute. I request the two of you to safeguard me. As the soul ring descended, the intense energy surged into his body. Xue Yun's skin cracked, blood seeping out only to be evaporated by the searing heat, as the ultimate light clashed violently with the flames within him. Yu Tianchun watched anxiously. This boy is utterly reckless. Chun Jianjun tightened his grip on the seven-killing sword, ready to interrupt the absorption at any moment. However, just as Xue Yun was on the brink of collapse, the phoenix of light within him emitted a melodious cry, and a blazing white flame transformed into a phantasmal phoenix, forcibly suppressing the soul power of the blazing skyhawk. 1 hour later, Xue Yun slowly opened his eyes, and the fourth deep purple soul ring materialized beneath him. Did it succeed? Yu Tianchun exclaimed in disbelief. Xue Yun rose, feeling the surging soul power within him, and smiled faintly. The fourth soul skill, Fire Feather Incineration. He unfurled his wings, releasing countless fiery feathers that cascaded like meteors, transforming the surrounding area into a sea of flames within a 100-meter radius. A wide-range area attack soul skill. Chun Jianjun's eyes sparkled with admiration. To absorb beyond one's level, indeed yields extraordinary rewards. Yu Tianchun grinned widely. It seems I must seek out a more formidable soul beast. Just as Xue Yun was about to respond, a furrow formed on his brow as he turned to gaze into the depths of the forest. What is it? Chun Jianjun inquired. We are being followed. Xue Yun replied in a hushed tone. They have been trailing us since we departed from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, whose gaze lurked in the shadows. Chapter 6. Farewell. After successfully absorbing the soul ring of the Flame Sky Falcon, Xue Yun officially ascended to the Soul Master realm. The potency of his fourth soul skill, Fire Feather Incineration, exceeded expectations, possessing a wide-ranging area attack capability that could pose a threat to Soul King-level opponents. Yet, the sensation of being watched in the forest lingered. That individual is still tailing us, Yu Tianchun murmured, the tips of his dragon-transformed arm crackling with subtle lightning, poised to strike at any moment. Chun Jianjun closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, then calmly stated, 300 meters ahead, two individuals. One is a Soul King, the other a Soul Emperor. Xue Yun's expression grew solemn. The power to dispatch such a formidable duo for surveillance is undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Shall we take action? Yu Tianchun's eyes gleamed with battle intent. Not yet. Xue Yun shook his head. We must first discern their intentions. As he spoke, a sharp eagle cry suddenly pierced the air from afar. A fully azure thunder eagle swooped down, landing gracefully on Yu Tianchun's shoulder. A jade slip bound to its talon. A message from the family? Yu Tianchun raised an eyebrow, retrieving the jade slip and infusing it with his soul power. Moments later, his expression turned peculiar. What does it say? Chun Jianjun asked. Yu Tianchun cast a sidelong glance at Xue Yun and scoffed. My elder instructed me to build rapport with you, seeking to recruit you. It's clear he has taken a liking to your radiant phoenix martial soul. Xue Yun chuckled. Does the blue electric tyrant dragon family truly lack top-tier martial souls? Complementary attributes. Yu Tianchun shrugged. If your ultimate light could merge with thunder, perhaps it could forge a new variant dragon martial soul. Suddenly, Chun Jianjun furrowed his brow, pulling from his robe a trembling sword-shaped jade pendant. The pendant cracked open, and a piercing voice resonated directly in his mind. Return swiftly. This was a summons from the current Sword Douluo of the Qin family, a lineage that passed down its secrets only to one. That night, by the campfire. Are you leaving? Xue Yun looked toward Chun Jianjun. Chun Jianjun silently polished the 7 kills sword, his profile illuminated by the firelight, appearing as chiseled as a blade. The family has rules that must not be defied. Yu Tianchun took a swig of his drink, scoffing. Your Qin family has more rules than our blue electric tyrant dragons. Ignoring the jest, Chun Jianjun suddenly turned to Xue Yun. Your light can sever evil. Xue Yun was taken aback. My sword lacks a certain intent. Chun Jianjun flicked the sword's edge with his fingertip, producing a clear, resonant ringing sound. If the opportunity arises, I shall seek your guidance again. Xue Yun nodded earnestly. I will certainly oblige. At dawn the next day, Chun Jianjun departed alone, his silhouette resembling a sword, gradually fading into the distance. Yu Tianqian stretched lazily. Where to next? Shall we continue evading those pesky followers? Xue Yun gazed into the depths of the forest, his eyes glimmering with determination. No, let us draw them out. At midday, Xue Yun deliberately distanced himself from Yu Tianqian, stepping into a shadowy valley alone. After following us for so long, are you not weary? He suddenly halted, speaking with a calm demeanor. Swish. Two dark figures leaped from the treetops, blocking his path, one in front and one behind. On the left stood a tall, slender man. 5 soul rings rising beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. His martial spirit being the rare shadow leopard. To the right was a sinister elder, surrounded by 6 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, holding a pitch-black short staff topped with a skull. You possess commendable alertness, young one, the elder said with a chilling smile. Alas, you shall not survive today. Xue Yun remained composed. Who sent you? Why bother asking when you are destined to die? The shadow leopard soul king suddenly lunged, transforming into a blur, aiming directly for Xue Yun's throat. 4th soul skill, fire feather incineration. Xue Yun spread his wings, unleashing countless fiery feathers that engulfed a 100-meter radius in an instant. The shadow leopard was forced to reveal itself, rolling awkwardly to evade the attack. The sinister elder snorted coldly, activating his 6th soul ring. 6th soul skill, Curse of the Dead. The skull staff released a plume of black mist, withering all vegetation in its path, even eroding the flames. Xue Yun retreated hastily, his heart racing as he realized this elder was an evil soul master. Yu Tianqian, he suddenly shouted. Boom. A thunder dragon descended from the heavens, striking the elder's back with immense force. Old man, I've been waiting for you. Yu Tianqian cackled as he revealed himself, his dragon-formed arm coiling with violent lightning, unleashing his 4th soul skill, Thunderous Might. A fierce battle ensued. A clash of 2 against 2, as Yu Tianqian confronted the sinister elder head-on, lightning and death energy colliding violently, cracking the ground beneath them. You've chosen the wrong opponent. The elder roared, unleashing his 5th soul skill, Corpse Explosion. He tore off his own left arm, transforming blood and flesh into a grotesque skull, hurling it towards Yu Tianqian. Be careful. Xue Yun flared his light wings, shielding Yu Tianqian just in time, activating the blessing of light to withstand the explosion. Boom. As the dust settled, Xue Yun coughed up blood, yet the barrier held firm. The elder's pupils constricted in disbelief. How is this possible? My turn, Xue Yun replied coldly, igniting 3 soul rings simultaneously, deploying his self-created fusion soul skill, Radiance of Fury. A blinding white beam pierced through the elder's chest, the ultimate purifying power incinerating his malevolent martial spirit in an instant. Meanwhile, Yu Tianqian's dragon claw pierced the heart of the shadow leopard soul king, ripping apart its meridians with lightning. The battle concluded, and the 2 men breathed heavily as they regrouped. Why would an evil soul master target you? Yu Tianqian kicked the elder's corpse, frowning. Xue Yun knelt and retrieved a bronze token from the elder's robe, which bore the mark of a ghastly hand. This is the insignia of the underworld sect. Yu Tianqian's expression shifted, recognizing it as the most clandestine organization of evil soul masters on the continent. Xue Yun tightened his grip on the token, his gaze profound. Underworld sect, Spirit Hall, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Who is orchestrating this? Suddenly, Yu Tianqian's Thunder Eagle returned, dropping a jade slip. Xue Yun stowed the token away, smiling faintly. Take care. Yu Tianqian regarded him intently. If the opportunity arises, seek me out at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The old man is quite interested in you. With that, he transformed into a flash of lightning and departed. In the blink of an eye, Xue Yun found himself alone once more. He gazed towards the horizon, murmuring softly, it is time to confront those shadows. Chapter 7. The Choice of Divinity. In the imperial palace of Heaven Dou City, Xue Yun stood outside the imperial study, slightly raising his head to behold the familiar palace. 3 months prior, he journeyed across the continent under the name of Yun Zhao, yet now he returns urgently summoned by a letter. Your Highness, the Emperor awaits your presence. A guard respectfully stated. Xue Yun nodded and pushed open the door. Inside the imperial study, Xue Yun stood with his hands clasped behind him, facing away as he gazed at the map of the Tindo Empire adorning the wall. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over his brother before a hint of a smile graced his lips. Brother, Xue Yun acknowledged with a slight nod. Xue Yun approached and gently patted his shoulder, his tone unusually gentle. It has been 3 months. Your soul power has indeed advanced significantly. Hanhai Qingquanjia. Xue Yun's pupils constricted. Do you recognize this artifact? Xue Yun inquired. The heart of the sea god, Xue Yun replied solemnly. Xue Yun nodded. Indeed. This item is a secret treasure of the Tindo royal family, rumored to be related to divine inheritance. He paused, his gaze profound. Yunner, do you know why I have taken it out? Xue Yun remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Xue Yun scrutinized him intently and slowly stated, because it has reacted to you. A jolt of astonishment coursed through Xue Yun. Xue Yun continued, half a month ago, the Hanhai Qianquanjia suddenly emitted a radiant light. Ancient royal texts record that only those chosen by deities can provoke such phenomena. At that moment, you had just broken through to the soul sect and manifested the phoenix of light martial spirit. Taking a deep breath, Xue Yun reached out to touch the Hanhai Qianquanjia. The instant his fingertip made contact, a brilliant blue light erupted, enveloping the entire study in an illusion of the ocean, the vast waves of soul power causing Xue Yun to instinctively take a step back. Simultaneously, a cold mechanical voice resonated in Xue Yun's mind. Detecting divine energy fluctuations, the system is now officially activated. The host may choose from the following divine inheritances. 1. Inherit the Sea God. Requires fusion with the Hanhai Qianquanjia and acceptance of the Sea God's 9 trials. 2. Seek the Azura God inheritance. Requires a journey to the city of slaughter and traversing the hell path. 3. Create a divine position. Requires gathering millions of faith power to transcend mortal limits. Xue Yun's gaze flickered. The godhood system has finally awakened. I choose the 3rd path, to create the divine position of the God of Light. Selection confirmed. The conditions for creating a divine position are as follows. Xue Yun's expression turned complex. What did you see? Xue Yun raised his eyes to meet his brother's gaze and slowly replied, a path that belongs to me. Xue Yun regarded him deeply for a moment before suddenly smiling. Very well. After a brief contemplation, Xue Yun asked, brother, can the Tindo Empire assist me in making a name for myself? Xue Yun's lips curved upwards. My brother is destined to be renowned throughout the world. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Tindo City, Xue Yun stood alone before a desolate village, his brow furrowed. This place had once been a stronghold for evil soul masters, now reduced to crumbling ruins, yet a faint trace of dark soul power lingered in the air. Suddenly, he sensed a weak fluctuation of soul power. Is someone still alive? Following the energy, he approached and discovered a fainted girl beneath the rubble of a collapsed house. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Her disheveled black hair framing a pale face, her body entwined in a peculiar black mist. Most strikingly, a shadowy blade of dark attribute martial spirit faintly emerged behind her. An evil soul master? Xue Yun frowned but quickly dismissed this conjecture. Although the girl's soul power exuded a chilling aura, it lacked any trace of bloodlust, resembling more the intrinsic nature of her martial spirit. After a brief hesitation, he finally placed his hand upon her forehead, allowing radiant soul power to gradually seep in, dispelling the dark corruption within her. The girl's eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes. They were pools of ink black, yet remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. Who are you? She inquired, her voice frail. After a moment of silence, she murmured, Yi Lian. Xue Yun nodded. Can you stand? Yi Lian attempted to rise, but her weakness caused her to falter once more. Xue Yun reached out to support her, yet in that instant, her shadow blade martial spirit suddenly surged forth, aiming directly for his throat. Clang. Xue Yun had anticipated this move. His radiant phoenix martial spirit ignited instantly, engulfing the shadow blade in brilliant flames. Yi Lian's complexion turned pale, trembling as she recoiled. Why, you are a light soul master. Xue Yun refrained from pursuing her, calmly stating, if I intended to kill you, I would not have saved you just now. Yi Lian was taken aback, then clenched her teeth. But don't you all consider dark martial spirits to be evil? Xue Yun shook his head. Martial spirits possess no inherent righteousness or wickedness. It is the hearts of men that define good and evil. Yi Lian stared at him in a daze, and after a long pause, the hostility in her eyes gradually dissipated. Why did you save me? Xue Yun turned to gaze at the distant rising sun and softly replied, because light should illuminate every corner. Chapter 8. The Dawn of Light. Yi Lian followed closely behind Xue Yun, maintaining a distance of 3 paces. Her steps were light, akin to a silent shadow, as if she might dissolve into darkness at any moment. Yet whenever Xue Yun halted, she would immediately pause as well, her obsidian eyes quietly observing his back, seemingly affirming his presence. Yi Lian nodded, remaining silent. Since that day he rescued her, she had trailed him for over half a month. Xue Yun made no attempt to send her away, and she showed no desire to depart. A subtle rapport had formed between them. He did not inquire about her past, nor did she delve into his identity. The town was named Qingxi, after the clear stream that flowed through it. As night descended, the taverns remained lively. Xue Yun reserved 2 guest rooms and ordered several hot dishes. Yi Lian sat opposite him, her head bowed as she sipped her hot soup, her demeanor restrained. Your martial spirit is the Shadow Blade? Xue Yun suddenly spoke. Yi Lian's fingers trembled, the spoon lightly clinking against the edge of the bowl. After a moment of silence, she replied softly, yes. It allows for shadow manipulation, excelling in stealth and assassination. Yet the martial spirit itself carries dark corruption, and prolonged use will lead to self-harm. Xue Yun's tone was calm, as if merely stating a fact. Yi Lian abruptly lifted her gaze, astonishment flickering in her eyes. How do you know this? Hesitating, she gradually raised her hand, and her shadow blade martial spirit emerged in her palm, its blade as dark as ink, entwined with a faint mist of black. Xue Yun's radiant soul power approached slowly, and Yi Lian instinctively wanted to retreat, but he halted her. Do not move. As light and shadow made contact, the black mist roiled violently, yet it was not purified. Instead, it seemed to be harmonized by some unseen force, gradually stabilizing. Yi Lian's eyes widened in disbelief. Her martial spirit did not reject the light. She stared at him, her chest slightly heaving. After a lengthy silence, she lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Thank you. 3 days later, on a desolate mountain 100 miles from Qingxi town, Xue Yun stood before a concealed cave, her gaze slightly frigid. Is this the place? Yi Lian inquired softly. Indeed. A minor stronghold of the underworld sect, Xue Yun affirmed, nodding. Inside, there should be 2 soul kings, 2 soul sects, and a dozen low-tier evil soul masters. Yi Lian clenched her fists, the shadow blades flickering in her sleeves. I can assist. Xue Yun glanced at her, a sudden smile gracing her lips. Very well. This marked her first voluntary participation in battle. The ambush commenced silently. Xue Yun soared into the cave with the brilliance of the radiant wings, illuminating the darkness in a blinding flash, while Yi Lian's figure swept forth like a specter, her shadow blade slicing through a soul sect's throat. Enemy attack. The evil soul masters hastily prepared for combat, yet their dark martial souls were severely suppressed by the purifying might of the radiant phoenix. Xue Yun's fire wings engulfed the battlefield, as Yi Lian navigated through the shadows, precisely eliminating any escaping foes. The battle concluded swiftly. The last Soul King knelt in terror before Xue Yun, his voice trembling. Why you are Yun Zhao? The underworld sect is hunting for you. Xue Yun's eyes turned cold. Hunting? The Soul King sneered. The sect master has declared that whoever kills you will be rewarded with 100,000 gold soul coins. Before he could finish, Yi Lian's shadow blade pierced his heart. Xue Yun turned to her, and Yi Lian bit her lip. He intended to launch a surprise attack. Xue Yun nodded, saying nothing further. While searching the stronghold, they uncovered a secret letter that read, the main headquarters has relocated to the Abyssal Canyon. All branches lie in wait. Biding their time, Xue Yun frowned at the mention of the Abyssal Canyon, a place he had never heard of. Yi Lian suddenly spoke. I know where it is. Xue Yun looked at her in surprise. Yi Lian whispered, I was once a sacrifice of the underworld sect. The truth of Yi Lian's past was finally revealed. Born in a small village, her shadow blade martial soul was discovered by an underworld sect steward at the age of 6, who deemed her a sacrifice to the god of shadows and forcibly took her away. They corrupted my martial soul with dark soul power, attempting to mold me into a shadow envoy. Yi Lian recounted, hugging herself, her voice trembling. But I escaped. After a moment of silence, Xue Yun asked, is the Abyssal Canyon their lair? Yi Lian nodded. It is perpetually shrouded in dark mist. Once a soul master enters, their soul power is suppressed unless they possess a dark martial soul. A flicker of determination crossed Xue Yun's eyes. Can you guide us there? Yi Lian abruptly lifted her head. You intend to go? Now is not the time. Xue Yun shook his head. Yet one day, I shall tread upon that ground. Yi Lian gazed at him, momentarily taken aback, before suddenly kneeling on one knee, her shadow blade resting in her palm. I wish to follow you. This was her first utterance of a respectful title. Xue Yun reached out to help her up. There is no need for such formality. Yi Lian stubbornly shook her head. My life is yours, and my martial soul was saved by you. From now on, I shall heed only your commands. Her eyes shone with purity and resolve, as if someone who had wandered through darkness for far too long had finally grasped the singular light. Xue Yun sighed softly, ultimately choosing not to refuse her. Meanwhile, 100 miles above in the sky, a figure with 6 wings and golden hair hovered amidst the clouds, their piercing gaze surveying the direction in which Xue Yun and Yi Lian had departed. The young master of the martial soul hall, Heaven Dou Empire, he murmured to himself. Yun Zhao, the radiant phoenix? How intriguing. The platinum bishop beside him respectfully inquired, Young master, shall we send someone to make contact? Heaven Dou Empire shook his head. There is no need. This individual's identity is shrouded in mystery, seemingly linked to the heavenly imperial family. We shall continue to observe. He then turned and departed, his 6 wings unfurling majestically, resembling a deity descending upon the mortal realm. Meanwhile, in the distant shadows, a cloaked figure quietly retreated, a flicker of light emanating from the communication token hidden in their sleeve. The target has been confirmed, requesting further instructions. Chapter 9. Reunion and Undercurrents. Yi Lian stood by the stream, her fingertips lightly disturbing the surface of the water. The dark shadow blade martial soul manifesting faintly in her palm. Ever since she began following Xue Yun, her martial soul had ceased to be consumed by the violent darkness that once tormented her. Instead, it had become considerably more docile. The backlash that had previously plagued her gradually subsided under the soothing influence of Xue Yun's radiant soul power. Yi Lian, we are about to depart, he announced. She nodded and quickened her pace, trailing behind him like a silent shadow. Where are we headed? She whispered. To Seven Treasures City. Yi Lian blinked, showing no response to the name. She was unfamiliar with the power dynamics of the continent and did not comprehend the significance of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. All she knew was that wherever Xue Yun chose to go, she would follow. Xue Yun glanced at her and explained. The Seven Treasures glazed sect is one of the 7 major sects of our time, renowned for its auxiliary martial soul, the Seven Treasures glazed tower. Oh, Yi Lian replied, her interest fleeting. Xue Yun smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Her sole concern lay in his safety. Everything else was inconsequential. Seven Treasures City, located in the southeastern part of the Heavenly Empire, serves as the heart of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. The moment they stepped through the city gate, Yi Lian instinctively tensed her body. The streets bustled with people, a greater number of soul masters than one would find in an ordinary town, many of whom were disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, identifiable by their distinctive attire. Relax, Xue Yun murmured. This place is quite safe. Yi Lian responded with a soft acknowledgement, yet her fingers remained unconsciously clenched around the shadow blade concealed within her sleeve. Just then, a clear, cheerful laughter rang out from ahead. Yin Zhao, it truly is you. Xue Yun looked up to see a young man clad in blue striding toward them, a silver longsword hanging at his waist. It was Chun Jianjun. Chun brother? Xue Yun expressed his surprise. What brings you to Seven Treasures City? Chun Jianjun smiled slightly. My father has some connections with the Seven Treasures glazed sect. I have been sent here on an errand. His gaze fell upon Yi Lian, slightly puzzled. And who might this be? Yi Lian, my companion, Xue Yun succinctly introduced. Yi Lian cast a glance at Chun Jianjun, but remained silent, subtly retreating a step behind Xue Yun. Noticing her wariness, Chun Jianjun remained unfazed and turned his attention back to Xue Yun. You arrived at just the right time. The Seven Treasures glazed sect is currently organizing an appraisal event. Various factions will be sending representatives. Perhaps we can glean some information about the underworld sect. Xue Yun nodded. That is my purpose for coming here as well. As the three conversed, a sudden commotion erupted at the end of the street. A formation of disciples dressed in glazed robes from the Seven Treasures glazed sect lined up neatly, and at their center, a young man in splendid attire approached with measured steps, his countenance striking and his demeanor as gentle as jade. Ning Wuqing, the young master of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Younger brother Yun Zhao, it has been too long, Ning Wuqing greeted with a smile, his gaze briefly sweeping over Yi Lian without further inquiry. Ning Wuqing smiled and said, since we are here, why not participate together in today's treasure appraisal conference? Brother Chun is also a guest of honor. Chun Jianjun nodded in agreement. That is indeed my intention. Xue Yun pondered for a moment before consenting. Yi Lian silently followed behind, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xue Yun's silhouette, indifferent to the splendor surrounding her. The treasure appraisal conference took place in the main hall of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The hall was resplendent with gold and jade, gathering representatives from various factions. The trio of Xue Yun entered alongside Ning Wuqing, quickly attracting considerable attention. Is that Yin Zhao? I've heard his martial soul is the ultimate light. And who is that woman in black by his side? The aura of her martial soul feels so chilling. Whispers reached Yi Lian's ears, causing her fingers to tighten slightly. Noticing her unease, Xue Yun murmured, do not pay attention to them. Yi Lian nodded gently, her tense body easing a fraction. As the conference commenced, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school showcased several rare soul-guided devices, among which was a soul-calming jade that could resist mental attacks, inciting a fierce bidding war. Xue Yun found little interest in these items, his gaze sweeping across the crowd until he suddenly spotted a figure in a black robe quietly retreating to a corner. A spy from the underworld sect? His eyes turned cold, and he stood up, saying, excuse me for a moment. Yi Lian immediately followed suit. Seeing this, Chun Jianjun also rose from his seat. I will go take a look. In the back garden of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the black-robed figure moved hastily, about to leap over the wall when a shadow blade suddenly embedded itself into the wall before him. Take another step, and the next blade will be at your throat, Yi Lian declared coldly. Chun Jianjun drew his sword, its energy sealing off the escape route. Who sent you? The black-robed man gritted his teeth and suddenly threw a black orb to the ground. Boom. Black mist erupted, obscuring the view. Xue Yun unfurled his light wings, the holy flames instantly purifying the mist, yet the black-robed figure had vanished without a trace. A ground-escape talisman? Chen Jianjun furrowed his brow. Yi Lian crouched down, her fingers brushing against the remnants of black powder on the ground. This is the shadow powder of the underworld sect. He cannot have gone far. Just as Xue Yun was about to give chase, Ning Wuchen's voice came from behind. Have you discovered something, esteemed guests? He approached briskly, accompanied by 2 elders from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, their expressions grave. Xue Yun replied solemnly. There are members of the underworld sect infiltrated within the treasure appraisal conference. Ning Wuchen's countenance changed, indeed. Recently, several treasures within the sect have gone missing, and we have suspected an insider. I never imagined it would be the handiwork of the underworld sect. Chen Jianjun sheathed his sword. The underworld sect has been increasingly active. Their motives may be significant. Ning Wuchen took a deep breath. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Young brother Yun Zhao, may I request that you remain for a few days to assist in the inquiry? Xue Yun glanced at Yi Lian, seeing no dissent in her eyes. He nodded in agreement. That night, in the guest room, Yi Lian stood by the window, gazing at the moonlight in the distance, and suddenly spoke. That Chen Jianjun is quite formidable. Xue Yun, who was organizing the day's intelligence, looked up at her words. He is the most outstanding swordsman of the Chun family in this generation and is destined to become a title de law in the future. Yi Lian remained silent for a moment before softly saying, I will become stronger. Xue Yun was taken aback, then understood her meaning, gently replying, You are already doing exceptionally well. Yi Lian shook her head, her eyes resolute. Not enough. She yearned to be his sword, his shield, a shadow he need not worry about. Xue Yun gazed at her and finally offered a faint smile. Very well. Outside the window, the shadows of the trees danced gracefully. At the pinnacle of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's highest tower, Heaven Dou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his 6 wings shimmering with a faint golden hue under the moonlight. The stage was becoming increasingly intriguing with the emergence of the Bright Phoenix, Shadowblade Envoy, and the inheritor of the 7 Killing Sword. Chapter 10, The Remnant Map of the Rakshasa. In the treasure vault of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Wuchen wore a solemn expression, cradling a fragment of a dark golden scroll in his palm, inscribed with esoteric patterns that faintly emanated a chilling aura. This was the target of the recent incursions by the underworld sect, the remnant map of the Rakshasa. Xue Yun's gaze sharpened. The Rakshasa god. He certainly recognized the name. A first-level deity in the original Douluo narrative, antithetical to the angel god, wielding the powers of malevolence and resentment. To his astonishment, relics from that era had already resurfaced. Chen Jianjun furrowed his brow. The Rakshasa god? I've never heard of such a deity. Ning Wuchen shook his head. Our ancient texts provide only fragmented accounts, mentioning that this deity commands the most wicked powers in the world, and that the remnants hold the secrets to divinity. Yi Lian stood behind Xue Yun, her shadow blade swirling silently within her sleeve. She held no fascination for deities, yet the actions of the underworld sect instinctively put her on high alert. Why is the underworld sect so fixated on this artifact? Xue Yun inquired. A chill swept through the hearts of those present. If this were true, the continent would undoubtedly descend into catastrophe. The map must be destroyed, Chen Jianjun uttered coldly. Ning Wuchen offered a rueful smile. We have attempted it. Even the might of a title de law could not harm it in the slightest. Xue Yun scrutinized the remnant map and suddenly spoke. Perhaps it requires a specific method for destruction. For example, the ultimate light? Just as he was about to make an attempt, the entire treasure vault trembled violently. Boom. The roof was violently torn away by a tremendous force, and a cascade of dark soul power poured down like a waterfall. A chilling voice resounded throughout the hall. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Surrender the map or face annihilation. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure cloaked in black hovered in midair. 9 soul rings rotating slowly beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A title Douluo. Ning Wuchen's face paled. The underworld sect's ghost crow Douluo Moros? You dare to storm the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moros grinned menacingly. This mere 7 Treasure Glazed Tower dares to impede my path? He spread his fingers, and the 5th soul ring lit up. 5th soul skill. Dark crow devouring soul. Countless black crows erupted from his sleeves, each imbued with corrosive soul power, reducing everything in their path to ashes. Fall back. Xue Yun yanked Yi Lian to safety, unleashing the bright phoenix martial soul. A curtain of holy flames rising to shield against the swarm of crows. Chen Jianjun drew the 7 Killing Sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that felled a multitude of black crows. Yet, the oppressive aura of the title de law still rendered everyone breathless. In a moment of peril, a gray-white figure shot up from the depths of the sect, a robust wave of soul power acting as a bulwark before them. Moros, you have crossed the line. The newcomer was a gray-haired elder, his emaciated form reminiscent of jagged mountain rocks, with 9 soul rings gleaming beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Behind him manifesting the colossal shadow of a skeletal dragon. The guardian Douluo of the 7 treasure, glazed tile school, Bone Douluo Gufeng. Old Bone, you're still alive? Moros chuckled ominously. Gufeng snorted coldly. I possess more than enough strength to deal with you. He activated his 4th soul ring, 4th soul skill, Bone Dragon Wall. The skeletal barrier rose abruptly, completely obstructing Moros's black crows. Simultaneously, another figure surged forth from the side hall, wielding the 7 treasure, glazed tower, which radiated a brilliant light. The 7 treasures manifest as glazed brilliance, representing strength and speed. The current leader of the 7 treasure glazed sect, Ning Qiu. With the alliance of these 2 formidable beings, the situation was swiftly reversed. Moros's countenance darkened as he suddenly cast his gaze upon the Rakshasa fragment in Xue Yun's hand. Boy, hand over the map. His 7th soul ring erupted with power, 7th soul skill, true form of the ghost crow. His form transformed into a giant crow of 100 meters, its sharp claws lunging directly at Xue Yun. Be careful. Night Lian's shadow blades erupted forth. Disregarding the disparity in soul power, she resolutely positioned herself in front of Xue Yun. Night Lian. Xue Yun's pupils constricted. In the nick of time, Chun Jianjun's 7 killing sword blocked the attack, his 5th soul skill brimming with might as it met the giant claws head-on, but he was sent reeling back, spitting blood. Gufeng let out a furious roar, activating his 7th soul skill, the Bone Dragon True Form, and collided fiercely with Moros. The shockwave obliterated the treasure vault, and Xue Yun shielded Night Lian, being hurled several meters by the force. Amidst the dust, Moros's voice echoed ominously. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. But the Rakshasa fragment is something the underworld sect must acquire. As the black mist dissipated, his figure had vanished. After the battle, the 7 treasure glazed sect lay in disarray. Ning Qiu's complexion was pale, evidently exhausted from soul power depletion. Although Gufeng had repelled Moros, he too was afflicted by the ghost crow's toxin and was concentrating on expelling it. Night Lian knelt on the ground, her shadow blades dim and lifeless. She had forcefully withstood the residual waves of a tidal Douluo, leaving her meridians shaken. Xue Yun infused her with radiant soul power. Furrowing his brow, are you trying to throw your life away? Night Lian lowered her head, her voice soft yet resolute. It's worth it. Chun Jianjun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking solemnly. The underworld sect has deployed a tidal Douluo. This situation may not be so simple. Ning Wuchan clenched the Rakshasa fragment, smiling wryly. Keeping this item at the 7 treasure glazed sect will only invite disaster. He suddenly turned to Xue Yun. Young brother Yun Zhao? Your light martial soul might be able to suppress the malevolence of the fragment. Could you safeguard it? The group paused in surprise. Xue Yun remained silent for a moment before extending his hand to accept the fragment. The instant he touched it, the patterns on the fragment glowed with a crimson brilliance. And a cold female voice echoed in his mind. Do you crave power? Come seek me at the Rakshasa divine throne. Await your inheritance. Xue Yun abruptly released his grip, causing the fragment to fall to the ground. What happened? Ning Wuchan hurriedly inquired. Xue Yun took a deep breath. The fragment has a spirit. It is attempting to seduce the one who touches it. The expressions of everyone turned grave. Chun Jianjun suddenly suggested, since it cannot be destroyed, why not entrust it to the spirit hall for safekeeping? They excel at sealing malevolent objects. Ning Qiu shook her head. If the spirit hall acquires this item, they may not refrain from conducting covert research. At that time, she left her sentence unfinished, but everyone understood that the spirit hall already held tremendous power. And should they gain a divine relic, the balance of the continent would be irreparably disrupted. Xue Yun picked up the fragment, his gaze profound. I have a proposal. I will take it and seek a way to completely obliterate it. Night Lian suddenly raised her head. That's too dangerous. Xue Yun looked at her, speaking softly. Only the purest light can combat the utmost evil. Ning Wuchan and Ning Qiu exchanged glances before eventually nodding. Very well. Chun Jianjun patted Xue Yun's shoulder. I shall accompany you on this journey. That night, Xue Yun sat alone in the courtyard, gazing at the fragmented map of the Rakshasa. Yi Lian approached quietly and sat beside him. Do you truly wish to seek the Rakshasa relics? She asked in a hushed tone. Xue Yun folded the map and smiled faintly. No, I merely intend to draw the serpent out of its lair. Yi Lian looked puzzled. Since the Netherworld sect desires it, they will undoubtedly continue to pursue me. Xue Yun's gaze turned frosty. Rather than waiting for them to covertly gather strength, it is more prudent to force them to reveal themselves. Yi Lian remained silent for a long moment before suddenly kneeling on one knee. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Under the moonlight, her shadow blade martial spirit was no longer tainted by darkness, but instead glimmered like polished jade, subtle and refined. Light and shadow, after all, exist in a state of mutual dependence. In the distance, a golden eye slowly closed atop the treetops. Qian Daolu took flight, his 6 wings tracing a faint golden arc across the night sky. The struggle surrounding the radiant phoenix and the fragmented map of the Rakshasa was growing increasingly intriguing. Chapter 11. Breaking the Barrier. Since the battle with the 7 treasures glazed sect, the Netherworld sect seemed to have vanished without a trace. Xue Yun understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. For 3 months, he had been journeying with Yi Lian through several small towns along the border of the Tindo Empire, diligently cultivating while secretly laying his plans. 2 guardians dispatched by the Tindo royal family remained hidden in the shadows. One was the 93rd level Frost Douluo, Xue Hanchuan, and the other was the 94th level Blazing Sun Douluo, Yanjin. Both were trusted confidants of Xue Yun, tasked with ensuring Xue Yun's safety. Yi Lian stood beneath the ancient tree in the courtyard, her fingertips gently gliding over the sharp edge of her shadow blade. Since following Xue Yun, her martial spirit had ceased to be eroded by darkness. Instead, it had grown increasingly refined under the harmonizing power of light. Yi Lian, Xue Yun's voice came from behind her, prompting her to retract her martial spirit and turn to face him. Has your soul power advanced? She keenly sensed an aura around him that was thicker than the day before. Xue Yun nodded slightly. I have just broken through to level 48. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Yi Lian's eyes. In merely 3 months, he had ascended from level 45 to level 48. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed astonishing. Has there been any movement from the Netherworld sect recently? She asked softly. Yi Lian's gaze turned icy. Do they still wish to seize the Rakshasa map? Not only that. Xue Yun replied coolly. They wish to kill me. The radiant phoenix martial spirit had a formidable restraining effect on the Netherworld sect, and Xue Yun had become a significant threat to the evil soul masters. In the evening, Xue Yun spread the fragmented Rakshasa map in his chamber. The crimson lines shimmered with an eerie glow in the candlelight, appearing almost alive as they subtly undulated. Over the past 3 months, he had attempted various methods to destroy it, even employing the utmost light to scorch it, yet he had been unable to inflict any damage. It seemed that only the power within the Rakshasa relic could completely annihilate it. As he pondered this, a faint sound of wind cutting through the air suddenly reached him from outside. Xue Yun's gaze sharpened, his fingertips gathering light flames. When Yi Lian's voice came from outside, since you have arrived, why hide in the shadows? Someone has infiltrated. Xue Yun quickly stowed away the map and pushed the door open. In the courtyard, Yi Lian's shadow blade was already drawn, coldly fixated on the shadows cast by the walls. Indeed, one of Yun Zhao's retinue. Your perception is quite keen. The Platinum Bishop of the Martial Spirit Hall. Saint Word Douluo Lordia. Xue Yun narrowed his eyes. People from the Martial Spirit Hall? Lordia nodded slightly, stating, by the command of the young master. I am here to invite Lord Yun Zhao to a discussion in Spirit City. Qian Daolu? Snow Yun felt a stir in her heart, yet her demeanor remained composed. I have no ties with the Spirit Hall. I am unaware of the young master's intentions. Lordia replied in a low voice. The young master mentioned that the Radiant Phoenix is an extraordinary rarity. He wishes to utilize the resources of the Spirit Hall to aid you in your breakthrough. As for the remnants of the Azura map, the Spirit Hall can also safeguard them. Indeed, it was for the remnants. Snow Yun smiled faintly. I appreciate the kind offer, but I prefer to travel alone. Lordia frowned. Are you aware that the Underworld sect has dispatched 3 titled Douluo to pursue you? Without the protection of the Spirit Hall, Snow Yun interrupted him. I have my own means of dealing with it. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. A flicker of coldness flashed in Lordia's eyes. In that case, I shall take my leave. A massive golden tome unfurled behind him, countless runic chains shooting forth towards Snow Yun. Be careful. Nightling's shadow blade surged forth, only to be easily deflected by the runic chains. Snow Yun had long been prepared. The radiant phoenix spirit was instantly summoned. 4th soul skill, fire feather burning heaven. The blazing white flames clashed with the runic chains, erupting in a blinding radiance. Yet, how could the full force of a soul Douluo be easily matched? Snow Yun was knocked back several steps, a trace of blood spilling from her lips. Is this your invitation from the Spirit Hall? She said coldly. Before her words could fade, 2 disdainful scoffs sounded from outside the courtyard. What audacity! Do you think there is no one in Heaven Dou? 2 figures, one blue and one red, descended from the sky, their overwhelming soul pressure causing Lordia's expression to change dramatically. The Frost Douluo, Snow Hanchuan. The Blazing Sun Douluo, Yanjin. Title Douluo. Lordia was aghast. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately deemed it unwise to confront 2 opponents, retreating in a disheveled manner. As the turmoil subsided, Xue Yun wiped the blood from her mouth and bowed respectfully to the two guardian de law. Thank you, esteemed seniors. Yin Jin waved his hand. The monarch has given strict orders to ensure your safety. Snow Hanchuan then turned to Knight Ling. This girl is quite loyal. Had she not sensed the danger in advance? We might not have arrived in time. Knight Ling lowered her head, remaining silent. Once the two titled de law vanished from sight, Xue Yun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The spirit hall truly could not contain itself any longer. Knight Ling whispered, will they send more people? Not in the short term. Xue Yun shook her head. Qian Daolu is a clever man. Knowing that the Heaven Dou royal family is secretly protecting me, he will not openly rupture relations. She gazed towards the direction of Spirit City, her eyes deep with contemplation. This game of chess had only just begun. 3 days later, Xue Yun quietly departed the small town with Knight Ling, setting off towards the Star Dou Great Forest. Going to hunt for spirit rings? Knight Ling inquired. No, I am going to meet someone. Xue Yun replied with a faint smile, someone who can assist us in dealing with the underworld sect. Chapter 12, The Sword Shadow Killing Game. On the outskirts of the Star Dou Great Forest, an abandoned hunter's cabin stood. Xue Yun stood before the window, her fingertips gently tapping the frame, her gaze serenely fixed on the distant thicket. Knight Ling stood behind her, the shadow blade silently hovering in her palm, its dark edge glinting coldly in the dim light. Do you think they will truly come? She asked softly. But this time, it is likely that more than just titled de law will arrive. Knight's fingers tightened slightly, and the shadow blade trembled gently, as if sensing its master's battle intent. Knight shook her head, her voice calm. No, I merely fear for your safety. Xue Yun chuckled softly. This time, there is no need for you to risk everything. We are not fighting alone. Just as the words left his lips, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the forest. Knight immediately tensed her body, readying the shadow blade for action. However, Xue Yun raised a hand to signal her to relax. It's an ally. A tall figure emerged from the woods, a silver longsword hanging at his waist. It was Chun Jianjun. Accompanying him was a middle-aged man. The man's expression was stern, resembling Chun Jianjun to a degree. Yet his aura was as deep as an abyss. Simply standing there, he exuded the presence of a drawn sword, sharp and imposing. The contemporary sword de law, Chen Wufeng. Chun Jianjun smiled slightly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Xue Yun clasped his fists. Senior Chun. Chen Wufeng's gaze was piercing as it swept over Xue Yun. Commenting coolly, bright phoenix martial soul, impressive. His voice was low and icy, as if each word carried a hint of sword energy. Xue Yun responded with measured respect. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Chen Wufeng did not linger on pleasantries and directly inquired. When will the members of the underworld sect arrive? Xue Yun glanced into the distance, his eyes turning cold. Soon. 3 days prior, through secret channels in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Xue Yun had conveyed information to Qin Jianjun, deliberately revealing his whereabouts and hinting that the remnants of the Rakshasa map were in his possession. The underworld sect would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Are you certain they will send a title de law? Qin Jianjun asked. Xue Yun nodded. The Rakshasa remnants are crucial to them, and I have become a thorn in their side. This time, they will spare no effort. Chen Wufeng snorted coldly. Perfect. I wish to see how formidable the title de law of the underworld sect truly are. Knight stood quietly beside them, her gaze lingering on Chen Wufeng for a moment. The aura of this sword de law was overwhelmingly sharp, and merely being near him gave her the illusion of being cut by sword energy. She instinctively stepped half a pace closer to Xue Yun. Noticing her movement, Xue Yun whispered, Do not worry, senior's sword only cleaves enemies. As night descended, a thin mist began to rise in the forest. Xue Yun sat cross-legged within the cabin, the remnants of the Rakshasa map laid before him on the table, the crimson patterns appearing particularly sinister in the candlelight. Chen Wufeng closed his eyes to rest, the 7 kills sword resting across his knees, its blade occasionally glinting with a cold light. Chun Jianjun stood by the window, his sharp gaze scanning the encroaching darkness outside. Night remained silently by Xue Yun's side. Like a shadow, they were waiting. A faint rustling sound emerged from the forest, akin to the whisper of wind through leaves, or the stealthy movement of some creature. Chun Jianjun's fingers gently tapped the sword hilt, signaling that the time had come. Xue Yun slowly opened his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, the cabin walls exploded, 3 dark figures rushing in like phantoms, a tremendous pressure of soul power enveloping the scene. The 3 titled Douluos of the underworld sect had arrived. Ghost Crow Douluo Moros, Bloodbat Douluo Kullo, Shadow Demon Douluo Safis. Yin Zhao, let us see where you shall flee this time. Mororo sneered, his 9th soul ring already glowing, faced with the sudden assault of the 3 titled Douluos. Xue Yun remained seated, his expression tranquil. Escape? He chuckled softly. Why should I flee? Moros paused, sensing something awry, but it was already too late. With a resonant clang, the clear sound of a sword echoed through the night sky. As Chen Wufeng's 7 kills sword was unsheathed with a flourish. The brilliance of his 9th spirit ring flared. 9th spirit skill, divine and demonic dual slashes. A sword aura, spanning the heavens and earth, swept forth, cleaving Moros's true body of the spectral raven in two, blood spraying forth. Chen Wufeng, how could you be here? Carly exclaimed, a mixture of anger and astonishment. Chen Jianjun sneered, I have awaited you for quite some time. He activated his 7th spirit skill, true body of 7 kills, the sword light shooting forth like a rainbow. Aimed directly at Safi's. Yi Lian stood protectively in front of Xue Yun, her shadow blade martial spirit undergoing a transformation under the guidance of the utmost light. Intricate golden patterns emerged on the pitch-black blade. Dark Night Guardian, she called out, as the shadow blade morphed into a crescent shield, temporarily blocking the residual force of Carly's soul skill. Xue Yun rose, fully unleashing the light phoenix martial spirit, as 4 spirit rings radiated brilliantly. 4th spirit skill. Fire feather burning heaven. Retreat. Realizing the dire situation, Safi's howled, transforming into shadow to escape. Trying to flee? Chen Wufeng scoffed, activating his 8th spirit skill. Moving mountains and filling seas, sealing a radius of 100 meters with sword energy. Carly gritted his teeth, producing a black talisman and shattering it. Master, save me. Boom. A rift in space materialized, a terrifying suction pulling the 3 tidal Douluos within. Chen Wufeng's sword energy struck the rift, only to be devoured. Spatial power? Chen Jianjun furrowed his brow. Xue Yun retracted his martial spirit, his gaze profound. Indeed, the Lord of the Underworld is unfathomable. Chen Wufeng sheathed his sword, stating calmly, next time, they shall not be so fortunate. Xue Yun patted her shoulder. Well done. Chen Jianjun approached, her expression grave. The Underworld sect has suffered significant losses. They are unlikely to make any major moves in the short term. However, that leader, Xue Yun nodded. He poses a hidden threat. He gazed at the horizon, where the sky was gradually lightening, softly saying, yet, our time is also drawing near. Chapter 13, The Guardian of the Dark Night. On the morning following the battle, a gentle mist enveloped the forest. Yi Lian sat upon a stone, gazing down at her shadow blade martial spirit. The dark blade still bore the faint golden patterns, glimmering subtly in the morning light. How do you feel? Xue Yun approached her side, asking softly. Yi Lian lifted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. My martial spirit seems different now. She pondered for a moment, then quietly added, I can control it better. No longer consumed by darkness, no longer ruled by the desire for slaughter. Xue Yun patted her shoulder. That is a good thing. In the distance, Chen Wufeng conversed with Chen Jianjun. This contemporary sword Douluo wore a stern expression, his gaze occasionally sweeping over Xue Yun, tinged with scrutiny. Father, Yun Zhao is trustworthy. Chen Jianjun asserted softly. Chen Wufeng snorted. Though the light martial spirit is righteous, the remnants of the Rakshasa map in his hands are ultimately a peril. Precisely for that reason, he requires allies all the more, Chen Jianjun insisted. Chen Wufeng fell silent for a moment, ultimately refraining from further comment. At noon, the group set off from the starry forest. 3 days later, they arrived at Frost City, nestled at the foot of snow-capped mountains. This city remains perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, its structures predominantly fashioned from grayish-white stone, exuding an air of austere solemnity. Is this the stronghold you mentioned? Nightling exhaled a breath of white mist, inquiring softly. Xue Yun nodded. On the surface, Frost City appears to be a remote town, yet in truth, it serves as a training ground for the imperial dark guards of the Tindo royal family. As they crossed the city gates, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor approached. Bowing respectfully, Your Highness, His Majesty has been waiting for some time. Xue Yun has come personally. Nightling's pupils constricted, her body instinctively tensing. Yet, Xue Yun remained unperturbed, simply instructing, lead the way. The silver-armored man guided them to a stone fortress at the heart of the city. The interior was sparsely furnished, with only the fireplace in the main hall crackling with a fierce flame, dispelling the chill of the northern lands. Xue Yun stood by the window, hands clasped behind him. Upon hearing their footsteps, he turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over Nightling before settling on Xue Yun. Injured? Xue Yun shook his head. A minor injury, nothing serious. Xue Yun approached, retrieving a jade box from his robe and offering it to him. The Ice Soul Lotus from the far north. It can strengthen your foundation and replenish your essence. Xue Yun accepted the jade box, his fingertips brushing against Xue Yan's palm, sensing the probing of the latter's soul power. And couldn't he help but chuckle? Brother, I assure you, I am truly fine. He glanced at Nightling and suddenly asked, Is this the Shadowblade Soul Master by your side? Nightling knelt on one knee, bowing her head in silence. Xue Yun confirmed, her name is Nightling. Her martial soul is no longer tainted by darkness. After scrutinizing her for a moment, Xue Yun abruptly raised his hand, channeling a stream of white-blue soul power into Nightling's body. Nightling stifled a moan, but did not resist. As the soul power coursed through her meridians before dissipating, Xue Yun nodded slightly. It has indeed been purified significantly. He turned towards the main seat, his tone calm. Yun'er, it is time to discuss the forthcoming plans. As night descended upon the stone fortress, in the study, Xue Yun laid out the fragmentary map of the Rakshasa before him, its crimson patterns appearing increasingly otherworldly under the candlelight. The Netherworld sect will not relinquish this item, and I require it as bait. He pointed to several markings on the map, suggesting that the Rakshasa ruins might be located in the God-Burial Mountain range, though the exact location still required confirmation from 2 additional fragments. Xue Yan's gaze deepened. You intend to compel the Netherworld sect to hand over the remaining fragments? No. Xue Yun replied. I wish to make them believe that I aim to unlock the ruins. Xue Yun frowned slightly. That is too perilous. Thus, I need your cooperation. Xue Yun smiled faintly. The Tindo Empire could release news claiming that Yun Zhao is allied with the royal family and intends to leverage the Empire's strength to explore the divine relics. Xue Yun instantly grasped the implication, forcing the Netherworld sect into a corner? Precisely, Xue Yun folded the map away at that point. They will either emerge en masse to seize it forcefully or actively unlock the ruins, drawing you into the fray. Xue Yun interjected, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In either case, it presents an opportunity for us. Xue Yun nodded, but before that, I require time to enhance my strength. Xue Yun pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, which path do you truly wish to pursue? He was inquiring about the inheritance of divinity. Xue Yun met his brother's gaze, slowly responding, Brother, you should already know. Xue Yan's gaze flickered slightly, yet she chose not to speak, merely nodding gently in acknowledgement. After leaving the study, Xue Yun encountered Yi Lian, who stood waiting in the corridor. Have you finished your discussion with His Majesty? She asked softly. Yi Lian hesitated for a moment before suddenly kneeling on one knee. I wish to become stronger. Xue Yun raised an eyebrow. Your martial soul has already evolved. You simply need to practice diligently. That is insufficient, Yi Lian replied, lifting her head, her dark eyes reflecting Xue Yun's figure. I desire to be your sword and shield, not a burden. Xue Yun remained silent for a moment before extending her hand to assist her in rising. Very well, starting tomorrow, I shall personally train you. A glimmer of light flickered in Yi Lian's eyes as she nodded earnestly. Outside the window, the wind and snow began to rise. Meanwhile, in the distant spirit city, Heaven Dou Empire stood beneath the statue of an angel, holding a confidential report, his gaze obscured and inscrutable. The inheritance of the bright phoenix divine position from the Tindo royal family? He slowly clenched his fingers, reducing the report to mere dust. Interesting. Chapter 14. The aspiration for divine position in Frost City. At the training grounds, a biting cold wind howled, carrying fine snowflakes with it. Yi Lian stood at the center of the arena, her hands gripping the shadow blade, the dark blade adorned with faint golden patterns. Her breathing was steady and prolonged. Her soul power reigned in, as if she had fused with the surrounding shadows. Xue Yun stood opposite her, his bright phoenix martial soul unmanifested, confronting her with pure swordsmanship. He wielded an ordinary iron sword, its tip angled towards the ground, his gaze calm as still water. Begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yi Lian's figure vanished abruptly, reappearing at Xue Yun's left side, the shadow blade silently thrusting towards his ribs. Xue Yun twisted his wrist, the iron sword deftly blocking the strike, the sound of metal clashing resonating through the training ground. Your speed is commendable, but your killing intent is too apparent, he remarked, simultaneously sidestepping Yi Lian's second strike. Yi Lian pursed her lips in silence, her form once again melding into the shadows, launching a relentless series of attacks from various angles. Her movements were as swift as the wind, each slash of the blade accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air. Yet she could not breach Xue Yun's defenses. After 10 exchanges, Xue Yun suddenly altered his sword's momentum, thrusting the iron sword forth like a swimming dragon, aiming directly at Yi Lian's throat. Yi Lian's pupils constricted, hastily blocking with the shadow blade, only to be forced back by a subtle yet powerful force. Your sword differs greatly from that of the Qin family. She steadied herself and murmured. Xue Yun sheathed his sword and smiled slightly. The Qin family's sword emphasizes decisive killing, while my sword places greater weight on momentum. Momentum? The momentum of light. Xue Yun concentrated a thread of soul power at his fingertips, causing the iron sword to shimmer with a faint white glow. It did not pursue a single lethal strike, but instead aimed to create an unending pressure, leaving the enemy with no escape. Yi Lian nodded thoughtfully. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the training ground. Your Highness, a silver-armored guard approached swiftly, kneeling on one knee. A message has arrived from the spirit hall. Xue Yun took the letter, opened it, and glanced at its contents, his brow slightly raised. What does it say? Yi Lian inquired. An invitation from Heaven Dou Empire, Xue Yun replied, handing her the letter. He invites me to the spirit city for a discussion. Yi Lian quickly perused the contents, her expression shifting slightly. He wishes for you to join the spirit hall? No, Xue Yun shook his head. He likely already knows and seeks to confirm whether I truly intend to pursue the path of creating my own divine position. 7 days hence, to Spirit City. The city, renowned as the sacred land of soul masters, stands majestically upon the plains. Its towering walls are constructed from colossal white stones, and at its heart, the angel temple radiates a resplendent golden light, resembling a divine abode. Xue Yun strolls along the expansive street, with Yi Lian stealthily shadowing him from the shadows. He does not conceal his identity. Rather, he deliberately allows the aura of his radiant phoenix martial soul to emanate naturally, drawing the curious glances of passers-by. Is that Yin Zhao? I hear his martial soul embodies the ultimate light. The heir of the spirit hall has personally invited him. Could it be an attempt to recruit him? Whispers reach his ears, yet Xue Yun maintains his composure as he strides toward the angel temple. In the temple's forecourt, Heaven Dou Empire stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his golden hair billowing softly in the wind, while the ethereal silhouette of a six-winged angelic martial soul flickers behind him. As Xue Yun approaches, he slowly turns, his azure eyes as unfathomable as the deep sea. Yin Zhao, he nods slightly. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Xue Yun returns the gesture with a fist salute. Young Master Qian. Heaven Dou Empire raises his hand, signaling him to follow, and the two walk side by side into the side hall of the temple. The interior is simply adorned, with only the central angelic statue emanating a subtle pressure. I have heard that you wish to create your own divine position, Heaven Dou Empire states directly. Xue Yun is not surprised by his knowledge and nods calmly. Indeed, that is the case. Heaven Dou Empire's gaze shifts slightly, his tone unruffled. To forge a divine position requires immense faith power and the ability to transcend mortal limits. In the current continent, none have succeeded. Heaven Dou Empire studies him for a moment before suddenly inquiring, are you aware of the angelic divine positions inherited by the spirit hall? Somewhat, Xue Yun replies. The angel trials consist of 9 assessments. Heaven Dou Empire raises his hand, a golden light pattern materializing on his palm. I am about to commence the 8th angel trial. If successful, I will become the next angelic high priest and the pope of the spirit hall, the master of the Douluo hall, the elder of the judgment elder hall. His voice is calm, yet exudes an undeniable confidence. The inheritance of a divine position is the true path. Xue Yun smiles slightly. Young Master Qian possesses exceptional talent and is naturally suited for the divine trials. However, I prefer to carve my own path. Heaven Dou Empire falls silent for a moment before abruptly shifting the subject. The remnants of the Rakshasa map are in your possession. This is not a question, but a statement. Xue Yun nods. Indeed. That item is perilous. Heaven Dou Empire's gaze grows icy. If you hand it over to the spirit hall, I can ensure your safety. Xue Yun shakes his head. I cannot comply. The atmosphere thickens abruptly. Heaven Dou Empire's soul power slightly fluctuates, the presence of a peak soul Douluo looming subtly. Do you believe the Tindo royal family can protect you indefinitely? Xue Yun responds with measured poise. Did young Master Qian summon me today merely to threaten? Heaven Dou Empire suddenly chuckles. No? I merely wish to ascertain the confidence of one who dares to tread the path of creating a divine position. He turns toward the statue, presenting his back to Xue Yun. You may leave. But remember, should the Rakshasa remnants incite chaos, the spirit hall will not stand idly by. After departing from the spirit city, Yi Lian emerges from the shadows, her eyes filled with caution. He is formidable. Xue Yun nods. Heaven Dou Empire is but a step away from becoming a titled Douluo. Once he completes the angel trials, his power will be even more terrifying. Will he pose a threat to you? For now, no. Xue Yun gazes toward the distant horizon. In his eyes, the idea of creating a divine position is but a fanciful dream, unworthy of his energy. Yi Lian hesitates, words unformed on her lips. Xue Yun discerned her apprehension and gently reassured her. There is no need for excessive worry. Henceforth, we must concentrate on our own plans. In the depths of Han Shuang City, under the cloak of night, Xue Yun stood atop the city walls, clutching a confidential report, her gaze profound. Your Majesty, the plan has commenced preliminary execution, murmured a silver-armored guard. The rumors of the Lightbringer are spreading throughout the empire, and many commoners have begun to voluntarily honor the name of His Highness Yun Zhao. Xue Yun nodded slightly, continued to advance, but it is imperative to maintain secrecy. Understood. Once the guard had withdrawn, Xue Yun gazed at the starry sky, softly murmuring, let the power of belief commence from the heavenly battle. Chapter 15, The Final Battle. A year later, deep within the Star Doe forest, Xue Yun sat cross-legged, his soul power surging like a tidal wave. Before him lay a colossal beast, its body resplendent in golden hues, crashing to the ground, a deep black soul ring slowly rising. A 30,000-year spirit beast, the holy light heavenly lion. Let us begin. Yi Lian stood guard nearby, her shadow blade martial soul unfurled, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Xue Yun inhaled deeply, channeling his soul power to absorb the black soul ring into his being. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged into his meridians as if a dam had broken, the overwhelming power of light threatening to tear his body apart. Yet, Xue Yun remained composed, his holy phoenix martial soul operating at full capacity, enveloped in searing white flames, forcefully suppressing the ring's power. 3 hours later, the fifth soul ring was fully integrated. Xue Yun opened his eyes, golden light swirling within them. He slowly stood, 5 soul rings appearing beneath his feet in sequence. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Is it successful? Yi Lian approached hastily. Xue Yun nodded, and the fifth soul ring blazed to life. Fifth soul skill, holy light, judgment. A brilliant beam of light erupted from his palm, instantly piercing a massive boulder 100 meters away, exploding with a thunderous roar. This single-target explosive attack possessed power comparable to the full force of a soul emperor. What was even more astonishing was that upon the corpse of the holy light heavenly lion, a translucent left leg bone emanated a gentle glow. A soul bone. Yi Lian rarely displayed such astonishment. Xue Yun picked up the soul bone, feeling the surging power of light within, and smiled slightly. It seems luck is on my side. The holy light left leg bone, skill, lightspeed blitz, instantaneous burst of extreme speed, capable of a straight line dash of up to 100 meters. As Xue Yun absorbed the soul ring, forces from all corners of the continent had gathered, their sights set on the lair of the underworld sect in the dark abyss canyon. Tang San, the current young master of the Haotian sect, donned a dark red battle robe, the Haotian hammer resting on his shoulder, with 9 soul rings shimmering beneath him, particularly the scarlet 10,000-year soul ring emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The underworld sect has wreaked havoc on the continent for years. Today, we shall settle the score. His voice was low yet resonated like thunder throughout the assembly. The golden crocodile Douluo from the spirit hall scoffed. I wish to see how long those rats can continue to hide. Gathered here were nearly 10 titled Douluo, including Gu Feng, the bone Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Chen Wufeng, the sword Douluo of the Chen family, and Yu Xueding, the thunder Douluo of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, along with dozens of soul Douluo and soul saints. By the time Xue Yun and Yi Lian arrived, the great battle was on the verge of erupting. Yin Zhao? Chen Jianjun was the first to spot him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. You have broken through to Soul King? Xue Yun nodded, having just acquired his 5th soul ring. Tang Chen glanced at him, slightly inclining his head. The bright martial soul possesses a restraining effect against evil soul masters. You shall remain by Chen Wufeng's side, tasked with eliminating any remaining threats. Xue Yun did not object, responding calmly. However, when the battle erupted in earnest, it became evident to all that they had underestimated the profound depth of the underworld sect. Boom. From the depths of the dark abyss canyon, a pitch-black barrier abruptly rose, countless vengeful spirits swirling upon its surface, emitting chilling wails. The underworld, great formation. The golden crocodile Douluo's expression shifted. This group of lunatics was actually using living souls as offerings. Tang Chen snorted coldly. The Haotian hammer crashing down with determination. Break the formation. The battle among the titled Douluos erupted instantaneously, the shocks from their soul techniques causing the ground to tremble violently. Xue Yun refrained from recklessly entering the high-level combat, instead maneuvering along the battlefield's periphery with Yi Lian, focusing on evil soul masters of the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint rank. Judgment of Holy Light. A pillar of blinding white light pierced through the chest of an evil soul master, who did not even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes by the purifying radiance. Yi Lian's shadow blade traversed the shadows, claiming a life with each appearance. Her martial soul, having been long immersed in the power of light, was no longer susceptible to darkness, instead exuding a fierce aura of lethal intent. To the left, 3 soul saints. Xue Yun called out softly. Yi Lian's figure flickered, her shadow blade striking like a venomous serpent, instantly severing one man's throat. Xue Yun then unleashed a lightning-fast assault, his left leg's bone skill propelling him towards the other 2 as he unleashed a series of holy light judgments. Is this lad truly a Soul King? An onlooker, a soul saint from the Spirit Hall, stared in disbelief. However, the tide of battle soon shifted unexpectedly. Since you have come, you shall all remain. A chilling voice echoed through the canyon, and 5 figures emerged from the underworld great formation, each standing upon 9 soul rings. The 5 Title Douluo leaders of the underworld sect: Carlos, level 97, Vice Leader Ming Yi, level 95, Grand Elder Xue Yun, level 94, Second Elder Hun Sha, level 94, and Third Elder Gu Shi, level 94. You finally deigned to show yourselves? Tang Chen's fighting spirit surged, the Haotian hammer pointing directly at Carlos. Come and fight. Carlos smirked coldly, raising his hand with a flourish. Underworld sacrifice. Commence. Boom. The ground of the entire Dark Abyss Canyon suddenly split open. Countless black chains erupting from the earth, ensnaring every soul master present. Xue Yun's pupils constricted as his bright phoenix martial soul erupted with full force. Yi Lian, fall back. Fire feather burning heaven. The searing white flames clashed with the chains, producing a sound akin to clanging metal. Yet, the sheer number of chains was overwhelming. Swiftly breaching his defenses and aiming for Xue Yun's throat. In a moment of dire peril, a sword light descended, severing the chains with a resounding snap. Chen Wufeng stood resolute with his sword, voice cold. Stay close to me. Xue Yun nodded, positioning himself back to back with Yi Lian as they faced the relentless stream of foes. This monumental battle was destined to be etched into the annals of history. Chapter 16, The Pinnacle Battle. Above the Dark Abyss Canyon, storm clouds surged, and thunder crackled ominously. The underworld sect leader Carlos hovered in midair, his black robe billowing fiercely. As the 9 soul rings beneath his feet slowly revolved, the final ring a mesmerizing blood-red 10,000-year soul ring. At the 97th level, Tang Chun gripped the Haotian hammer tightly, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. He was taken aback by the depth of concealment displayed by his opponent. Carlos smirked coldly, declaring, Tang Chun, the foremost figure of the Haotian sect in this era. Today I shall use you to honor my underworld god sect. As his words faded, his 9th spirit ring suddenly illuminated. The 9th spirit ability, Underworld Blood Prison, was unleashed. In an instant, the entire sky was painted a deep crimson, and countless blood-red chains erupted from the void, each entwined with wailing vengeful spirits, racing towards Tang Chun to ensnare him. With a maniacal laugh, Tang Chun brought the Haotian hammer crashing down, the radiance of his 10,000-year spirit ring shining brilliantly. The explosion of spirit rings was deafening. A torrent of spirit power erupted like a tsunami, transforming the Haotian hammer into a colossal weapon, shattering the blood prison chains into fragments. The shockwave from the collision of these 2 titanic powers caused the ground within a kilometer radius to crack and collapse. Meanwhile, the golden crocodile Douluo clashed furiously with the vice leader of the underworld sect, Ming Yi. Old crocodile, your demise approaches. Ming Yi cackled, activating his 8th spirit ability. Dark night descends, as a pitch-black sky enveloped them, swallowing all light. The golden crocodile Douluo snorted disdainfully, his 9th spirit ring glowing with a fierce red light. The 9th spirit ability, River Overlord, manifested as a 100-meter-long golden crocodile phantom, its massive tail sweeping across and tearing apart Ming Yi's dark veil. With a thunderous crash, Ming Yi was sent flying by the blow, blood spewing from his mouth. Yet, he swiftly reformed his body amidst swirling black mist and lunged forward once more. On another front, Gu Feng of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect confronted the underworld sect's Grand Elder, Blood Nightmare. Bone Dragon True Form. Gu Feng unleashed his 7th spirit ability, transforming into a towering 100-meter skeletal dragon, its claws rending the heavens and earth. Blood Nightmare was not to be outdone. His martial spirit, Blood Nightmare Demon Tree, grew wildly, with countless blood-red vines coiling around the skeletal dragon, seeking to corrupt its form. Child's play. Gu Feng scoffed, activating his 9th spirit ability, Bone Transformation Divine Dragon, unleashing a torrent of skeletal dragon breath that incinerated the demon tree to ashes. Meanwhile, Chen Wufeng's 7-killing sword clashed fiercely with the Soul Reaper scythe wielded by the underworld sect's 2nd elder, Soul Reaper. Divine and Demon Dual Slash. The sword energy surged across 3,000 meters, a single strike chilling 19 continents. The Soul Reaper scythe was left cracked, and its wielder staggered back, spitting blood. The green phosphorus poison formation enveloped the battlefield, a toxic mist forming a prison, as the bone-corroding demon spider martial spirit writhed in agony, grotesquely corroded. Across the battlefield, the fierce battles among the Title Douluos altered the very colors of the heavens. The remnants of the underworld sect, including the Ghost Crow, Bloodbat, and Shadow Demon Title Douluos, joined the fray, plunging the situation into further chaos. GGG, do you think this is the end? Carlos suddenly laughed maniacally, forming hand seals as a blood-red altar slowly emerged from the depths of the abyssal canyon. With the blood of Title Douluos, I shall honor my Rakshasa god. Boom. The altar erupted with blinding crimson light, and the bodies of all fallen spirit masters began to melt, flowing into the altar like a river of blood. Tang Chen's expression drastically changed. Stop him. Yet, it was already too late. Carlos's spirit power surged once more, briefly breaking through to the 98th level. Perish. He struck forth. A colossal blood-red hand descending from the heavens to suppress Tang Chun. With a furious roar, Tang Chun detonated his spirit ring again. The Haotian hammer colliding with the blood-red hand. Boom. This time, Tang Chun was knocked back 100 meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The tide of battle had instantaneously reversed. Chapter 17. Divine Might Like a Prison. The crimson glow of the blood altar stained the entire sky. As the breath of the underworld Lord Carlos surged to the 98th level, Tang Chun was forcefully pushed back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet the fighting spirit in his eyes remained unyielding. Come again, he roared, raising the Haotian hammer once more. The seventh soul ring erupted, and a tempestuous surge of soul power flooded into the hammer, transforming the massive weapon into a deep red hue, as if ignited by an indomitable battle spirit. The great Sumera hammer. With a mighty strike, the space twisted, and the blood altar trembled violently, cracking under the sheer force of the blow. Carlos's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly broke into a sinister grin, a desperate struggle. He formed hand seals, and the blood river surging from the altar morphed into countless ghastly hands, reaching out towards Tang Chun. At that moment, a resplendent pillar of light suddenly shot up from the edge of the battlefield, the blinding radiance dispelling some of the blood mist, drawing the gaze of all present. It was Xue Yun. He stood rooted, enveloped by pure flames of light. The phantom of the radiant phoenix behind him appearing several times more substantial than before, its wings ablaze with golden flames. Ding. Divine pressure detected, system responding urgently. Does the host choose to confront the deity? Choosing to confront rewards. The fire attribute of the radiant phoenix evolves into ultimate fire, guaranteed to attain the phoenix domain at level 70. However, death is a possibility. Choosing to forfeit grants no rewards, but preserves life. I choose to confront. Confirmation selected. In an instant, the flames of light within him surged violently, the originally bright white flames tinged with faint gold completely transforming into pure gold. The awakening of ultimate fire. Is that the evolution of the martial soul? In the distance, Chen Wufeng's pupils contracted sharply. Yilian gripped her shadow blade tightly. Her eyes filled with shock and concern. Xue Yun's transformation captivated everyone's attention. Even Carlos momentarily halted his assault, gazing at him with uncertainty. However, before anyone could react, an aura 10 times more terrifying than Carlos's suddenly descended. A bunch of worthless fools. The raspy voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. As the space above the dark abyss canyon warped, revealing a stooped figure emerging slowly, clad in a gray robe. The figure's gaunt face bore eyes as deep as black holes, with 9 soul rings spinning slowly beneath him. Black, 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 red. The 99th level Light Douluo, the underworld ancestor. The overwhelming pressure felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Aside from Tang Chun and the pinnacle powerhouse Golden Crocodile Douluo, who could barely stand, the other soul masters were forced to kneel, struggling to breathe. Ancestor, Carlos exclaimed in wild joy. Please, take action to crush these ants. Yet, the underworld ancestor did not strike. Instead, he coldly surveyed the surroundings, ultimately locking his gaze onto Xue Yun. Hand over the remnants of the Rakshasa, and I shall spare your life. His voice was not loud, yet it struck directly at the soul, causing a profound tremor within. Xue Yun gritted his teeth against the pressure, the ultimate fire swirling violently within him, barely maintaining his stance. Just as he was about to speak, a calm yet authoritative voice resonated from the other side. Underworld, old ghost, you have overstepped your bounds. The space fractured once more, and an elderly man clad in golden robes stepped forth, his countenance solemn. Behind him, the ethereal wings of a 6-winged angel unfurled, dispersing a portion of the surrounding gloom with divine radiance. It was Qian Xuanji, the 99th level Light Douluo of the Spirit Hall. The 2 Light Douluos faced each other across the void, the entire realm seemingly cleaved into 2 worlds of light and darkness. The elder of the underworld narrowed his eyes, inquiring, Qian Xuanji, will you intervene? With a calm demeanor, Qian Xuanji replied, the malevolent soul masters disrupt the continent, and the Spirit Hall bears the responsibility. Ah, hypocrisy. The elder of the underworld sneered coldly. You merely wish to obstruct the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Without further words, Qian Xuanji raised his hand, and divine light transformed into a blade, slashing towards the elder of the underworld. Boom. The clash between the 2 Light Douluos unleashed shockwaves that caused the ground within 1,000 meters to crumble. Tang Chun and the others had no choice but to retreat hastily to avoid being swept into this extraordinary battle. The confrontation persisted for a full hour, with Qian Xuanji's angelic holy sword and the elder of the underworld's soul-devouring claw continually colliding, each encounter provoking celestial phenomena. Ultimately, both combatants sustained injuries and retreated. You cannot thwart my sect's grand scheme. The elder of the underworld coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his voice chilling. Qian Xuanji, equally disordered in breath but maintaining his composure, declared, "This ends today. Let us sign an agreement. For 30 years, the underworld sect shall not wreak havoc upon the continent." After a moment of silence, the elder of the underworld suddenly smiled enigmatically. "Very well, 30 years it is." He cast a lingering glance at Xue Yun, his form gradually fading away, disappearing into the void. Seeing this, Carlos and the others also began to withdraw. The great battle had finally come to a close. In the aftermath, Xue Yun knelt on one knee, the eruption of extreme fire having nearly exhausted his soul power. Yi Lian hurriedly supported him, her eyes filled with concern. Qian Xuanji approached him, his gaze profound. "Young man, your martial soul is quite intriguing." With great effort, Xue Yun looked up. "Thank you for saving me, great offering." Qian Xuanji shook his head. "I did not save you, but rather the balance of the continent." Before departing, he left behind a warning: beware of the Rakshasa god's gaze. In the distance, Tang San retracted his Haotian hammer and walked to Xue Yun's side, asking, "What is your name, lad?" "Yin Zhao," he replied. Tang San regarded him intently. "I shall remember today's battle." With that, he strode away. Yi Lian supported Xue Yun and softly inquired, "Where shall we go next?" Xue Yun gazed towards the horizon, his eyes resolute. To grow stronger. Chapter 18, The Blade's Edge Tempered. In the imperial palace of Heaven Dou City, Xue Yun entered the study, where Xue Yun stood by the window, holding a confidential report. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, his piercing gaze sweeping over his younger brother, the corners of his lips curving ever so slightly. Xue Yun nodded and approached his elder brother. Outside the window lay the bustling royal city, where a group of children gathered around a bard in the distant square, listening to his tale of the messenger of light, dispelling malevolent spirits. The bard gestured animatedly, his voice booming. Then, Lord Yun Zhao raised his hand, and the blazing holy flame consumed the underworld, causing the malevolent soul masters to wail and dissipate. Xue Yun raised an eyebrow. "Has it already begun to spread?" Xue Yun replied nonchalantly, "It is merely a spontaneous circulation among the populace. No statues have yet been erected to promote it." He turned and approached the desk, unfurling a map and placing his fingertip on the northern border of the Tindo Empire. "Within 3 years, your tale will echo through every corner of the empire. However, the accumulation of faith's power is not an endeavor to be achieved overnight. You must possess greater strength to be worthy of such renown." Xue Yun gazed at the map, his voice solemn. "I understand." Suddenly, Xue Yun raised her hand, pressing it firmly on his shoulder, her grip heavy. "Live well." This was both a command and a plea. 7 days later, at the Chun family's sword tomb. It was a valley nestled deep within the mountains, where thousands of Qisha swords stood erect, each representing a departed ancestor of the Chun family. The air was thick with the intertwining sword intent. Merely stepping into this place would leave one's skin marred with fine, invisible cuts. Chun Wufeng stood at the center of the sword tomb, hands clasped behind his back, as 9 soul rings slowly rotated beneath his feet. Beside him, Chun Jianjun held his sword with poise, his aura more restrained than a year prior. The trial of the sword tomb consisted of 3 levels. Chun Wufeng's voice was as unyielding as steel. The first level is to withstand the sword intent. The second is to comprehend the sword heart. The third is to forge the sword soul. He turned to Xue Yun. "You lack Chun bloodline, and the sword tomb will reject you even more fiercely. Should you falter, you may withdraw at any time." Xue Yun took a deep breath, unleashing the brilliance of his phoenix martial soul, the fire swirling around him. "Please, guide me, senior." Chun Wufeng said no more, raising his hand in a decisive gesture. Boom. The myriad Qisha swords within the valley trembled in unison, an overwhelming tide of sword intent crashing upon them. Xue Yun stifled a groan as his knee buckled, as if countless sharp blades were simultaneously piercing his very marrow. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, the intense flames coursing through his veins, resisting the sword intent. Chun Jianjun sat cross-legged nearby, eyes closed in meditation. His 6th soul ring, a deep black, pulsed rhythmically. That ring had been acquired 3 months prior when Xue Yun assisted him in hunting a 6,000-year-old sword spine dragon beast. The soul skill 10,000 swords returned to origin was formidable, unleashing a torrent of blades with a single strike. In the first year, Xue Yun endured 6 hours of sword intent tempering within the sword tomb each day. Initially, he could scarcely endure a quarter of that time, his skin lacerated and bloodied by the sword energy. Yi Lian stood vigil outside the valley, listening to the muffled groans within, her nails digging deeply into her palms. 3 months later, he could stand firm for half a day, the sword intent no longer able to inflict harm upon him. Well done. Chen Wufeng rarely offered praise. Next, comprehend the sword heart. He flicked his finger, and a Qixia sword soared from the tomb, hovering before Xue Yun. Seize it. Xue Yun reached for the sword. And in an instant, countless images flooded his mind. Blood-soaked battlefields, an ancestor of the Qun family cleaving the heavens with a single strike. Atop a solitary peak, the Qixia sword intent severing the sea of clouds. In the face of life and death, the unity of man and sword shattering all methods. Each image was a legacy of sword intent. Xue Yun trembled, blood seeping from his orifices, yet he gripped the hilt fiercely. The sword heart must be clear to unveil the true self. Chen Wufeng's voice resonated like thunder. As half a year passed, Xue Yun could evoke the resonance of 1/10 of the Qixia swords within the tomb. The intense flames merged with the sword intent, and his strikes transcended mere soul skills. Every punch and finger thrust bore the sharpness of a sword's might. Occasionally, Yu Xianting would visit, observing Xue Yun's rapid progress and generously offering guidance. The blue lightning tyrant dragon was famed for its ferocity, yet such strength was easily susceptible to fracture. He demonstrated a technique known as thunder transformation, with bolts of lightning coiling around his arms like dancing dragons. Your ultimate fire is equally domineering, yet one must comprehend the art of restraint and release. Xue Yun, appearing contemplative, attempted to compress the flames within his palm, only to release them abruptly. Boom! A massive boulder, 10 meters away, was instantly pierced by a line of fire. Its cut smooth as a mirror. Yu Xianting laughed heartily. Good lad, you grasped the essence. At the end of the first year, in the far northern lands, Xue Yun and Chen Jianjun were tasked with hunting a 2,000-year-old ice-soul demon wolf. The transaction between the Chun and Xue clans was to procure the 5th soul ring for Xue Yue, the heir of the Xue family, in Tianxue City. In the vast snowy expanse, a slender figure was engaged in a fierce struggle with the demon wolf. The woman, approximately 20 years of age, had hair as white as snow and eyes like ice. In her hands, an ice crystal longbow continuously unleashed arrows imbued with frigid energy. Her martial spirit, the ice soul spirit deer, floated gracefully behind her, exuding elegance and chill. Xue Yue, the youngest soul king in the history of Tianxue Academy. Chen Jianjun murmured. Her archery skills have even garnered praise from my father. Xue Yun nodded, preparing to assist her when suddenly his expression shifted. The ice soul demon wolf howled to the heavens, inadvertently triggering an avalanche. Be careful. Xue Yun activated a lightning-fast charge, darting to Xue Yue's side, wrapping his arms around her waist as he swiftly retreated. Chen Jianjun, wielding his sword, struck out, cleaving a path through the avalanche with a multitude of swords returning to their source. Boom! Amidst the swirling snow and dust, Xue Yue stared blankly at Xue Yun. His arm was as steady as a rock, the intense warmth radiating through the fabric, dispelling the frigid air of the far north. Thank you, she whispered, her voice as cold as shattered ice. Xue Yun released her, nodding slightly. Shall we join forces to slay it? Xue Yue knocked an arrow, ice blue soul power coalescing, agreed. Once the battle concluded and the demon wolf lay slain, as Xue Yue absorbed the soul ring, Xue Yun stood guard, his ultimate fire forming a barrier to shield her from the biting wind and snow. Chen Jianjun, sword in hand, smiled slightly. You seem quite concerned for her. Xue Yun shook his head, merely fulfilling my duty. Yet when he saw Xue Yue open her eyes, her icy gaze reflecting his own figure, his heart skipped a beat. On the return journey, Xue Yue spoke first. Lord Yun Zhao, should you visit Tianxue City in the future, the Xue family will surely extend a warm welcome. As Xue Yun accepted the ice crystal token she offered, a momentary touch of their fingertips mingled coldness and warmth, dissipating into a wisp of white mist in the wind and snow. Deep within the sword tomb, Xue Yun sat cross-legged with closed eyes. After a year of tempering, his soul power had reached level 54, the ultimate fire at his command. Chen Wufeng stood before him, slowly drawing his 7 kills sword. The final lesson, he declared. The sword tip pointed directly at Xue Yun's brow. Receive my strike. In the depths of the sword tomb, the 7 kills sword hovered 3 inches from Xue Yun's forehead. The sword had not yet arrived, but its aura had already split the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Xue Yun sat on the ground, eyes tightly shut. The ultimate fire within him restrained, yet his soul power surged like a hidden tide. Golden patterns surfaced on his skin, a testament to the sword intent imprinted after a year in the sword tomb. If you cannot withstand it, you shall perish. Chen Wufeng's voice was as cold as iron. Chen Jianjun stood at the edge of the sword tomb, his fingers instinctively tightening around the hilt of his sword. This strike was one he had been unable to fully receive even at the 6th ring of the Soul Emperor realm. Buzz! The 7 kills sword suddenly thrust forth. In an instant, the myriad swords within the sword tomb trembled in unison, their overwhelming sword intent converging at the tip of the dustless sword, transforming into a radiance of unparalleled brilliance. This strike, though devoid of grandiose theatrics, harbored the will to sever mountains and rivers. Xue Yun abruptly opened his eyes. Raising his right arm, the utmost fire intertwined with the sword intent honed within the sword tomb, coalescing into a blazing golden long sword in the palm of his hand. With a clash, the fiery sword met the 7 kills sword, unleashing a blinding brilliance that engulfed the entire valley with sword chi and waves of fire. Chen Jianjun was compelled to unleash his 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to origin, forming a barrier of swords to barely withstand the residual force. As the light dissipated, Xue Yun knelt on one knee, his right sleeve in tatters, his skin marred by intricate bloodstains. The fiery long sword in his palm had shattered. Chen Wufeng sheathed his sword, stating calmly, "You cannot endure this." Xue Yun, gasping for breath, rose to his feet, his eyes devoid of despair. "I am but a hair's breadth away." A hair's breadth, indeed, was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Chen Wufeng turned to walk deeper into the sword tomb. "Your sword intent has reached a bottleneck. Lingering here serves no purpose. Venture forth for 2 years, and return to challenge this sword thereafter." Xue Yun bowed deeply. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Chen Jianjun approached and patted his shoulder. "I shall escort you out of the valley." Upon leaving the sword tomb, Xue Yun did not set off immediately. He first visited the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family to bid farewell to Yu Xianting in the Thunder Canyon. After listening to Xue Yun's plans, Yu Xianting laughed heartily. That old fellow Chen Wufeng remains as unyielding as ever. Yet he speaks truth. True strength cannot be solely attained through seclusion. He raised his hand, conjuring a bolt of lightning, which transformed into a dragon-shaped jade pendant that he tossed to Xue Yun. "Take this. Should you encounter a life-threatening crisis, shatter it to withstand a full-force strike from a Light Douluo or below." Xue Yun solemnly accepted it. "I am deeply grateful for your generosity, senior." Yu Xianting waved his hand dismissively. "You are a future ally favored by my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. This investment is insignificant." 3 days later, in the outskirts of Tindo City, Yilian quietly organized her belongings, carefully packing provisions, medicines, and maps. Her shadow blade martial soul had now stabilized completely, the golden patterns on the blade becoming increasingly distinct, exuding a subtle and profound aura of light and darkness intertwining. "Where do you plan to venture first on this journey?" she inquired softly. Xue Yun unfurled the map and pointed to the far north. "Last year, while hunting the Ice Soul Magic Wolf, I detected unusual fire attribute energy fluctuations deep within that snowy expanse, possibly related to the ultimate fire." Yilian nodded, about to speak, when suddenly her ears twitched and her shadow blade was drawn in an instant. Someone was approaching. On the distant snow slope, a slender figure treaded upon the snow. With silver hair cascading like a waterfall and icy eyes akin to stars, it was Xue Yue, Lord Yun Zhao. She inclined her head slightly, her voice as frosty as ever. "May I accompany you on your journey?" Xue Yun was taken aback. "Miss Xue?" Xue Yue produced a roll of beast skin map from her bosom, according to ancient texts of the Tian Xue family. Within the extreme north melting fire valley lies the twin lotus of ice and flame, which would greatly benefit my martial soul's advancement. However, the environment there is peculiar, necessitating the protection of the ultimate fire. She raised her gaze to meet Xue Yun's. "In exchange, I can serve as a guide and share the Tian Xue family's secret techniques regarding the fusion of ice and fire." Xue Yun exchanged glances with Yilian, who subtly nodded in agreement. "Very well," Xue Yun replied, stowing away the map. "We shall set off tomorrow." In the extreme north, the blizzards of the plains awaited. 3 individuals trudged forward against the biting cold wind. Xue Yue, well-versed in the terrain, adeptly navigated away from perilous crevasses and avalanche zones. Her spirit beast, the ice spirit deer, radiated a gentle blue light, parting the snowstorm as they passed. Ahead lay the lake of cold essence. Xue Yue gestured towards the mist-laden area where a tunnel leading to the molten fire valley lay at the lake's bottom, yet the water was frigid, freezing any ordinary soul master upon contact. Xue Yun summoned the utmost fire, enveloping the trio in a golden halo. "I shall forge the path." The moment they stepped into the lake, the extreme fire clashed violently with the cold, producing a hissing sound. Yilian followed closely, her shadow blade spirit instinctively absorbing the dissipating energy of ice and fire, causing the blade's patterns to shimmer more brilliantly. After traversing the 100-meter-deep tunnel beneath the lake, the scene before them opened up magnificently. They stood before a volcano encircled by glaciers, where magma and ice coexisted in an eerie harmony. At the valley's center bloomed a rare flower, a striking blend of red and blue, thriving at the boundary of ice and fire. Indeed, the ice and flame dual lotus. Be cautious, Xue Yun suddenly admonished. A colossal crimson lizard erupted from the magma pool, adorned with an icy crystal horn, possessing both ice and fire attributes. A 50,000-year soul beast, the ice-fired demon lizard. In an instant, Xue Yun unleashed his spirit, 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, radiating brilliance. After a year of tempering in the sword tomb, his soul power had reached the pinnacle of level 54. At this moment, the utmost fire erupted forth, forming a suit of fiery armor around him. 5th soul skill, Holy Light Judgment. A golden beam shot towards the lizard's head, only to be refracted by the icy horn, shattering the nearby glacier instead. The demon lizard roared and charged, magma and ice spikes spewing forth simultaneously. Xue Yun knocked an arrow, her 4th soul skill, Ice Spirit Piercing Rainbow, aimed directly at the lizard's eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Lian transformed into a shadow, launching a surprise attack from the side. Her shadow blade targeting the gaps in the lizard's abdominal scales. The trio's cooperation deepened, yet the demon lizard's formidable cultivation led to a stalemate. At a critical moment, Xue Yun abruptly stepped back, palms together, merging the utmost fire with the sword intent of the sword tomb. A gigantic flame sword materialized in his grasp, emulating the 7-kill sword intent of Chun Wufeng. Flash! The flaming sword descended, shattering the lizard's icy horn. The unbalanced soul beast let out a wretched cry as it plummeted into the magma, and Xue Yun seized the opportunity to collect the ice and flame dual lotus before swiftly retreating. That night, the trio rested within the glacier cave. Xue Yun consumed the ice attribute portion of the dual lotus, her soul power surging to level 56. She handed the fire attribute petal to Xue Yun. Without you, I could not have obtained it. Xue Yun shook his head. This was merely a transaction. Xue Yun insisted on placing the petal in his hand, their fingertips brushing lightly as she whispered, "The Tianxue family owes you a favor." Yi Lian leaned against the cave entrance, gazing at the distant snowstorm, a slight smile gracing her lips. Their 2 years of training were merely the beginning. Chapter 20. The Phoenix Ruins. In the far north, deep within the molten fire valley, Xue Yun stood before an ancient stone platform, gazing intently at the gorge entrance shrouded in dual energies of ice and fire. The platform was inscribed with obscure runes. At its center, a relief of a phoenix in flight, its wings half ablaze in crimson, half frosted in blue. This ruin was indeed connected to the phoenix. He raised his hand to touch the relief. The utmost fire flowed, causing the runes to faintly illuminate, only to extinguish almost immediately. An intangible pressure surged forth from the depths of the canyon, as if to warn those lacking in strength to refrain from entering. Standing beside him was Xue Yun, her ice spirit dear martial soul emanating a faint chill, counterbalancing the surrounding intense heat. Her gaze fell upon the runes, and she murmured, "These inscriptions appear to be ancient soul-guiding texts. I have encountered similar records in my family's ancient tomes. Can they be deciphered?" Yi Lian emerged from the shadows, the golden patterns on her shadow blade flickering slightly in the heat. Xue Yun shook her head. "They are too fragmented. But the general meaning suggests that only those of the Phoenix bloodline can unlock the path of inheritance." Xue Yun furrowed his brow. Though his radiant Phoenix martial soul was formidable, it was ultimately a human soul master's martial soul, not a true divine beast bloodline. To access this relic, one would likely need to reach the soul sage realm to endure the pressure within. Xue Yun nodded and retrieved a piece of ice crystal to imprint the runes. Yi Lian remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings, her shadow blade still drawn. While the molten fire valley appeared tranquil, it was certain that there were more than just ice-fire demonic lizards lurking within, remnants of soul beasts existing for over 50,000 years. 3 days later, on the edge of the extreme north, the trio took a brief respite in a small town. Yi Lian's soul power had advanced to level 46 after several days of rigorous training, and the balance of light and darkness in her shadow blade martial soul had become increasingly stable. Xue Yun had completely absorbed the energy of the ice flame twin lotus, rendering the chill of her ice spirit dear martial soul even purer. "Where to next?" Yi Lian inquired softly, wiping her shadow blade. Xue Yun unfurled the map, tracing his finger from the extreme north to the southwest. "Star Luo Empire, Qihua City." "Qihua City?" Xue Yun raised her gaze. "That is a gathering place for fire attribute soul masters. Are you seeking a fire-type soul ring?" "No," Xue Yun replied, shaking his head. "Near Qihua City lies a place known as the Inferno Abyss Canyon, said to harbor the legends of the ancient fire god. Since the Phoenix relic cannot be explored for now, it would be prudent to investigate there first." Xue Yun pondered for a moment before suddenly declaring, "I shall accompany you." Yi Lian paused, her eyes flickering. Xue Yun maintained a calm demeanor. The convergence of cold and lava in the Inferno Abyss Canyon may give rise to fire spirit cold essence, which would also benefit my martial soul. Xue Yun regarded her for a moment before nodding. Very well. A month later, at the border of the Star Luo Empire, Chihua City nestled among crimson mountains appeared engulfed in flames, with the air thick with the scent of sulfur. The soul masters here were predominantly bold in character, and the streets bustled with scenes of sparring and competition. As the trio stepped through the city gates, they were halted by a robust red-haired man. New faces, I see. The man grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Are you three here to participate in the Chihua Festival? The Chihua Festival? Xue Yun raised an eyebrow. You're unaware? The man exclaimed in surprise. It occurs every 3 years, and the champion earns the right to train for 3 days in the core area of the Inferno Abyss Canyon. A coveted location even the soul sages envy. Xue Yun exchanged glances with Xue Yun, who gave a slight nod. When does the festival commence? Tomorrow at noon. The man thumped his chest. I am Huolai from the Chihua Academy. If you are interested, I can register you. That night, within the confines of their in-room, Yi Lian checked the protective measures on the doors and windows, murmuring, this festival comes at a most opportune moment, as if someone is guiding us intentionally. Xue Yun stood by the window, gazing at the blazing inferno of the Chihua Academy in the distance. It was indeed a coincidence, but venturing into the Yanwu Canyon was imperative. If there were truly those who orchestrated this, it would save us the trouble of searching for clues. Xue Yun sat at the table, her fingertips lightly tapping the icy runes imprinted in crystal. These runes bore a striking resemblance to the inscriptions of the fire god recorded in the ancient tomes of Chihua City. Perhaps they could uncover more leads. She raised her gaze towards Xue Yun. Tomorrow's festival, I shall compete under the name of the Tianxue family, and you. We have our own methods. Xue Yun ignited a flicker of golden flame at his fingertips, since it was a gathering of fire attribute soul masters. It was only fitting to let the flames speak for themselves. On the day of the Chihua festival, the central square was filled with hundreds of fire attribute soul masters. Xue Yun, donning a half-silver mask and assuming the alias Yen Zhao, restrained the intensity of his flames to merely reflect the strength of an ordinary top-tier fire attribute martial soul. Even so, he effortlessly triumphed in 7 consecutive matches, drawing considerable attention. Yi Lian concealed herself in the shadows of the audience, vigilantly observing her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto an elderly man in a black robe seated in the VIP area, though he had concealed his presence. The occasional ripple of soul power that escaped him pricked her senses, reminiscent of the piercing intent of the sword tomb. A title Douluo. She immediately conveyed a warning to Xue Yun through a subtle gesture. Xue Yun imperceptibly nodded, intentionally feigning a vulnerability in the next match to advance with a narrow victory, thus avoiding undue scrutiny. Xue Yun, utilizing the extreme chill of the ice spirit deer to counterfire with ice, also advanced to the top 8. Xue Yun's gaze turned icy upon noticing the presence of the spirit hall. It seemed that the Yanwu Canyon indeed harbored secrets. Xue Yun entered, holding a bamboo scroll. I found it. The champion's reward for the Chihua festival, in addition to entry into the Yanwu Canyon, includes an opportunity to observe the fire god steel. She unfurled the scroll, revealing an image of a soaring phoenix, identical to the reliefs on the stone platform of the Ronghua Valley. The inscriptions on the fire god steel share the same origin as those of the phoenix ruins. Xue Yun asserted confidently. Xue Yun contemplated the image and suddenly smiled. In that case, the champion of this festival is assuredly mine. Outside the window, the flames of Chihua City cast a crimson glow upon his profile, his eyes swirling with golden fire, exuding an aura both divine and demonic. Chapter 21. The Fire God Steel. On the day of the Chihua Festival Finals, the central arena was enveloped in a crimson barrier, and the audience was packed to capacity. Xue Yun stood at one side of the arena, his gaze beneath the silver mask calm as water. His opponent, the chief of Chihua Academy, the 58th level assault system's Soul King Chi Fun, stood with arms crossed, a defiant smile gracing his lips. I've heard you have won all your matches, even defeating the elites of Chihua Academy? The martial soul of Chi Fun, the crimson flame lion, manifested behind him, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, slowly rotating beneath his feet. Unfortunately, this is where it ends. The referee announced loudly, final match, begin. Chief struck first. Activating his 3rd soul ring, 3rd soul skill, fiery charge. His form transformed into a streak of fire, swiftly closing in on Xue Yun, the scorching wind of his punch rushing towards him. Xue Yun sidestepped, slashing with his flame sword, only to be met by Chi Fan's 4th soul skill, the Crimson Flame Shield. Is that all you've got? Chi Fan laughed heartily, as his 5th soul skill erupted. 5th soul skill, Lion's Heart Inferno. A tempestuous wave of flames engulfed the arena, causing the protective barrier to tremble violently. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, with some even rising to vociferously call out the name of Qi Fan. As the flames consumed Xue Yun, in the next instant, a piercing beam of golden light cleaved through the inferno. The fifth soul skill, Holy Light Judgment. A pillar of fire, formed from the essence of ultimate flames, penetrated Qi Fan's protective blaze, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Yun advanced, delivering precise strikes with his flaming sword, each blow exploiting Qi Fan's vulnerabilities. How could this be? Qi Fan was both astonished and enraged. His flames were utterly suppressed. Xue Yun offered no respite, unleashing the full potency of the ultimate flames, with golden fire cascading over the arena like a tidal wave. The red flame lion soul of Qi Fan emitted a mournful cry, instinctively feeling fear before the superior flames. It is over. With a decisive strike, Xue Yun sent Qi Fan flying off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground. A hush fell over the crowd, soon followed by a thunderous eruption of cheers. That night, before the fire god monument in the sacred ground of Qihua City, Xue Yun stood alone beneath the towering stone tablet, gazing at the ancient inscriptions above. The fire god monument, standing 10 zhang high, was entirely crimson, its surface etched with obscure runes, and in the center lay a relief of a fire deity, with a phoenix soaring beneath its feet. Only the victor may behold the fire god monument. A deep voice resonated from behind. The city lord, an 8-ring Soul Douluo, approached slowly, stating, "You have 3 hours to comprehend. When time is up, you must depart." Xue Yun nodded in gratitude. Once the city lord had left, he raised his hand to touch the inscriptions, and the ultimate flames flowed from his fingertips into the runes. In an instant, the fire god monument blazed with a blinding red light, and a vast will descended. System detected divine level, will intervention. Host faces divine position selection. Xue Yun's gaze flickered as he silently contemplated. I choose the third path. Choice confirmed. Contrary to expectations, the fire god's will was not angered by his rejection. Instead, a light chuckle resonated. An interesting little fellow. A beam of scarlet golden divine light suddenly shot forth from the inscriptions, piercing into Xue Yun's brow. Since you aspire to forge your own divine position, I shall lend you my aid to awaken the Phoenix domain in advance. When you reach level 90, you may elevate it to the fire god domain. Consider this an investment. As the divine light entered his body, Xue Yun felt his blood boil with fervor. His radiant phoenix soul uncontrollably unleashed its power, the edges of its brilliant wings tinged with a layer of scarlet gold. Phoenix domain awakened. Effect: all fire attribute attacks within range are enhanced by 50, while enemy fire attribute skills are weakened by 30. It can absorb fire attribute energy to replenish one's soul power. The brilliance of the fire god monument gradually dimmed, and that will dissipate it, leaving behind a profound statement. I hope you can carve out a new path. In the divine realm, within the fire temple, a red-haired man seated on the divine throne slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Master, why would you assist a lad who rejects the inheritance? Questioned a nearby divine attendant, puzzled. The fire god toyed with a flickering flame, chuckling softly. To forge one's own divine position? It has been many years since I encountered such audacity. But if he were to fail, then what of it? The fire god flicked his fingers, and flames transformed into a phoenix soaring high into the sky. The divine realm felt rather mundane. Indulging in a gamble occasionally could indeed be quite entertaining. Outside the city of blazing fire, Xue Yun opened his eyes to find Xue Yue and Yi Lian vigilantly by his side. Had they succeeded? Xue Yue keenly sensed the change in his aura. Xue Yun nodded, and with a thought, a region of 100 meters was instantly enveloped in a crimson golden domain. The sizzling flames joyfully danced within the domain, seemingly imbued with life. Yi Lian's shadow blades quivered slightly within the domain, autonomously absorbing some of the fire attribute energy, causing the golden patterns on the blades to shimmer even more brilliantly. Where shall we go next? She inquired softly. Xue Yun gazed into the distance, his eyes deep, to forge a divine weapon. Chapter 22. Journeys and Fortunes in the City of Tianshui. At the Xue family estate, the family head, Xue Wuhan, a 7-ring soul saint, bore a dignified yet refined demeanor. His gaze lingered on Xue Yun for a moment before a smile emerged. You must be Lord Yun Zhao. As mentioned by Jiyue in her letter, Xue Yun clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, head of the Xue family. Xue Wuhan gestured for them to take a seat, and the attendants promptly served warm tea. The tea was soothing, imbued with a faint, icy aura, yet upon tasting, it transformed into a warm current. Evidently the unique ice spirit warm tea of Tianshui City. I have heard you emerged victorious at the Blazing Fire Festival and comprehended the fire god steel. You must have gained considerable insights. Xue Wuhan spoke in a calm tone, laced with subtle probing. Xue Yun smiled faintly. I have gained a few insights. Xue Yun gently interjected. Father, Yun Zhao is here to gather some rare materials. Perhaps our family's Millennium Xianbing essence could be of use to him. Xue Wuhan's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment. The Xianbing essence is a treasure of our clan. But if you are willing to forge a good relationship with my Xue family, it would not be unreasonable to offer some. Xue Yun understood that the Xue family was keen on establishing a rapport and replied earnestly. Your generosity is appreciated, Head Xue. Should the need arise in the future, Yun Zhao will certainly not decline. Xue Wuhan nodded in satisfaction and instructed his attendants to fetch the treasure. That evening, in the Xue family's rear courtyard, Xue Yun led Xue Yun to an ice crystal pavilion, with distant snow-capped mountains shimmering silver under the moonlight. Though the Xianbing essence is exceptional, its extremely cold properties conflict with your ultimate fire, she remarked, producing a blue ice crystal and handing it to Xue Yun. It requires special techniques for harmonization. Xue Yun accepted the crystal, sensing the pure ice attribute energy within, and couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of being the Xue family's treasure. Xue Yun suddenly lifted her gaze, her ice-like eyes piercing through to him. What exactly do you intend to do with these materials? After a brief silence, Xue Yun replied softly, for something of great significance. She did not press further but nodded gently. Should you require assistance, Tianxue City will always stand as an ally. Yi Lian stood in the distant shadows, her shadow blades swirling silently, lost in thought. After departing from Tianxue City, the trio traversed several cities, gathering a few rare ores and spiritual herbs, yet they still fell short of the requirements to forge a divine weapon. One day, as they passed the outskirts of the starry forest, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Boom! A violent surge of soul power swept through, causing trees to collapse in droves and dust to rise skyward. It was undoubtedly a battle of soul beasts aged at least 100,000 years. Yi Lian instantly became alert, drawing her shadow blades. Xue Yun's gaze sharpened. Let us investigate. 3 individuals swiftly approached the battlefield, taking refuge on a cliff to survey the scene below. In the heart of the forest, a delicate, pink-white soft-bone rabbit was engaged in a fierce battle with a gigantic, pitch-black dark demon tiger. A 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit. A 50,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger. The soft-bone rabbit moved with grace, each leap conjuring a flurry of pink light blades. Yet the dark demon evil god tiger's defense was extraordinarily formidable. As its claws swept through the air, dark energy intertwined with sinister power, effortlessly shredding the light blades to pieces. With a thunderous roar, the dark demon evil god tiger suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a jet of black light. The soft-bone rabbit, unable to evade in time, was struck on its hind leg, blood gushing forth. That tiger is peculiar, Knight Lian whispered. Its strength far exceeds 50,000 years. Xue Yun nodded in agreement. The dark demon evil god tiger was already an anomaly among spirit beasts, possessing intelligence and combat prowess that surpassed its peers. The one before them was particularly strange, capable of suppressing a 100,000-year spirit beast. The sound of roaring echoed like thunder, shaking the entire forest. The dark demon evil god tiger paused, a flicker of wariness flashing in its crimson eyes. With a low growl, it slowly retreated, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the forest. The soft-bone rabbit exhaled in relief, cautiously surveying its surroundings before leaping away. Once the 2 formidable spirit beasts departed, Xue Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, there were even more terrifying beings in the core region of the starred Dou Great Forest. Xue Yun remarked softly. Those roars indicate at least 100,000 years of spirit beasts. Xue Yun pondered, recalling memories from his past life. It must be the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Knight Lian frowned. It's far too dangerous. We need not venture deeper. Xue Yun pointed towards the area where the battle had transpired, noting that such a clash of spirit beasts often disrupted the earth's veins, revealing buried minerals. The trio cautiously approached the battlefield's center and, as expected, discovered several deep fissures in the ground, one of which shimmered faintly with a dark golden hue. Xue Yun leaped into the fissure and, moments later, unearthed a fist-sized piece of metal, its surface adorned with natural patterns and radiating heat upon touch. This is red flame mysterious iron. A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he mused internally, one of the core materials for crafting fire attribute artifacts. Xue Yun inspected the other fissures and found several spirit herbs nurtured by spirit energy. Although not as precious as red flame mysterious iron, they were a delightful surprise. Just as they prepared to leave, Knight Lian suddenly pressed her hand on Shadow Blade, whispering, "Someone is coming." From the thicket in the distance, a figure slowly emerged. It was Zhu Jia's disciple, Zhu Mo. Having evidently witnessed the earlier battle, his face was pale, yet he feigned composure. "You all, we can share the spoils." That red flame mysterious iron. In an instant, Night Lian positioned herself protectively in front of Xue Yun, her shadow blade aimed at Zhu Mo's throat. Leave. Zhu Mo, frightened, stumbled backward. I was just passing by. How dare the Zhu family cast their greedy eyes upon us? Xue Yu's gaze turned icy. Not worth worrying over. Xue Yun stowed away the red flame mysterious iron and suggested, let us continue on our way. Our next destination is the sunset forest. Under the setting sun, the silhouettes of the three figures grew smaller in the distance. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows, a pair of crimson tiger eyes fixated intently on their retreating forms. Chapter 23. The Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. After departing from the Star Do Great Forest, Xue Yun and his companions journeyed eastward, heading towards the sunset forest. As they traversed through several quaint towns, Xue Yun would occasionally pause to inquire about rare materials at the local apothecaries or auction houses. Yi Lian remained vigilant, her shadow blade martial soul swirling in the shadows, ever watchful for potential pursuers. Ahead lay the grand city of Tindo. Gaze fixed on the towering city walls in the distance, Xue Yun softly suggested, should we take a moment to rest? Xue Yun nodded in response. You should find an inn to stay in first. I have some matters to attend to, and will reconvene tomorrow. Xue Yun glanced at him, but refrained from probing further. Merely nodding in agreement. All right. Yi Lian hesitated momentarily before softly advising, be careful. In the imperial palace of Tindo, within the royal study, Xue Yun retrieved several rare materials from his soul guide device, laying them meticulously upon the table. Elder brother, please keep these materials for the time being. Xue Yun cast a cursory glance, raising an eyebrow slightly. Crimson flame, Xian iron, 1,000-year Xian ice essence. What do you intend to forge with these? A weapon, Xue Yun replied, deliberately omitting any mention of his plan for a divine artifact. Yet, Xue Yun, ever perceptive, immediately grasped his intention. It seems your path is even more arduous than I had imagined. He then extracted an ancient scroll of parchment from a hidden compartment of the bookshelf and handed it to Xue Yun. This is a list from the Tindo treasury, detailing the locations of several rare metals and spiritual herbs. See if any of these are of use to you. Unfolding the parchment, Xue Yun's gaze swiftly traversed the text, ultimately pausing at a few lines. Starfall iron, sourced from the depths of glaciers in the far north, is renowned for its hardness and the celestial power it harbors. Dragon blood crystal, a legendary or said to be stained with the blood of a true dragon, of which only 3 pieces remain. 9-heart begonia, which flourishes in toxic realms and blooms once every millennium, capable of neutralizing myriad poisons. Fiery gold essence, a metal forged in the depths of molten lava, is the coveted treasure of fire-attributed soul masters. These were the 4 core materials the system had previously mentioned. I require all of these, Xue Yun stated resolutely. Xue Yun did not inquire further, simply nodding. I shall arrange for their procurement. He paused momentarily before inquiring. Does that girl from the Xue family know your true identity? Xue Yun shook his head. She believes me to be Yun Zhao. Xue Yun smirked subtly. You are indeed cautious. The following morning, Xue Yun reunited with Yi Lian, and Xue Yun awaited them in the inn's lobby. Where to next? She inquired, her ice-blue eyes calm as still waters. The sunset forest, Xue Yun unfolded a map. There exists a special metal there that is of great importance to me. Xue Yun nodded without further questioning. The trio departed from Tindo City, heading towards the sunset forest. As they passed through a valley, Yi Lian suddenly halted, her shadow blade unsheathing silently. We are being followed. Xue Yun's gaze turned icy, the essence of extreme fire coalescing in his palm. However, emerging from the woods was an elderly man with green hair, his features sinister, as 9 soul rings revolved slowly beneath his feet. Poison Douluo Dugu Xin, exclaimed Xue Yun, recognizing the formidable figure. Youngster, your perception is quite sharp, Dugu Xin rasped, surveying the 3 of them. But I have no time to play with you. Step aside. Xue Yun, sensing an opportunity, spoke up. Are you headed for the sunset forest, senior? Dugu Xin squinted. And what if I am? I possess a modest understanding of toxins and may be able to assist you, Xue Yun replied, retrieving an ancient bamboo scroll from his soul guide device. This is a fragment of an ancient poison manual, detailing several lost methods of toxin application. As Dugu Xion's pupils constricted, he swiftly seized the bamboo slip and rapidly turned a few pages, his expression shifting dramatically. Where did you acquire this? He inquired. It is a secret treasure of the Tindo royal family, Xue Yun replied, his visage unchanged. If you are interested, we may consider a trade. A trade? Dugu Xion scoffed. What do you seek? Deep within the sunset forest lies a precious location, reputed to yield rare medicinal herbs, Xue Yun articulated slowly. I wish to venture there. Dugu Xion scrutinized him for a prolonged moment before erupting into laughter. What audacity! That place is one which even a titled Douluo would not dare to tread lightly. Yet you, a soul king, are so brazen. Xue Yun maintained his composure. With an esteemed elder as my guide, my safety is assured. Dugu Xin tucked away the bamboo slip with a huff. Follow closely, and do not blame me if you perish. As they delved deeper into the sunset forest, a kaleidoscopic barrier of toxins enveloped the valley's entrance. Dugu Xin produced a detoxification pill, tossing it to Xue Yun. Keep it under your tongue. It will protect you for an hour. Xue Yun accepted the pill but did not consume it. Instead, he summoned an extreme flame, enveloping his body in a fiery shield, incinerating the toxic barrier upon contact. Dugu Xin observed with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Upon breaching the toxic barrier, the sight before Xue Yun and Yi Lian rendered them both breathless. A spring with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. Half of it a fiery red akin to molten lava, the other half an icy blue reminiscent of a frigid pool, the two waters distinctly separated, yet bizarrely merging. Surrounding the spring were countless rare plants, some even emanating faint ripples of soul power. The Eye of Ice and Fire, Xue Yun murmured softly. Dugu Xin raised an eyebrow. You are familiar with this place? I have heard some whispers, Xue Yun replied, his gaze swiftly scanning the nearby flora, quickly locking onto several unique herbs: the flame apricot blossom, the eight-pointed ice grass, and the extraordinary heaven-connecting chrysanthemum. These were celestial-grade herbs, treasures even within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Noticing Xue Yun's focus, Dugu Xin sneered. Do not entertain thoughts of those herbs. Some are too perilous even for me. Xue Yun nodded and carefully extracted a jade vial from the soul guide given by his elder brother, delicately collecting a few drops from the confluence of the ice and fire spring water. Though this yin-yang harmonizing liquid could not be ingested directly, it served as an exquisite medium for neutralizing the properties of divine materials. Xue Yun was captivated by a blue ice spirit herb. Is this the ice dragon nightshade? Dugu Xin cast a glance. Your eyesight is commendable. That plant contains the utmost essence of ice, freezing any ordinary soul master that dares to touch it. Xue Yun approached her, whispering, do you desire it? Xue Yun shook her head. My martial soul cannot yet endure such frigid energy. At that moment, Yi Lian suddenly exclaimed, be cautious. A shadow darted from the opposite side of the spring, revealing a venomous snake entirely green in hue, moving with lightning speed towards Xue Yun's throat. Xue Yun reacted swiftly, conjuring an extreme fire barrier in front of them. The snake collided with the flames, instantly reduced to ashes. Dugu Xion's expression darkened. The Phosphor 7 Calamity Snake. What is it doing here? Xue Yun's heart sank. The Phosphor 7 Calamity Snake was a social soul beast, and the appearance of one hinted at the likely presence of a nest nearby. Indeed, from the crevices around the spring, countless green eyes ignited, swarms of snakes surging towards them. Dugu Xion let out an irate grunt, unleashing his Phosphor Snake Emperor martial soul as his ninth spirit ring glimmered. Ninth spirit skill, Phosphor Divine Light. A verdant toxic mist surged forth, instantly reducing the serpentine horde to mere bones. Yet, more venomous snakes continued to emerge, as if they were inexhaustible. Xue Yun decisively commanded, retreat. The force swiftly withdrew from the perilous vicinity of the ice and fire duality eye, halting only after they had completely escaped the poisonous barrier. Dugu Xion's expression darkened. Damnable creatures, daring to invade my sacred ground. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Yun suddenly proposed, esteemed elder, the 7 absolute phosphor snakes are particularly fond of the 9-heart sea begonia. If we can procure one as bait, we might lure them out for extermination. Dugu Xion narrowed his eyes. The 9-heart sea begonia? That is a legendary treasure. Do you think it grows like common cabbage? Xue Yun smiled lightly. As fate would have it, I possess one. It is indeed one of the core materials obtained from the Tindo Treachery. Dugu Xion regarded him for a long moment before erupting into laughter. Well done, young lad. I underestimated you. That night, after the 4 had devised their plan to eliminate the snakes, they set up camp at the forest's edge. Xue Yun sat beside the campfire, gazing at the sketch of the Xianbing Longkue, which Dugu Xion had permitted her to replicate, in her hands, and suddenly inquired, Yin Zhao, who exactly are you? Xue Yun added another log to the fire, its glow illuminating his face. Why do you ask? With a piercing gaze, Xue Yun met his eyes. The secrets of the Tindo royal treasury, the ultimate flame, and your profound knowledge of that sacred site. You are not an ordinary wandering soul master. Xue Yun remained silent for a moment before softly replying, everyone harbors secrets. Xue Yun did not press further, but merely nodded gently, I understand. Night Lian perched on a distant tree branch, gazing at the starry sky, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 24, The Forging of Ice and Fire. The lair of the 7 absolute phosphor snakes was situated within a cavern near the ice and fire duality eye, teeming with serpents, each imbued with lethal venom. A place even a Light Douluo would hesitate to enter. The 4 stood outside the toxic barrier, Dou Xian's demeanor dark as he glared at the multicolored mist. These beasts dare to transform my sacred ground into a snake den. Xue Yun retrieved the nine-heart sea begonia, its delicate pink blossoms emitting a gentle glow, a faint healing aura swirling about it. He placed the flower upon a rock at the edge of the poisonous barrier and stepped back a few paces. The 7 absolute phosphor snakes possessed an acute sensitivity to the scent of the nine-heart sea begonia, prompting them to emerge en masse. Xue Yun whispered, "Once the snakes gather, we shall strike decisively." Xue Yun stood beside him, her ice spirit dear martial soul activated, the 5 soul rings beneath her feet glowing in succession, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Her 5th soul skill, ice spirit aurora, was primed for release. Upon the appearance of the serpents, it would unleash an extreme chill to freeze them. Night Lian lurked in the shadows, the golden patterns on her shadow blades flickering, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Dou Xian snorted coldly. The true form of the phosphor snake king materializing, the glow of his 9th soul ring dimly visible, clearly prepared for a full assault. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The interior of the toxic barrier was filled with a cacophony of slithering sounds, followed by innumerable emerald serpentine shapes surging forth like a tide, all converging upon the nine-heart sea begonia. Attack! Xue Yun commanded in a low voice. Xue Yu's 5th soul skill erupted instantaneously. Ice Spirit Aurora. A beam of ice blue light swept across the area, freezing all the serpents it touched into icy sculptures. Dou Xian unleashed his 8th soul skill, the phosphorescent poison rain, causing a torrential downpour of toxic liquid that swiftly corroded the phosphorescent 7 deadly serpents into pools of blood. The battle persisted for a full hour, culminating in the complete annihilation of the serpent horde. Xue Yun approached the 9-heart begonia, carefully plucking it and presenting it to Dou Xian. "Senior, as per our agreement, this 9-heart begonia is yours." Dou Xian accepted the flower, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "Young man, you indeed keep your promises." He retrieved a dark green storage pouch from his bosom and tossed it to Xue Yun. "This is the beast sack, capable of storing living creatures, and serves as your reward." Xue Yun received it, elated, for it was precisely what he required. Dou Xian continued, "You may utilize the medicinal herbs of the ice and fire duality eye, but you must leave behind seeds or saplings, otherwise." He narrowed his eyes, the threat implicit. Xue Yun nodded, "I understand, senior." After clearing the serpent horde, the 4 returned to the ice and fire duality eye. Xue Yue was captivated by a frost blue spirit herb, the Xianbing Longkue, its leaves layered like dragon scales, with ice crystals forming at its core, exuding an intense chill. "This spirit herb is well suited for my martial soul," she mused softly, but soon shook her head. "Yet, with my current strength, I cannot withstand its energy." Xue Yun glanced at her, but refrained from comment. "My family has sent word. I have urgent matters to attend to." She stood at the forest's edge, her ice blue eyes gazing at Xue Yun. "What are your plans henceforth?" Xue Yun nodded and produced a crystal token, handing it to him. "If you need anything, use this to find me in Tianshui City." Xue Yun accepted the token, and as his fingertips brushed its surface, a mingling of cold and heat transformed into a wisp of white mist that dissipated into the night. Once Xue Yue departed, Yi Lian whispered, "Will you not give her the Xianbing Longkue?" Xue Yun shook his head. Giving it to her now would only bring her harm. He retrieved a jade box from the beast's sack and carefully transplanted the Xianbing Longkue within. He had other plans for this celestial herb. The following day, beside the ice and fire duality eye, Xue Yun stood at the water's edge, gazing into the intertwining red and blue springs. In his hand, he held 2 celestial-grade medicinal herbs, the blazing fire apricot and the octagonal Xianbing grass. The system detects that the host possesses top-tier celestial items. Proceed with the ice and fire body refinement. Warning, this process is extremely perilous, with a success rate below 30. Taking a deep breath, Xue Yun silently affirmed, "Yes, confirmation selected. The system will assist the host in completing the refinement, but the pain cannot be mitigated." Without hesitation, Xue Yun consumed both celestial herbs simultaneously. In an instant, the extreme cold and extreme heat energies erupted within him, his meridians feeling as though pierced by countless icy needles, while others seemed to be seared by magma, his skin erupting with innumerable lacerations. "Ack!" He stifled a groan, collapsing to the ground, the intense flames instinctively shielding him, yet unable to fully counteract the onslaught of energies. Yi Lian's expression changed drastically. She attempted to move forward but was halted by Dou Xian. "Do not approach. Interfering now would be tantamount to death." Xue Yun gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, inching closer to the ice and fire duality eye, and leaped into the spring. Splash! The red and blue waters instantly boiled, as the energies of extreme fire and extreme ice surged violently into his body. Were it not for the Phoenix domain operating at full capacity, he would have perished long ago. System assistance initiated. Energy guidance in progress. Xue Yun's consciousness gradually faded. Yet the agony remained strikingly vivid. His bones oscillated between shattering and reassembling, his blood alternately frozen and boiling, while his martial soul emitted a haunting phoenix cry within the sea of his spirit. 3 days and 3 nights passed. When Xue Yun opened his eyes once more, the ice and fire duality I had returned to tranquility. He slowly emerged from the spring, his skin radiant as if reborn, his musculature more exquisitely defined. Every inch of flesh infused with terrifying energy. Refinement complete. Physical attributes elevated to the pinnacle of Soul Saint. Soul power increased to level 57. The Radiant Phoenix martial soul now possesses dual resistance to water and fire. Phoenix domain advanced. Fire attribute attack power increased to 60. Enemy fire attribute weakened by 40. All attributes enhanced by 10. Xue Yun clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Worth it. Dongguxin stood a short distance away, off-filling his eyes. Kid, you actually survived. Xue Yun donned the garments offered by Yi Lian and nodded slightly. Thank you for your protection. Senior. Dongguxin scoffed. I was merely curious to see how far you could go. He paused before suddenly asking, did you leave any seeds from the herbs you took? Xue Yun nodded, retrieving several seeds and seedlings from the life essence bag, specifically the progeny of the blazing apricot and the 8-pointed ice grass. After inspecting them, Dongguxin expressed a begrudging satisfaction. You have kept your word. He turned to leave but halted, tossing Xue Yun a dark green token. Should you wish to return, this will allow you to bypass the toxic barriers. Xue Yun accepted the token with a solemn expression of gratitude. Once Dongguxin departed, Yi Lian softly remarked, your soul power is now at level 57. Xue Yun felt the transformations within him, and furthermore, both his martial soul and domain had grown stronger. He unfolded the Phoenix domain, enveloping a radius of 100 meters in a resplendent golden light. The temperature of the flames adjusted to his will, at times searing as molten lava, at others gentle as a warm sun. Yi Lian's shadow blade quivered slightly within the domain, autonomously absorbing some of the fire attribute energy, the blade's patterns becoming increasingly distinct. Where shall we go next? She inquired softly. Meanwhile, in Tianshui City, Xue Jiwe stood within her family's secret chamber, a crystalline ice block hovering before her, encapsulating a single droplet of blood. The ice dragon nightshade, she mused softly. If I could obtain it, it might elevate the quality of my martial soul. And the ice attribute could very well evolve into ultimate ice. She glanced out the window, a flicker of determination flashing in her ice-blue eyes. Chapter 25. The path of the divine is fraught with trials. Elder brother, did you urgently summon me because there is news regarding the materials? Xue Yun asked. Xue Yun turned around, his expression unusually grave. Set aside the matter of the materials for now. Set aside. Xue Yun was taken aback. But those items. I have already dispatched someone to gather them. You need not concern yourself with the details, Xue Yun interjected, his tone leaving no room for argument. Your utmost priority now is to cultivate. Xue Yun furrowed his brow, about to retort when suddenly, beep. System upgrade complete. Greetings, host. Xue Yun. This unexpected playful tone momentarily left him bewildered. Current status detected. Soul power at level 57. Physical attributes at the pinnacle of Soul Saint. Upgraded Phoenix domain. Dual resistance to water and fire activated. Regrettably, I must inform you that you are currently unable to forge a divine artifact. Xue Yun, why is that? Because the host has not yet reached level 90. Moreover, the essence of a divine artifact lies not merely in its materials, but in the heart of the artifact. This is not something one can create by simply acquiring a piece of metal. It requires the host's own cultivation. Xue Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse the system. Xue Yun, noticing the fluctuations in his expression, frowned and asked, what's wrong? Xue Yun rubbed his temples and replied, it's nothing. I just suddenly feel that the path to divinity is far more arduous than I had imagined. Xue Yun scoffed, difficult? Is that what you've just realized? He walked over to the table and tossed a confidential report at Xue Yun. Take a look at this. As Xue Yun unfolded the document, his pupils constricted. The Spirit Hall announced, Heaven Dou Empire has successfully passed the first trial of the angelic deity examination, officially assuming the position of Pope, with soul power reaching level 94. The continent's foremost powers witnessed the event, and the faith in the angelic deity expands once more. Xue Yun coldly stated, Heaven Dou Empire now holds unparalleled prominence. And the Spirit Hall seizes this opportunity to propagate the glory of the angelic deity, with followers spreading across the continent. And what about us? Even if we deliberately publicize your achievements, The populace merely perceives you as a talented genius with potential. No one truly believes you can ascend to godhood. Xue Yun fell silent. Indeed, the most formidable challenge in establishing a divine position is not strength, but faith. Heaven Dou is backed by the Spirit Hall, with the belief in the angelic deity deeply entrenched. Whereas, even if the Tindo Empire pushes wholeheartedly, the people will only regard the Light Messenger as a powerful title de law, not a deity. Oh, don't lose heart. The system's voice suddenly chimed in again, its tone as cheerful as a bystander reveling in the spectacle. Of course, I am the Divine Ascension System. Xue Yun replied, speak plainly. Ahem, the host could consider this. Since the populace currently does not believe in your potential for divinity, why not first become a demigod? For instance, perform miracles, manifest divine powers, or save the world. Once they begin to waver, you can seize the opportunity to harvest their faith. Xue Yun retorted, do you think I am some street performer? Oh, the process is insignificant. Results are what truly matter. Xue Yun, disinterested in further conversation with it, turned to Xue Yun and said, brother, we cannot rush the matter of faith. I will find a way. Xue Yun nodded, then pointed to a line of small print at the bottom of the report. The Xinghua Empire is secretly mobilizing troops, approaching the Tindo border. Xue Yun's gaze turned cold. Does the Xinghua Empire wish to start a war? Just a probe, Xue Yun scoffed, but behind them, there must certainly be the shadow of the Spirit Hall. What does His Majesty want with you? She asked in a hushed voice. Xue Yun briefly summarized the contents of the report, and Yi Lian frowned. The Xinghua Empire dares to provoke. They must have some backing. The Spirit Hall is undoubtedly pulling the strings. Xue Yun rubbed his brow, realizing that with Heaven Dou having just assumed power, he needs to establish his authority. And the Tindo Empire, having grown stronger in recent years, is naturally a target for suppression. After a moment of silence, Yi Lian suddenly inquired, and what of the divine artifact? Xue Yun sighed and relayed the system's good news to her. Yi Lian rarely displayed a hint of exasperation. So, the materials we previously gathered are temporarily of no use? Xue Yun shrugged. However, once I reach level 90, they will indeed serve a purpose. Yi Lian nodded, refraining from further questions. The following day, Xue Yun resolved to temporarily set aside material collection and devote himself to cultivation. Recognizing that faith is not easily attained, he decided to enhance his strength first. He brought Yi Lian to a secret training ground within the Tindo Imperial Palace, designed specifically for the core members of the royal family. This simulated environment could adjust the concentration of elements according to the characteristics of their martial souls, significantly improving the efficiency of their training. I will remain outside, Yi Lian interjected, her tone leaving no room for argument. Xue Yun smiled faintly and chose not to persist. However, just as he was about to enter the training chamber, the system unexpectedly reappeared. Host. Xue Yun replied, what now? Detected that the host is about to enter seclusion. This system kindly reminds you. You have an unclaimed reward. Xue Yun paused. What reward? An additional reward for completing the ice and fire tempering achievement, a divine seed. Upon use, it will allow the host's soul power to carry a trace of divine aura. Although it does not provide any actual combat enhancement, it is excellent for making an impression. Xue Yun thought to himself, is there something amiss with this system? Half a month later, Xue Yun's soul power steadily rose to level 58. On this day, as he concluded his training, Yi Lian hurried in. Your Highness, His Majesty urgently summons you. Xue Yun immediately rushed to the palace, where he found Xue Yun discussing military affairs with several generals, the atmosphere tense. Upon his arrival, Xue Yun waved away the others and spoke in a grave tone. The Luo Empire has taken action. Xue Yun's gaze hardened. Have we gone to war? Not yet. It is a minor conflict. Xue Yun tapped on the map laid out on the table. They dispatched an elite cavalry to raid the border stronghold. Although repelled, their provocation is evident. Xue Yun scrutinized the markers on the map and suddenly inquired, Elder brother, do you believe the Spirit Hall will truly assist the Luo Empire in war? Xue Yun scoffed, assist? They would relish the two great empires suffering mutual destruction. He rose and walked to the window. However, now is not the time for full-scale war. I summoned you for another matter. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has sent word. They have discovered a relic in the far north, possibly related to the ancient divine war. Ning Wuchun invites you to explore it with him. Xue Yun raised an eyebrow. Ning Wuchun? Why is he suddenly seeking me? Because the entrance to that relic requires an extreme attribute to unlock. Xue Yun turned, his gaze profound, in today as continent. Apart from that flame demon Douluo of the Spirit Hall, only you possess the extreme fire. Xue Yun contemplated for a moment before nodding. All right, I will go. Xue Yun handed him a token. This is a royal decree. It can mobilize the border garrison if necessary. As Xue Yun stored the token and prepared to leave, Xue Yun suddenly added, by the way, that young lady of yours. Xue Yun stumbled slightly, nearly falling. What young lady? Xue Jiu. Xue Yun said with a knowing smile. She is also in the far north, seemingly in pursuit of that so-called extreme ice. Xue Yun exclaimed. Host, your heart rate has increased. Xue Yun retorted, silence. Chapter 26, Life and Death Escape. In the far north, the cold wind howled. Xue Yun and Ning Wuchen's party trudged through thick snow, heading towards the relic marked by the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Ning Wuchen, clad in a fox fur, had the Seven Treasure glazed tile floating beneath him, augmenting everyone's attributes. Beside him stood an 8-ring Soul Douluo and 2 7-ring Soul Saints. Elite guards of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Brother Yun Zhao, in half a day's journey, we shall reach the entrance of the ruins, Ning Wucheng said, rubbing his reddened hands with a smile. Xue Yun absent-mindedly replied with a hum, his gaze continuously scanning the surroundings. His primary purpose for venturing into the far north was not the ruins, but rather Xue Jiu. Ever since he learned that she was searching for the ice god bloodline in this place, an undercurrent of worry had begun to stir within him. Host, your distracted demeanor resembles that of an infatuated youth. Xue Yun retorted sharply, silence. Noticing his lack of response, Ning Wucheng continued, according to ancient texts, that ruin is the battlefield of the primordial ice god and fire god, with its entrance sealed by dual extreme attributes. Before he could finish, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. The entire snowfield quaked violently as a massive figure erupted from the ice, a colossal beast, entirely ice blue. Resembling a mammoth but adorned with 6 wings, its fangs like blades, enveloped in a terrifying chill. The 90,000-year-old soul beast, Ice-Winged Demon Elephant. This is bad. The expression of the Soul Douluo from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school changed dramatically. It was a nearly 100,000-year-old top-tier soul beast. Ning Wucheng reacted swiftly. The Seven Treasures glazed tile tower radiating brilliance. 7 treasures, renowned for rapidity. The group's speed surged as they retreated hastily. However, the Ice-Winged Demon Elephant was even faster. With a powerful flap of its 6 wings, it closed in instantly. Split up and run. Xue Yun shouted. Yi Lian, protect Ning Wucheng. Without hesitation, Yi Lian unleashed her shadow blade martial soul, gripping Ning Wucheng's arm and darting to the side. The Soul Douluo and 2 soul saints from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school turned to confront the beast, attempting to buy time for the others. On the opposite side of the snowy expanse, Xue Jiu stood before an ice cave, cradling a translucent ice crystal in her hands, within which was sealed a drop of azure blood, the ice god bloodline. Suddenly, a horrific wave of soul power emanating from afar caused her expression to shift. Just as she stored the ice crystal away, a figure burst forth from the storm. Jiu. Xue Jiu's pupils contracted in shock. Yin Zhao? Xue Yun grasped her wrist firmly. There's no time to explain, run. The two had barely covered 100 meters when the glacier behind them erupted violently. The massive form of the ice-winged demon elephant barreling toward them. With a roar, the demon elephant swung its trunk, unleashing a barrage of icicles like a torrential downpour. Xue Jiu gritted her teeth, activating her 5th soul skill, Ice Soul Aurora. The ice blue beam collided with the icicles, barely managing to deflect the attack. Meanwhile, Xue Yun unleashed his Phoenix domain, creating a barrier of intense flames that isolated the chilling air. Why is this beast pursuing us? Xue Jiu gasped. Xue Yun glanced at the ice crystal at her waist. It's likely because of that. In an instant, Xue Jiu understood. The ice god bloodline held a fatal allure for ice attribute soul beasts. The ice-winged demon elephant bellowed. Where's my peanut? I just stepped out for a stroll, and my home was robbed. Someone stole my belongings, and I even encountered a few humans who dared to attack me. This is intolerable. How could this happen? Uncle and aunt cannot endure this. The two fled desperately, the ice-winged demon elephant hot on their heels. Xue Yun attempted to counterattack with holy light judgment. But the elephant's defenses were extraordinarily formidable. The beams of light merely left shallow marks on its thick, icy armor. Host, running like this will not help you shake it off. Xue Yun, do you have a solution? Of course. This system suggests jumping off a cliff. Xue Yun. There is a crevice 3 kilometers ahead, bottomless, but it leads to an underground river. Jumping down will certainly not result in death. Xue Yun, are you sure? Does the host not trust me? Xue Yun, too weary to engage further, turned to Xue Jiu and shouted, There's a crevice ahead. We must jump. Xue Jiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insane? Trust me. Xue Yun grasped her hand tightly. Xue Jiu met his resolute gaze and, with a determined bite of her lip, replied, All right. At the edge of the glacial crevice, the biting cold wind howled. The ice-winged demon elephant had closed in within 100 meters, and the terrifying pressure made the air around them feel almost solid. Jump! Xue Yun wrapped his arms around Xue Jiu's waist and leapt into the abyss. A roar echoed as they plummeted, the fierce wind roaring past their ears. Xue Yun instinctively clung to Xue Yun, her ice blue hair swirling in the gusts. "Host, hold on tighter, don't get scattered." "Xue Yun." He refrained from retorting, channeling his soul force to activate the Phoenix domain, slowing their descent. Splash! The icy river water engulfed them instantly. Xue Yun clutched Xue Yun's hand, struggling to stabilize himself amidst the turbulent currents. The subterranean river was pitch black, illuminated only by the faint blue glow of Xue Yun's ice spirit dear martial soul. The two were swept along the current, ultimately thrust into a cavern. After scrambling ashore, Xue Yun coughed violently, her complexion pale. Xue Yun quickly summoned his extreme fire to dry her clothes and presented her with a spare medicinal pill. "Thank you," Xue Yun said, her fingers trembling slightly as she accepted the pill. Only then did Xue Yun notice the gash on her right hand, marked by a strange blue hue. "Ice poison. Don't move." He grasped her wrist, gently infusing her with his extreme fire to gradually expel the poison. Xue Yun gazed at his focused profile, suddenly asking softly, "Why did you come to find me?" Xue Yun paused, meeting her eyes. "I heard you were in the far north, and I was worried." Xue Yun's eyelashes fluttered, her ice blue eyes unusually bright in the dim cavern. "Wow, the atmosphere is just right. Host, confess your feelings." "Xue Yun, if you keep talking, I will uninstall you." "Oh dear, host is so fierce." Seeing the change in Xue Yun's expression, Xue Yun asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xue Yun released her hand, redirecting the conversation. "Your injury is fine now. Rest a bit, and we will find a way out." Xue Yun nodded, but did not avert her gaze. The cavern fell into a momentary silence, the only sound being the gentle flow of the underground river. After a long while, Xue Yun suddenly spoke. "Yin Zhao, who exactly are you?" Xue Yun remained silent. "You are not an ordinary soul master," she continued. "Your flames, your domain, and your calmness in the face of danger all signify your extraordinary nature." Xue Yun sighed. "Some things cannot be disclosed just yet." Xue Yun was not surprised, merely responding with a soft hum. After a while, she quietly added, "Once we get out, I will take you to meet someone." "Who?" "My grandmother." As Xue Yun gazed at the ice crystal in her hand, she was poised to impart knowledge regarding the bloodline of the ice god. Xue Yun nodded in agreement. "Very well." The system chimed in playfully. "Host, it's time to meet the parents." Xue Yun chose to disregard the system entirely. Chapter 27. The pinnacle of ice. The exit of the underground cavern was sealed by a formidable layer of ice. Xue Yun raised his hand, conjuring the purest flames. The blazing golden fire surged in his palm, gradually melting a narrow passageway. "Stay close to me," he murmured, positioning himself in front of Xue Yun, the fiery barrier shielding them from the biting cold of the outside world. Xue Yun nodded, her ice spirit dear martial soul silently manifesting as 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, illuminated beneath her feet, prepared for any potential threats. However, the moment they stepped out of the cavern, the sight before them rendered both of them motionless. On the blizzard-battered Arctic wasteland, dozens of ice-blue wolf-like soul beasts encircled them, their eerie green eyes fixed intently upon the pair. 10,000-year soul beast, the extreme cold demon wolf. More terrifying still, in the distance atop a glacier, a 90,000-year ice-winged demon elephant slowly turned, its 6 wings unfurling, casting a massive shadow over the land. Surrounded, Xue Yun's fingertips crystallized with frost, her voice taut with tension. Xue Yun's gaze darkened as he immediately unleashed the Phoenix domain. A golden light enveloping a radius of 100 meters. "Break through," he commanded. The wolf pack lunged forward first. Xue Yun activated her 3rd soul skill, Ice Spirit Stab, causing numerous ice spikes to erupt from the ground, impaling 3 of the demon wolves. Xue Yun, with a clenched fist, transformed the purest flames into a long blade, delivering a sweeping strike that reduced 5 demon wolves to mere ash. Yet, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, surging relentlessly forward. More critically, the ice-winged demon elephant had taken to the air, its trunk swinging to unleash an ice storm with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. "Dodge!" Xue Yun shouted as he wrapped his arm around Xue Yun's waist, activating a lightning-speed maneuver that propelled them 100 meters away. The ground where they once stood was instantly transformed into a deep pit by the onslaught of the ice storm. "This cannot continue," Xue Yun gasped. "Its ice attributes are too potent. My martial soul is being suppressed." Xue Yun scanned the surroundings, suddenly locking onto a towering ice mountain in the distance. "To there," he directed. "There's a gorge behind it. The terrain is narrow. The demon elephant cannot enter." As they fought while retreating, the wolf pack suffered considerable losses, yet continued their relentless pursuit. The roar of the ice-winged demon elephant caused the glacier to crack, sending countless shards of ice hurtling toward them like arrows. Holy Light Judgment. Xue Yun unleashed his fifth soul skill, a golden beam piercing through two demon wolves, carving a bloody path ahead. Meanwhile, Xue Yun unleashed Ice Spirit Piercing Rainbow, expertly eliminating encroaching foes with precise strikes. At last, they burst into the gorge. Within the constricted icy passage, the massive form of the ice-winged demon elephant became lodged, its furious roars causing ice fragments to rain down from the walls. The wolf pack continued to charge forward, yet the terrain limited their numerical advantage. Temporarily safe, Xue Yun leaned against the icy wall, her chest heaving with exertion. A gash from a demon wolf's claw marred her right arm, staining her sleeve with blood. Xue Yun produced a healing potion and handed it to her. His brow furrowed with concern. But this gorge is a dead end. After swallowing the medicine, Xue Yun suddenly looked up. Can your flames melt the ice layer to carve a path? Xue Yun attempted to test it, shaking his head in disappointment. The ice is too thick. My soul power is insufficient. After a moment of silence, Xue Yun retrieved the ice crystal that sealed the bloodline of the ice god from her bosom and softly stated, "Perhaps we can try this." Xue Yun was taken aback. Absorb it now? It's too dangerous. Not to absorb, Xue Yun replied, lightly tapping the ice crystal with her fingertip, causing a strand of azure blood to drift out. We only need to borrow a trace of its power. She turned to Xue Yun, but your ultimate fire is necessary to balance the cold. After a brief hesitation, Xue Yun finally nodded. All right. The two sat cross-legged, with Xue Yun placing the ice crystal in her palm, while Xue Yun grasped her wrist, gradually infusing it with his ultimate fire. The moment the bloodline of the ice god made contact with the ultimate fire, a sudden transformation occurred. Boom. A violent energy storm erupted, centered around the two of them. Xue Yun let out a muffled groan as frost formed densely on her skin. Despite Xue Yun's ultimate fire operating frantically, it could not fully suppress the chilling energy of the ice god's bloodline. Warning. Energy conflict exceeds critical threshold. A prompt suddenly appeared in the system. Xue Yun gritted his teeth. And now you tell me. Host, don't panic. It is advised to immediately use the Xianbing Longkue to neutralize the energy. Xue Yun suddenly recalled the celestial herb and quickly retrieved it from the spirit pouch. As soon as the Xianbing Longkue appeared, the surrounding cold air was irresistibly drawn towards it, rushing wildly into the flower's core. Jiyue, take it. Without hesitation, Xue Yun swallowed the Xianbing Longkue. In an instant, blinding blue light erupted around her, and the ice spirit dear martial soul let out a resounding cry, with crystalline ice branches sprouting from its antlers. The ultimate fire of Xue Yun intertwined with her chilling energy, merging ice and fire, creating a peculiar energy vortex around them. Crack! Xue Yun's martial soul evolved. Ultimate ice. When the energy storm subsided, Xue Yun slowly opened her eyes, and within her ice-blue gaze, it seemed as if snowflakes were swirling. She gently raised her hand, and an ice wall instantly crystallized, its thickness several times greater than before, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. We succeeded, she murmured. Xue Yun let out a long sigh of relief, just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. At the entrance of the canyon, the ice-winged demon elephant had forcefully shattered part of the ice wall, its massive head already poking through. Run! He grasped Xue Yun's hand and dashed deeper into the canyon. With the enhancement of ultimate ice, Xue Yun's speed increased, and wherever they passed, the icy surface automatically formed a slick path, allowing them to glide effortlessly. They managed to leave the demon elephant far behind. 3 days later, at the edge of the far north, the two finally evaded the pursuit of the soul beasts and found an abandoned hunter's cabin to rest. Xue Yun sat beside the fire, quietly watching the flickering flames. Her demeanor was even colder than before, yet when she looked at Xue Yun, there was a hint of warmth in her gaze. Thank you, she said softly. Without you, I wouldn't have survived, let alone obtained ultimate ice. Xue Yun shook his head. We are companions. Xue Yun fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, why did you give me the Xianbing Longkue? It was your treasure. Xue Yun smiled slightly. It suits you better. Host, aren't you going to confess during such a great opportunity? Xue Yun. He chose to ignore the system and instead asked, where to next? Xue Yun nodded. I'll take you. In the frigid winds and snow of the extreme north, the silhouettes of two individuals gradually faded into the distance. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of crimson eyes watched intently through the ice crystals, observing every moment. Chapter 28. What? An arranged marriage? In the city of Tianshui, at the ancestral residence of the Xue family, Xue Yun led Xue Yun through layers of courtyards, ultimately arriving before an ancient shrine cloaked in ice crystals. At the center of the shrine sat a venerable old woman with snow-white hair, her eyes mirroring Xue Yun's, ice blue and profound, as if capable of piercing into the depths of one's soul. The gaze of the Xue matriarch lingered on Xue Yun for a brief moment before she spoke slowly. Is this the young man who assisted you in obtaining the ultimate ice? Indeed, Xue Yun nodded. His name is Yun Zhao. Xue Yun clasped his hands in greeting, saying, the younger generation pays respects to the elder. The Xue matriarch inclined her head slightly, gesturing for the two to sit down. She raised her hand to gently stroke the tips of Xue Jiue's hair. Sensing the ultimate ice flowing within her, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her eyes. Our Xue family has waited for 300 years, and at last, someone has rekindled the glory of our ancestors. Xue Yun inquired, Elder, what makes the Xue family's martial soul so special? With a soft sigh, the Xue matriarch replied, our lineage descends from the ice crystal spirit deer, a soul beast that transformed over 100,000 years ago, merging with human soul masters. She focused a strand of cold air at her fingertips, conjuring a translucent deer-shaped illusion in the air. The martial soul of our first ancestor is the true essence of ultimate ice. However, as the bloodline diluted, the ice attributes of subsequent generations gradually waned, eventually devolving into an ordinary high-level martial soul. Xue Yun pondered. So, the purpose of the ice god bloodline is to refine. The Xue matriarch interjected, her gaze intense. That drop of blood is the source power left by our first ancestor. Only in conjunction with the Xianbing Longkue can the dormant bloodline be awakened. Suddenly, she turned her gaze toward Xue Yun, her tone laden with significance. Young man, you possess the ultimate fire, and yet have the rare talent to assist Jiue in balancing the backlash of the ice god bloodline. Xue Yun felt a shiver of unease, sensing something amiss. Indeed, the next words from the Xue matriarch were direct and unambiguous. Do you wish to marry into the Xue family? A profound silence fell within the shrine. Xue Jiue sprang to her feet, her ice-blue eyes filled with astonishment. Grandmother. The Xue matriarch remained calm. Jiue is the most outstanding heir of our Xue family in a century, and now she has acquired the ultimate ice. She is destined to become a Light Douluo. As for you, her piercing gaze fixed on Xue Yun, you possess extraordinary talent and the ultimate attributes. If you were to unite with our Xue family, the offspring born may inherit both ice and fire in their utmost forms. Xue Yun, wow. The host is being forced into marriage. Xue Yun, be quiet. Xue Jiue's complexion turned pale, yet her voice was resolute. Grandmother, there is no need to discuss this further. Yun Zhao is merely a friend. The Xue matriarch narrowed her eyes. A friend? Yes, Xue Jiue met her gaze, saying, he saved my life and helped me break through. I will always remember this kindness. However, regarding the matter of marriage, I cannot comply. Xue Yun stood at an opportune moment and cupped his hands. I appreciate your elder's kindness, but my aspirations lie in exploring the continent, and I have no intention of settling down at this time. The Xue matriarch scrutinized the two for a long while before finally huffing softly. Very well. We shall discuss this matter again in the future. She waved her hand. Jiue, you may leave for now. I wish to speak with Yun Zhao privately. Xue Jiue hesitantly glanced at Xue Yun, and upon seeing his slight nod, she stepped out of the ancestral hall. Once she departed, the matriarch of the Xue family suddenly lowered her voice. Young man, I know you are extraordinary. She produced a crystal ice token from her sleeve and pushed it towards Xue Yun. This is the ice sovereign token of Tianxue City. With this, you can command the hidden guards of the Xue family. I have but one condition. Should the continent face upheaval in the future, ensure that the bloodline of the Xue family does not perish. Xue Yun's pupils constricted. What do you mean, senior? The matriarch gazed towards the south, a shadow of concern flickering in her eyes. The Xingluo Empire has conspired with the Wuhuan Temple, and war is imminent. Although our Xue family resides in the northern region, it is difficult for us to remain unscathed. After a moment of silence, Xue Yun solemnly accepted the token. I shall not fail your trust. To the best of my abilities. Upon leaving the ancestral hall, Xue Yun found Xue Jiue in the courtyard. Approaching her, he smiled. I understand. The two stood side by side, enveloped in silence. After a long pause, Xue Jiue softly inquired, where will you go next? First, I will seek Yulian. Xue Yun replied, gazing into the distance. She and Ning Wuchan should be safe now, in the military town of Tindo. Xue Jiue nodded and suddenly produced a sky-blue jade pendant from her bosom, offering it to him. This is my token. If you require assistance, you may come to Tianxue City and seek me with it. Xue Yun accepted the pendant, feeling its icy touch, yet it inexplicably radiated warmth. Thank you. Host, you have exchanged tokens of affection. Why not confess your feelings? Xue Yun chose to selectively ignore the system's teasing. 3 days later, in the northern military town of the Tindo Empire, Xue Yun was taken aback. You know me? The general respectfully replied. His Majesty has ordered that all border troops exert their utmost efforts to locate you. Lord Yi Lian and young Master Ning are waiting for you in the military camp. A wave of relief washed over Xue Yun as he promptly followed the general to the camp. Inside the main tent of the camp, Yi Lian was polishing her shadow blade. Upon seeing Xue Yun enter, she immediately stood up, her usually calm eyes betraying a flicker of emotion. You are unharmed. Xue Yun nodded, scanning the tent. Where's Ning Wuchan? Right here. The tent flap lifted, and Ning Wuchan hurried in, a tired yet relieved smile on his face. Brother Yin Zhao, we have been searching high and low for you. Xue Yun clasped his fists. I apologize for the trouble. Ning Wuchan waved his hand, his expression suddenly turning grave. Let us set that aside for now. Are you aware of the current state of the continent? Xue Yun shook his head. I have only heard of escalating conflicts along the borders. Escalating is an understatement. Ning Wuchan retrieved a military report. The Xinghua Empire has deployed 200,000 troops at the border, with the Wuhuan Temple secretly supporting a substantial number of soul masters. Tindo is also mobilizing forces. War could erupt at any moment. Xue Yun took the report, his brow furrowing. The continent was divided, with Tindo in the north and Xinghua in the south, while Wuhuan City stood as a sharp thorn between the two nations. With both empires positioning their armies at the border, the stance of the Wuhuan Temple was crucial. Yet Heaven Dou had just assumed the role of pope, brimming with ambition. What instructions does His Majesty have? He asked solemnly. Ning Wuchan lowered his voice. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has received a secret order to assist the Tindo Empire in stabilizing the rear. As for you, he cast a meaningful glance at Xue Yun. His Majesty says you have a more critical mission. Xue Yun understood. The accumulation of faith power must not be interrupted by the war. Chapter 29. The Flames of War on the Continent. Wuhuan City, Papal Hall. Heaven Dou stood atop the high platform, the ethereal figure of a six-winged angel unfurling behind him, as divine golden light bathed the grand hall. In his hand, he clutched a confidential report, a faint smile gracing his lips. The armies of the Heaven Dou and Star Luo empires had been locked in a standoff at the border for 3 days. Below the steps, two titled Douluo, the Death Douluo and the Soul-Devouring Douluo, knelt on one knee, representing the core strength of the Elder Hall. Your Holiness, the Death Douluo rasped. The Star Luo Empire has increased its troops to 250,000 as per the plan, while the Heaven Dou Empire has mobilized the 3 northern legions under the command of Marshal Gok. The Soul-Devouring Douluo added, however, Emperor Xue Yun of the Heaven Dou Empire seems poised to personally visit the front lines. Heaven Dou's gaze flickered with intrigue. Oh, he certainly has the audacity. He descended the steps slowly, his golden robe trailing behind him. His voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. You two shall set forth immediately and observe the battlefield discreetly. Remember, ensure the forces remain evenly matched and do not allow a decisive victor to emerge too soon. The Death Douluo bowed his head in acknowledgement. Understood. The Soul-Devouring Douluo hesitated for a moment before inquiring. What if the underworld sect takes this opportunity to gather blood energy? No need to concern yourselves with that, Heaven Dou replied nonchalantly. As long as they do not engage directly, they shall adhere to the agreement. His gaze drifted beyond the hall, seemingly piercing through the clouds to the distant border. The more brutal this war becomes, the better. In the northern frontier of the Heaven Dou Empire, at the Iron Wall Fortress, Xue Yun stood upon the ramparts, gazing at the encampments of the Star Luo Empire in the distance. Beneath the night sky, countless torches flickered like stars, a palpable air of menace surrounding him. Night Rain silently appeared behind him, speaking in hushed tones. News from Ning Wuchan indicates that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has discreetly mobilized 300 support-type soul masters, ready to assist the front lines. Xue Yun nodded, yet his brow remained furrowed. When will my brother arrive? Tomorrow, Night Rain replied. After a moment of silence, Xue Yun suddenly asked, is there any movement from the underworld sect? Night Rain shook her head. Not for now. However, the blood energy from the battlefield is indeed slowly flowing in a particular direction. Xue Yun scoffed coldly. As expected, they will not miss this opportunity. Just then, a stir arose below the ramparts. An elite cavalry escort accompanied a lavish carriage into the fortress, its banner adorned with the royal emblem of the Heaven Dou Empire. Xue Yun has arrived. Shortly thereafter, in the fortress's conference hall, Xue Yun donned military attire, his black and gold armor enhancing his imposing presence. Marshal Gok stood beside him. This 87th-ranked soul master possessed a robust physique, a cruel scar marking his face, and his eyes gleamed with sharpness akin to a blade. Your Majesty, Gok spoke in a low tone. The Star Luo Empire comes with great force. They surely have the support of the Spirit Hall behind them, while our army is unafraid. Prolonged attrition may not be a wise strategy. Xue Yun lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, replying matter-of-factly, if Star Luo wishes to fight, I shall oblige them. He turned his gaze to Xue Yun. Your mission remains unchanged. Continue your travels across the continent, spreading the name of light. Matters of war shall be entrusted to me. Xue Yun frowned. Brother, I can stay and fight. No need, Xue Yun asserted firmly. Your path does not lie on the battlefield. Gok suddenly grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Rest assured, Your Highness, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow the barbaric Star Luo to cross the border. Xue Yun looked at the loyal old general, warmth swelling in his heart as he solemnly clasped his fists together. I am grateful, Marshal. In the deep of night, Xue Yun stood alone at the highest point of the fortress, gazing into the inky black sky. The system suddenly chimed in. Host, you seem rather melancholic. Xue Yun replied. Not at all. Stop feigning. Your heart rate has increased by 12 beats, your pupils have constricted by 8, and the corners of your mouth are downturned. Xue Yun retorted. Since when could you monitor such things? It's a new feature after the upgrade. Xue Yun rubbed his temples, expressing, I merely feel powerless amidst the outbreak of war. Who says so? Do not forget, your goal is to ascend to divinity. Once you become the god of light, would any nation dare to engage in conflict under your decree? Xue Yun paused, suddenly smiling. You have a talent for comforting others. Of course. This system is like a warm, cozy blanket. Xue Yun shook his head, about to speak again when he sensed a peculiar fluctuation of soul energy. He turned abruptly. Fire coalescing in an instant. Who goes there? From the shadows, a figure slowly emerged. It was Chun Jianjun, Yin Zhao. He retained his usual austere demeanor, with a silver sword hanging at his waist, a sight not seen in a long time. Xue Yun extinguished the flames, astonished. What brings you here? I've traveled far and heard of the impending war, so I came to take a look. Chun Jianjun approached him, gazing towards the distant Star Luo army camp. Yu Tianqin has also arrived and is currently indulging in drink within the city. Xue Yun raised an eyebrow. Isn't your Qin family and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan abstaining from war? Chun Jianjun replied nonchalantly, the family may abstain, but that does not preclude individual participation. He glanced at Xue Yun. What about you? Are you prepared to stay and fight? Xue Yun shook his head. My brother has instructed me to continue my travels. Chun Jianjun nodded. A wise decision. Your journey should indeed not be shackled by war. After a brief silence, he suddenly inquired, I hear you ventured to the far north? Upon hearing this, Chun Jianjun appeared contemplative. The ultimate ice is indeed rare. He shifted the topic. However, given the current precarious state of the continent, embarking on your journey alone is perilous. Why not accompany us? Xue Yun was taken aback. Where are you planning to go? To the city of slaughter. Xue Yun's pupils constricted slightly. Such a place. In tumultuous times, one must undergo trials. Chun Jianjun spoke calmly. Moreover, there may be what you seek there. Meanwhile, deep within the Star Luo army camp, a figure clad in black knelt, respectfully stating, Your Majesty, support from the Spirit Hall has arrived. With 30 soul saints and 5 soul Douluo ready for battle. The Star Luo Emperor sneered. Qian Daolu is indeed generous. He rose and stepped outside the tent. Gazing towards the iron fortress, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. At dawn tomorrow, we commence battle. Chapter 30, The Iron-Blooded Emperor. At the iron fortress before dawn, the biting wind howled. Soldiers of the Tindo Empire stood in formation, their armor gleaming coldly under the faint morning light. On the city wall, Xue Yun donned black and gold battle armor, his scarlet cloak billowing behind him. Beneath him, 6 soul rings slowly ascended. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. The Xianbing Swan martial soul unfurling its wings behind him, scattering glistening ice crystals. Martial Gu'erk stood beside him, his Yazi martial soul manifested. The fierce beast shadow roaring behind him. He spoke softly, Your Majesty, the Star Luo army has gathered 10 miles away and is expected to launch an attack at dawn. Xue Yan's gaze was steely, yet his voice resonated throughout the fortress. Soldiers. With but 3 words, an army of tens of thousands fell into an instant silence. The Star Luo Empire colluded with the Spirit Hall, trespassing upon our territory, intent on annihilating our Heaven Dou. His voice pierced the air like an icy blade, each word resonating with authority. Yet, I must proclaim to you that since the founding of Heaven Dou, we have never feared battle. The Xianbing Swan spirit let out a resounding cry, and the 6th spirit ring suddenly glimmered. The 6th spirit ability, Oath of Winter. Oath of Winter, a group healing spirit technique, derived from the rare and formidable Xian Shuang Holy Spirit Beast, comparable only to the Dark Demon Evil Tiger. Capable of instantly restoring all injuries to a single individual, though its effects are merely invigorating when applied to thousands. In that instant, countless azure blue luminescent particles cascaded like snowflakes, merging into the bodies of every soldier. Their fatigue vanished as their morale surged to its zenith. Today, I shall share life and death with you. Xue Yun drew her sword, pointing it towards the distant Star Luo encampment. and declared, "Remember, as long as light endures, darkness shall dissipate. Not an inch of national territory shall be relinquished. Heaven Dou shall triumph. Victory! Victory! Victory!" The thunderous roars of tens of thousands of soldiers echoed through the heavens, causing even the distant Star Luo army to pale. As the sun rose, war drums thundered. The heavy cavalry of the Star Luo Empire surged forth like a black torrent toward the fortress, while in the sky, dozens of flying spirit masters circled and dove. Meanwhile, Marshal Gok led the armored troops to meet the charge, and archers on the walls unleashed a volley of arrows. Boom! In the moment of clash, blood and flesh scattered. The ferocity of the Star Luo heavy cavalry was formidable, yet under the augmentation of Xue Yun's spirit technique, the soldiers of Heaven Dou resolutely withstood the initial onslaught. On a distant hill, the Death Douluo and the soul-devouring Douluo observed with cold detachment. Xue Yun's spirit was indeed a top-tier support type. The Death Douluo rasped. Such a group enhancement rivals that of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The soul-devouring Douluo squinted, yet he possesses no combat capability. They need only break through the defenses. As the words lingered in the air, the battlefield transformed abruptly. From the ranks of the Star Luo army, 3 soul Douluo suddenly emerged, charging toward Xue Yun atop the city wall. "Protect your majesty," Gok bellowed, unleashing his Yazi spirit with full force, the 8th spirit ability. Rending Sky Claw tore apart one enemy, yet he was ensnared by the other 2. In a moment of dire peril, Xue Yun coldly laughed. Her Xianbing Swan's spirit flaring its wings, the 5th spirit ability, Ice Mirror Rebound. Ice Mirror Rebound, capable of reflecting a Soul Douluo's full-powered strike. Usable only once every 3 days. Xue Yun, how audacious. Do you truly believe I am merely a support-type spirit master? I am a top-tier support-type battle spirit master. How could this be? The soul-devouring Douluo gasped in astonishment. This is not a support-type spirit technique. Xue Yun stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Her voice icy. Though I am a support, the heritage of the Heaven Dou royal family is not something you can gauge. With a wave of her hand, the long-hidden Heaven Dou Spirit Master Corps suddenly surged forth from the flank, instantly tearing apart the formation of the Star Luo army. An ambush. The Death Douluo's expression darkened. He had anticipated this. In the first battle, Heaven Dou achieved a resounding victory. Meanwhile, on a remote wilderness path far from the battlefield, Xue Yun, Chen Jianjun, Yu Tianchen, and Yi Lian were on their way. Yu Tianchen took a swig of alcohol and grinned. "I've heard that His Majesty Xue Yun has personally arrived at the front lines. Those Star Luo scoundrels must be trembling in fear." Chen Jianjun cast him a sidelong glance. "Isn't your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan not participating in the battle? I am now a free spirit master." Yu Tianchen patted his chest, asserting, "Am I not allowed to care about national affairs?" Xue Yun smiled silently. Yet his mind wandered to the secret letter he received that morning, announcing his elder brother's triumphant first battle, solidifying his reputation as a man of iron and blood. Yi Lian suddenly interjected, "Ahead lies Bloodshed Town, the very entrance to the City of Carnage." Chen Jianjun nodded. "Regarding Xue Yun, are you truly not going in?" Xue Yun shook his head. "My path does not lead to the City of Carnage." He offered no further explanation. Yet Chen Jianjun seemed to grasp his intent and refrained from pressing further. Yu Tianchen scratched his head, puzzled. "What riddle are you two playing at? Yin Zhao, are you really not coming with us to witness it?" "Perhaps next time," Xue Yun replied with a smile, producing 2 crimson pills from his robe and handing them over. "These are the Fiery Heart Protection pills, capable of warding off some of the malevolent aura within the City of Carnage." Chen Jianjun accepted them with sincere gratitude, while Yu Tianchen nonchalantly tucked them away, exclaiming, "How generous." The 4 arrived at the outskirts of Bloodshed Town, where a pitch-black stone gate loomed in the distance. Shrouded in a mist of blood, faint cries of agony echoing from beyond. "Let us part ways here," Chen Jianjun said, cupping his fists in farewell. "Take care." Xue Yun nodded. "Return alive." Yi Lian cast a cold glance at him, silencing Yu Tianchen instantly. As they watched the 2 step through the stone gate, Xue Yun turned to Yi Lian and stated, "We should be on our way as well." "Where to?" Yi Lian inquired. Xue Yun gazed into the distance, his eyes profound. "To the 7 treasures, glazed tile sect." Yi Lian nodded, silently sheathing his shadow blade. The silhouettes of the 2 gradually faded, while the blood mist of Bloodshed Town seemed to dissipate slightly in their wake. Chapter 31, The Continental Upheaval. In the Iron Wall fortress of the Tindo Empire, the news of a resounding first victory swept across the nation like a tempest. Xue Yun stood atop the fortress walls, observing the swirling dust raised by the retreating Xing Luo army, his expression stern. Marshal Gok knelt on one knee, his armor still stained with congealed blood. "Your Majesty, we annihilated 7,000 enemies and captured 2,000. Our losses exceed 3,000. Xue Yun nodded slightly. Bestow a grand burial for the fallen, and provide triple the usual compensation for their families. All captives shall be sent to the rear mines for labor. They must not be mistreated, nor set free. Understood. Gok replied solemnly. Xue Yun turned, the radiance of his ice swan martial soul illuminating the walls of the fortress, his voice calm, yet resonant throughout the army. Today's victory is merely the beginning. Xing Luo will not relent, nor will the martial soul hall stand idly by. Proclaim my edict. Henceforth, battle reports shall be posted in every city, extolling the might of the Tindo army. Furthermore, each church shall add a prayer for the light. We shall not yield an inch of our territory, as long as the light endures. Darkness shall disperse. May the citizens of Tindo remain steadfast in their pursuit of light, unafraid of the shadows. Though he did not explicitly mention the light messenger or the god of light, this action undoubtedly foreshadowed Xue Yun's future path of faith. In the black obsidian camp of the Xing Luo Empire, Emperor Xing Luo smashed the table with a palm, silencing the three princes within the tent. Useless. An army of 250,000, yet we suffered nearly 10,000 losses in the first battle. The eldest prince, Dai Yunfeng, level 43 Soul Master, stepped forward. Father, the Tindo Emperor is present, and the morale is high. I suggest we avoid confrontation for now and take a detour to attack their supply lines. The second prince, Dai Yunlai, level 47 Soul Master, scoffed. Eldest brother, are you so timid? Is this the way of Xing Luo? We shall concentrate our elite soul masters and launch a night raid to decapitate them. The third prince Dai Yunxiao, a level 39 soul master, spoke ominously. Second brother, you act recklessly. In my opinion, we should request the spirit hall to dispatch additional Light Douluo. Enough. Dai Tiankong bellowed, the oppressive aura of his evil eye white tiger martial spirit forcing the three to kneel simultaneously. He commanded, Yunfeng will lead 50,000 troops to hold the front. Yunlai will take the Soul Master Corps to harass the flanks. Yunxiao, go meet with the envoy from the Spirit Hall and demand 20 additional Soul Saints. The three obeyed and exited, yet exchanged cold glances outside the tent. Dai Yunfeng narrowed his heterochromatic eyes, a result of his innate evil eye mutation. Second brother, in battle, blades show no mercy, be cautious. Dai Yunlai grinned, revealing his tiger-like fangs. Eldest brother, the same goes for you. Do not let stray arrows find their mark. Dai Yunxiao silently stepped back, an eerie glint flashing in his eyes. At the Spirit Hall's Douluo Palace, Qian Daolu reviewed the battle report, chuckling softly. Xue Yun has underestimated you. The high priest Qian Xuanji stood beneath the statue, calmly stating, the death messages indicate something is amiss with Xue Yan's ice swan martial spirit. It seems to conceal an offensive soul skill. No matter, Qian Daolu replied, lightly tapping the armrest. Let Xing Luo continue to deplete the Tindo forces. Furthermore, his eyes glinted with golden light. Investigate what this light prayer entails. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's main hall, Xue Yun was taken aback to encounter Chen Wufeng there. The sword Douluo stood with his sword, his gaze sharp as a blade. Young man, you have made significant progress. Ning Kursen, the sect master and a level 79, soul saint, interjected with a smile. Old Chun, young friend Yun Zhao has come to inquire about the trials. Do not frighten him. Chen Wufeng scoffed. Trials? What location do you seek? Xue Yun cupped his hands respectfully. I have heard tales of hidden trial sites on the continent that can assist in breaking through bottlenecks. Ning Kursen pondered. If we speak of trials, the Sea God Island is mysterious, yet perilous. However, in the extreme north lies the Ice Prison Valley, suitable for ice-type soul masters. Suddenly, Chen Wufeng interjected. Why seek far when the near suffices? He drew his sword, the seven-killing sword suspended in midair. Receive my final strike. Should you comprehend it, it shall surpass 10 years of arduous training. In the back mountains of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chen Wufeng faced Xue Yun, while Ning Kursen and Yi Lian observed from a distance. A year ago, you could not withstand this strike at the sword mound. Chen Wufeng slowly unsheathed his sword. Now, let me witness your growth. The moment the seven-killing sword was drawn, the entire mountain fell silent. Xue Yun inhaled deeply, unleashing the ultimate fire and the sword intent honed at the sword mound, activating the Phoenix domain. Clang. Chen Wufeng's sword was simple yet profound, embodying the essence of returning to simplicity. As Xue Yun forged his swords from fire, the two blades collided in a moment of thunderous impact. Boom! The shockwave uprooted trees within 100 meters, forcing Yi Lian to unleash her shadow blades to shield against the flying debris. Ning Kursen's Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda shone brightly, protecting the observing disciples. Chen Wufeng's sword halted just 3 inches from Xue Yun's throat, while Xue Yun's fiery sword rested upon his heart. Well done. Chen Wufeng sheathed his sword. This strike carries a measure of fire. He turned to leave, leaving behind a final remark, the last form of the 7 killing sword technique. The unity of man and sword. You have entered the threshold. Should you encounter a bottleneck in the future, you may seek me again. Xue Yun bowed solemnly. Though there was no formal master-disciple relationship, the gratitude he felt was akin to being reborn. Ning Curson approached, reflecting. You are the first to receive such generous instruction from old Chun. As Xue Yun was about to respond, a sudden notification rang out. Ding. Host's sword intent has broken through. Reward. Fusion of Light of Dawn and sword intent at 20. Warm reminder. Faith collection progress at 17. Please continue your efforts. Xue Yun remarked. This system is increasingly resembling a person. Yi Lian suddenly presented a letter. Tindo confidential report. Upon unfolding it, Xue Yun's brows knitted in concern. The Xingluo Empire has launched a second offensive. His Majesty lured the enemy deep with a strategy of freezing 1,000 miles, annihilating 30,000 foes. However, 2 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall appeared on the battlefield, and Marshal Gok has been gravely injured. The war has escalated. Chapter 32. The Poison Lord comes to the rescue, and the sword illuminates the sky within the library of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Flickering candlelight danced. Ning Wuchan's slender fingers delicately unfurled a yellowed sheepskin sea chart, its edges frayed, yet the indistinct triangular mark in the southeast corner remained vividly visible. This denotes the location of Sea God Island as recorded by generations of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Wuchan's voice was low. 3 centuries ago, a predecessor of our school inadvertently entered that maritime area aboard a merchant vessel and witnessed the divine golden light on the island. Yet, the perimeter of Sea God Island is fraught with soul beast whirlpools and natural mazes, making it nearly impossible for ordinary ships to approach. Xue Yun gazed intently at the map, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the sheepskin. The place known as Sea God Island, which had once appeared in the system's notifications, perhaps concealed the key to consolidating faith. Why did the Sword Douluo agree to become an honorary elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? He suddenly inquired. Ning Wuchan rolled up the sea chart with a wry smile. 3 days ago, Elder Chun conversed with my father atop the Sword Tomb Peak throughout the night. The agreement reached was that the Chun family would serve as the protecting elders of our school for generations, while we must fully support the Dou Empire. He pushed open the intricately carved wooden window, allowing the night breeze to disperse the oppressive air within. In truth, my father had long harbored this intention. Over the years, the Spirit Hall has been relentless in its pursuits. Major sects are either subservient or, before he could finish, the door of the library was abruptly flung open. A disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School rushed in, his face ashen and armor stained with fresh blood. Young master, urgent news from the front. A 3rd title Douluo from the Spirit Hall has appeared in Falling Eagle Valley, and His Majesty is trapped. The 2 guardian Douluos, Tian Shuang and Lai Yang, are also ensnared. With a crack, the teacup in Xue Yun's hand shattered into dust. Uncontrolled flames surged between his fingers, scorching the wooden table beneath. What is the precise location? His voice was chillingly calm. Falling Eagle Valley, 30 miles north of the Iron Wall Fortress. The Xingluo Empire has dispatched 3 elite Spirit Master squads, and His Majesty fell into an ambush while leading the Imperial Guard to break through. Xue Yun turned on his heel, and Yi Lian emerged like a specter from the shadows, her shadow blades already partially drawn. Ning Wuchan hastily followed. The support Spirit Masters from our sect have gathered at the foot of the mountain, 30 from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, and 200 Battle Spirit Masters. You will accompany the main force, Xue Yun interrupted, turning to Yi Lian. You will follow Ning Wuchan. Yi Lian unusually remained rooted in place, her dark eyes fixed on Xue Yun. I will accompany you. Their gazes met, and Xue Yun discerned the stubborn light within her eyes, eventually nodding in agreement. At that moment, a clear sword cry suddenly resonated from outside the window. As the crowd looked up, a silver flash of sword light cleaved through the sky, and Chen Wufeng, standing upon the 7-kill sword, vanished into the horizon amidst the fluttering of his garments. The Sword Douluo took the lead. Ning Wuchan summoned the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, and we hastened in our carriage at full speed. No sooner had the words left his lips than a brilliant golden flame erupted around Xue Yun, initiating a lightning-fast assault that placed him in the courtyard 100 meters away in an instant. Night Lian transformed into a streak of darkness, pursuing relentlessly. Madman! Ning Wuchan stamped his foot, watching the 2 vanish. That's a continuous soul skill drain. Someone, prepare the swiftest carriage. Within the Falling Eagle Valley, the wind and snow howled. Xue Yun's black gold armor lay in tatters, the left wing of his ice swan martial spirit brutally torn asunder. Crystalline ice feathers mingling with blood scattered across the snow. Surrounding him were hundreds of fallen bodies, some from the Tindo Imperial Guard. But more were elite soul masters of the Luo Empire. Tindo Emperor, you are more formidable than the rumors suggest. The flame demon Douluo floated in midair, his ninth soul ring pulsating with ominous light. 9 crimson fireballs hovered behind him, each harboring the terrifying energy capable of obliterating mountains. But this is where it ends. Ninth soul skill, flame demon descends. The 9 fireballs abruptly fused, transforming into a towering flame demon 100 meters high, its colossal hand descending with devastating force. In a critical moment, a verdant figure sprang from the crevice of the rocks. The true form of the green phosphor snake emperor coiling into a shield. The old poison is here. Boom. Dugu Exine was struck directly into the mountainside by the massive hand, spitting out a mouthful of black blood amidst the flying debris. Damn it, fire counters poison. The flame demon Douluo scoffed. A mere level 92 dares to obstruct me? Just as he prepared to strike again, his expression changed dramatically. A clear sword cry resonated from the heavens, and a silver sword light cascaded down like a galaxy, cleaving the flame demon in two. Chen Wufeng descended from the void. The 7-kill sword suspended beside him, its intent locking onto the flame demon Douluo. The spirit hall has overstepped its bounds, sword Douluo. The flame demon Douluo's pupils contracted sharply. You are not in the 7 treasures enough noise. Chen Wufeng waved his fingers, invoking his 6th soul skill. Myriad swords returned to origin. In an instant, the entire sky was illuminated by sword light. Tens of thousands of 7-kill sword shadows poured down like a torrential rain, shattering the defensive formation of the Luo Soul Master Group. Amidst the cries of anguish, countless broken blades and shattered armor soared into the air. The snow stained a blinding crimson. The flame demon Douluo roared as he conjured a wall of flames, only to find Chen Wufeng suddenly before him, the 7-kill sword thrusting towards his brow. Clang! At the critical moment, a massive axe engulfed in black flames blocked the 7-kill sword. The Death Douluo had somehow freed himself from the entanglement with the Tian Shuang Douluo and rushed to the rescue. 2 against 1. Chen Wufeng chuckled coldly. I shall still cleave you both. The 3 figures clashed fiercely in the air, the aftermath of their soul skills shaking the entire valley. On the battlefield below, Xue Yun, under the protection of Marshal Gu Erk, reorganized his troops. This old general, now missing his left arm, wielded his sword with one hand, roaring, Tindo lads, follow me to kill. By the time Xue Yun arrived at the battlefield, the setting sun had dyed the valley crimson, covered in blood. The continuous drain of soul skills over the past 12 hours left his meridians feeling as if they were ablaze. Knight's condition worsened, his shadow blade martial soul already dimmed. Yet he stubbornly trailed behind. At the center of the battlefield, Chen Wufeng's 7-kill sword was poised against the throat of the flame demon Douluo, while the Death Douluo and soul-devouring Douluo had long vanished. The Luo army was in disarray, their banners and supplies littering the entire valley. Standing atop a high point, Xue Yan's Xianbing Swan martial soul unfurled once more. Though tattered, it retained an air of noble dignity. The voice of the Tindo soldiers echoed across the battlefield, urging a relentless pursuit. Amidst the deafening cries of battle, Xue Yun silently approached her elder brother from behind. Big brother. Xue Yun's voice was slightly hoarse. Xue Yun coughed a few times, a faint scarlet seeping from his sleeve. Just in time. Come see how I fared in this battle. Xue Yun's pupils constricted as she immediately grasped his wrist. Upon probing his soul power, she discovered multiple strands of fire poison wreaking havoc within his meridians. Chen Wufeng approached, his sword still dripping with blood. The spirit hall will not rest. That Death Douluo lingered a long time, gazing at the emperor. Xue Yun turned her gaze southward, towards the direction of the Luo Empire, the location of Spirit City. The mountains under the setting sun loomed like slumbering giants, their shadows dark and foreboding. Night suddenly offered a water pouch, and it was then that Xue Yun realized her hand was quivering slightly. The continuous exertion of soul power, coupled with her fury at her brother's injuries, had pushed her body to its limits. Xue Yun abruptly looked up, meeting her brother's profound gaze. He had known all along. The blood-red sun cast its light upon the 2 siblings, elongating their shadows. In the distance, the battle flag of the Tindo Empire fluttered in the wind, the dried bloodstains on its surface enhancing its air of solemnity and tragedy. Chapter 33, Post-Battle Games and the Shyness of the Poison Douluo. In the main tent of the Tindo Empire's camp, the commander's expression remained somewhat pale. Although the flame demon Douluo's fire poison was suppressed, it had not been entirely eradicated. Marshal Gu Erk stood straight despite the thick bandages wrapped around his severed arm, his gaze sharp as a blade. Footsteps approached from outside the tent, and a platinum bishop of the spirit hall respectfully lifted the tent flap, followed by 3 dejected title Douluo, the Death Douluo, the soul-devouring Douluo, and the flame demon Douluo, gravely injured by Chun Wufeng's sword. His Holiness the Pope expresses deep regret over this misunderstanding. The Platinum Bishop bowed, presenting a gilded scroll, the Spirit Hall's compensation list. Xue Yun took the scroll, glanced at it, and sneered, 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. And you think this will suffice? Cold sweat trickled down the Platinum Bishop's forehead. Your Majesty, His Holiness is willing to personally mediate the reconciliation between Tindo and Star Luo, ensuring peace at the borders. 5 pieces, Xue Yun tossed the scroll onto the table, adding the cession of the Chihua province from the Star Luo Empire. The Platinum Bishop's eyes widened in shock. This. Or, Xue Yan's fingers tapped the armrest lightly. I shall issue an order now for the Tindo cavalry to trample 18 cities along the Star Luo border. The temperature within the tent plummeted, and the flame demon Douluo could not suppress a cough. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Chun Wufeng's sword had nearly cost him his life. The Platinum Bishop wiped his sweat nervously. I shall convey this to His Holiness at once. Within the confines of the military tent designated for the wounded, Dugu Xian lounged with his legs crossed, gnawing on a chicken leg while directing several healing soul masters to detoxify the poisoned soldiers. You, that lad from the 7 Treasures, glazed tile school. Refrain from forcefully using your soul power. Instead, guide the toxins with your mental energy. And you, that girl from the Yi family, has your phosphor detoxification pill expired? The color is all wrong. Just as Xue Yun lifted the tent flap and entered, he witnessed Dugu Xian berating a young healer mercilessly. Senior. Xue Yun clasped his hands in greeting. Dugu Xian glanced at him sideways. Oh, isn't that the beacon of light? What's this? Have you succumbed to poison as well? Xue Yun shook his head. I am here to express my gratitude. If it weren't for your timely intervention, my elder brother might have. Enough of that. Dugu Xian tossed aside the chicken bone and scratched his ear. I merely happened to pass by and found that old fire demon displeasing. It has nothing to do with your brother. Host, he is being tsundere. Xue Yun. He feigned ignorance of the system's remarks and retrieved a jade box from his soul guide. This contains the fire spirit essence extracted from the eye of ice and fire. It can counteract the backlash from the phosphor snake's venom. Dugu Xian's eyes sparkled, but his expression hardened again. Boy, do you think this trifling gesture can win me over? Of course not. Xue Yun smiled. I merely believe that someone of your stature should not be troubled by the toxins of martial souls. Dugu Xian snorted and snatched the jade box. Consider yourself perceptive. As Xue Yun accepted the medicine bottle and opened his mouth to express his thanks. Dugu Xian had already sauntered out of the tent, muttering, the youth of today, each one more troublesome than the last. Host, is he feeling shy? Xue Yun, if you continue to speak, I shall uninstall you. 3 days later, a decree from the Pope echoed through Wuhuan City. At the request of the Emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire, the Xinghua Empire shall cede the Flame Province, which His Holiness shall personally rename as the Fasnuo Province. 5 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones will be delivered shortly. As the news spread, the continent trembled. The City of Flame, renowned for its fire attribute soul masters, was henceforth incorporated into the dominion of the Heaven Dou Empire. The head of the Flame Academy, Hua Lai, the previously mentioned red-haired brawny man, stood at the city gate alongside all faculty and students to welcome the officials from Heaven Dou. From this day forth, the Flame Academy belongs to the Heaven Dou Empire. Hua Lai thumped his chest and assured, our academy's motto is to align with whoever pays the most. Heaven Dou officials. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Dou camp, Xue Yun gazed at the newly drawn territorial map, lightly tapping the location of the Fasnuo province. Here shall be a vital stronghold against the Spirit Hall in the future. Xue Yun, standing nearby, suddenly inquired, does brother truly believe the Spirit Hall will remain compliant? He turned to Xue Yun. Are you planning to go to Sea God Island? Xue Yun nodded. The sooner, the better. Take this. Xue Yun tossed him a token. The royal fleet of Heaven Dou is at your command. As Xue Yun stowed the token away, he suddenly recalled something. By the way, remember to take the antidote provided by the poison Douluo on time, brother. A rare smile graced Xue Yan's face. That old poison master seems to have quite an affection for you. Outside the tent, Dugu Xian, who was preparing to deliver the new medicine, slipped and nearly fell, cursing under his breath. He turned to leave, but placed the medicine bottle firmly at the entrance of the tent. Chapter 34. The Flame Right Arm Soulbone. Clad in resplendent armor, banners fluttering in the wind, the soldiers wore expressions of pride from their recent victories, marching with unwavering resolve. The obsidian and gold armor of Xue Yun shimmered under the sunlight, while the faint azure aura of the Xianbing Swan martial spirit subtly enveloped the entire battalion. Riding alongside his elder brother, Xue Yun expertly tempered the searing essence of ultimate fire, subtly dispersing the morning chill. During the past fortnight, he had not been idle. At each town they passed, he would seize the opportunity during the army's rest to impart prayers of eternal light, dispelling darkness to the common folk. Initially, The townspeople gathered out of mere curiosity. However, witnessing the wounded soldiers rejuvenated by his prayers and the crops, once withered by war, sprouting anew, thanks to Xue Yun's discreet nurturing with ultimate fire, an aura of reverence began to blossom. Could he be the harbinger of light? Rumor had it that his flames could exorcise evil and heal ailments. With his majesty and the emissary, the Tang Dou Empire was surely destined for greater strength. As these murmurs reached his ears, a faint smile graced Xue Yun's lips. Host, the faith collection has risen to 17. Keep up the good work. The system's voice chimed with exuberance, reminiscent of a child eagerly seeking sweets. Ignoring it, Xue Yun's gaze fell upon the majestic outline of Tang Dou City, now within reach. 3 days later, within the imperial palace of Tang Dou, in the study, the warm chamber was suffused with the soothing scent of sandalwood incense. Xue Yun, having shed his formal attire for a more comfortable robe, bore the fatigue of his endeavors, though his spirit remained undiminished. He gestured to the 7 ornate boxes on the table, 5 soul bones dispatched by the spirit hall, alongside 2 from the Tang Dou treasury. Choose for yourself. Xue Yun stepped forward, poised to unveil the treasures when the system suddenly interjected. Beep. Soul bone scanning initiated. 1. Power type left leg bone, 120,000 years old, of mediocre quality. Suitable for brutes, not for you. 2. Speed type right leg bone, 180,000 years old, of average quality, swift as the wind, though perhaps not as rapid as your inherent light speed strike. 3. Mental type skull bone, 230,000 years old, of above average quality. Will it allow you to curse me more without a headache? 4. Defense type torso bone, 270,000 years old, of above average quality, durable yet rather unappealing in appearance. 5. Power attack type right arm bone, 350,000 years old, of excellent quality with a flicker of flame, yet insufficiently vigorous. 6. Ice type left arm bone from the Tang Dou treasury, 520,000 years old, of exceptional quality, cool and refreshing. It would pair well with Xue Yun, though you have no need for it. 7. Flame type right arm bone from the Tang Dou treasury, 580,000 years old, of exceptional quality. This one is splendid. It complements your ultimate fire perfectly. The braised sea soul beast will surely be more delectable. Xue Yun remarked. This system grows increasingly frivolous. He promptly seized the 7th ornate box. And the moment it was opened, a vibrant flame surged forth, exuding a warm and commanding presence. It was indeed the 580,000 year old flame type, right arm bone. This is the one, Xue Yun declared with conviction. Xue Yun raised an eyebrow. Shall you not consider further? That ice-type soul bone would harmonize beautifully with your ultimate fire and is also quite suitable. My path, after all, is one of fire. Xue Yun clutched the ornate box tightly, the power of the flame-type right arm bone resonating with him. Congratulations, host. On acquiring a new bone. Confetti. We now bring you the latest updates. Name, Xue Yun, pseudonym, Yun Zhao. Identity, Prince of the Tindo Empire, former 9th grandson of the Tindo Empire, a prodigious soul master of the Tindo royal family, Yun Zhao. Herald of Light, Yun Zhao. Martial Soul, Radiant Phoenix, Ultimate Light, Ultimate Fire. Soul Power, Level 58 Soul King. Soul Bone, Flame Right Arm Bone, 580,000 years, not absorbed. Holy Light Left Leg Bone, Light Speed Strike. Domain, Advanced version of Phoenix Domain. Self-created Divine Position, God of Light. Faith Collection Degree, 17, keep it up. Just a tad more to reach divinity. Divine Artifact, none. Patience, perhaps there are surprises on Sea God Island. Summary, a stock of potential, though the level holds it back. Xue Yun, he now harbors grave suspicions that the system is intentionally vexing him. Upon selecting the soul bone, Xue Yun began preparing for his journey to Sea God Island. Just as he finished packing, he was summoned to the imperial study by Xue Yun. Are you truly set on going to Sea God Island now? Xue Yun put down the official documents, his tone revealing a hint of concealed concern. Indeed, Xue Yun nodded. The currents of the continent are turbulent. I must enhance my strength post-haste. Xue Yun, a level 58 Soul King, tapped his fingers on the table, the soul beast surrounding Sea God Island. Any adult one could easily reach the Soul Douluo level. Your current power is far too risky. Understanding his brother's worries, Xue Yun explained. I have the royal fleet escorting me, and Yi Lian will accompany me as well. Though Yi Lian is formidable, she is but one person. Xue Yun rose, moving to the window to gaze upon the realm beyond the palace. Let us wait a while longer. Once you break through to level 60 and become a Soul Emperor, I shall personally see you off. Xue Yun was taken aback, instantly grasping his brother's intentions. It was not merely concern for his strength, but a desire to keep him close for a while longer. Over the years, their brotherly bond had been strained by distance. And now that they had the rare opportunity to fight side by side, it was only natural for Xue Yun to wish for him to stay. Very well. Xue Yun smiled. I shall remain a bit longer and take this opportunity to absorb the soul bone. A glimmer of relief crossed Xue Yun's eyes. But he quickly adopted a serious expression. Coincidentally, the Royal Academy is in need of a guest lecturer. You can teach those young ones, spreading your light and teachings. Xue Yun. So I must also take on a part-time role? Host, being a teacher. You can openly gather faith points now. Xue Yun shook his head in resignation. All right, I shall consider it a prelude to my journey. However, he did not anticipate that this delay would unravel a secret affair within the Royal Academy, intricately linked to Sea God Island. Chapter 35, Phoenix Burst Strike. Within the depths of the Tindo Imperial Palace, in a hidden chamber, Xue Yun sat cross-legged. Suspended before him was the 580,000-year old flame, right arm soul bone. The crimson surface of the soul bone flowed with scorching patterns, as if genuine flames were burning within, resonating subtly with the ultimate fire inside him. Yi Lian stood vigil in the corner of the chamber. The shadow blade held discreetly in her grasp as she cautiously sensed the surroundings. She understood that absorbing a soul bone over 10,000 years old carried risks. Any misstep could result in a backlash from the ferocious energy contained within the bone. Let us begin. Xue Yun inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. He raised his hand towards the soul bone, and the ultimate fire erupted first, forming a golden flame vortex in his palm, delicately guiding the energy of the soul bone. The soul bone seemed to possess life, emitting a faint hum before transforming into a crimson stream of light that surged into his body through his right arm. A soft groan escaped Xue Yun's lips as he felt as though his right arm had been plunged into a furnace, an intense burning sensation radiating through his meridians to engulf his entire being. The ferocious fire attribute energy contained within the soul bone rampaged through him, as if it sought to tear apart and reassemble his flesh and blood. Host, hold on. The soul bone is merging with your body. The system's voice trembled with urgency, urging him to envelop it with your ultimate fire and tame it. Gritting his teeth, Xue Yun concentrated all his mental faculties to control the ultimate fire. The golden flames entwined like the most intricate web, gradually soothing the crimson energy flow. The two types of fire, while similar in attribute, were fundamentally different. The soul bone's fire was domineering and wild, whereas the ultimate fire was pure and refined. One was offensive, the other defensive. One was rigid, the other supple, engaging in a silent struggle within his right arm's meridians. As time passed, the temperature in the chamber escalated, with a layer of char forming on the walls. Yi Lian remained steadfast, silently channeling her soul power to resist the heat. Her gaze fixed intently on Xue Yun. After an indeterminate period, the searing pain in Xue Yun's right arm gradually subsided, replaced by a burgeoning sense of power. He could distinctly feel that the soul bone had perfectly integrated with his right arm. Even the structure of the bones had undergone subtle changes, becoming more resilient and better suited to bear the power of flames. He slowly opened his eyes and gently raised his right arm. The crimson flame patterns coursed beneath his skin, responding to his thoughts, and a concentrated flame fist formed at the center of his palm. Congratulations, host, on successful fusion. New skill acquired. The system joyfully announced. The skill name, Phoenix Eruption Strike. Effect, merging the ultimate fire with the soul bone energy to form a phoenix-shaped flame fist, capable of generating a powerful explosive impact upon release, with its potency increasing alongside the enhancement of soul power. In simpler terms, a single punch would result in an explosive outcome. Xue Yun attempted to unleash a punch, and the moment the fist energy departed from his body, it transformed into a small flaming phoenix that collided with the stone wall of the chamber, producing a dull roar. A charred pit immediately formed on the wall, with debris cascading down. An impressive skill indeed. Sensing the torrent of power within his right arm, Xue Yun nodded in satisfaction. Yi Lian approached, noting his steady breath. A flicker of relief crossing her eyes. Is everything all right? Yes. Xue Yun stood up and flexed his right arm, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Yi Lian shook her head, remaining silent as she quietly stowed away the shadow blade. After absorbing the soul bone, Xue Yun proceeded as per Xue Yun's arrangements, assuming the identity of Yun Zhao to serve as a guest lecturer at the Royal Academy. Externally, he was recognized as a prodigious soul master recruited by the Tindo royal family, having been granted special permission by His Majesty to impart his cultivation insights at the Academy due to his significant contributions during the border war. In the plaza of the Royal Academy, hundreds of students stood in orderly rows, curiously observing Xue Yun, who stood upon the elevated platform. Most of these students are offspring of nobility, aged between 12 and 16, a critical period for their cultivation. Have you heard? This esteemed Lord Yun Zhao is a powerful soul king, having even vanquished a Heir Douluo on the borders. My father mentioned that he is indeed the bright messenger beside His Majesty, capable of dispelling darkness and bringing good fortune. Is that true? Will he impart to us formidable soul skills? Amidst the murmurs, Xue Yun cleared his throat, and his gentle voice resonated through the plaza via his soul power. Greetings, everyone. I am Zhao. In the days to come, I shall be responsible for your practical training. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Before we commence, I would like to pose a question to you all. Why do you cultivate your martial souls? Suddenly, the plaza fell silent, and the students exchanged glances. A robust boy raised his hand and declared, to become a powerful soul master and protect my family. A beautifully adorned girl chimed in, to strengthen my family further. To become a Light Douluo. To safeguard the Heaven Dou Empire. Various responses echoed, and Xue Yun listened intently, eventually nodding with a smile. Excellent. However, I wish to convey one crucial point, regardless of your aspirations. He raised his hand, conjuring a flicker of golden flame that radiated warmth and brilliance under the sun. As long as the light endures, darkness shall dissipate. If you harbor belief in your hearts, no matter the obstacles you encounter, you shall always find a path forward. As he spoke, the flame transformed into specks of golden light, drifting towards each student in the plaza. The golden light enveloped them, imparting a warm sensation that invigorated their spirits, calming their previously restless hearts. Ding. Detecting a surge of positive emotional fluctuations. Faith Collection Level 01. Current count, 171. The system's voice teased, acknowledging the host's adeptness at accumulating belief points while teaching. An impressive maneuver indeed. Xue Yun disregarded the system's banter, observing the rekindled fighting spirit in the student's eyes, and continued. All right, let us commence with the practical training. First group, step forward. Under the sun, the figures of the boys and girls danced across the plaza, as Xue Yun's voice resonated, patiently guiding their movements. The words "as long as the light endures, darkness shall dissipate" took root within their hearts like seeds sown in fertile soil. Night Lian stood in the shade of a tree, watching the calm and gentle figure in the plaza, a flicker of softness crossing her cool gaze. She understood that Xue Yun had never aspired to be a lecturer, yet he always managed to excel in every endeavor. Much like the light he espoused, silent, yet capable of illuminating the hearts of others. Chapter 36, Location of Sea God Island. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xue Yun concluded his guidance for the final group of students at the training ground of the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. That will be all for today. He retracted his martial soul, the golden flame in his palm gradually extinguishing. Remember, the application of soul skills lies not in their grandeur, but in their precision. The students bowed in unison, their eyes brimming with admiration. After a day of instruction, these noble scions were thoroughly captivated by this beacon of light. Not only was he exceptionally powerful, but his explanations were also profound yet accessible, enabling him to discern each individual's martial soul characteristics at a glance and offer targeted advice. Lord Zhao, a red-haired youth, mustered his courage and stepped forward. Will you return tomorrow? Xue Yun shook his head. I am solely responsible for today's guidance. The students immediately let out disappointed sighs. The stout lad among them called out, when will you come again? We all wish to learn from you. Ha ha. Young friend Zhao, why the haste to depart? A hearty laughter echoed as three figures descended from the sky. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in a golden robe, with 8 soul rings slowly rotating beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. To his left stood a robust middle-aged man with bulging muscles, while to his right lingered a lean figure with a stern countenance, his eyes glinting with sharpness. The 3 esteemed deans of the Tindo Royal Academy were the 88th level Assault System Zhao Douluo, by He, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon. The 86th level Defense System Zhao Douluo Xue Yun, Martial Soul, Xiangui, and the 85th level Agility System Zhao Douluo Feng Wuing, Martial Soul, Ghost Shadow Leopard. The students immediately stood at attention and bowed. We greet the 3 deans. Bai He waved his hand, signaling the students to withdraw, his gaze fixed intently on Xue Yun. Young friend Zhao, I have been observing your lecture from the tower for some time. Indeed, your reputation is well deserved. Xue Yun clasped his fists in respect. Dean Bai, you flatter me. Stepping forward, Shi Yan's voice boomed. Young man, I have heard that your flames can counter darkness attributes. My Xiangui martial soul, though not of the darkness type, also wishes to experience your prowess. Before he finished speaking, his 7th soul ring suddenly illuminated. Martial soul manifestation. A colossal phantom of the Xiangui, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, materialized, its heavy shell bristling with spikes, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The students gasped and recoiled, while Yi Lian instantly appeared beside Xue Yun, her shadow blade drawn. Xue Yun raised his hand, signaling her to retreat, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Since Dean sure wishes to offer guidance, I shall gladly oblige. He and Feng Wuing exchanged knowing glances. Retreating to the edge of the arena and raising a soul power barrier to protect the onlooking students. Good lad, you possess courage. Xue Yun laughed heartily. Prepare to receive my 5th soul skill, Xianjia Impact. The Xian Gui's true form suddenly spun, charging towards Xue Yun like a small mountain. Unperturbed, Xue Yun swiftly unleashed his Phoenix domain, enveloping the arena in a resplendent golden light. The fiery patterns on his right arm ignited, and his 5th soul ring gleamed. 5th soul skill, Holy Light Judgment. A golden beam struck the Xian Gui's true form, leaving only faint marks upon its shell. Xue Yun's defense was indeed formidable. Not enough power, young man. Xue Yun's voice echoed from beneath the shell. Again, with a slight smile, Xue Yun suddenly changed tactics, activating the soul bone skill from his right arm. Phoenix Explosion Strike. A blazing phoenix of crimson and gold burst forth from his fist, crashing violently into the Xian Gui's true form. Boom! Amidst the thunderous explosion, the Xian Gui's true form was violently pushed back several meters, tiny cracks appearing on its shell. Xue Yun released his martial soul's true form, his face a portrait of astonishment. What a remarkable display! The explosive power of this strike is already nearing the level of a soul sage. Feng Wuing's eyes sparkled with intensity. The speed is commendable as well. Youngster, receive my attack. In an instant, his figure vanished, and the next moment, dozens of ghostly shadows surged from all directions toward Xue Yun. The 3rd soul skill, Ghost Shadow Thousandfold. Xue Yun's pupils constricted as he activated Light Speed Flash, deftly maneuvering amidst the onslaught of shadows. However, Feng Wuing's speed was exceedingly swift, and on several occasions, Xue Yun narrowly avoided being struck. Too fast, Xue Yun thought, alarmed. I must restrain his movements. With a flicker of thought, the Phoenix domain suddenly contracted, and the flames condensed beneath his feet, fire feathers burning the sky. Countless fiery feathers shot forth like a torrential downpour, engulfing the entire battlefield. Feng Wuing's ghostly shadows were incinerated, forcing his true form to materialize. Well played, Feng Wuing praised, but prepare yourself for my 8th soul skill, Ghost Shadow Instant Kill. His figure vanished once more, and this time, Xue Yun scarcely had time to react before he felt a chill at his throat. Feng Wuing's fingertip was already poised against his jugular. I concede, Xue Yun admitted with composure. He stepped forward, nodding in satisfaction. Young friend Yun Zhao is indeed extraordinary. I have a humble request. Might you consider remaining at the academy as a resident mentor? The treatment will be generous. Upon hearing this, the students eagerly turned their gazes toward Xue Yun. Xue Yun shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, Director Bai, but my aspirations lie in exploration. I cannot remain for long. He sighed in regret. Very well. However, he suddenly lowered his voice. I have heard that you are seeking information regarding Sea God Island? Xue Yun's heart jolted. Director, do you know something? He smiled meaningfully. The library of the Tindo Royal Academy may hold knowledge of interest to you. Tomorrow at Chen hour, I shall await you in the tower. He seems to possess some knowledge. Knight, Lian murmured softly. Xue Yun nodded. The Tindo Royal Academy has a long history. There may indeed be clues about Sea God Island within the library. Host, do not forget that you still need to break through to level 60. The system reminded him at an opportune moment. At the current pace of cultivation, it would take at least 3 more months. Xue Yun contemplated for a moment. I shall first visit the library. If there are indeed clues, departing after breaking through to Soul Emperor will not be too late. Upon returning to the palace, Xue Yun entered the sleeping quarters to find Xue Yun standing by the window with her hands clasped behind her back. Elder brother? Xue Yun expressed surprise. Xue Yun turned, handing him a confidential letter. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School urgently reports that the Luo Empire has secretly dispatched a delegation to Sea God Island, accompanied by 3 red-robed bishops from the Spirit Hall. Xue Yun unfolded the letter, his brow furrowed. They seek to ally with Sea God Island? Or to obstruct you? Xue Yun's gaze was icy. Though Sea God Island remains aloof from worldly affairs, if the Spirit Hall and Luo join forces to exert pressure, it is unlikely that Tindo will remain unscathed. Xue Yun pondered for a moment. I will visit the Royal Academy's library tomorrow to verify the clues. If the location is confirmed, I shall depart as swiftly as possible. Xue Yun stepped before him, suddenly placing her hand on his shoulder. Remember, no matter what occurs, Tindo will always be your steadfast support. The 2 brothers exchanged a brief glance, and Xue Yun nodded solemnly. The following morning, he arrived at the Royal Academy's tower as promised. He had been waiting for quite some time. Upon his arrival, he directly led him into the depths of the tower to a secret chamber. The chamber was filled with countless ancient tomes, and at its center, a glass case held a weathered nautical log. This was the sailing record of a captain from the Tindo royal fleet, dating back 300 years. He carefully retrieved the log, recounting how the captain had once stumbled into a mysterious sea area and witnessed the wonders of the sea god island. Xue Yun took the log and began to examine it closely. The yellowed pages detailed a thrilling voyage. Suddenly, the fog lifted, revealing a golden island. At the center of the island stood a towering pillar of light, surrounded by countless sea spirit beasts that swam around the island, yet dared not approach. When attempting to land, they were confronted by enigmatic soul masters who identified themselves as the guardians of the sea god island and warned them to depart swiftly. The recorded coordinates indicated a direction of 37 degrees east-southeast, approximately 2,000 nautical miles away. Xue Yun's pupils contracted. This location corresponded precisely with the account from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He opened a hidden compartment in the chamber and retrieved a golden scale. This was something he had found in the waters near the island, and upon examination, it was determined to be a scale from a sea spirit beast that existed 100,000 years ago. Upon holding the scale, Xue Yun felt its weight and noticed the strange luster on its surface. Even more astonishing was the subtle resonance it elicited from the profound fire within him. Energy residue from the sea god island detected. The system suddenly became animated, declaring that the scale could serve as a guiding token. Xue Yun carefully stored the scale, expressing his gratitude to Bai He. Bai He waved his hand dismissively, stating that there was no need for thanks. He merely hoped that if Xue Yun truly reached the sea god island, there would be an opportunity in the future to assist the students of the Tindo Academy. Upon leaving the Royal Academy, Xue Yun immediately began preparing for his sea expedition. The Tindo royal fleet was fully equipped and ready to set sail, waiting only for him to reach level 60. Yi Lian quietly organized their supplies, ensuring that food, medicine, and navigation charts were all in order. Her shadow blade martial soul shimmered with faint golden patterns under the sunlight, appearing more solid than it had a year ago. This voyage might pose significant dangers. Xue Yun suddenly spoke. Yi Lian did not look up, replying, I know. Sea spirit beasts are far more formidable than land soul beasts, and there may even be beings of 100,000 years. She paused, meeting his gaze directly. I will follow you no matter what. Those simple words bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Xue Yun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Very well. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting long shadows over the two of them. In the distance, the flags of the Tindo royal fleet fluttered in the wind, seemingly awaiting something. Chapter 37. The Older Brothers Tease. Xue Yun stood outside the imperial study, gently stroking the golden scale with his fingertips, his thoughts swirling. Host, you are not considering seeking out Xue Jiyue, are you? The system's voice suddenly emerged, tinged with a hint of mockery. Oh, is that so? Be quiet. Feeling guilty? Xue Yun, uninterested in the banter, raised his hand and knocked on the door of the study. Come in. A somber voice emanated from within. As Xue Yun pushed the door open, he discovered his elder brother standing by the window, holding a memorial, seemingly having been waiting for him. Xue Yun was taken aback. How did he know? Xue Yun turned, a slight smile gracing his lips. You have acquired the clues to Sea God Island and are on the verge of a breakthrough. It is impossible to delay any further. He paused, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. But are you certain you intend to go directly to Sea God Island? Xue Yun replied, Indeed. A lie. The system erupted in his mind. Xue Yun regarded him with a knowing smile, suddenly remarking, Tianshui City lies to the east, while Sea God Island is to the west. If you happen to take a detour, it would not be unreasonable. Xue Yun gasped. How does he know this? Xue Yun leisurely approached the desk, retrieving a golden edict and tossing it to him. Here, take this. Xue Yun unfolded it to reveal the proclamation. By the decree of heaven, the emperor declares that the genius soul master of the Tindo royal family, Yun Zhao, is appointed as a priest of the Tindo Empire, enjoying the privileges of a prince and having the authority to mobilize resources within the empire. Xue Yun looked up, somewhat bewildered. Brother, what is this? Xue Yun replied nonchalantly. Are you not heading to Tianshui City? You must possess a respectable identity, otherwise, the ancestor of the Xue family may not take kindly to an unnamed wandering soul master. Xue Yun, host, your brother is urging for a marriage proposal. Xue Yun took a deep breath, attempting to clarify. I merely intend to bid farewell and perhaps propose. Xue Yun raised an eyebrow. Xue Yun, since when did you become so inquisitive? Xue Yun, seeing him at a loss for words, rarely revealed a hint of amusement. Very well. If you truly wish to go, simply say so. I shall issue a marriage decree, and would the Xue family dare to refuse? Xue Yun facepalmed. Brother, I genuinely do not mean it. Xue Yun waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. However, Tianshui City indeed possesses something of value to you. Deep sea silver. The Xue family has guarded the northern borders for generations and has mined some from the underwater veins in the far north, which is among the finest materials for forging divine artifacts. Xue Yun was taken aback. This was an unexpected boon. See, host, your brother has already provided you with a valid reason. Xue Yun, disinterested in the system, bowed earnestly to Xue Yin. Thank you, brother. Xue Yin nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the ever-quiet Yi Lian, stating calmly, Yi Lian. Yi Lian knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, protect him well. Yes, there was no need for further words. She would follow him for a lifetime. After departing from the imperial study, Xue Yun stood in the long corridor of the palace, gazing at the distant sky, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. It was a pity that Chun Jianjun and Yu Lumyan were still in the city of slaughter. Otherwise, this journey could have benefited from their assistance. He murmured to himself. Yi Lian stood behind him, softly saying, I shall accompany you. Host, are you truly planning to detour to Tianshui City? Some paths, ultimately, must be traversed alone, and some matters of the heart may not yet be fully discerned, even by oneself. Chapter 38, Journey to Tianshui. After leaving Tindo City, Xue Yun did not head directly west to Hanhai City, but first journeyed east to Tianshui City. Host, you have indeed come. The system joyfully pranced within his mind. Oh, is that so? Then why has my heart rate increased once more? Knight Lian followed closely behind Xue Yun, maintaining her customary silence, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the distant snow-capped mountains as if she were vigilant against an unseen threat. Tianshui City, perched at the edge of the far north, was enveloped by glaciers, its architecture predominantly adorned in shades of icy blue, resembling a city of crystal from afar. As the two crossed the city gate, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them. However, for Xue Yun, his remarkable resistance to the cold rendered him nearly unaffected. While Knight Lian's shadow blade martial spirit, having been long immersed in the power of light, exhibited a heightened adaptability to extreme environments. Host, detecting fluctuations in Xue Jiue's soul power. Just 300 meters ahead, the system suddenly alerted. Xue Yun paused, lifting his gaze to indeed see a familiar figure, Xue Jiue, standing before a crystalline pavilion, seemingly instructing several young disciples of the Xue family in their training. She appeared even more ethereal than when they last met. Her icy blue hair cascading down to her waist, surrounded by a faint chill, clearly having fully acclimated to the power of ultimate ice. Yin Zhao? Xue Jiue sensed his gaze and turned, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Xue Yun approached with a gentle smile. It's been a while. Xue Jiue nodded slightly, her gaze lingering on him for a moment before shifting to Knight Lian. What brings you to Tianshui City? Just passing through, Xue Yun replied, his expression unwavering. Host, you are lying without batting an eye, aren't you? The system noted. Xue Jiue seemed skeptical but did not press further, merely stating, since you are here, why not come to the Xue family for a visit? Within the Xue family residence, Xue Yun encountered Xue Jiue's grandmother, the very matron who once wished for him to marry into their family. Humph, boy, are you here again to whisk away my granddaughter? The old matriarch squinted, her tone unwelcoming. Xue Yun remained silent. Xue Jiue coughed lightly. Grandmother, Yun Zhao is here for the deep-sea silver. Oh, the matriarch raised an eyebrow. You are quite well informed. She scrutinized the token for a while before suddenly sneering. That brat Xue Yun knows how to make calculations. Nevertheless, she did not refuse, waving her hand to instruct a servant to retrieve it. Deep-sea silver is exceedingly difficult to mine. Our Xue family does not have much in stock. I can give you a maximum of 3 pieces. That is sufficient. Thank you, Elder, Xue Yun replied, preparing to take his leave when a familiar figure abruptly barged in. The poison Dou Empire, old poisonous one. Xue Yun was somewhat taken aback. What brings you here? Dou Empire snorted. Old man came to the far north to gather herbs. Is that a crime? The Xue matriarch appeared to know him well, remarking coolly, Dou, are you here to steal my ice spirit grass again? Dou Empire chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? I am here on a legitimate visit this time. Xue Yun keenly noticed the gravity in Dou Empire's demeanor and inquired, Elder, is there something amiss? Dou Empire glanced at him and murmured, the underworld sect has been unusually quiet lately. Quiet? Since the battle between Tindo and Xingluo, the underworld sect had seemingly vanished. Dou Empire furrowed his brow. Logically, they thrive on collecting blood energy during wars, yet this time, after gathering, there has been no movement. Xue Yun's expression darkened. What are they plotting? I do not know. Dou Empire shook his head, but I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss. The recent battle claimed countless lives, suggesting that the underworld sect harbors some ulterior motive. Xue Jiue interjected. There have been unusual occurrences in the far north as well. Some low-tier soul beasts have inexplicably vanished, as if consumed by some entity. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Yun concluded, it appears we must hasten our journey to Sea God Island. 3 days later, Xue Yun departed from Tianshui City, accompanied by the Deep Sea Silver. To his surprise, Xue Yun voluntarily proposed to join him. My grandmother has tasked me with training outside, and it conveniently aligns with my path, she remarked nonchalantly. Host, she is deceiving you. The system promptly exposed her falsehood. Xue Yun remained silent. Yi Lian cast a glance at Xue Yue, but said nothing, choosing instead to quietly follow behind Xue Yun. The trio traveled westward, spending half a month before finally arriving at the bustling coastal city of Hanhai. The salty sea breeze greeted them, and numerous vessels swayed gently in the harbor, mingling with the lively shouts of merchants. Let us first find a place to rest. We shall inquire about the ships setting sail tomorrow, Xue Yun stated. Xue Yue nodded in agreement, while Yi Lian had already taken the initiative to arrange accommodations. Host, the next step involves the Sea God Island instance, the system eagerly announced. Xue Yun ignored the system's excitement, gazing out at the distant horizon, sensing an ominous connection between the underworld sect's anomalies and Sea God Island. Allow me to succinctly summarize the soul rings of the characters closely related to the protagonist. Xue Yun, level 59 Soul King. Martial Soul, Radiant Phoenix, Ultimate Light, Ultimate Fire. Soul Rings, 4th Soul Skill, Fiery Feather Inferno, 9,000. Year Blaze Sky Falcon, an area of effect offensive skill, with fiery feathers spanning 100 meters. 5th Soul Skill, Holy Light Judgment, 30,000. Year Holy Light Lion, a single target explosive attack, comparable in might to a full force strike from a Soul Emperor. Soul Bone, Domain, Phoenix Domain, Advanced Version. Enhances fire attribute attack power by 60, while weakening enemy fire attributes by 40. Capable of absorbing fire attribute energy to replenish one's soul power. Overall attribute enhancement of 10. Xue Yue, level 57 Soul King. Martial Soul, Ice Spirit Deer, Ultimate Ice. Soul Rings, Yi Lian, level 48 Soul Scholar. Martial Soul, Shadow Blade, Fusion of Light and Darkness. Soul Rings, Xue Yun, level 66 Soul Emperor. Martial Soul, Profound Eye Swan, top-tier support type Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 6th Soul Skill, Oath of Winter, 50,000. Year Profound Frost Sacred Spirit Beast Healing Ability. Capable of invigorating the minds of thousands. Chapter 39, Hanhai Soul Arena. The nights in Hanhai City are far more boisterous than those in Tindo City. The humid sea breeze carries the raucous sounds from taverns, while the soul-guided lamps lining the streets emit a soft blue glow, illuminating the throngs of passers-by. The vessels docked at the harbor gently sway with the waves, and the wind chimes on the masts jingle melodically. Xue Yun stood by the window of the inn, gazing at the brightly lit structure of the Hanhai Great Soul Arena in the distance. Let's visit there tonight, he declared. Xue Yue raised her eyes. Are you planning to compete? Indeed, Xue Yun nodded. The combat style of the Sea Soul Masters differs from ours. Familiarizing myself beforehand will prove beneficial for our upcoming voyage. Yi Lian, standing aside, silently produced a silver mask and handed it to him. Xue Yun accepted it, a slight smile gracing his lips. This saves me the trouble of preparing one myself. Xue Yue delicately retrieved an ice blue veil from her storage soul tool, remarking, since we must conceal our identities, we cannot use our true martial souls. Xue Yun had already devised a plan. By solely employing fire attribute soul skills, she believed she would remain undetected. Host, are you intending to masquerade as an anonymous expert? The system quipped. Ignoring the comment, Xue Yun donned her mask, and the trio departed from the inn, making their way to the Grand Soul Arena. The scale of the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena surpassed that of Tindo City, its structure circular. With a massive water pool serving as the battleground at its core, surrounded by tiered spectator seating that was already filled to capacity, the cheers resounding thunderously. Next up, the Sea Soul Master Angry Wave will face off against the Land Soul Master Crimson Flame. The announcer's voice resonated throughout the venue. Upon reaching the registration desk, the female Soul Master in charge glanced up at Xue Yun. Name, Martial Soul. Level, Yin Yu, Fire Phoenix. Level 58 Battle Soul King. Xue Yun casually fabricated a name. After recording the information, the female Soul Master turned to Xue Yue and Yi Lian behind him, inquiring, and you too? Shuang Yue, Ice Crystal Deer. Level 57 Control System Soul King. Xue Yue replied coolly. The female Soul Master nodded. You three can form a team to participate in the group battle. Victories will yield double rewards. Would you like to give it a try? Xue Yun pondered for a moment before nodding. Certainly. Excellent. Your match is scheduled for 1 hour from now. Please proceed to the preparation area. In the preparation area, Xue Yun observed the battles through a crystal window. At that moment, a Sea Soul Master stood in the center of the pool, his 5th soul ring gleaming beneath him. Raising both hands, he summoned a colossal water tornado that soared into the sky, effortlessly sweeping his opponent away. Most of the Sea Soul Master skills are water-related. They possess a significant advantage in maritime or aquatic battlefields, Xue Yun remarked quietly. Xue Yun nodded. Moreover, their mobility is quite unique. He noticed that the Sea Soul Master was perpetually buoyed by a thin layer of water beneath his feet, allowing him to glide across the surface as if it were solid ground, even enabling sudden acceleration or directional changes with the flow of water. Yi Lian suddenly interjected. If this were a real ocean, their range of soul skills would likely be even greater. Thus, we must adapt in advance, Xue Yun replied with a calm gaze. Otherwise, if we encounter a Sea Soul Master attack on the ocean, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage. Team battle, Yin Yu versus Mad Shark. An hour later, the announcer's spirited voice rang out. Next, let us welcome the newly formed team, the Yin Yu combination. Their opponents are the formidable Mad Shark team, who have achieved 3 consecutive victories. The audience erupted in cheers, predominantly rallying for the Mad Shark team, renowned for their consistent triumphs. The 3 of them ascended the platform, facing their adversaries who stood on the opposite side of the pool. Leading them was a burly man adorned with a fierce shark tattoo on his face. Land Soul Masters? Grinned the captain of the Mad Shark team, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I hope you can swim. The match begins. The 3 members of the Mad Shark team instantly leapt into the water, moving with the agility of fish, and vanished into the depths in the blink of an eye. Be cautious. Their visibility is superior underwater, Xue Yun whispered. Xue Yun nodded, his second soul ring illuminating beneath him. Second soul skill, Holy Flame Incineration. The blazing white flames erupted from his palm, plunging into the water, yet failing to extinguish immediately. Instead, they spread across the surface like oil, creating a sea of fire. What? Gasps filled the audience. Ordinary flames are extinguished upon contact with water, but this extraordinary fire is different. As long as the soul power is sufficient, it can even burn upon the water's surface. A muffled grunt emerged from beneath the water as a member of the Mad Shark team was forced to surface. His back scorched by the flames, his expression grim. Damn it, this fire is problematic. The Mad Shark captain, witnessing the chaos, roared. His 5th soul ring lighting up. 5th soul skill, Wrath of the Oceanic Shark. The water's surface erupted suddenly as a colossal shark, formed of condensed water, opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Xue Yun. Unflinching, Xue Yun activated the soul bone skill in his right arm. Phoenix Eruption Strike. The crimson golden flaming phoenix collided with the giant shark, resulting in a thunderous explosion, enveloping the battlefield in a mist of water. At that moment, Yi Lian's figure vanished silently, only to reappear like a wraith behind the last member of the Mad Shark team, her shadow blade poised against his back. You have lost. The member froze in place, cold sweat streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Xue Yun raised her hand, activating the 4th soul skill, Ice Spirit Piercing Rainbow, directing a beam of icy blue light straight at the Mad Shark captain, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. The arena fell silent for a second before erupting into thunderous cheers. The Flame Feather team triumphs. After the match concluded, as Xue Yun and the others exited the arena, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind them. 3 formidable individuals. Would you be interested in forming a team to hunt soul beasts? The people of the underworld sect. Xue Yun squinted. Who are you? We are a mutual aid organization. The figure in the black cloak chuckled softly, specifically aiding soul masters in acquiring suitable soul rings, especially for skilled individuals like yourselves. Xue Yun feigned confusion. Is there a need for a team to hunt soul beasts now? The cloaked figure shrugged. High-level soul beasts are not easy to handle, and we possess certain unique methods that enhance soul ring absorption rates. Host, he is baiting us. Xue Yun sneered inwardly, maintaining a composed facade. Oh? What methods? The cloaked figure shook his head mysteriously. Only those who join us will know. Xue Yun interjected coldly, not interested. The cloaked figure remained unfazed, merely handing over a black card. Should you change your mind, you may seek us at the Abyss Pavilion. With that, he shimmered and dissipated into a cloud of darkness. Xue Yun held the card tightly, his gaze darkening. The underworld sect is indeed trying to recruit soul masters. Yi Lian whispered, what do they want? Xue Yun shook his head, uncertain for now, but it's certainly isn't anything good. Xue Yun turned to him. Shall we investigate? The next day, the trio arrived at the port of Hanhai City, ready to rent a boat to set sail. However, upon inquiring about routes to Sea God Island, every boat owner displayed fear, shaking their heads repeatedly. Sea God Island? Have you lost your minds? It is teeming with 10,000-year sea soul beasts. Xue Yun furrowed his brow, pondering a strategy when a one-eyed old man approached them. You wish to go to Sea God Island? He whispered, I can take you. But the price won't be low. Xue Yun sized him up. Can you guarantee our safety? The one-eyed old man grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. I cannot. Xue Yun. Xue Yun and Xue Jiu exchanged glances before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, we shall rent your vessel. The old man rubbed his hands together, saying, first, a deposit of 300 gold soul coins. Without hesitation, Xue Yun produced a pouch of gold coins and tossed it to him. The old man weighed it in his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. 3 days hence, at dawn, we shall meet at Dock 3. Chapter 40. The Gaze of the Divine Realm. In the city of Han Hai, at the break of dawn, Xue Yun stood at Dock 3, gazing at the horizon where the sky was gradually lightening, the sea breeze caressing his face with its briny essence. Yi Lian and Xue Jiu had already boarded the old sailboat named Breaking Wave, while the one-eyed captain, Old Jack, puffed on his pipe, directing the sailors in their final preparations. Host, this system has suddenly contemplated a matter. The system's voice resonated in his mind, laced with an unusual hesitation. Xue Yun furrowed his brow. What matter? You previously rejected the sea god's inheritance at the Tindo imperial palace, the system replied leisurely. And now you intend to venture into his domain. Are you not concerned about incurring his wrath? Xue Yun halted abruptly, his pupils constricting. He had never considered this. All along, he had viewed Sea God Island as merely a place for ordinary trials, subconsciously believing that with his abilities, passing through would pose no challenge. But now, upon the system's reminder, he suddenly realized that was the domain of the sea god, and he had previously spurned the sea god's inheritance. Xue Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Host, your heart rate has surged to 180. Taking a deep breath, Xue Yun struggled to calm his emotions. Is it still possible to turn back? Ha! The system erupted in laughter. Host, you are faltering. Xue Yun, fear not. The system, having laughed to its heart's content, said leisurely. Though the sea god is somewhat petty, he is unlikely to strike you down outright. Besides, do you not have this system to protect you? Xue Yun's lips twitched. Are you certain? Absolutely. Though filled with doubt, Xue Yun recognized that there was no turning back at this juncture. Very well. Let the chips fall where they may, he murmured to himself as he stepped aboard the ship. In the sea god temple of the divine realm. Amidst the boundless clouds of the divine realm, a magnificent blue temple hovered in the air, waves of patterns flowing across its walls, emanating a powerful aura of divine energy. The sea god Poseidon sat upon his throne, his profound gaze piercing through layers of space, landing upon the figure departing from Han Hai City, poised to set sail. Humph. This lad certainly possesses audacity. His voice resonated, deep and authoritative, tinged with displeasure. As a first-tier deity, he naturally remembered Xue Yun. Initially, at the Tindo imperial palace, the Han Hai Qianquan shield had chosen him, yet this young man had unhesitatingly rejected the sea god's inheritance, opting instead for the path of self-creation. And now, he dared to swagger towards Sea God Island? Poseidon, are you still preoccupied with that young man? A mocking voice suddenly echoed, followed by a surge in temperature within the temple as crimson flames ignited, coalescing into a tall figure, the fire god. The sea god cast a sidelong glance at him. What brings you here? The fire god reclined casually against a nearby throne, grinning, bored. So I came to watch the spectacle. That lad is rather intriguing. He rejects your legacy, yet dares to tread upon your territory. The fire god grinned, curiosity evident in his eyes. I wonder if you will give him a hard time. The sea god scoffed dismissively. I am not so petty as to squabble with a mere mortal. Is that so? The fire god raised an eyebrow. Then why do you keep your gaze fixed upon him? The sea god was momentarily taken aback, then replied coldly, I merely wish to ascertain what emboldens him to pursue the path of self-created divinity. The fire god shrugged. Since we cannot retire anyway, we might as well enjoy the spectacle. The sea god fell silent for a moment, then unexpectedly revealed a knowing smile. We may watch for amusement, but the trials that must be faced cannot be overlooked. The fire god's eyes sparkled. Oh, what do you intend to orchestrate? The sea god lightly tapped the armrest of his divine throne and remarked casually, the deep sea demon whale king has recently taken to slumber, so it would be unwise to disturb him. However, I recall there is an 80,000-year evil shadow black flood dragon in the eastern sea. The fire god whistled. That creature is notorious for its ferocity, possessing an inherent malevolence that specifically targets light attributes. The sea god smiled faintly. Perfect. Let me witness the extent of this lad's ultimate flame. The wave breaker slowly departed from the vast expanse of the ocean, setting sail into the boundless sea. Old Jack stood at the bow, squinting through his single eye towards the horizon, smoke curling from the pipe clenched in his mouth. Xue Yun nodded. Is there a sea soul beast? Not just one. Old Jack exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression grave. In recent months, the black mist in that region has thickened considerably, and numerous vessels have vanished without a trace after venturing in. Xue Jiu's eyes flickered. Black mist? Indeed. It is quite sinister. Old Jack lowered his voice, saying that some believe the evil shadow flood dragon has awakened. The evil shadow flood dragon. Xue Yun heard this name for the first time. A black flood dragon that has lived for 80,000 years. Said to possess an innate malevolence that even Light Douluo would steer clear of. Old Jack clicked his tongue, hoping they would not encounter it. Xue Yun gazed thoughtfully into the distance, a vague premonition stirring within that this journey may not proceed smoothly. As night fell, the winds and waves upon the sea began to swell. Xue Yun stood on the deck, the perception of his ultimate flames silently extending, alert to the movements around him. Yi Lian concealed herself in the shadows, ever ready for unforeseen circumstances, while Xue Yun stood at the stern, the chill of her ice spirit dear martial soul subtly emanating, dispelling the dampness of the sea. Host, something approaches. The system suddenly alerted. Xue Yun's gaze sharpened as he scanned the inky waters. From which direction? Directly below. Boom. The ship jolted violently, as if struck by some colossal entity, causing the entire vessel to rock fiercely. Xue Yun grasped the railing to steady himself. His voice low. Something is attacking the hull. Xue Yun reacted swiftly, her fifth soul ring illuminating. Ice Spirit Aurora. A beam of ice blue light pierced the ocean, instantaneously freezing a section of the sea, but the very next moment, the ice shattered with a resounding crash, and a massive shadow surged from beneath the water. What is that? A sailor cried out in terror. Xue Yun fixed his gaze upon the surface, where, amidst the pitch-black waters, a pair of crimson vertical pupils slowly emerged, cold and merciless. Immediately, a fearsome dragon's head broke through the water, its dark scales glistening with a metallic sheen, and a spiral black horn atop its head emanating an unsettling aura of malevolence. The Shadow Dragon. Old Jack's face turned ashen. It's over. We're doomed. Xue Yun took a deep breath, the ultimate fire gathering in the palm of his hand. Yelian, protect the ship. Jiyue, restrain its movements. Before his words had fully escaped, the Shadow Dragon suddenly opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of dark breath aimed directly at the wave breaker. Xue Yun's fifth soul ring erupted with brilliance, holy light, judgment. A golden beam collided with the dark breath, producing a thunderous explosion that sent violent waves crashing across the surface of the sea. The Shadow Dragon let out a roar. Clearly scorched by the ultimate fire, yet it did not retreat. Rather, it grew more ferocious, its colossal form leaping entirely from the sea, nearly 100 meters in length. The 8,000-year-old soul beast Jiyue's face paled. Its evil attribute is suppressing my ice. Gritting his teeth, Xue Yun activated the soul bone skill from his right arm. Phoenix Burst Strike. A blazing golden phoenix surged forth, striking fiercely against the head of the Shadow Dragon, igniting a conflagration of searing flames. The Shadow Dragon, in pain, thrashed wildly, its massive tail creating towering waves that surged toward the ship. Yelian's figure appeared instantaneously at the side of the vessel, her shadow blade martial spirit unleashing its full power. Night Guardian. The barrier of light and darkness barely held against the assault, yet blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The strength of the 8,000-year soul beast far beyond her capacity to withstand. Seeing this, a determined glint flashed in Xue Yun's eyes. There was no longer time to delay. He leaped into the air, fully releasing the light phoenix martial spirit behind him. 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, shimmering beneath his feet. If the fire is insufficient, he declared, then I shall harness the light. With that, he unleashed his second soul skill, Holy Flame Incineration. Blazing white flames transformed into an ocean of fire, illuminating the entire sea. Mingled within was a hint of sacred golden light. The Shadow Dragon emitted a pained roar. Its evil attributes suppressed by the ultimate light, its scales beginning to crack. Seizing the opportunity, Jiyue activated her 4th soul skill once more. Ice Soul Piercing Rainbow. The icy blue beam striking true at the dragon's eyes. Roar. The Shadow Dragon, utterly enraged, suddenly illuminated its black horn with ominous runes. A wave of terrifying malevolence spreading forth. Host, be cautious. It's going to fight desperately. Xue Yun's pupils contracted sharply, just as he intended to evade. A figure suddenly stood before him. Yelian, get back. But it was too late. The Shadow Dragon's final strike descended with a thunderous roar. The torrent of black energy instantly engulfing Yelian's form. Yelian. As Yelian's figure was consumed by the dark energy, Xue Yun's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. Yelian. His roar nearly tore through the raging winds above the sea. The ultimate fire and ultimate light within him surging uncontrollably, golden flames bursting forth from beneath his skin, transforming him into a blazing sun. Host, remain calm. The system urged urgently, but Xue Yun was beyond hearing. You shall pay for this. The 5th soul ring beneath his feet glowed, and a profound black radiance suddenly erupted. The fifth soul skill, Sacred Light Judgment. A golden beam descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the head of the evil shadow flood dragon like divine retribution. A flicker of fear flashed in the scarlet vertical pupils of the dragon. It never anticipated the explosive power of this human to be so terrifying. It twisted its massive body in an attempt to dive into the ocean for refuge, yet Xue Yun's assault was far too swift. Boom! The beam struck the dragon's left eye with precision, the searing holy energy instantly piercing through its eyeball, black blood gushing forth. Roar! The evil shadow flood dragon let out a piercing howl, its colossal form thrashing wildly in the ocean, creating towering waves. But Xue Yun's onslaught was far from over. Fire Feather Incineration. Phoenix Burst Strike. Sacred Flame Conflagration. One soul skill after another poured forth without reservation, engulfing the entire sea in golden flames and divine light, causing the dragon's scales to blister and peel under the extreme heat, revealing charred flesh beneath. It had finally succumbed to fear. This human was nothing short of a madman. The evil shadow flood dragon dared not linger any longer, enduring the excruciating pain as it plunged into the depths of the sea, its dark form swiftly vanishing into the murky waters. Do not think of escaping. Xue Yun's eyes widened in fury, about to pursue, when Xue Yun abruptly seized him. You cannot catch up, she coldly stated. Knight Lian has fallen into the sea. Find her first. Knight Lian. Knight Lian. He frantically released his mental energy to sense his surroundings, yet he could not detect any trace of Knight Lian, as if she had vanished into thin air. Impossible. How could this be? Xue Yun's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Xue Yun observed his distress, her brow furrowed, unsure of how to console him. Beneath the depths of the sea, a cerulean halo quietly enveloped Knight Lian's severely injured body, swiftly gliding away into the distance. Should a divine being be present, they would recognize this as the power of the sea god. Little girl, you have a strong will to live. On the surface, the ship, breaking waves, had sustained severe damage during the battle, with multiple fractures allowing water to pour in continuously. Old Jack and the sailors toiled desperately to patch it up, barely preventing it from sinking. Xue Yun stood at the bow, his gaze fixed intently upon the sea, as if trying to penetrate the very depths of the ocean. She will not die, he murmured softly. She promised to always stay by my side. Xue Yun stood behind him, hesitant to speak. She understood all too well that under such circumstances, the likelihood of Knight Lian surviving was almost non-existent. A full-force strike from an 80,000-year-old soul beast, compounded by a plunge into the deep sea, would be perilous even for a soul sage. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The host system, unusually devoid of its usual banter, even carried a hint of hesitation in its voice. Xue Yun suddenly looked up. Do you know something? This system merely believes. The system paused. Knight Lian is not so easily perished. What do you mean? It means just what it says. The system abruptly reverted to its teasing tone. Perhaps she was swept away by the waves? Perhaps she was rescued by a kind-hearted soul? Xue Yun. He knew the system was certainly withholding something, but pressing further would yield no fruitful results. 3 days later, the wave breaker finally navigated to the waters near the Isle of the Sea God. Old Jack pointed to the distant, hazy outline of the island, his voice hoarse. There lies the Isle of the Sea God, but we cannot approach any closer. Xue Yun raised his gaze, observing the eerie silver ripples on the distant sea, where immense shadows lurked beneath the surface. Those were the soul-devouring great whites, guardians of the Isle of the Sea God. Why can't we get closer? Xue Yun inquired. That area is a forbidden zone. Old Jack lowered his voice. Any vessel that approaches without permission will be torn apart by the soul-devouring great whites. Our small boat wouldn't even suffice as a morsel. Xue Yun fell silent for a moment, then retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his soul guide and handed it to Old Jack. This is the double payment we agreed upon. Old Jack was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. This is too much. Take it, Xue Yun replied calmly. You nearly lost your lives on this trip. Old Jack hesitated but ultimately accepted the pouch, sighing. Young man, do you truly wish to go to the Isle of the Sea God? Xue Yun nodded. Old Jack shook his head and dragged out a small lifeboat from the cabin. Then use this. The soul-devouring great whites generally do not attack such insignificant vessels. Xue Yun and Xue Yun boarded the lifeboat, and Old Jack cast them one last glance. Words caught in his throat, before finally waving goodbye. Good luck. The lifeboat glided across the tranquil sea, drawing ever closer to the Isle of the Sea God. Xue Yun sat at the bow, his gaze fixed on the distant island, his expression stern. Xue Yun manipulated the ice spirit dear martial soul, using its chill to propel the boat forward, occasionally glancing at Xue Yun but remaining silent. Host, please do not wear that grim expression. The system suddenly chimed in. Knight Lien is surely unharmed. Just think, if she were truly dead, this system would have detected it. Xue Yun's eyes flickered. Really? Of course. The system asserted with unwavering conviction. Though her exact location is unclear, she is undoubtedly alive. Xue Yun's taut nerves finally eased somewhat. Noticing the change in his expression, Xue asked softly, "Have you thought of a solution?" Xue Yun took a deep breath and nodded. "First, we go to the Isle of the Sea God. Then we find Knight Lien." Xue frowned slightly. "Are you certain she will be on the Isle of the Sea God?" "Not certain." Xue Yun gazed into the distance. "But I have a premonition." Xue ceased to inquire further, silently increasing the output of the ice spirit's power as the small boat shot towards the Isle of the Sea God like an arrow. Just as the boat was about to enter the warning zone of the soul-devouring great whites, the sea suddenly roiled violently. With a thunderous crash, a massive curtain of water surged skyward, blocking the path of the lifeboat. Upon the water curtain, words formed from the condensed seawater. Those who seek to land must accept the trial. Xue Yun and Xue exchanged glances, instantly on guard. Then, from the water curtain emerged a phantom figure, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his countenance imposing, wielding a trident, radiating an overwhelming aura of divine power. The Isle of the Sea God does not welcome uninvited guests. The phantom's voice resonated like the deep rumble of the ocean. If you wish to set foot on the island, you must prove your worth. Xue Yun narrowed his eyes. What trial? The phantom raised a hand, and with a swift motion, the surface of the sea suddenly split apart, revealing a profound trench. Defeat the guardian, or swim across. Xue coldly remarked, "Swim across? Is it truly that simple?" The phantom smiled faintly. "Only by attempting will you know." No sooner had the words left his lips than a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the trench. Roar! A colossal sea spirit beast, its size comparable to that of the malevolent shadow dragon, slowly emerged from the water, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon the two. Xue Yun's fists clenched gradually. Another 80,000 years. The phantom's figure began to fade, leaving behind a profound message. Remember, the trial of the sea god has only just begun. Chapter 42, The Trial of the Sea God. From the depths of the trench, the giant sea spirit beast continued to surface, its immense form casting a shadow over the sunlight, the ocean swelling violently with each of its breaths. Its entire body was covered in dark greenish-black scales, each resembling iron forged from the abyss, reflecting a chilling sheen. Most striking was the 3-meter-long horn atop its head, shimmering with electric light, as if it could tear through the fabric of space at any moment. An 80,000-year-soul beast, the Thunderhorn Demon Whale. Xue's voice resonated in Xue Yun's ear, tinged with gravity. This soul beast was not only tough-skinned and robust, but could also wield thunder and lightning, rendering it more formidable than the malevolent shadow dragon. Xue Yun remained silent, rising slowly as the fire of ultimate intensity coalesced in his palm, golden flames dancing and illuminating his stern visage. His gaze remained fixed upon the Thunderhorn Demon Whale, yet his thoughts wandered to another matter, the whereabouts of Yi Lian. "Host, remain calm," the system's voice suddenly interjected. "You must focus on the trial at hand. Otherwise, not only will you fail to locate Yi Lian, but you may also jeopardize your own safety." Taking a deep breath, Xue Yun forcibly quelled the anxiety within him. The system was correct. Only by overcoming the trial could he hope to find Yi Lian. "Jiyue, step back," he murmured. "I will handle this Thunderhorn Demon Whale." Jiyue frowned. "Are you sure you can manage alone?" "I am confident," Xue Yun replied, his gaze unwavering from the Thunderhorn Demon Whale. "Keep an eye on the surroundings to prevent any other sea spirit beasts from ambushing us." Jiyue hesitated for a moment before finally nodding and retreating behind the small boat, her ice spirit dear martial soul quietly manifesting. A layer of thin ice forming from the surrounding cold. The Thunderhorn Demon Whale, sensing Xue Yun's provocation, let out a low growl, and the horn atop its head suddenly blazed with blinding electric light. In the next instant, a thick bolt of lightning shot forth from the horn, hurtling directly towards Xue Yun. Prepared for the assault, Xue Yun activated his first soul ring, Radiant Wings of Light. His figure vanished in an instant, the lightning grazing the hem of his clothing as it struck the ocean's surface, sending up a colossal spray of water. Xue Yun reappeared at the side of the Thunderhorn Demon Whale, his right arm invoking the Soul Bone skill. Phoenix Burst Strike. A blazing golden fire phoenix erupted, crashing fiercely into the side of the Thunderhorn Demon Whale. However, the beast's scales were too formidable. The fiery phoenix merely left a charred mark upon its surface, failing to inflict significant damage. Roar! The Thunderhorn Demon Whale, in pain, violently swung its massive body, its tail crashing down towards Xue Yun like a mountain. Xue Yun lightly tapped his toes, launching a swift assault at lightning speed, narrowly evading the strike. Its defenses are formidable, he mused internally. I must uncover its weakness. As he dodged the attacks of the Thunderhorn demon whale, he meticulously observed its movements. Soon, he noticed that each time it attacked, the horn atop its head briefly lost its electric glow, as if gathering energy. Now's the moment. A glint of brilliance flashed in Xue Yun's eyes. In the instant the Thunderhorn demon whale unleashed its next electric assault, he charged forward, igniting both the ultimate fire and the ultimate light. Holy light, judgment. A golden beam struck the Thunderhorn demon whale's horn with precision, the searing sacred energy instantly obliterating the electric core within. The creature let out a piercing wail, its massive form trembling violently as its horn shattered, black blood gushing forth. Success! A wave of elation surged through Xue Yun, but before he could catch his breath, the Thunderhorn demon whale suddenly opened its massive maw, an overwhelming suction pulling the small boat towards its jaws. An ice blue beam shot into the creature's mouth, instantly freezing its throat. The suction ceased abruptly, allowing the boat to escape danger. Well done, Xue Yun praised. Xue Yun remained silent, coldly fixated on the Thunderhorn demon whale. It was not yet defeated. Indeed, though gravely injured, the creature had not lost its fighting spirit. It roared in fury, its colossal body thrashing in the sea, stirring up towering waves. It appeared that only one final move would suffice. Xue Yun's gaze sharpened, and his fifth spirit ring illuminated once more. This time, however, he did not launch an immediate attack, but instead channeled his spirit power fervently into the ultimate fire. The Phoenix domain unleashed. In an instant, a radiant golden light enveloped the entire sea, slowing the Thunderhorn demon whale's movements as if bound by an invisible force. Xue Yun's figure flickered within the domain, resembling a burning deity. This strike would conclude the battle. He clasped his hands together, concentrating the ultimate fire and ultimate light into a radiant white energy sphere in his palms. With a fierce roar, the energy sphere transformed into a beam of light, piercing through the Thunderhorn demon whale's head. Boom! The massive body of the Thunderhorn demon whale collapsed, staining the waters crimson. Xue Yun landed on the small boat, panting as he retracted his martial soul. This strike had nearly depleted all his spirit power, but fortunately, the trial had been passed. The sea god's gift. With the demise of the Thunderhorn demon whale, a blue light suddenly illuminated the depths of the trench, revealing a massive whirlpool slowly forming. At the center of the whirlpool, a staircase of condensed seawater led directly to the ocean floor, where a grand palace could be faintly seen at its end. The sea goddess palace, Xue Yun murmured. It seems the trial has been passed. Xue Yun nodded, ready to ascend the staircase, when a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host, detecting the presence of Yi Lian. The system's voice brimmed with excitement. She is in the underwater palace. Xue Yun's body trembled, a flicker of ecstasy igniting in his eyes. Are you certain? Absolutely. The system affirmed earnestly, though faint. It is definitely her. Without hesitation, Xue Yun leaped into the whirlpool, racing down the staircase toward the underwater palace. As Xue Yun momentarily paused, she quickly followed suit. The mysteries of the underwater palace awaited them. At the entrance of the palace, two colossal statues of sea deities loomed on either side, brandishing tridents and exuding an air of authority. The moment Xue Yun and Xue Yun stepped into the palace, an overwhelming divine power enveloped them, as though scrutinizing their very souls. Sea god, Xue Yun gazed intently at the ethereal figure, his tone steady. Where is my companion? Furrowing his brow, Xue Yun pressed. What is the matter? Why do you reject my legacy and choose to forge your own divine path? The voice of the sea god's apparition carried a hint of curiosity. Do you comprehend the immense difficulty of creating your own divine status? After a brief silence, Xue Yun replied with measured resolve, because I wish to tread my own path. Your own path? The sea god's apparition seemed taken aback. Pray, elaborate. Drawing a deep breath, Xue Yun's gaze hardened. Be it the legacy of the sea god or that of any other deity, they are ultimately the trails blazed by those who came before. I aspire to become a god, yet I refuse to be anyone's shadow. I yearn to carve out a journey that is uniquely mine, an unprecedented path. The sea god's apparition regarded him in silence for an extended moment before finally nodding gently. Your answer satisfies me greatly. With a flick of his hand, a door deep within the palace slowly creaked open, revealing a passage leading further inside. Your companion awaits within. However, I must caution you, her condition is far from optimistic. Xue Yun's expression shifted dramatically. He was about to rush inside when the sea god's apparition continued. Before you enter, I offer you a choice. Accept a fragment of my legacy to heal her wounds, but in doing so, you shall forfeit your opportunity to create your own divine status. Xue Yun's footsteps faltered abruptly. Or, the sea god's voice took on a tone of seduction. You may persist on the path of self-creation, but her injuries will remain for you to resolve alone. Without hesitation, Xue Yun strode purposefully toward the passage. I choose the latter. The sea god's apparition was momentarily taken aback. Why? With that, Xue Yun advanced into the passage, leaving the sea god's apparition rooted in place, unmoving for a long while. At the end of the passage lay a spacious chamber. In the center of the room, upon a bed formed from condensed seawater, lay Yi Lian. Her complexion as pale as paper, her breath faint. Xue Yun rushed to her side, grasping her hand as an intense flame of vitality coursed gently into her body, striving to awaken her life force. However, Yi Lian's injuries were far graver than he had anticipated. The malevolent energy of the wicked shadow dragon had already invaded her meridians. Were it not for the sea god's divine power safeguarding her heart, she would have perished long ago. Host, her injuries are too severe, the system's voice echoed with concern. Unless the fabled lake of life can be found, otherwise. Xue Yun remained silent, gripping Yi Lian's hand tightly, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. I will undoubtedly find the lake of life. At that moment, Yi Lian's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes gradually opening. Yin Zhao? Her voice was so weak it was nearly inaudible. Xue Yun's heart leaped with joy. Yi Lian, you're awake. Yi Lian gazed at him, a glimmer of tenderness in her eyes. I am fine. Xue Yun shook his head. Do not speak. Rest well. I will surely heal you. Yi Lian offered a faint smile before gently closing her eyes once more, knowing that with him by her side, there was nothing to fear. The sea god's approval lingered in the air. As Xue Yun departed from the underwater palace, accompanied by Yi Lian and Xue Jiyu, the ethereal figure of the sea god reappeared before them. Young man, you have captured my attention. The sea god's voice resonated with a hint of admiration. Though you have declined my legacy, your courage and determination compel me to offer you an opportunity. With a graceful gesture, he sent a beam of azure light into Xue Yun's brow. This is the map to Sea God Island, along with a clue regarding the Lake of Life. Whether you can uncover it depends on your fortune. Xue Yun solemnly bowed. Thank you, Sea God. The sea goddess apparition smiled faintly as his form gradually dissipated. Remember, the trials of Sea God Island extend far beyond this. The journey ahead is still long. Chapter 43, Illusion. After leaving the sea goddess palace, the trio boarded a small boat, navigating towards the Lake of Life as indicated by the map bestowed upon them by the sea god. Although Yi Lian had awakened, the malevolent energy of the evil shadow flood dragon had not yet been fully eradicated, leaving her in a state of drowsiness for the majority of the time. Meanwhile, Xue Jiyu silently stood guard, occasionally aiding Xue Yun in adjusting their course. Host, energy fluctuations detected ahead. The system's voice suddenly chimed in, tinged with excitement. It appears to be the essence of the Lake of Life. Xue Yun felt a surge of anticipation and gazed in the direction indicated by the system, where he discerned a faint green light flickering on the distant sea, resembling an emerald embedded in blue satin. It is indeed the Lake of Life. Xue Yun exclaimed with joy. However, Xue Jiyu furrowed her brow. No, this aura feels too contrived, as if deliberately arranged. Xue Yun paused, about to ponder her words when the small boat began to rock violently, and the surrounding scenery started to distort and overlap. When he regained his balance, he found himself standing in a lush forest, with the ocean and the boat having vanished from sight. By the heavens, an illusion? The system's voice trembled with a hint of panic. This effect is more convincing than the illusions at the Royal Theater. Xue Yun surveyed his surroundings. Towering trees loomed overhead, vines entwined everywhere, and the air was thick with the fragrant aroma of foliage. Not far off, a pool of emerald water radiated a gentle glow. Precisely the Lake of Life they sought. It truly is the Lake of Life, Xue Yun declared in delight, but before he could take a step forward, a chilling voice halted him. Halt! What will happen if I don't? Xue Yun queried, bewildered. Xue Jiyu raised her hand, summoning her ice spirit dear martial soul, which instantly enveloped the surrounding flora in a frigid grip. This is an illusion designed to test your mental fortitude. Host, she is correct. The system interjected, its tone laced with apprehension. I nearly fell for it. This illusion is sophisticated enough to disrupt even my detection capabilities. Realization dawned upon Xue Yun as he meticulously examined his surroundings, uncovering the flaws. The flowers by the lake, while vibrant, bore no pollen. The melodious birdsong echoed through the woods, yet no birds were in sight. Where's the true Lake of Life? Xue Yun inquired. He hastily followed Xue Jiyu, though a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. How could she discern that this was an illusion? Had she undergone a similar trial before? Host, observe her stride. The system exclaimed suddenly. Each step lands on specific leaves, as if she is deciphering a formation. She is definitely hiding something. Xue Yun felt a stir in her heart and deliberately lagged half a step behind to observe Xue Jiyu's movements. Indeed, her steps appeared casual, yet deftly avoided the glistening moss on the ground. You seem quite familiar with this environment? Xue Yun inquired tentatively. TCH, clearly lying. The system scoffed. I bet a pack of spicy snacks that she has definitely been here before. Xue Yun refrained from pressing further, silently trailing behind Xue Jiyue. As they traversed the dense forest, a vast lake, several times larger than the one before, suddenly unfolded before them. The water was crystal clear, revealing the aquatic plants and swimming fish below, emanating a chilling vitality. This is the true lake of life, Xue Jiyue murmured. Just as Xue Yun moved forward, she noticed ripples forming in the center of the lake, and a figure slowly emerged from the water. It was Yi Lian. Yi Lian, Xue Yun gasped, about to rush over, but was restrained by Xue Jiyue. Do not approach. Xue Jiyue cautioned in a grave tone. She is merely an illusion created by the mirage. Xue Yun then discerned that although the Yi Lian in the lake resembled the real one, her eyes were hollow and devoid of any life. TSK. This mirage truly understands human nature, knowing to use Yi Lian as bait for you. The system jested. However, she pales in comparison to Miss Xue. Ignoring the system's jibe, Xue Yun took a deep breath, concentrating the ultimate fire in her palm. Break. The golden flames transformed into a beam of light, crashing towards Yi Lian in the lake. Instantly, the illusion of Yi Lian dissipated, and the vibrant scene of the lake of life began to distort and shatter. When Xue Yun opened her eyes again, she found herself still in the small boat, with Xue Jiyue watching him anxiously. Yi Lian lay nearby, her complexion still pale. Yet her breathing had stabilized considerably. You are awake? Xue Jiyue asked. Xue Yun nodded and gazed towards the distant sea, where the outline of an island emerged. Partially obscured by the setting sun, it was the island of the sea god. Congratulations, host, for passing the mirage trial. The system's voice carried a hint of pride. It seems the guidance of this system is indeed beneficial. Xue Yun dismissed it with indifference and said to Xue Jiyue, we have arrived. Xue Jiyue looked up, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Yes, we have. The small boat gradually approached the shore of the island of the sea god, where the fine white sand shimmered with a pearlescent glow, and the sea was so clear that the colorful corals beneath could be seen. Xue Yun, cradling the still slumbering Yi Lian, stepped onto the shore, with Xue Jiyue closely following, her icy blue skirt sweeping across the sand, leaving shallow imprints. Host, detecting an overwhelming surge of soul power, the system's voice suddenly tightened. Level 98, even more formidable than Brother Xue Yun. Xue Yun looked up to see an elderly man in a sea blue robe slowly approaching along the mountain path deep within the island. He possessed a robust physique and a resolute visage, with a trident-shaped martial soul suspended at his waist. 9 soul rings shimmered beneath his feet, glowing in a sequence of purple, black, black. This arrangement of 3 purple and 6 black soul rings vividly showcased his prowess, far exceeding that of an ordinary Title Douluo. The sea dragon Douluo stood before the trio, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, proclaiming the divine decree of the sea god, and announcing his purpose to guide them. A shiver coursed through Xue Yun's heart. A rank 98 Super Douluo. Such formidable strength was perhaps only slightly inferior to that of Qin Daolu and Tang San. He gently inclined his body while cradling Yi Lian, saying, Junior Yun Zhao pays his respects to the esteemed elder. The sea dragon Douluo's gaze lingered momentarily on Yi Lian's pallid face, his brow furrowing slightly. The malevolent energy within her can only be completely purged by the primordial force of the Lake of Life. Follow me. The Lake of Life was nestled within a valley at the heart of Sea God Island, its waters shimmering with a verdant glow, enveloped in a mist that harbored overwhelming life energy. The sea dragon Douluo waved his hand, and a gentle green light rose from the surface of the lake, encasing Yi Lian's form. This is the sea god's gift, he intoned gravely. The nefarious energy of the evil shadow flood dragon has infiltrated her meridians. Ordinary healing soul techniques are ineffective, and only the Lake of Life can purify her. The green light seeped into Yi Lian's body, and gradually, a blush began to bloom on her pallid cheeks, her tightly furrowed brow relaxing. Xue Yun could distinctly feel the dark energy entwined within Yi Lian dissipating rapidly. So it is, the system exclaimed in realization. I wondered why the energy of the Lake of Life had suddenly intensified. It turns out the sea god is aiding us from the shadows. This old man is quite stubborn, attributing the merit to the lake water instead of acknowledging divine intervention. Disregarding the system's grumbling, Xue Yun silently observed Yi Lian until her breathing became steady and elongated, allowing him to exhale in relief. The sea dragon Douluo, noticing the tension in his profile, suddenly remarked, You care for her deeply. She is my companion, Xue Yun replied candidly. The elder offered no response. Turning to stride toward the valley's exit. Come with me to the Hall of Sacred Pillars. The sea god's trial awaits you. The Hall of Sacred Pillars was constructed upon the mountainside of Sea God Mountain, entirely fashioned from white jade. 12 colossal stone pillars supported the dome, each intricately carved with representations of various marine creatures. At the center stood a pitch-black sacred pillar, its surface adorned with golden runes that emanated a disquieting aura of divine power. This was the very heart of Sea God Island. The sea dragon Douluo stood before the sacred pillar, his voice imbued with reverence. All who ascend the island must undergo the sea god's trial here. He placed his hand upon the pillar, and simultaneously, the 9 soul rings ignited. In the name of the sea dragon, I activate the sacred pillar and summon the divine decree. A blinding blue light erupted from the sacred pillar, and the golden runes seemed to come alive, swirling with vigor. A vast will descended, enveloping the entire hall. Xue Yun felt as though his soul were laid bare, every secret exposed to scrutiny. Warning, divine level will scanning. The system's voice quivered with urgency. Host, quickly concentrate and resist. Do not let them discover the existence of this system. Suppressing the turmoil within, Xue Yun summoned the utmost radiance to shield his mind. Meanwhile, Xue Yun unleashed the ice spirit dear martial soul, and although Yi Lian remained in a deep slumber, a faint black light emanated from her forehead, indicating her inclusion in the assessment. The azure light gradually converged, and 3 golden beams descended from the apex of the sacred pillar, enveloping the foreheads of the 3 individuals. Xue Yun felt a warmth at his brow as a torrent of information surged into his mind. Assessment level, Red Grade 9 examination. First trial, ascend the 333 steps of the Sea God Mountain, with a time limit of 1 year. Assessment reward, soul power enhancement, qualification for a divine soul ring. Failure penalty, revocation of island access, with a lifetime prohibition from approaching Sea God Island. Red Grade 9 examination. The system exclaimed in disbelief. This is a top-tier assessment. Host, you are destined for greatness. Yet, Xue Yun furrowed his brow. Red Grade 9 examination. It sounded akin to inheriting some form of authority, but he aspired to establish his own divine position and had no intention of entangling himself with the power of Sea God Island. Almost simultaneously, the assessments for Xue Yun and Yi Lian became apparent. The words Black Grade 6 examination materialized on Xue Yun's forehead, with her first trial also requiring her to ascend the Sea God Mountain, but only to the 108th step. Yi Lian's forehead displayed a Black Grade 5 examination, with the assessment task identical to that of Xue Yun. The sea dragon Douluo gazed at the marks on the foreheads of the 3, his eyes flashing with astonishment. The Red Grade 9 examination had indeed manifested. He turned to Xue Yun, his expression complex. Since the establishment of Sea God Island, only a handful have been granted the Red Grade assessment, and now there are 2. Who are the other 2? Xue Yun inquired. The current grand offer, namely myself. The sea dragon Douluo's voice carried a tone of nostalgia, recounting that he undertook the Red Grade 7 examination, which took him 30 years to complete. And the other individual. He paused before uttering a name that made Xue Yun's pupils constrict. Poseidon. Poseidon? Xue Yun echoed in disbelief. This name resonated thunderously in his memories from his past life. Tang San, Dauluo, and Poseidon. These 3 names epitomized the most glorious era of the Douluo continent, each representing unbeatable figures of land, sky, and sea. He never anticipated hearing news of her at this moment. What the hell? Is it that invincible Poseidon of the ocean? The system was even more exhilarated than Xue Yun. Host, she is the future limit Douluo, if you can cultivate a good relationship with her. Is she also undergoing the Red Grade 9 examination? Xue Yun pressed, suppressing the shock within. Indeed, the sea dragon Douluo nodded. She is the next grand offer chosen by the sea god, currently undertaking her 6th trial. When she faced her first trial, she only ascended to the 256th step, which is even lower than your current assessment requirement. Xue Yun's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Poseidon's talent was beyond question. If it took her 5 years to complete her first trial, why was his assessment limit set at 1 year for 1 trial? The disparity in difficulty was nothing short of astronomical. Senior, is the Red Grade 9 examination an assessment for inheriting the position of grand offer? Xue Yun cautiously inquired. Yes. And no, the sea dragon Douluo elucidated. The ultimate reward for the Red Grade 9 examination is the supreme authority of Sea God Island. Once Poseidon completes her assessment, she will succeed me in this role. As for you, he fixed his profound gaze on Xue Yun. Should you complete all the assessments, you may attain the position of second offer. However, the way I see you, it seems you are not particularly concerned with such matters. Xue Yun candidly acknowledged. I am devoted to cultivation, with no desire to contend for power. The sea dragon Douluo chuckled knowingly. That is well. The assessment of the sea god is never dictated by the will of others. One need only act in accordance with their true self. He gestured towards the mountain path outside the hall. Do you see the staircase leading to the summit? That is where the light of the sea god resides. Your first trial is to ascend the corresponding steps within a year. Xue Yun followed his indication, observing the pathway of the sea god mountain, paved with white jade, leading directly to the mist-shrouded peak, each step engraved with intricate runes. Just as he was about to examine them closely, an invisible pressure surged towards him, as if the entire mountain was repelling intruders. Host, there is an issue with these steps. The system's voice echoed gravely. The pressure doubles every 30 steps. With your current soul power at level 59, reaching the 30th step would be quite an achievement. The light of the sea god is not merely a test, but also an opportunity. The sea dragon Douluo seemed to see through his thoughts, adding, when your soul power is exhausted, you may descend to recover and then climb anew. Cultivating under such high pressure will significantly accelerate the enhancement of your soul power. He paused for a moment, then cautioned, but remember, do not be overzealous. Every year, there are soul masters who attempt to forcibly breach the challenge, only to meet a tragic end. Xue Yun nodded, noting this. His gaze resting on the still sleeping Yi Lian. She, a black-grade candidate, would be attended to by designated caretakers. The sea dragon Douluo waved to summon two maidens clad in blue robes. They would escort her to a guest room to rest, allowing her to commence her assessment upon awakening. The maidens carefully lifted Yi Lian and departed, leaving only Xue Yun, Xue Yun, and the sea dragon Douluo within the hall. Do you have any further questions? The sea dragon Douluo inquired. Xue Yun stepped forward, her ice-blue eyes calm and unwavering. Senior, aside from the differing number of steps, are there other distinctions between the black-grade and red-grade assessments? Indeed, the sea dragon Douluo elucidated red-grade candidates, while ascending, will invoke the primordial divine power of the sea god mountain. Each step serves to temper both the body and the spirit. In contrast, black-grade candidates must rely solely on their soul power to withstand the pressure. He turned his gaze towards Xue Yun, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Make the most of this opportunity. It has been a long time since a genius of red grade 9 trials has emerged since Poseidon. Host, ascending to the 333rd step within a year is utterly impossible. The system lamented, the pressure at the 30th step doubles. The terror of the pressure at the 333rd step is unfathomable. Even if you were to break through to Soul Sage, you may not withstand it. Xue Yun's lips curled into a confident smile. Impossible? That is precisely what I shall test. He turned to Xue Yun. Let us first familiarize ourselves with the light of the sea god. Xue Yun nodded, and beneath her ice-blue veil, a faint curve seemed to grace her lips. Very well. The two walked side by side out of the sacred pillar hall, sunlight cascading upon the white jade steps, reflecting dazzling brilliance. Xue Yun inhaled deeply and took his first step. Buzz. The step beneath him glowed with a soft golden light, a gentle pressure enveloping him, akin to being wrapped in warm water. He effortlessly ascended to the second, third steps, and until the 29th, the pressure remained within a bearable range. Host, take it easy. The next step is the 30th. The system urged anxiously. Xue Yun did not pause, resolutely stepping onto the 30th step. Boom. It felt as though a mountain had suddenly descended upon his back, and an intense fire instinctively enveloped him, with golden flames blazing fiercely around his form. His legs slightly bent, the soul power within him was visibly depleting. Indeed, it had doubled. Xue Yun murmured to himself, feeling the ebbing of his soul power. A flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. This pressure was precisely what he needed to refine his soul power. Instead of continuing upward, he settled down in a meditative posture on the 30th step, beginning to circulate his soul power to resist the oppressive force. Water Gus stood on the 25th step, observing his silhouette with a hint of complexity flashing in her icy blue eyes, before closing them to adapt to the current pressure. In the distance, within the Hall of Sacred Pillars, Sea Dragon Douluo watched the two figures on the mountain path, stroking his beard while a smile of satisfaction graced his face. The youth are formidable. He turned to gaze at the pitch-black sacred pillar, murmuring, Poseidon, your opponent has emerged. Atop the mist-shrouded sea god mountain, in a concealed cave, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown sat in meditation. Her beauty was unparalleled, with cascading purple hair resembling a waterfall, surrounded by an overwhelming divine power. Upon hearing the low murmur of Sea Dragon Douluo, she slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickering within them. Red level 9 trials? She whispered softly to herself. 3 days later, Yi Lian finally awoke. When she learned that she too was required to participate in the assessments, she merely nodded in calm acknowledgement, then made her way alone toward the steps of the sea goddess Light. She did not rush to ascend, but stood quietly on the first step, acclimatizing to the faint yet pure divine pressure. At this moment, Xue Yun had already managed to endure half an hour on the 30th step. Although his soul power depleted rapidly, its recovery became noticeably more refined. He observed Yi Lian's figure and then glanced at Water Jiue, who was struggling on the 15th step, understanding the significance of their situation. This year-long assessment was not merely a test of strength, but also a crucible for willpower. He realized he must break through his bottlenecks swiftly during this trial to amass sufficient strength for his self-created divine position. Host, Water Girl is about to succumb. The system suddenly exclaimed. Xue Yun looked up to see Water Jiue's body, swaying precariously, the radiance of her ice spirit, dear martial soul, flickering erratically. He did not rush to assist her. He merely clenched his fist silently. Under the pressure of the sea goddess light, everyone could only rely on themselves. Meanwhile, far away in the divine realm's sea god palace, Poseidon gazed through the water mirror at the unfolding events, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I hope the red level 9 trials do not disappoint me. Beside him, the fire god leaned in. Intrigued, you truly intend to make him the second offering? This lad, doesn't he seem like one to submit easily? The sea god replied coolly, the path of assessment is, after all, a path of defiance against fate. If he can persevere, there shall be a place for him. Chapter 45, The Divine Gift of Soul Rings. The morning mist of Sea God Mountain had yet to dissipate, yet soft footsteps echoed upon the white jade steps. Xue Yun moved back and forth between the 30th and 60th steps, enveloped in golden flames akin to gossamer, each step marked by a significant expenditure of soul power. The oppressive force of the sea god's light shadowed him relentlessly. The doubled pressure beyond the 30th step caused his muscles to tremble slightly, yet his gaze grew ever sharper. Host, the purity of your soul power has increased once more. The system's voice resonated with excitement. At this pace, breaking through to level 60 is imminent. Not far away, Xue Yun sat cross-legged on the 45th step, an icy blue aura forming a thin layer of frost around her. Resisting the increasingly intense pressure, her breathing was long and steady, evidently having grasped the technique to recover her soul power under high pressure. Yi Lian, meanwhile, was slowly climbing the 20th step, her shadow blade martial soul occasionally revealing an interplay of light and shadow, each step taken with remarkable steadiness. A month later, as the morning bell tolled atop Sea God Mountain, Xue Yun stood at the 80th step, enduring pressure capable of overwhelming an ordinary soul emperor. Suddenly, the soul power within him surged like boiling magma, shattering the bottleneck. Level 60. Xue Yun's heart leapt with joy as the ultimate fire erupted, allowing him to stand tall against the pressure at the 80th step. Congratulations, host, on your breakthrough, the system exclaimed, even more thrilled than he was. Assessment reward activated. The divine soul ring is being generated. As Xue Yun descended the steps, a brilliant golden light shot forth from the direction of the sacred pillar hall, hovering before him. Within the golden glow, a soul ring slowly coalesced, deepening from its initial yellow to purple, black, and finally settling into a profound shade of nearly golden red. Xue Yun's pupils constricted. 99,000 years. The system screamed, just a hair's breadth short of a standard 100,000-year soul ring. Host, absorb it quickly. The sea dragon Douluo had appeared by the mountain path, stroking his beard and nodding. The divine soul ring from the red level 9th assessment will automatically adjust its age based on the candidate's physical attributes. You can withstand 99,000 years, which is far superior to my own capabilities back in the day. Taking a deep breath, Xue Yun sat cross-legged and directed the divine soul ring into his body. The ultimate fire merged seamlessly with the sacred energy within the soul ring, without any hint of rejection. He could distinctly feel the light attribute energy coursing through his meridians, ultimately coalescing into a new soul skill imprint in his dantian. With a hum, the 6th soul ring illuminated beneath him, casting a crimson golden glow that brightened half of the cliffside. Slowly opening his eyes, Xue Yun waved his hand forward, and countless golden light feathers appeared out of thin air, sweeping across the distant sea like a meteor shower. The 6th soul skill, divine light breaking boundaries. At the moment the light feathers touched the sea, a colossal wave surged upwards, followed by an intense illumination that rendered even the deep-sea fish clearly visible. The range of this attack far exceeded that of fire feather burning heaven, and the divine power it contained bore a strong, purifying characteristic, dispersing some of the residual pressure from the sea god's light in the air. Wow, what power! The system gasped, at least 30% stronger than the Phoenix explosive strike. The range covers the entire bay. The sea dragon Douluo observed the towering wave with a glint of admiration in his eyes, an impressive soul skill. The divine soul ring from the red level 9th assessment truly does not disappoint. Xue Yun bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior. No need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. The sea dragon Douluo replied, turning his gaze back to the mountain path. Continue to strive. The 80th step is still far from sufficient. There are hidden rewards for the black level assessment. News of Xue Yun's breakthrough to level 60 quickly spread across Sea God Island, igniting a fierce determination in both Xue Yun and Yi Lian. Especially for Xue Yun, who had been steadily progressing, she began to ambitiously strive for higher echelons. Her ice blue soul force undergoing repeated tempering between the 50th and 70th levels. On a serene morning of the second month, as the first rays of sunlight graced the Sea God Mountain, Xue Yun achieved a breakthrough at the 60th level. Her black level 6th assessment also triggered a hidden reward. As a beam of ice blue light shot forth from the sacred pillar hall, coalescing into a deep black soul ring. 50,000 years. As Xue Yun gazed at the soul ring, a flicker of emotion passed through her ice blue eyes. It falls slightly short of the host's, yet it is still formidable. The system remarked, to attain a 50,000-year divine soul ring in the black level examination, this girl truly possesses remarkable talent. Without hesitation, Xue Yun summoned the soul ring and began the absorption process. The ice spirit dear martial soul unfurled behind her, with shimmering ice crystals forming upon its antlers, perfectly merging with the energy of the soul ring. After half an hour, she slowly opened her eyes and waved her hand. The 6th soul skill, icebound for 1,000 miles. Unlike Xue Yun's control-type soul skill, Xue Yun's icebound for 1,000 miles was purely an area attack, centered upon herself. The surface of the sea within a 100-meter radius instantaneously froze, with the ice layers spreading into the deep sea. Even the waves were frozen in their moment of upheaval. The fish and shrimp beneath the ice maintained their swimming postures, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Such strong control, Xue Yun marveled, standing by the mountain path. TSK, 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 the mutual flattery has begun, the system teased. Xue Yun did not respond, merely gazing at the 70th level beneath her feet. How many levels did she intend to challenge next? 100 levels, Xue Yun replied with determination, resolved to reach at least half of the assessment requirements. Xue Yun nodded. Given her current pace, ascending to the 108th level within a year would not pose a challenge for her. Yi Lian's breakthrough at level 50. As night fell in the same month, the oppressive aura of the Sea God Mountain grew denser with the encroaching darkness. After enduring for a full 3 hours at the 35th level, Yi Lian's soul force finally broke through the bottleneck, reaching level 50. A dim black light flew from the sacred pillar hall, coalescing before her into a shallow black soul ring. 25,000 years. Yi Lian murmured, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. It aligns with her physical constitution. The system analyzed, a 25,000-year soul ring is perfectly suited to further integrate her shadow blade martial soul with the power of light. Yi Lian summoned the soul ring, and the shadow blade martial soul manifested in her palm, the black blade's golden patterns becoming increasingly distinct. The moment the soul ring's energy surged in, her 5th soul skill, Mark, quietly formed. The 5th soul skill, light and shadow interwoven. Yi Lian's figure suddenly transformed into an afterimage, leaving several clones in her wake. Both her true self and the clones simultaneously wielded the shadow blade. The intertwining light and darkness of the blade's radiance spreading like a web, neatly slicing the surrounding rocks into fragments. Even more astonishingly, her clones could also unleash a portion of the power of light, forming a brief defensive barrier. Observing the indistinguishable clones, Xue Yun pondered deeply. Xue Yun nodded. It is quite suitable for ambush and defense. Her combat style is increasingly resembling that of a true shadow. Yi Lian retracted her martial soul and approached the two, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you both. She understood that had it not been for Xue Yun and Xue Yun's presence, she might not have persevered to achieve her breakthrough. Especially Xue Yun, who occasionally shares insights on recovering soul power under pressure, has saved herself from numerous detours. Xue Yun smiled faintly, stating, the assessment is still lengthy. We shall support one another. The trio, having broken through their limits, exhibited an astonishing pace in their cultivation, leveraging the expansive range advantage of her 6th soul skill, divine light breaking the boundaries. Xue Yun began her ascent towards the 100th rank. Each time her soul power was depleted, she would immediately descend a level to recuperate, repeatedly tapping into her potential under the oppressive weight of the sea goddess light. In just half a month, her soul power surged from mid-level 60 to level 63. Host, at this rate, you might touch the 200th rank by year's end. The system exclaimed excitedly. The rewards for the second assessment will surely be even more bountiful. Xue Yun, however, focused on steady progress, diligently refining her ice attribute soul power between levels 70 and 100. Her ice enclosure expanded significantly, and the hardness of the ice surpassed her previous capabilities, even managing to momentarily withstand Xun's divine light, breaking the boundaries. Yi Lian's advancements were equally remarkable. The 25,000 Year Soul Ring made her soul power more refined, and the number of her shadowy manifestations increased from 3 to 5. Coupled with her shadow escape skill, she became nearly undetectable on Sea God Island. One afternoon, the trio rested by a stream at the foot of the mountain. Xue Yun gazed at the cloud-wreathed mountain peak in the distance and suddenly spoke. The Sea Dragon Elder mentioned that every 30 ranks, the pressure doubles. The pressure at the 100th rank is 1,024 times the initial. Xue Yun polished her ice crystal longbow, saying, I can endure for an hour at rank 90. Rank 100 should be manageable. Yilian nodded. I can adapt at rank 60 as well. Xue Yun smiled. That is excellent. Our goal is to delay until the final day to complete the assessment. Indeed, let us push ourselves to the last moment. The system wholeheartedly agreed. Xue Yun raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to challenge rank 333 on the last day? Yes, was Xue Yun's simple reply, which conveyed everything. Yi Lian clenched her shadow blade, stating, I will keep up. As the sun set, the three ascended the white jade steps once more. The golden light of the sea god enveloped their figures, with soul power rapidly circulating, depleting, and recovering in a relentless cycle. Within the Hall of Sacred Pillars, Sea Dragon Douluo observed this scene through the water mirror. A look of satisfaction gracing his aged features. He turned to the depths of the offering hall, where records of past exam candidates were kept. Red Level 9 Assessment, 99. 000 years of divine bestowed soul rings, he murmured. This lad might truly create a miracle. Meanwhile, deeper within Sea God Island, Poseidon, engaged in the 6th assessment, suddenly opened her eyes, gazing towards the mountain path. She could distinctly sense 3 vigorous soul powers rapidly developing, one of which, imbued with light attributes, evoked a twinge of familiarity within her. Is it him? Poseidon whispered, her purple hair fluttering gently in the sea breeze. How intriguing. As night deepened, Xue Yun sat cross-legged under the pressure of the 100th rank, her soul power surging like the tide within her. She understood that this was merely the beginning. The path of the Red Level 9 assessment stretched far ahead, and the ambition to forge her own divine status remained distant. Yet, as long as she maintained this momentum, one day, she would stand atop the pinnacle of the continent. Host, wake up quickly. Miss Xue has broken through to the 100th rank. The system's voice suddenly resonated. Xue Yun opened his eyes to behold the icy blue soul power of Xue Yun erupting at the 100th level. The ice spirit Dear Martial Soul let out a resounding cry to the heavens, indicating a further enhancement of soul power. A faint smile graced his lips as he rose to continue his ascent. Chapter 46. Here comes the challenge. The salty sea breeze of Sea God Island caressed the final step of the white jade staircase. Xue Yun stood on the 332nd step, golden flames of ultimate intensity blazing fiercely around his body, resisting pressure potent enough to shatter an ordinary Title Douluo. His soul power had reached the pinnacle of level 69. And after a year of refinement under the sea goddess light, his physical prowess was nearing that of a peak soul Douluo, each muscle brimming with explosive strength. It was the final step. Xue Yun murmured to himself, his soul power erupting without reservation as he stomped heavily on the 333rd step. Boom. It felt as though an invisible mountain had crashed down, the golden flames dimming instantaneously, and Xue Yun's bones creaked under the immense burden. Yet, his gaze remained sharp as a blade, steadfastly straightening his spine to withstand the pressure. Congratulations to the host for completing the first trial. The system's voice, slightly breathless, announced. Soul power has increased by 1 level, current level 70. Not far away, Xue Yun stabilized himself on the 108th step, icy blue soul power enveloping him like fragile ice. His level 67 soul power solidifying under the intense pressure. In that moment of completing the assessment, his aura surged to level 68. Yi Lian stumbled to steady herself at the edge of the 108th step, her level 57 soul power breaking through its bottleneck, firmly stepping into level 58. The Sea Dragon Douluo stood at the end of the mountain path, observing the three drenched in sweat, yet with resolute expressions, and nodded slightly. The first trial has been passed. Rewards have been distributed. Rest for 3 days. Prepare for the second trial. Second trial. Break through the circular blockade. The waves of the circular sea crashed against the rocks, and beneath the deep blue waters, countless shadows swam. Xue Yun, Xue Yun, and Yi Lian stood at the shore, gazing at the hazy outline across the water, their expressions grave. Rules of the second trial. Do not kill any sea spirit beasts. Rely solely on soul bones, domains, and techniques to break through the circular sea blockade. The Sea Dragon Douluo's voice drifted intermittently with the sea breeze. Remember, do not use soul ring skills. And you must face the attack of the 100,000-year-old evil spirit, Great White Shark. 100,000 years. And it's the evil spirit, Great White Shark. The system's voice tightened. Host, this is far more formidable than the Shadow Flood Dragon. Xue Yun remained silent, merely activating the Holy Light left leg bone. The energy surged through his leg at light speed, simultaneously unfolding the Phoenix domain, the resplendent golden light enveloping him. I will scout ahead. Follow my lead. No sooner had he spoken than the sea suddenly erupted with colossal waves, a white shark over 20 meters long leaping from the depths. Its sharp teeth glinting ominously. This was the 100,000-year-old evil spirit great white shark, dubbed Xiaobai. Outsider, do you wish to pass? First, you must answer to me. Xiaobai's voice, infused with a childlike innocence, belied the terrifying pressure it exuded. Xue Yun propelled himself forward, his toes barely touching the ground, as he activated the lightspeed strike. His form darting towards the opposite shore like a bolt of golden lightning. Xiaobai whipped its powerful tail, its massive body gliding across the surface of the sea, opening its enormous jaws to bite down on Xue Yun's figure. Field gravity interference. Xue Yun shouted, as the Phoenix domain suddenly distorted, causing Xiaobai's movements to falter for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, he harnessed the force of the waves, propelling himself atop the crests. With his right arm's soul bone ability activated, the residual shockwave of the Phoenix burst struck the sea, accelerating his form yet again. Xue Yun closely followed, the chilling aura of the ice spirit deer solidifying beneath her feet into a glacial surface, allowing her to glide on the waves while deftly redirecting the attacks from Xiaobai with ice spikes. Yi Lian transformed into a shadow, her shadow blade martial soul's light and dark powers rendering her nearly invisible in the water. Occasionally, she leveraged the thrust from Xiaobai's dorsal fin, skillfully avoiding direct assaults. This pursuit endured for an entire day. Xue Yun, utilizing his domain and soul bone abilities, maneuvered adeptly, sometimes using the waves as a cushion, at other times manipulating the flow of water with the intense heat of his flames, forcefully carving a path through Xiaobai's encirclement. Xue Yun, with her ice attribute control, advanced steadily, while Yi Lian maintained a safe distance through her stealth techniques and precise timing. By the time the trio set foot on the opposite shore, they were utterly exhausted, drenched to the bone. Xiaobai flicked her tail fin in dissatisfaction. Impressive, but do not expect to pass so easily next time. Second trial completed. Soul Power 1. The system announced, host level 71, Xue Girl level 69, Yi Lian level 59. Xue Yun gazed at Xiaobai's silhouette in the sea and suddenly smiled. Perhaps we can strike a bargain with her. Over the following year, the three frequently interacted with Xiaobai, evolving from initial hostility to gradual familiarity. Though proud, Xiaobai displayed a peculiar curiosity towards Xue Yun's light attribute, occasionally imparting combat techniques suited for the ocean. The third trial, tidal body refinement. The practice of tidal body refinement was monotonous and excruciating. Daily, during high tide, the trio stood upon the most tumultuous rocks, enduring the onslaught of tens of thousands of pounds of water pressure. Xue Yun's intense flames repeatedly extinguished and reignited amidst the tides, strengthening his physical form under the compression. Xue Yun's ice attribute soul power intermingled with the seawater. Enhancing her control, Yi Lian integrated her shadow blade martial soul into the shadows of the tides, rendering her movements increasingly elusive. Over the course of the year, Xue Yun did not acquire a soul ring but, through the tempering of the tides, steadily elevated his soul power to level 72. Xue Yun broke through level 70. Yi Lian also reached level 60. Third trial completed, rewards distributed, but no divine soul ring granted. The system expressed some regret. Host level 73, Xue Girl level 71. Yi Lian level 61. The fourth trial, slaying the evil Shadow Dragon King. In the depths of the circular sea, a pitch-black dragon exceeding 100 meters in length coiled within a trench. It was the 10,000-year evil Shadow Dragon King. Its body was enshrouded in dense dark energy, bearing a bloodline connection to the evil Shadow Dragon defeated by Xue Yun a year prior. It frequently defies the will of Lord Sea God. Xiaobai's voice seethed with anger, her immense form spiraling above the surface. Xue Yun clenched his fists, unfurling the Phoenix martial soul. As 6 soul rings illuminated beneath him, Xiaobai, you shall restrain it. We will take the offensive. The battle erupted instantaneously. The dark breath of the evil Shadow Dragon King enveloped a radius of 100 meters, while Xue Yun's Phoenix domain fully expanded, the crimson-golden radiance barely holding back the onslaught. Xue Yun's frozen prison ensnared the Dragon King's tail fin, while Yi Lian seized the moment to bind its limbs with shadow binding. Now is the time. Xue Yun roared with fury as his soul power surged into his right arm. The Phoenix burst strike and the sacred light judgment were unleashed simultaneously, with a golden beam piercing through the scales of the Dragon King. However, The vitality of a 100,000-year soul beast proved to be extraordinarily resilient. In a fit of rage, the Dragon King retaliated, and dark energy instantaneously engulfed Yi Lian's shadow binding, while its massive claws struck towards Xue Yun's chest. Field of Fire God, descend. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xue Yun's eyes. In an instant, a strand of true divine fire ignited within the crimson golden flames, a clandestine gift from the fire god. The flames took the form of a colossal phoenix apparition, forcing back the Dragon King's dark energy. Seizing the moment, Xue Yun plunged his left arm into the Dragon King's wound, unleashing an explosion of ultimate light and divine fire. Purification of light. The fire god's apparition manifested. Fire god, I am the sixth. The malevolent Dragon King emitted a chilling scream as its massive form gradually disintegrated amidst the light and flames. Exhausted, Xue Yun slumped onto the surface of the sea, his soul power completely depleted. After a brief respite, he began absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. 7 soul rings floated beneath him, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, with a faint red hue, and red. 7th soul skill, true form of the Radiant Phoenix. Congratulations on acquiring the 7th soul skill, true form of the Radiant Phoenix. The system exclaimed jubilantly. The field has advanced to the Fire God field, allowing control over divine fire. Concurrently, a pitch-black bone from the Dragon King's left arm flew out and merged into Xue Yun's arm. 100,000-year left arm bone skill. 1 shadow tear. Concentrates the power of light and darkness to form claws, tearing through space. Xue Yun and Yi Lian took this opportunity to absorb the prepared evil shadow dragon soul rings, steadily enhancing their auras. 4th trial completed. Host level 74. Miss Xue level 72. Yi Lian level 62. 5th trial. Challenge the 3 Great Douluo. Before the sacred pillar hall, the sea dragon, seahorse, and starfish Douluo stood side by side, their presences as steady as mountains. 5th trial. Challenge of equal soul power. The sea dragon Douluo spoke in a deep voice. Xue Yun, you shall go first. The 3 titled Douluo suppressed their powers to match that of the trio. Xue Yun took a deep breath as the sea dragon Douluo's soul power was restrained to level 74. The true form of the Radiant Phoenix unfolded. With golden wings obscuring the sky, the sea dragon Douluo released his trident martial soul, with 9 soul rings exuding tremendous pressure. Prepare yourself. The sea dragon Douluo struck first, employing his 5th soul skill, Raging Waves, which summoned a colossal wave of soul power. Xue Yun did not flinch or evade. He unfurled a barrier of light, steadfastly enduring the assault while simultaneously activating Shadow Tear, his claws ripping through the waves, aiming for the sea dragon Douluo's vulnerabilities. The 2 exchanged blows. The residual energy from their soul power clashes resonating throughout the sacred pillar hall. Ultimately, leveraging a sudden surge from the fire god field, Xue Yun narrowly triumphed over the sea dragon Douluo. During Xue Yun's battle with the seahorse Douluo, she maximized her control over ice attributes, employing a strategy of yielding to overcome rigidity, ultimately depleting the seahorse Douluo's soul power to secure victory. Yi Lian relied on her shadow evasion and the strategy of intertwining light and shadow clones to narrowly defeat the starfish Douluo. 5th trial completed. Host level 75. Miss Xue level 73. Yi Lian level 63. Chapter 47. The Sea God crafts divine artifacts. The moonlight of Sea God Island streamed through the dome of the sacred pillar hall, casting its glow upon the central white jade platform. Yi Lian stood at the edge of the platform, gazing at the snow-clad Yun and the moonlit water Zhao, enveloped in a soft purple glow. Her expression was serene, yet it belied a complex turmoil within. She had successfully completed her 5th trial, her soul power surging 3 levels to 66, earning her the black level authority of Sea God Island and a divine soul ring to be reserved for use at level 70. However, at this moment, all her attention was riveted on that halo. The voice of the sea dragon Douluo echoed from outside the hall, laced with an air of mystery. For the 6th trial, the trial of infatuation. You will understand the content of the assessment once you enter. Host. That name sounds rather ominous. The system's voice dripped with gossip. Could it be that you are to wed Lady Xue? Familiar scenes sent a shiver through Xue Yun's heart, only for him to realize it was merely an illusion. Just as he sought to break free, he saw the figure of water Zhao appear beside him, her ice-blue eyes gazing at him with a hint of fragility. Yun Zhao. Do you truly wish to ascend to godhood? If becoming a god requires relinquishing everything, what will you choose? Here it comes. The classic dilemma. The system excitedly rubbed its hands. Will you choose godhood or your wife? Becoming a god is my ambition, but it is not my sole aspiration. He replied softly. If I cannot protect those I cherish, what value is there in attaining godhood? As his words faded, The illusion shattered abruptly. In the next moment, they found themselves in the ice and fire duality of the Star Dou forest, where Dugu Xian was cursing while clutching a poison manual. And Yi Lian lay in a pool of blood, her shadow blade shattered in two. Water Gu's voice trembled with tears. Is it my failure to protect her that you will blame me for? No, Xue Yun replied with unwavering conviction. We are comrades. A mistake is never the fault of a single individual. The illusion transitioned once more, this time to the Shura temple of the divine realm. Holding the Shura divine sword, a voice commanded, abandon Water Gu, and you may immediately consolidate your divine position, even inherit my divine status. Water Gu's body quivered slightly, tears welling in her ice-blue eyes. She grasped Xue Yun's hand tightly, her voice choked yet remarkably clear. So do I. The soft purple glow erupted between their clasped hands, transforming into a myriad of luminous specks. Yi Lian stood at the edge of the platform, watching the embracing figures within the halo, a serene smile gracing her lips. Congratulations on completing the 6th trial. The system's voice carried a tone of jest. Lady Xue's soul power rises from level 5 to 78, granting her black level authority and an 80-level divine soul ring. Host's soul power ascends from 1 to 76. The 7th trial, assist Poseidon. 3 days later, before the cave at the summit of Sea God Mountain, Xue Yun met Poseidon for the first time. Clad in a long purple gown, her lavender and white hair cascaded like seaweed, encircled by 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The pressure of a level 95 tidal Douluo weighed heavily like the deep sea, yet softened slightly upon seeing Xue Yun. You are the inheritor of the red level 9th trial? Poseidon's voice was as cold as stones clashing. The sea dragon said you are intriguing. Xue Yun clasped his fists in respect. Junior Yun Zhao pays his respects to you, esteemed elder. A tempest of emotions roiled within him. For the woman before him was the oceanic invincible, on par with Tang Chun and Xian Daolu, yet at this moment, she was merely a level 95 Douluo undergoing an assessment. The 7th trial. Assist me in repelling the evil demon Orca King. Poseidon pointed towards the depths of the circular sea, where a ferocious beast aged 190,000 years resided, one that even Xiaobai's clan could not contend with. Its weakness lies in the reverse scales on its abdomen. The divine spirit of Poseidon unfurled. The trident aimed directly at the king of Orcus. As I held my ground to restrain it while you sought to breach its defenses, Xue Yun nodded. The radiant form of the phoenix manifested, its 7th soul ring igniting. Golden wings ablaze with divine fire diving downwards. The ice prison of Xue Jue crystallized on the ocean's surface, forming massive ice spikes that temporarily hindered the king of Orcus movements. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaobai led the clan in a surprise attack, only to be swept away by the orca's powerful tail, several great white sharks gravely wounded and submerged. Xiaobai? Xue Yun bellowed, activating the soul bone skill of his left arm, shadows coalescing into claws of light and darkness, viciously clawing at the orca's vulnerable scales. With a roar, the king of Orcus, in pain and fury, summoned a vortex of dark energy that engulfed Xue Yun. In this critical moment, Poseidon's 9th soul skill, the descent of the sea god, was unleashed, a colossal blue apparition grasping the trident and delivering a devastating blow to the king of Orcus. Retreat. The king of Orcus howled in defiance, and before departing, it savagely bit the skull of a 9,000-year-old great white shark, Xiaobai's brother. Xiaobai emitted a mournful wail, while Poseidon gazed at the fleeing orca, a glint of cold determination in her eyes. Once I complete the trials, I shall claim its life. 7th trial completed. The system announced. Host soul power has ascended to level 77, receiving a divine soul ring. Poseidon's soul power elevated to level 96. 8th trial. Gather the materials for the divine artifact. Xue Yun leaned closer to inspect, noting the map marked with items he had previously collected, such as Crimson Flame mystical iron and Deep Sea silver, alongside several unmarked locations. The Sea Dragon Douluo added. These are the core materials for forging the divine artifact. Once gathered, the sea god will personally forge a semi-artifact for you. A semi-artifact? Without the heart of the artifact, it remains a mere incomplete product. Poseidon's voice echoed from outside the hall as she gracefully entered, her gaze fixed upon Xue Yun. Yet, for your self-created divine position, it is already a sufficient foundation. Xue Yun met her gaze and suddenly inquired, do you know Tang Chun and Xian Daolu? A flicker of surprise crossed Poseidon's eyes, swiftly replaced by nonchalance. They are both prodigious soul masters of the Douluo continent, and our paths have not crossed. In the future, perhaps we shall meet, Xue Yun asserted firmly. At that time, I hope to stand alongside you, rather than as adversaries. Poseidon chuckled lightly, a rare warmth surfacing in her violet eyes. If you can complete the 9th trial of the red level, There may be a possibility. She paused, adding, I eagerly anticipate that day. The return journey commenced. 8th trial initiated. Objective, gather the materials for the divine artifact. The system's voice brimmed with vigor. Host. The tempest of the continent approaches. Xue Yun gazed out at the distant horizon, his fists clenched. The surge of soul power at level 77 coursed through him. The energies of the 7th soul skill, Radiant Phoenix, and the Fire God domain stirring restlessly. Yet, the red level 9th trial on Sea God Island was only just beginning. The vessel cleaved through the waves, heading towards the mainland. Chapter 48. 800 is 800. Love you, brother. See you at Xuanwu Gate. The sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, crashed against the deck of the breaking wave. Xue Yun stood by the railing, watching the coastline gradually come into focus. Golden sunlight casting upon his profile, outlining his resolute features. After months of sailing, they were finally nearing Hanhai City. As Xue Jiyue approached him, her ice-blue eyes gazed into the distance. In half a day, we shall reach the shore, she remarked. Her soul power had ascended to level 78. Mere steps away from reaching the esteemed 80, and the ice attribute energy surrounding her had become increasingly refined. Meanwhile, Yilian stood silently at the stern of the ship, the shadow blade martial spirit flickering at her fingertips. With her level 66 soul power, her stealth capabilities had significantly improved, and she vigilantly scanned the surface of the sea, on guard against any potential marine soul beasts. Host, we are nearing Hanhai City. Care to take a guess at what news awaits you? The system's voice carried a hint of mischief. I wager a pack of spicy strips that it cannot be good. Xue Yun chuckled. Since when did you develop such a fondness for gambling? It's the work of my elder brother, Xue Yun replied, her gaze sharpening. As the speedboat drew closer to the wave breaker, a dark-clad shadow guard leapt aboard and knelt on one knee. Your subordinate pays his respects to your highness. Rise, Xue Yun stated plainly. What is the matter? The shadow guard stood and produced a sealed letter from his breast pocket, lowering his voice. His Majesty has instructed me to deliver this to your highness. It concerns a grave matter. Xue Yun accepted the letter, tearing it open to reveal its contents. Her brow furrowing instantly. Host, what troubles you? Your countenance is quite grim. The letter was brief, yet revealed two shocking pieces of news. Firstly, the life of Qian Xuanji. The grand offering of the martial soul hall was nearing its end, while the underworld sect was covertly stirring, having colluded with several nobles and soul masters, seemingly plotting to upheave the continent. Secondly, a coup had erupted in the Dou Empire, with the second prince Dai Yunlai leading 800 soul masters to massacre the first and third princes, compelling the old emperor to declare him the crown prince. Qian Xuanji, Xue Yun murmured, the name stirring tumult within her. She had encountered references to this grand offering in ancient texts. Qian Xuanji, the grandfather of Heaven Dou Empire, had lived for nearly 5 centuries, making him one of the oldest living powerhouses on the continent. It was said he only fathered a son in his 300s, yet tragically, that son, possessing mediocre talent, had been slain by the underworld ancestor over 30 years ago. Thankfully, Heaven Dou Empire remained, preserving the bloodline of the angel clan. With Qian Xuanji's life drawing to a close, the underworld ancestor would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Xue Jiyue leaned over to read the letter, a shadow of gravity passing through her ice-blue eyes. And Heaven Dou Empire has only just completed the 6th trial of the angel god, still not reaching level 99. He is no match for the underworld ancestor. Yi Lian interjected. The underworld sect's collusion with the nobles is evidently an attempt to undermine the great empires from within. If Tindo and Luo were to fall into chaos, they would reap the benefits. Xue Yun lightly tapped her fingers against the railing, her gaze profound. This is merely the beginning. The underworld sect has bided its time for years. This time, they must be thoroughly prepared. She turned to the shadow guard. Does my brother have any further instructions? The shadow guard acknowledged and swiftly piloted the boat away. Only the 3 remained on the deck, the atmosphere thick with tension. The coup in the Luo Empire, Xue Jiyue spoke softly. I have encountered Dai Yunlai before. He is known for his volatile temperament. I did not expect such audacity from him. Xue Yun shook her head. The ability to rally the spirit cat duke and execute the 2 princes with an army of 800 soul masters is not the act of a mere brash fool. Her thoughts drifted back to the contents of the letter regarding the new crown prince's decree, her expression growing increasingly complex. His declaration that future capable individuals shall inherit the Luo royal family appears to undermine its foundation, yet in truth, it is a perilous gambit. A perilous gambit? To me, it seems more like a blunder. The system expressed confusion, questioning whether openly vying for the throne would not incite the princes to engage in mutual slaughter, thus providing outsiders with opportunities. On the contrary, Xue Yun elucidated, such overt competition would serve to sift out the most formidable successor. Each generation of emperors has endured trials of blood and fire, their capabilities inevitably surpassing those of princes nurtured in a sheltered environment. Furthermore, he mandated that upon the establishment of the Crown Prince, all factions except for that of the Crown Prince should be abolished. While this may appear brutal, it effectively circumvents future power struggles. Although the Tindo dynasty has reached its zenith under the elder brother's rule, any future incompetent sovereign could lead to its decline. Gazing towards the distant coastline, Xue Yun pondered that perhaps Xing Luo, following this transformation, would grow even stronger. Is it fair to say that this Dai Yunlai is indeed a formidable figure? The system mused. It seems that Xing Luo will become a significant source of trouble for Tiando in the future. Setting aside thoughts of Xing Luo, Xue Yun redirected the conversation, emphasizing the pressing need to ascertain the movements of the Yuming sect. Should Qian Xuanji fall, the Wuhuan Hall would undoubtedly descend into turmoil, providing the Yuming sect with an opportune moment to strike. Xue Yun inquired, how shall we gather intelligence in Hanhai City? Hanhai City, a gathering place for soul masters, was well known for its information flow. A glimmer of insight flashed in Xue Yun's eyes as he remarked that there existed a location where they might uncover the answers they sought. Half a day later, at the Hanhai City dock, the ship breaking waves gradually docked at the pier. Xue Yun and his companions donned ordinary attire, blending into the bustling crowd. Upon returning to Hanhai City after more than a year, the port city appeared more prosperous than ever, with soul masters bearing their packs visible on every street corner. And the air was thick with a palpable sense of tension and excitement. It seemed the news of the palace coup had already spread. It appears the rumors of the palace coup have not just circulated, they have erupted, Xue Yun whispered, glancing at the merchants engaged in fervent discussions at the street corner. Indeed, the bloody upheaval within the Xing Luo royal family is enough to shake the entire continent, Xue Yun replied with a bitter smile. Navigating through the lively streets, they arrived at a 3-story establishment named Hanhai Tower. A black flag emblazoned with the emblem of a one-eyed sea beast hung in front. This was the insignia of the One-Eyed Sea Pavilion, the largest intelligence organization in Hanhai City. Host, are you seeking information from a broker? The system queried in astonishment. Is it wise to venture into such a place, where dubious characters abound? The One-Eyed Sea Pavilion had sustained its presence in Hanhai City for decades, undoubtedly due to its exceptional qualities. Xue Yun pushed open the door, noting that their pavilion master had ties with the Xue family. Xue Yun nodded, recalling her grandfather's words. The pavilion master of the One-Eyed Sea Pavilion is said to be an extraordinary individual, well-informed and discreet. Inside, the dim lighting and the faint scent of alcohol permeated the air. Groups of soul masters sat at tables, conversing in hushed tones. Upon noticing the arrival of Xue Yun and his companions, they merely cast a glance before returning to their discussions. A staff member clad in a gray short coat approached. Wearing a professional smile, esteemed guests, are you here for a meal or lodging? We seek your pavilion master, Xue Yun replied, presenting an ice blue token, an emblem of the Xue family. Upon seeing the token, the staff member's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Please follow me. Navigating through the bustling hall, the staff member led them to a secluded chamber in the rear courtyard. In the center of the chamber stood a round table, behind which sat an elderly man with a blind left eye, his face etched with the passage of time. This was the pavilion master of the One-Eyed Sea Pavilion, Old Hai. A young lady from the Xue family? He inquired. A flicker of surprise darted across the single eye of the old sea devil as he turned his gaze toward Xue Yun. And who might this be? He inquired with a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Young man, inquiring about these two matters will cost you quite a bit. Price is no object. Xue Yun replied, placing a pouch of gold soul coins upon the table, as long as the information is credible. The old sea devil weighed the pouch in his hands, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the underworld cult has been rather restless of late. It is rumored they have recruited numerous individuals, including some renowned soul masters and even a few noble science. Which individuals? Xue Yun pressed. I cannot divulge that. The old sea devil shook his head. It is against the rules of the One-Eyed Sea Pavilion to reveal the identities of my clients. However, I can inform you that the underworld cult has recently been in frequent contact with certain factions of the Star Luo Empire, seemingly plotting something. Xue Yun's heart stirred. Is it related to the palace coup in Star Luo? Hard to say. The old sea devil stroked his chin thoughtfully. On the day of the coup, there were indeed members of the underworld cult present outside Star Luo City, but they did not engage in the battle. They appeared to be mere spectators. Spectators? How intriguing. The system murmured. Could it be they didn't expect Dai Yunlai to succeed? And what of the palace coup? Xue Yun inquired. Oh, that coup was quite the spectacle. The old sea devil's eyes sparkled with excitement. The second prince, Dai Yunlai, had long been cultivating his own forces, even managing to win over the Duke of Spirit Cat. During the battle at Xuanwu Gate, the 800-soul master army fought valiantly, and the first and third princes were caught completely off guard and met their demise. What of the old emperor? He is still alive, though under house arrest. The old sea devil lowered his voice. It is said that Dai Yunlai forced him to issue a decree stating that henceforth, the succession of the Star Luo royal family would be determined solely by strength, with the capable taking the throne. Xue Yun and Xue Jue exchanged solemn glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. It seems the rumors hold truth, Xue Yun remarked gravely. But that is not all, the old sea devil continued. Once Dai Yunlai ascended, his first order of business was to reorganize the military, replacing all commanders loyal to the first and third princes with his own supporters. Furthermore, he decreed that once the crown prince is established, all other princes will be stripped of their titles, eliminating future threats. Quite ruthless, the system gasped. This is a fundamental solution to the struggle for the throne. Thank you for the information, old sea devil, Xue Yun said as he rose to take his leave. Such news is worth the price. The old sea devil smiled in return. May our collaboration be fruitful. Should you require assistance again, do not hesitate to seek me out. As they departed from the one-eyed sea pavilion, the night had already descended upon the realm. The streets of Hanhai City remained lively. Yet the spirits of Xue Yun and his companions felt heavy. The underworld cult's contact with the Star Luo forces is anything but auspicious, Xue Jue expressed her concerns. If they conspire together, the situation for Tindo will be perilous. For now, there is no need for alarm, Xue Yun countered, shaking his head. Dai Yunlai has just come into power, and his foundations are still shaky. He would not readily ally with the underworld cult, as that would be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. He paused, a glimmer of insight crossing his gaze. However, he may very well leverage the underworld cult to keep other factions in check, which poses the greater challenge. Yu Lian interjected suddenly. Where shall we go next? We shall find an inn to rest for the night, Xue Yun replied. Tomorrow morning, I intend to meet with the Lord of Hanhai City to gather information regarding the Spirit Hall, with Qian Xuanji's life nearing its end. Unrest within the Spirit Hall is inevitable. The trio sought out a secluded inn to settle in for the night. In the stillness of the night, Xue Yun stood before the window, gazing at the moonlight outside, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. The lurking machinations of the underworld sect, the rise of the Star Luo Empire, the turmoil within the Spirit Hall. It seemed as if the clouds of chaos were converging, heralding an impending storm of greater magnitude. Host, do not overthink. The boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge, the system consoled. With your current strength, even if you cannot prevail, escaping is certainly within your capabilities. Xue Yun chuckled softly. When did I become so lacking in ambition? This is simply the wisdom of recognizing the times. The system retorted earnestly. Moreover, you have yet to complete your 9th trial of the red rank. You cannot falter here. Xue Yun fell silent, his fists clenched tightly. The surge of soul power at level 77 coursed through him, the force of his 7th soul skill, the radiant phoenix avatar, stirring with anticipation. He understood that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet he had no choice but to confront them head-on. The moonlight bathed his face, illuminating the determination in his eyes. Regardless of the storms that lay ahead, he would safeguard everything he cherished, even at great personal cost. Meanwhile, deep within the imperial palace of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Yunlai stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon, a cold smile curling upon his lips. In his hand, he held a black token, engraved with a sinister, ghostly hand, the emblem of the underworld sect. The underworld sect seeks to use me? He murmured to himself. Let us see who truly manipulates whom. With that, he cast the token to the ground, crushing it underfoot. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing the ambition and ruthlessness in his eyes. The new era of the Star Luo Empire had begun to unfold. Chapter 49, The Summons of the Spirit Hall. In the study of the Lord's mansion in Hanhai City, the moist sea breeze seeped through the window cracks, carrying a faint fishy scent. Xue Yun nodded, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table. Time is of the essence. Please, Lord of the City, elaborate on the situation regarding Grand Priest Qian Xuanji. Mo Yuan sighed, his expression grave. According to the information from the Spirit Hall, Grand Priest Qian Xuanji has at most 1 year left to live. Once this Light Douluo, who has lived for nearly 5 centuries, falls, the underworld sect will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. He paused, adding, currently, the patrols across the continent have tripled, and major cities are reinforcing their defenses, fearing an early assault from the underworld sect. 1 year? More urgent than anticipated, the system's voice carried a hint of gravity. Qian Daolu is only at level 97. Even at an accelerated pace, he may not break through to level 99 within a year. Xue Yun rose to take his leave. Thank you for the information. I shall set off immediately. Mo Yuan also stood, clasping his hands in farewell. Travel safely. The Sea Spirit Master Legion of Hanhai City stands ready. Should the Tindo Empire require assistance, send word. After departing from Hanhai City, Xue Yun and his companions hastened towards Tindo City. As Mo Yuan had mentioned, the cities along the way were heavily fortified, with armed guards at the gates, and patrols frequently traversing the streets, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Even the remote border towns were tense. Xue Jiyue reined in her horse, observing the guards inspecting travelers at the city gate, a flicker of surprise crossing her ice-blue eyes. Yi Lian galloped up beside her, whispering, "The underworld sect's notoriety is so foul that everyone fears a surprise attack." Xue Yun furrowed his brows, sensing a troubling omen. Excessive vigilance would only drain the nation's resources, providing the underworld sect with an opportunity to exploit. The three displayed the imperial token of the Tindo royal family and smoothly passed through the checkpoint. As they journeyed northward, the closer they approached Tindo City, the more patrols they encountered, with heavily armored royal knights patrolling the main roads. "Host, it seems that Brother Xue Yun is under considerable pressure," the system remarked. "With external threats looming and internal dangers from the underworld sect, we must also remain wary of the movements of the Spirit Hall." Xue Yun remained silent, urging his steed to hasten. He could sense that a far greater storm was brewing, with Tindo City at its very epicenter. After 7 days, the silhouette of Tindo City finally emerged on the horizon. The towering city walls glimmered with a bluish-gray sheen under the sunlight, and there were exponentially more guards at the city gates, each person entering or exiting subjected to rigorous scrutiny. At last, they had arrived. Xue Jiyu exhaled in relief. The continuous days of travel had left her slightly weary, yet her eyes still sparkled with brightness. Xue Yun reined in his horse, gazing at the familiar city gate, his heart a tumult of emotions. Having departed Tindo City for several years, his return now felt like a world transformed. The three presented their tokens and entered the city without incident. The streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians, most shops had shuttered their doors early, and the patrolling soldiers moved with urgency, the air thick with an impending tension. "Let us proceed directly to the palace," Xue Yun stated solemnly. Navigating through Zhuke Avenue, they arrived at the palace gates. Upon seeing Xue Yun, the guards immediately bowed, greeting him with, "Greetings, Your Highness." Xue Jiyu and Yi Lian followed closely behind. Hearing the title, Xue Jiyu momentarily faltered, a flicker of surprise flashing in her icy blue eyes. Though she suspected Xue Yun's extraordinary status, she had not anticipated him to be a prince of the Tindo royal family. "Ah, it seems his identity is finally about to be revealed," the system teased. "I wonder if Miss Xue will be taken aback." Unaware of Xue Jiyu's reaction, Xue Yun strode directly into the palace. Outside the imperial study, upon his arrival, the eunuchs hastily bowed, announcing, "Your Highness, His Majesty is awaiting you inside." Pushing the door open, Xue Yun was seated at the desk, reviewing memorials, his crown slightly askew. A hint of fatigue etched across his brow. Hearing footsteps, he lifted his gaze, and, upon spotting Xue Yun, his eyes momentarily sparkled with surprise, which was quickly overshadowed by concern. "Brother," Xue Yun approached, "what has transpired?" Xue Yun sighed, gesturing to the memorials on the table. "It's regarding the underworld sect. In recent months, they have been highly active across various regions, enlisting numerous nobles and soul masters. Even a few county governors have been swayed by them." Xue Yun frowned. "Is it truly that severe?" Even more so, Xue Yan's gaze shifted to Xue Jiyu, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, followed by a knowing smile. "And who might this be?" Stepping forward, Xue Jiyu knelt in greeting, her voice calm, yet slightly constrained. "I am Xue Jiyu, a humble citizen, here to pay my respects to Your Majesty." Hailing from the Xue family of Tianxue City, although a prominent lineage, she held no official title and could only refer to herself as a commoner in the presence of the Tindo Emperor. Raising an eyebrow, Xue Yun turned to Xue Yun. "Your companion? The Xue family of Tianxue City? I recall that their ice attribute martial soul is formidable, particularly the ice spirit deer, which is truly exceptional." As the moonlight glimmered after the rain, Xue Jiyu humbly responded, "Your Majesty, I am unworthy of such praise." Suddenly, the system's voice rose in pitch, expressing surprise. "A marriage proposal? Is the plot advancing so swiftly? I am yet to prepare my snacks." Xue Yun's cheeks flushed slightly as he quickly retorted, "Elder brother, do not jest." A faint blush also appeared on Xue Jiyue's cheeks, and a flicker of panic flashed in her icy blue eyes as she lowered her head. "Your Majesty is merely joking." Xue Yun laughed heartily. "All right, I shall cease my teasing. Please, take a seat." The three settled down as a eunuch presented tea. Xue Yan's playful demeanor faded, and he spoke seriously, "Let us discuss important matters. Yesterday, the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace, Heaven Dou, issued a decree summoning the continent's foremost powers to convene at the Wuhuan Palace for urgent discussions." "What is the subject of discussion?" Xue Yun inquired. What else could it be? Xue Yun scoffed. Naturally, it concerns the underworld sect. With the longevity of Grand Priest Qian Xuanji nearing its end, the Wuhuan Palace is left leaderless. Although Heaven Dou Empire has attained level 97 and passed 6 angel trials, he has yet to reach level 99 and is no match for the underworld ancestor. Aside from him, the highest-ranked Light Douluo in the Wuhuan Palace is merely level 96, rendering them incapable of contending with the underworld sect. No wonder they are hastily gathering various factions. It seems they are fearful, the system muttered. However, the underworld ancestor is a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Even if the major factions unite, they may still fall short. Xue Yun pondered for a moment. Does elder brother intend to attend? Absolutely, Xue Yun replied solemnly. The underworld sect is a common enemy of the continent. If the Wuhuan Palace falls, the next to suffer will be the Tindo and Xingluo. I understand the principle of mutual survival. Xue Yun nodded in agreement. Very well. Suddenly, Xue Gus spoke up. Your Majesty, I too wish to accompany you. Xue Yun was taken aback. Miss Xue wishes to join us? After a moment of contemplation, he added, very well. The more allies, the greater our strength. Host, it appears Miss Xue desires to fight alongside you. The system remarked teasingly. It seems a marriage proposal may indeed be on the horizon. Xue Yun shot a glare at the system, irritated. Do not speak nonsense. Observing their interaction, Xue Yun couldn't help but smile, choosing not to expose their playful banter. He turned to Xue Yun, his expression turning grave. By the way, there is another matter. The new crown prince of the Xingluo Empire, Dai Yunlai, has been making frequent moves. Not only has he restructured the military, but he has also covertly allied with several neighboring kingdoms, harboring considerable ambition. I have heard of this in Hanhai City, Xue Yun remarked. He has implemented a new succession law, which appears to undermine the foundation, yet in truth, it is designed to select the strongest successor. This individual is far from simple. Xue Yun sighed. With him in Xingluo, he may well become the greatest threat to Tindo in the future. First, we must address the underworld sect. Xue Yun affirmed, indeed. The immediate priority is to unite with the major factions to curb the expansion of the underworld sect. Xue Yun nodded, you are correct. The pressing matter at hand is dealing with the underworld sect. As dusk settled, Xue Yun invited Xue Yun and Xue Jue to dine within the palace. At the dining table, Xue Yun occasionally teased Xue Yun and Xue Jue, causing them to blush, while Yi Lian quietly ate her meal, occasionally glancing at them with a hint of amusement in her eyes. This meal is quite lively, the system remarked. Xue Yun truly plays the role of a divine matchmaker. Xue Yun, uninterested in the system's jests, focused on his meal. Xue Jue, feeling somewhat awkward, hastily consumed a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. After the meal, Xue Yun arranged a guest room for the two to rest. Xue Yun escorted Xue Jue to the door, awkwardly remarking, my elder brother is just like that. Please do not take offense. Xue Jue shook her head, a flicker of complexity passing through her ice blue eyes. I bear no resentment. I merely did not expect you to be a prince of the Heaven Dou Empire. I apologize for not disclosing this sooner, Xue Yun replied. It matters not. Xue Jue replied with a gentle smile. Your status does not affect the bond we share. Warmth enveloped Xue Yun's heart. Rest early. We must prepare for our journey to the spirit hall tomorrow. Very well. Host, do not overthink it. The system consoled him. When the boat reaches the bridgehead, it will naturally straighten out. With your current strength, even when facing a Light Douluo, you possess the capability to contend. Xue Yun forced a smile. You overestimate me. With a soul power of level 77, even with my 7th spirit ability and soul bone skills, I could never match a 99 level ultimate Douluo. But you possess the protagonist's halo, the system retorted confidently. Moreover, you have yet to complete your red level 9th assessment. Once you pass this evaluation and become an ultimate Douluo, you will be able to overpower them effortlessly. Xue Yun remained silent, clenching his fists. He understood the necessity of rapidly enhancing his strength to safeguard those he cherished amidst the impending storm. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, in the Pope's chamber, Qian Daolu stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon above. His golden hair shimmered softly in the moonlight. Having reached level 97 in soul power and completed 6 angelic trials, he was but a step away from level 99. Yet he was acutely aware of the difficulty of this final leap. Qian Daolu nodded. Excellent. Inform them that the spirit hall awaits their arrival in 3 days. Understood. The cardinal in red bowed and withdrew. Gazing out the window, a hint of gravity flickered in Qian Daolu's eyes. The threat posed by the underworld sect loomed ominously, and with his grandfather Qian Xuanji's lifespan nearing its end, he needed to unite various factions swiftly to prepare for the underworld sect's retaliation. The moonlight bathed his face, revealing the determination and ferocity in his gaze. Chapter 50, 950,000, Year Soulbone. The gates of Spirit City resembled a slumbering giant beast, constructed entirely from white stone. The towering walls adorned with intricate angelic patterns, radiating a sacred luminescence under the sun. Following Xue Yun's entourage through the gates, Xue Yun's gaze swept over the spirit hall guards standing at attention on either side of the street, and he couldn't help but marvel at this city, revered as a sanctuary for soul masters, truly deserving of its reputation. Your Majesty, the Pope's chamber has prepared a banquet. A platinum cardinal bowed, leading the way. His gaze briefly lingering on Xue Yun, Xue Yue, and Yi Lian, imbued with a hint of scrutiny. Xue Yun nodded slightly and urged his horse forward. The Blaze Sun Dou Jin closely followed, his level 94 soul power radiating with the intensity of the sun, the soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black flickering around him, an invisible pressure causing the surrounding air to distort slightly. Host, there is an assembly of formidable soul power ahead. The system's voice suddenly brimmed with excitement. Let me scan the battlefield for you. In an instant, a dense list of names appeared in Xue Yun's consciousness. Blaze Sun Dou Jin, level 94, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Hao Tian Dou Tang San, level 95, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The 100,000-year soul ring is particularly striking. Blazing Flame Douluo, Hao Tian sect level 95, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Bone Douluo Gu Feng, 7 treasures glazed sect level 95, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Sword Douluo Chun Wu Feng, 7 treasures glazed sect level 96, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Thunder Douluo Yuxian Ting, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan level 95, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Soul Devouring Douluo, Spirit Hall, Elder Position Abolished level 95, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Death Douluo, Spirit Hall, Elder Position Abolished level 95, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Flame Demon Douluo, Spirit Hall, Elder Position Abolished level 94, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Golden Crocodile Douluo, Spirit Hall offering level 95, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Demon Subduing Douluo, Spirit Hall offering level 96, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The future father of Qianjun and Demon Subduing Douluo. Demon Bear Douluo, Spirit Hall offering level 96, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The future father of Demon Bear Douluo. Lion Douluo, Spirit Hall offering level 97, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The future father of Lion Douluo. Azure Luan Douluo, Spirit Hall offering level 97, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The future father of Azure Luan Douluo. Qian Daolu, Pope of Spirit Hall, Elder of the Elder Hall, Master of Douluo Hall, level 97, soul rings, purple, 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 black, 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 red. The purple rings are rewards from the divine examination. Star Luo Empire title Douluo 1, level 94. 5 Great Sect title Douluo 5, levels 93 to 95. Xue Yu, level 78 Soul Sage, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Yi Lian, level 66 Soul Emperor, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Xue Yun, level 72 Soul Sage, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Xue Yun, Yun Zhao level 77 Soul Sage, soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, 100,000 year. What a surprise. The system gasped. The Spirit Hall is indeed deeply concealed, having 2 level 97 Super Douluo. With the strength of Lion and Azure Luan, it's no wonder they dare to challenge the underworld sect. Xue Yun was equally astonished. He had long known that the Spirit Hall possessed profound resources. Yet he never anticipated that, aside from Qian Daolu, there would be so many high-ranking title Douluo. Particularly, the power of Lion Douluo and Azure Luan Douluo at level 97 could rival the peak strength of Tang San and Heaven Dou Empire. Such power is sufficient to instill fear in any faction. It seems that Heaven Dou Empire is genuinely serious this time, Xue Yun whispered, a hint of gravity flashing in her eyes, noting that even the ancient beings of the offering hall have been summoned. Within the hallowed halls of the papal chamber, the crystalline chandelier refracted a dazzling radiance, illuminating the formidable assembly gathered therein. Heaven Dou Empire, adorned in a golden papal robe, stood resplendent, his six-winged angelic apparition flickering behind him. The profound waves of his soul power, at level 97, surged like an unfathomable abyss, suffocating the lower-ranked soul masters in attendance. Thank you all for journeying from afar. Heaven Dou Empaire's voice resonated with a calm, yet undeniable authority. You are undoubtedly aware that the abyssal cult stirs restlessly. I implore the powers of our continent to unite once more in a concerted effort against this malevolence. Seated at the forefront, the blazing flame Douluo leaned casually against his chair, the Haotian hammer resting beside him. With a disdainful snort, he interjected. The ancient ghost of the abyssal cult has survived for nearly 4 centuries. His level 99 prowess is unfathomable. We may not be able to withstand him alone. That is precisely why we must unite, Heaven Dou Empire replied, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. With my grandfather's lifespan nearing its end, the abyssal cult will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to retaliate. Yet, if we stand united, victory is not beyond our grasp. The sword Douluo, Chen Wufeng, resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword, spoke with a measured tone. Collaboration is feasible, but the spirit hall must demonstrate sincerity. We cannot continually expend our resources while you reap the rewards. Heaven Dou Empire, undeterred, responded. The spirit hall is willing to assume 30% of the military expenditure and will open the archives to share information regarding the evil soul masters with all factions. A flurry of discourse ensued among the attendees, culminating in a decisive proclamation from Xue Yun, agreed. However, Tindo will be responsible solely for the northern front, while Xingluo must safeguard the south, with the spirit hall providing central support. The envoy from Xingluo, dispatched by Dai Yunlai, promptly nodded in agreement. Your Majesty of Tindo, your words resonate with truth. The conference persisted throughout the afternoon, and the various factions ultimately reached a consensus, pledging to fortify the border 3 days hence to jointly repel the abyssal cult's incursion. Upon the adjournment of the assembly, Xue Yun excused himself under the pretext of seeking fresh air and ventured outside the papal chamber. The system's detection range steadily expanded, striving to gather further intelligence regarding the abyssal cult, but upon nearing the angelic temple, an alarm abruptly sounded. Warning: unknown divine-level aura detected. The system's voice was tinged with urgency. They have locked onto us. A chill gripped Xue Yun's heart as he contemplated retreating. Yet an ancient voice resonated within his mind. Young friend, might you come to the angelic temple for a discussion? This voice, calm yet imbued with an imperious authority, was instantly recognized by Xue Yun as belonging to Qian Xuanji. Host, will you go? The system inquired anxiously. This is a being who has lived for 5 centuries. Drawing a deep breath, Xue Yun resolutely replied, I shall go. The angelic temple, perched at the pinnacle of Spirit City, was constructed entirely from white jade, with the angelic statue at its apex bathed in the golden hues of sunset, emanating an aura of sanctity. As Xue Yun stepped into the temple, he beheld an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, turned away from him, gazing at the statue on the wall. Though hunched, he exuded an air of superiority over all creation. You have arrived. Qian Xuanji slowly turned, a flicker of brilliance igniting within his murky eyes. The bright phoenix martial spirit, intertwined with the essence of the sea god, fascinating. Xue Yun clasped his hands in greeting. I am Yun Zhao, the junior, and I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. There is no need for excessive formalities. Qian Xuanji waved his hand dismissively, his gaze settling upon Xue Yun. I have heard whispers of your exploits on Sea God Island. Xue Yun's heart stirred with intrigue. You sought me out, esteemed elder. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Instruction is perhaps too grand a term. Qian Xuanji sighed, retrieving a lustrous white soul bone from his robes. I merely wish to present you with a gift. It was a right leg bone, approximately half a foot in length, its surface shimmering with a faint golden light, subtly revealing the fluctuations of a 950,000-year-old soul ring. Qian Xuanji elucidated. This is a trophy from my early years, obtained from the hunt of a holy light unicorn. The skill Heavenly Light Break can condense sacred light to launch a linear impact. Once absorbed, its power can rival that of a full-force strike from a soul Douluo. The system exclaimed. Host, quickly accept it. Yet, Xue Yun hesitated, inquiring, why would the esteemed offering bestow such a precious gift upon me? Qian Xuanji gazed out at the setting sun, a fleeting hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Having lived nearly 5 centuries, I have witnessed too many rises and falls. Should the underworld sect triumph, the continent will descend into darkness. If the spirit hall reigns supreme, history may repeat its tragic course. He turned to Xue Yun, his gaze piercing. You are different. Your light is not a mere appendage to the divine angels, but a power that belongs solely to you. He pressed the soul bone into Xue Yun's hands. His voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Accept it. Should the day come when I am no longer here, I hope you will safeguard this light and prevent evil from consuming all. Xue Yun clutched the warm soul bone, reflecting on the formidable figure before him, who had dominated the continent for 5 centuries. In that moment, he was no longer the exalted Light Douluo, but a concerned elder. His eyes filled with a blend of sorrow and hope that stirred profound emotions within Xue Yun. I shall not disappoint your trust, esteemed offering, he vowed solemnly. Qian Xuanji smiled, a childlike joy illuminating his features. Good, good. He waved his hand. Go now. Remember, the gates of the angel temple shall always remain open for those who protect the light. As Xue Yun bowed in farewell and exited the temple, the setting sun elongated his shadow. The soul bone in his grasp radiated a warm glow, as if it bore the weight of the elder's 500 years of anticipation. Host, shall we proceed with absorption? The system inquired seriously. Yes, Xue Yun replied, seeking a secluded courtyard to press the soul bone against his right leg. The energy of 950,000 years surged into his body, remarkably gentle, clearly having been pre-processed by Qian Xuanji. The skill imprint of heavenly light break formed within his dantian, harmonizing flawlessly with his ultimate light. New skill acquired. Heavenly light break condenses sacred light for a linear impact, with a purifying effect, and doubles damage against dark attributes. Feeling the surging power within him, Xue Yun gazed towards the angel temple, his heart awash with myriad emotions. He understood that Qian Xuanji's gift was not merely a weapon of strength, but a heavy responsibility. Meanwhile, within the angel temple, Qian Xuanji watched Xue Yun depart, murmuring, as long as light endures, hope shall never perish. The dying rays of the sun cast a golden halo around the old offering, yet could not obscure the deep-seated weariness and desolation etched into his being. 3 days hence, armies from various factions of the continent began to mobilize towards the borders. Standing atop the walls of Spirit City, Xue Yun gazed at the throngs of troops, clenching his fists. The counteroffensive of the underworld sect was about to commence, and his battle was merely unfolding. Chapter 51, The Crisis of the Spirit Hall. The dawn in Spirit City was always accompanied by the melodious chimes of bells, as doves swept past the spires of the angel temple, casting silhouettes of peace. Xue Yun stood in the courtyard of the inn, meticulously adjusting the newly acquired skill. Heavenly light break, for his right leg. Golden beams coalesced upon his limb, slicing through the air with a faint hum. Host, this move is indeed impressive, yet its power seems inferior to the Phoenix Burst strike. The system's voice teased. Perhaps you did not exert enough effort during absorption? Xue Yun chuckled softly, about to retort, when an icy chill suddenly swept in from outside the city, as if countless venomous serpents were fixating on this urban landscape. He abruptly raised his head. Enveloped in an intense flame for protection, something was amiss. Warning. A significant energy fluctuation from malevolent soul masters detected. The system's tone sharpened. The number exceeds 100. At least 10 are Light Douluo level. Xue Yun's pupils constricted sharply, and he dashed toward the interior. Jiwe, Yillian, we must flee. Simultaneously, on the plains outside the Soul Master City, the air shimmered with distortion. Dark silhouettes emerged from the rippling space, their chilling soul power spreading like a tide, instantaneously overpowering the sacred aura within the city. At the forefront stood an elderly man clad in a blood-red robe, with a gaunt visage yet eyes glimmering with a sinister crimson light. Carlos, the leader of the underworld sect, a super Douluo of level 98. Behind him loomed 9 equally formidable evil soul masters, each exuding the oppressive presence of Light Douluo. Minji, vice leader level 97, martial soul, underworld bone dragon. Xue Yun, elder level 97, martial soul, blood nightmare tree. Hunshi, second elder level 96, martial soul, soul devouring scythe. Gushi, third elder level 96, martial soul, bone corroding demon spider. Gia Douluo Moros, level 96, martial soul, ghost crow. Shuabai Douluo Kale, level 96, martial soul, bloodbat. Ingma Douluo Safis, level 95, martial soul, shadow demon. Dushin Douluo, level 95, martial soul, corrupted heart scorpion. Guanyu Douluo, level 95, martial soul, bone prison. Inlay Douluo, level 95, martial soul, underworld thunder serpent. 100 soul saints, malevolent soul masters of the soul Douluo level, followed closely behind, their black soul rings flickering beneath them, casting an ominous atmosphere over the entire plain. Carlos licked his lips, his voice rasping like sandpaper. It is time for a change of ownership. Within the Soul Master City, alarm bells rang urgently, shattering the morning tranquility. Heaven Dou led the Soul Hall's elite. Swiftly appearing atop the city walls, their six-winged angel martial souls unfurling, the golden radiance contrasting starkly against the encroaching darkness beyond. Carlos, how dare you trespass upon Soul Master City? Heaven Dou's voice was as cold as steel. At the foot of the city wall, the soul-devouring Douluo, Death Douluo, and flamed demon Douluo stood shoulder to shoulder. Although stripped of their elder titles, they remained loyal to the Soul Hall, their yellow, purple, and black soul rings emanating an oppressive aura. Newly appointed Ghost Leopard Douluo, level 92, and Snake Spear Douluo, level 93, also readied their guards for the impending confrontation. The powerful figures of the offering hall floated in the air. Golden Crocodile Douluo, level 95, Demon Subduing Douluo, level 96, Demon Bear Douluo, level 96, Lion Douluo, level 97, and Qingwan Douluo, level 97, each a paragon of strength, yet their expressions bore the weight of grave concern. 10 titled Douluo of the Gold Crocodile stood solemnly. Among them, 2 possessed the formidable rank of 97, while 4 were at 96. Had they lost their senses? Heaven Dou's expression remained impassive as his 6 wings gently flapped. It is the work of the netherworld ancestor. The spatial transfer was a feat only he could accomplish, enabling 10 titled Douluo to silently appear outside the city. Host, flee at once, the system urged desperately. 10 evil soul masters of titled Douluo. Venturing out now would be tantamount to delivering oneself to death. Xue Yun grasped Xue Yun and Yi Lian. Hiding behind the arrow tower on the inner side of the city wall, peering through the arrow slits to observe the unfolding situation outside, his heart racing. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from Carlos, whose terrifying prowess at rank 98 made even his ultimate flames quiver slightly. What shall we do? Yi Lian gripped her shadow blade tightly. Her soul power at level 66 was nearly negligible in the presence of so many titled Douluo. Xue Yun quietly summoned her ice spirit dear martial soul, enveloping the 3 with a thin layer of ice formed from her soul power at level 78. Wait. Charging out now would be suicidal. We can only hope the spirit hall can withstand the onslaught. Heaven Dou ceased this futile resistance. Carlos's wild laughter echoed as his 9th soul ring suddenly lit up, unleashing his 9th soul skill, the netherworld blood prison. Dark red energy surged towards the city wall like a relentless tide, causing doves to plummet and vegetation to wither. Even the golden angelic patterns were dulled and eroded. Angelic domain purification, Heaven Dou called out, as the ethereal silhouette of the 6-winged angel behind him erupted with dazzling golden light, barely resisting the encroaching blood prison. Attack! At Carlos's command, the 10 evil soul masters of titled Douluo launched their assault simultaneously. The spectral form of the netherworld bone dragon roared as it collided with the city wall, while the blood nightmare's demonic tree vines slithered upward like venomous serpents. The soul devourer's soul-reaping scythe transformed into a pitch-black blade, slicing toward Heaven Dou amidst the chaos of countless terrifying soul skills interweaving in the sky. The defensive barrier of the spirit city trembled violently, as if on the brink of shattering. Demon suppression, Heaven Dou bellowed. The dragon-controlling Douluo swung his dragon staff, his soul power at level 96 manifesting as a golden staff shadow that repelled the bone-eroding demon spider. Rest assured, your holiness. The lion Douluo's blazing lion phantom clashed fiercely with the netherworld bone dragon, while the Qingwan Douluo swiftly engaged the bloodbat Douluo, Kairai. The gold crocodile Douluo and the demon bear Douluo joined forces to counter Carlos's primary assault. Each collision altered the very fabric of heaven and earth. Beneath the city wall, the soul devourer's soul-devouring spider emperor martial soul released a dense cloud of poisonous mist, while the death Douluo commanded the corpses to guard the city gates. The flame demon Douluo combined his flames with the attacks of the ghost leopard and the snake spear Douluo, barely maintaining the integrity of the wall's breach. Suddenly, a soldier was struck by the shadow demon Douluo's shadow energy, instantly turning to ash. The air was filled with anguished cries. The defenses of the spirit city crumbled incrementally under the relentless onslaught of the 10 evil soul masters of titled Douluo. This is terrifying, the system's voice quivered. Carlos at rank 98 is simply overwhelming. Even the combined might of the gold crocodile and the demon bear cannot withstand him. They are wary of the grand offering. Xue Yun realized, as long as the grand offering remains in the angel temple, they would not dare to launch a full-scale assault on the city. Xue Yun nodded, but this cannot last long. Once they ascertain that the grand offering will not intervene, just as the thought crossed their minds, Carlos's furious roar erupted from outside the city. Qian Xuanji, are you hiding inside, too afraid to come out? A glint of ferocity flashed in Carlos's eyes. It seems we have truly reached the end. Break the city. The attacks of the evil spirit masters grew increasingly frenzied, and a crack finally appeared in the city wall. The claws of the Netherbone dragon ruthlessly tore into the breach, shattering the bricks. This is bad. Qian Daoliu's expression changed dramatically. Qingwan, go lend support. Just as the battle Douluo Qingwan was about to withdraw, the bloodbat Douluo, Kaler, clung to him tenaciously. Unleashing the full force of his 95th level spirit power, trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Heavenly light shatter. In the midst of the chaos, Xue Yun's voice rang out. As her 77th level spirit power, empowered by a newly acquired spirit bone skill, temporarily repelled the Netherbone dragon. Carlos's gaze instantly fixed on the direction of the arrow tower, his crimson eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Are there still fish that slipped through the net? It's over. I'm being targeted, screamed the system. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Daoluo activated his 6th spirit skill, Holy Sword Judgment, and the golden blade shattered the illusion of the Netherbone dragon. Yun Zhao, take your people and evacuate through the secret passage. Xue Yun realized that her presence would only become a burden, and decisively said, Jiwe, Yun, follow me. The three of them swiftly retreated along the inner staircase of the city wall, taking advantage of the brief moment when the evil spirit masters were temporarily suppressed by Qian Daoluo. Their figures vanished at the entrance of the secret passage, with the sounds of explosions and screams growing ever closer behind them. The crisis in Wuhuan City had only just begun. Chapter 52, The Might of Extremes. The stone steps at the entrance of the secret passage were icy cold. As Xue Yun grasped the hand of Xue Jiue and prepared to step in, a weary sigh suddenly emanated from the direction of the city wall. The voice was not loud, yet it possessed a power that penetrated the soul, causing all the clamor to cease in an instant. Alas, just a single word. And the ranks of the evil spirit masters outside the city erupted into a chorus of anguished cries. An overwhelming pressure, vast as the starry sea, descended from the heavens, precisely locking onto all the evil spirit masters. The terrifying aura of a 99th level limit Douluo made the very ground tremble. 99th level. It is Qian Xuanji. The system's voice resonated with unprecedented shock. His spirit rings are completely black with red. Black, 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 red. This is the true stature of a limit Douluo. Qian Xuanji's figure hovered at the center of the illusion, his white hair and robe billowing in the wind. His previously hunched body now stood tall like a pine, and his murky eyes radiated a divine light that seemed to see through all things. How dare you be so audacious before me, you vile spirits? His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The pressure piled upon itself, each step stronger than the last. The soul-devouring Douluo and the death Douluo, though both titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, were unaffected due to not being evil spirit masters, merely kneeling on the ground with pale faces. Whereas the evil spirit masters of the Nether Church were crushed like insects by an invisible giant hand, their bodies disintegrating into ashes. Seraphim, true form. Godly domain. 9th spirit skill, Angel's Descent. With a low shout, the figure of the 6-winged angel in the sky suddenly dove down, transforming into a golden beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth, carrying the might to purify all as it hurtled toward the ranks of the evil spirit masters. Unite to resist. Carlos, in a state of utter terror, could feel the power contained in this strike was enough to reduce him to nothingness. He hurriedly summoned the remaining evil spirit master titled Douluos, Nether Great Formation. In the depths of the night, 9 malevolent soul masters, including the likes of Ming Yi and Xue Yun, swiftly converged, their soul rings erupting in unison. Dark energy coalesced into a colossal ghostly claw shield, attempting to withstand the descent of the angel. Yet, could the full force of an ultimate Douluo be so easily resisted? Crack. At the moment of collision between the golden beam and the ghostly claw shield, it was riddled with countless fissures. 1 breath, 2 breaths, after a third, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the shield was utterly shattered. No. Amidst the chilling cries, for 95-level evil soul masters, Shadow Demon Douluo, Poison Heart Douluo, Bone Prison Douluo, and Een Thunder Douluo were pierced through by the beam of light, their bodies dissolving inch by inch in the sacred energy, leaving no trace of their soul bones. The 96-level soul masters, Soul Devourer, Bone Erosion, and Ghost Crow Douluo, though not slain on the spot, were drenched in blood, their martial souls on the brink of collapse. The 97-level Ming Yi and Xue Yun were gravely injured, their breaths faint. Carlos himself was flung 100 meters by the shockwave. A gaping wound opened on his chest, and 30% of his 98-level soul power was brutally dispersed. Heavens, is this the power of a 99-level ultimate Douluo? The system's voice trembled. One strike to annihilate 4 tidal Douluos and heavily injure 5. This is nothing short of a dimensional suppression. At the entrance of the secret passage, Xue Yun's heart raced. He finally comprehended why Qian Xianqi had dominated the continent for 5 centuries. Such power transcended the realm of ordinary tidal Douluos, reaching a near-divine state. Just as the golden beam was about to completely engulf the remaining evil soul masters, a pitch-black rift abruptly appeared in the void, from which a gaunt, ghostly claw emerged, effortlessly shattering the beam. A chilling voice emanated from the rift as an elderly figure in a gray robe stepped forth. His visage was withered, his eyes sunken like black holes. Beneath him were 9 soul rings, mirroring those of Qian Xianqi. Black, 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 red. The ancient one of the underworld. 99-level ultimate Douluo. At last, you chose to reveal yourself. Qian Xianqi remained composed. The ethereal image of a 6-winged angel confronting the black mist of the Ancient One, their ultimate pressures colliding, causing ripples across the sky. The Ancient One scoffed. If you do not act soon, my worthless subordinates shall be entirely obliterated by you. He cast a disdainful glance at the barely breathing Carlos. A flicker of contempt in his eyes. Useless wretch. Carlos coughed up a mouthful of black blood, trembling as he spoke. Ancestor. Silence. The Ancient One interrupted, turning his gaze back to Qian Xianqi. Your lifespan is but a year. Why bother with these trifles? Matters of the continent are my concern. Qian Xianqi replied indifferently. Humph, such sweet words. A glimmer of malice flickered in the Ancient One's eyes. Do you think I am unaware? It was I who killed your son all those years ago. Your grandson, Heaven Dou Empire, is only at 97 level now. Once you perish, he shall pay for his father's life. The gaze of Qian Xianqi turned icy. Is this truly your intention? So what if it is? The Ancient One bellowed with laughter. You have an heir, but I do not. Carlos, that useless wretch, has exhausted his potential. At most, he will reach 98 level in this lifetime. If I do not act while you are at your weakest, shall I wait for Heaven Dou Empire to grow up and become a target for your family? His voice bore a hint of madness. Today, either you perish or I shall. Qian Xuanji sighed softly, his 6 wings gently unfurling. For hundreds of years, you have remained so extreme. If this is the case, allow me to witness how much you have progressed before my lifespan concludes. As his words faded, the 9th soul ring of the netherworld ancestor blazed to life. Dark mist coalescing into a colossal scythe, exuding an aura of devouring everything as it cleaved toward Qian Xuanji. 9th soul skill. Netherworld soul sever. Qian Xuanji stood resolute. The ethereal holy sword of the 6-winged angel gathering its brilliance, illuminating the entirety of Spirit City. 9th soul skill. Angelic descent. The cataclysmic clash of limit Douluos altered the very fabric of heaven and earth. The golden holy sword clashed with the obsidian scythe in the air, each collision unleashing terrifying energy storms, the debris of the city walls spiraling skyward, transforming into a rain of stone. Xue Yun pulled Xue Jiyu and Yi Lian into a hidden passage, peering through a narrow vent. Above, the golden and black radiance intertwined ceaselessly, at times one overpowering the other, at times evenly matched. The apocalyptic aura made it difficult for the 3 to breathe. Who will emerge victorious? Yi Lian's voice trembled. Just then, the netherworld ancestor abruptly withdrew, the dark mist coalescing into a gigantic skull, countless wailing vengeful spirits swirling within. The overwhelming energy began to warp the very space around them. Qian Xuanji, taste this. I have poured a century of effort into the 10,000 souls devouring god. This strike was several times more terrifying than the previous netherworld soul sever, clearly a trump card of the netherworld ancestor. Qian Xuanji gazed at the rapidly approaching skull, slowly closing his eyes. His demeanor appeared peculiar, neither defensive nor evasive, merely hovering silently in place. Yet the light of the 6-winged angel began to subtly shift, the golden hue intermingling with a faint trace of crimson. What is he doing? Xue Jiyu wondered. A profound unease surged within Xue Yun, as if something of utmost significance was about to transpire. He clenched his fists, the flames of ultimate power erupting uncontrollably, illuminating the dim corridor. Outside the city, the skull of 10,000 souls devouring god loomed just above Qian Xuanji. A collision that would determine the fate of the continent was poised to unfold. Chapter 53. With my frail body, I summoned the sword of divine retribution. The skull hovered a mere 3 feet above Qian Xuanji's head, amidst the dense black mist. Countless vengeful spirits extended their claws, seemingly ready to rend this limit Douluo asunder at any moment. Within Spirit City, everyone held their breath, Heaven Dou gazing at his grandfather, who awaited his fate with closed eyes, could no longer contain himself. Grandfather. This cry pierced through the energy storm, and Qian Xuanji's eyes snapped open. Those once murky orbs now shone like stars. The six-winged angelic martial spirit behind him unfurled suddenly, golden feathers standing erect, radiating an aura of resolute defiance. Buzz. The Netherworld ancestor's most powerful strike abruptly froze midair, as if ensnared by an invisible force. The ancestor, astonished, realized that his connection to the skull was rapidly severing. The dark energy, accumulated over 5 centuries, was disintegrating under Qian Xuanji's gaze. Just as the Netherworld ancestor was about to unleash a tirade, he witnessed Qian Xuanji take his first step. With each step taken, the soul rings beneath Qian's feet shattered, beginning with the first. The black rings disintegrated, transforming into specks of golden light that fused into his very being. His once aged visage shed its wrinkles, golden hair blossomed from the roots, and his stature gradually straightened, resembling Heaven Dou by 3 parts. Grandfather. Heaven Dou's pupils constricted in sudden realization of his grandfather's intentions. His voice trembled. No? With the second step, the second soul ring's black ring shattered. Qian's aura surged dramatically, the brilliance of his 6-winged angel martial soul intensifying, its divine pressure compelling the heavens and earth to submit. The third step saw the third soul ring's black ring break apart. His white robe billowed without wind. Intricate golden patterns emerged upon his 6 wings. These were the original marks of the angel god, now slowly illuminating under the energy released from the shattered soul rings. As the final red soul ring shattered, an energy storm formed from 9 fragments, surged into the 6-winged angel martial soul. In an instant, the martial soul emitted a chilling aura, divine flames ignited upon its golden wings, and a true angelic holy sword coalesced from the ethereal realm. The hilt was set with a burning ruby, and the blade radiated a holy light capable of purifying all, a weapon of divine origin. Angel's holy sword. With my frail body, I invoke the sword of divine punishment. Qian's voice resonated as if from the heavens, his youthful countenance imbued with compassion and authority. Divine technique, angelic judgment. In the moment the holy sword descended, time seemed to freeze. The golden sword light, devoid of earth-shattering clamor, carried an undeniable force of order. Wherever it passed, the skeletal visage of the Nether ancestor, with its myriad souls consuming the divine, melted away like snow, leaving not even a trace of darkness. No. The Nether ancestor let out a heart-wrenching wail, attempting to detonate his soul power in a final act of desperation, only to find his body paralyzed within the holy light. At the moment the sword light pierced his chest, the ancestor's form erupted violently, dissipating into a cloud of black mist that vanished into the ether. Unseen by anyone, a wisp of imperceptible black gas slipped away through a rift in space, carrying with it the lingering resentment of impending death. Ancestor. Carlos's eyes bulged with rage as he turned to flee. The remaining evil soul masters, titled Douluos, had long since lost their wits. And the lower-tier evil soul masters fled like lost dogs, employing various secret techniques in their desperate escape. Pursue, roared the golden crocodile Douluo, ready to lead the spirit hall's elite in a counterattack. There is no need, came Qian's voice, laced with fatigue. His form began to fade. Like a moon reflected in water or a flower mirrored in glass, an ephemeral existence unable to stir great waves. The title Douluos suddenly realized that Qian's silhouette was gradually dissipating, and the radiance of his 6-winged angel martial soul dimmed increasingly. He cast his gaze upon the martial soul city, then lifted his eyes to the heavens, slowly speaking, his voice echoing throughout the continent. I have traversed the Douluo continent for 5 centuries, finding few worthy adversaries. Now, as my lifespan draws to a close, ridding the continent of calamities is indeed a commendable deed. In the name of the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, I decree to all soul masters. His voice bore the last remnants of divine power, penetrating mountains and rivers, reaching the ears of every soul master. Even the ordinary civilians could hear it clearly. All Douluo soul masters, uphold the unextinguished light. Let darkness dissipate. The soul master of evil stands as the adversary of the Spirit Hall, the foe of all righteous soul masters, and the enemy of every inhabitant of the Douluo continent. As I utter these words, guided by the angel god and the god of light, my gaze traverses the city walls, precisely landing upon Xue Yun at the entrance of the secret passage, a glimmer of understanding illuminating my eyes. The system's voice quivers with a hint of sorrow. He speaks of the god of light. He is referring to the host. This old man, until the very end, has been aiding us in cultivating faith. Xue Yun stands within the secret passage, fists clenched, warmth flooding his eyes. Qian's gaze seems to penetrate through the walls, imbued with expectation and entrustment, stirring an indescribable shock within him. The people of the Douluo continent adhere to an unyielding vow against the sole masters of evil. As the final word resonates, Xian's figure transforms into a cascade of golden dust, the fragments of the six-winged angelic spirit scattering like meteors, descending upon every inch of the spirit city. The residual energies of the evil soul masters, upon contact with these fragments, are instantaneously purified, even the cracks in the city walls gradually mending in the golden light. Everything returns to its original state, as if nothing had transpired, as if all is well. Farewell to the great offering. Daolu kneels on one knee, crimson tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. All soul masters and guards of the spirit hall kneel in unison, their voices resounding through the heavens. Farewell to the great offering. Farewell to the great offering. Far away in Tindo City, Xue Yun hears the decree that reverberates throughout the continent. She sets down the documents in her hand and bows deeply in the direction of the spirit city. Dai Yunlai of the Star Luo Empire stands atop the palace walls, gazing at the golden light in the west, remaining silent for a moment before signaling the guards to heighten their vigilance. From this day forth, the Star Luo Empire and the sole masters of evil shall be locked in an eternal struggle. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the Haoyan sect, along with all righteous forces of the continent, nod in agreement, bowing towards the spirit city. Even the common folk in remote towns, upon hearing the sacred decree, clasp their hands in prayer, seeking the blessings of the angel god and the god of light. From this moment forth, in the world of Dou, apart from the city of slaughter, any appearance of soul masters of evil shall be met with resistance from all inhabitants of the continent. Though the spirit hall has its shortcomings, its intentions remain aligned with the peace of the continent. Had Daolu intervened from the very beginning, the spirit hall would forever be the voice of the continent. Within the secret passage, Xue Yun gazes at the golden dust cascading outside, seemingly witnessing the final smile of the Light Douluo, who reigned for 500 years. He understands that Xian's demise is not an end, but rather a new beginning. The legacy of light shall be borne by them, the successors. Host, the faith collection rate has surged to 35. The system's voice trembles. Great offering Xian paved the way for us with his very life. Xue Yun remains silent, merely glancing at the sole bone on his right leg, where the warmth of Xian still lingers, as if recounting the final hopes of an elder. Xue Jiyue grasps his hand, her ice-blue eyes glistening with tears. We cannot let him down. Yi Lian silently nods, the luminous patterns on the shadow blade shimmering for the first time, as if responding to the unquenchable decree of light. As the golden light of Wuhuan City gradually dissipated, the decree that resonated throughout the continent seemed to transform into an imperceptible brand, etched into the hearts of all. Though Qian had perished, his aspirations endured. The angels may have fallen, but the light remains eternal. Meanwhile, in a void fissure unnoticed by anyone, the remnants of the nether ancestors' soul lay curled in darkness, the wound upon his chest still searing. He gazed towards Wuhuan City, his eyes brimming with resentment and dread. Xue Yun, I shall not spare you. Chapter 54, The Wish of Qian. Even as the golden radiance of Wuhuan City lingered, a faint yet clear voice suddenly echoed in Xue Yun's mind, imbued with the gentle and earnest tone unique to Qian. My young friend, I can assist you no further. Xue Yun was jolted, halting his advance into the depths of the secret passage. This voice did not emanate from the external world, but resonated from the depths of the soul. Evidently, the lingering consciousness left by Qian before his dissolution. In the days to come, even if you do not ascend to divinity, should the Wuhuan temple stray from its path, I hope you will extend a helping hand. The voice carried a hint of sorrow. It may deviate from its original intent. Yet do not forget, it once forged a path for countless commoner soul masters. Free awakening of martial souls, monthly distribution of gold soul coins, enabling children from remote villages to pursue their dreams of becoming soul masters. These are the very foundations of the Wuhuan Temple. I am aware of your noble lineage from the Tindo royal family and our differing positions, but for the sake of my words today, the Wuhuan Temple must not perish. In the instant the consciousness faded, Xue Yun felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Host, what troubles you? The system inquired with concern. Sensing his unusual demeanor, he suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, the Wuhuan Temple was indeed exceedingly benevolent towards commoner soul masters. From the free enrollment at Nodding Academy to the widespread martial soul awakening points across the continent. Even the subsidies granted to lower-tier soul masters had afforded numerous impoverished individuals a foothold. Their oppression of the noble class was undeniably severe. Yet it shattered the monopoly on soul master resources held by the royal family and sections. Those neglected remote regions, overlooked by the Tindo and Xinglu royal families, were the very foundations of the Wuhuan Temple. Thousands of commoner soul masters had gained opportunities to alter their destinies because of it. I have always viewed it from the perspective of the nobility, Xue Yun murmured, a wave of guilt washing over him. Transformed into the 9th prince of Tindo, he had enjoyed the privileges of royalty from a young age, never experiencing the hardships faced by commoner soul masters. He loathed the expansion and ambitions of the Wuhuan Temple, yet had overlooked its significance to the lower echelons. Qian Xuanji's words acted as a key, unlocking a perspective he had never encountered before. So that is it. The system's voice echoed with realization. We have only observed the conflicts between the Wuhuan Temple and various factions, neglecting its original intent. Xue Jiu sensed his disturbance and gently inquired, "What is the matter?" The Tindo royal family symbolizes order and tradition, yet it also entrenches social hierarchies. The Wuhuan Temple embodies expansion and ambition, yet it safeguards the hopes of countless commoners. Black and white, good and evil, have never been absolute. Perhaps what Qian Xuanji truly wished to protect was not merely the power of the Wuhuan Temple, but the hope it housed for commoner soul masters, Xue Yun whispered. Xue Jiu appeared contemplative. "So, what do you intend to do?" "First, I must fulfill my own responsibilities," he replied. Xue Yun smiled faintly, the confusion in his eyes dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented determination. At the very least, he could not allow the Heaven Dou Empire to become a tool for the oppression of the common people. "The host has matured," the system remarked, finally understanding that light is not merely about vanquishing demons, but also about protecting the weak. Xue Yun did not retort. He was aware that his mindset had undergone a fundamental transformation, no longer solely pursuing personal power on the path to divinity. He had gained a sense of responsibility for this continent. In the Heaven Dou Palace, within Xue Yun's chamber, Xue Yun raised an eyebrow. "Have you broken through your limitations?" "I suppose so," Xue Yun nodded, contemplating certain matters he wished to clarify during his cultivation. Xue Yun did not press further, simply stating, "If you require any resources, directly request them from the Ministry of Internal Affairs." That evening, Xue Yun entered a state of seclusion. He confined himself within the cultivation chamber, severing ties with the outside world, fully immersing himself in the refinement of his soul power and mental state. Xue Jiu stood outside the cultivation chamber, gazing at the tightly shut stone door, a flicker of concern passing through her ice-blue eyes. She sensed that Xue Yun's aura had become considerably steadier, yet it also possessed a layer of profundity that eluded her understanding. "He seems different," she murmured softly. Yi Lian appeared silently behind her, nodding in agreement. "His Highness must have undergone something significant in the spirit hall. Should we send someone to escort him?" "There's no need," Xue Jiu replied, shaking her head. "There are matters awaiting my attention back home." She turned to look at the stone door, adding, "When he emerges, please inform him that I have come to understand, and that he is welcome to find me in Tianshui City at any time." Yi Lian nodded. "I will convey your message." The following morning, Xue Jiu quietly departed from Heaven Dou City. She did not bid farewell, leaving behind an ice-blue jade pendant for Yi Lian to deliver to Xue Yun. It was the pendant of the head of the Xue family in Tianshui City, symbolizing her silent promise. Yi Lian placed the pendant at the entrance of the cultivation chamber and then stood vigil by the stone steps, her shadow blade martial spirit silently operating, alertly guarding the area. She was unaware of what Xue Yun was cultivating in seclusion, yet she could perceive that the fluctuations of soul power emanating from within were increasing at an astonishing rate, becoming ever more refined and pure. Time slipped away unnoticed, spring giving way to autumn. 9 months later, the first snow of winter began to fall upon Heaven Dou City. After nearly a year of silence, the stone door of the cultivation chamber finally emitted a dull sound. With a crack, the stone door slowly opened, releasing a torrent of restrained yet profound soul power. Xue Yun's figure appeared at the threshold, clad in a simple white robe, his long hair held up by a modest jade hairpin. His features were more resolute than they had been 9 months prior, his eyes calm as deep pools, occasionally glimmering with a golden light that hinted at an all-seeing wisdom. With a soul power of level 79 circulating within him, he had not yet broken through to level 80, yet he felt more solid than an ordinary Soul Douluo, as if he were on the verge of transformation. "Congratulations, host. Soul power at level 79. Mental state breakthrough." The system's voice brimmed with excitement. "Now you truly deserve the title of the Lightbringer." Xue Yun raised a hand to catch a falling snowflake, the intense fire at his fingertips not melting it, but allowing the snowflake to spin delicately in his palm. His control over power had reached an exquisite level, his temperament shedding the youthful sharpness, replaced by a gentle weightiness. "Yi Lian," he spoke softly. Night Lian emerged from the shadows, the intricate patterns of light and dark on her shadow blade more harmonious than ever. "Your Highness," she reported, My soul power has reached level 69. Just one step away from becoming a soul sage. What is the situation outside? 9 months ago, news from the Spirit Hall announced that Heaven Dou Empire had officially succeeded the position of High Priest. Knight Lien continued her report, stating that he had ordered a purge of evil soul masters across the continent, with various factions including the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan responding to the call. And what of the Star Luo Empire? Dai Yunlai has officially ascended the throne and enacted a new law for soul masters, encouraging commoner soul masters to enlist in the military. The national strength of Star Luo is steadily on the rise. Xue Yun nodded, unsurprised. Following Qian Daoliu's succession, it was inevitable that the strategies of Qian Xuanji would be continued, and Dai Yunlai's ambition assured that Star Luo would not remain dormant. Is there any news from Miss Xue? He inquired casually. 3 months ago, news from Tianxue City indicated that she had broken through to level 80 and absorbed the Divine Soul Ring reward from the Black Level assessment. Knight Lien paused momentarily before presenting an ice-blue jade pendant. This is what she left behind. Xue Yun took the pendant, feeling its icy chill, yet it stirred a warmth within his heart. His Majesty awaits you in the study, Knight Lien added. He mentioned that there are important matters to discuss upon your emergence. Xue Yun gazed deep into the palace, the epicenter of the Tindo power and the burden he must bear. He inhaled deeply and stepped out of the courtyard. The snow in the corridor crunched softly underfoot, leaving no deep imprints. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon his white garments. After 9 months of seclusion, he had not only enhanced his soul power, but also discovered his path. That illumination is not merely the purification of darkness, but the safeguarding of hope. Ascension to godhood is not solely the pursuit of power, but the acceptance of responsibility. As for Qian Xuanji's charge, he had already formulated his response in his heart. If the Spirit Hall were to stray from its original intention, he would not stand idly by, yet he would never allow its complete destruction. For behind it lies the future of countless commoner soul masters. Let us proceed, Xue Yun said to Knight Lien. The two walked side by side towards the study, their silhouettes elongated upon the snowy ground. In the distance, bards continued to sing the tales of the Lightbringer, but this time, Xue Yun discerned not mere praise, but a profound expectation. His journey was far from over. Much like you and I, the path of life stretches long, long ahead. Chapter 55. You are my only kin in this world. In the Tindo Palace study, the aroma of sandalwood lingered. Xue Yun stood before a vast map, his fingertip lightly marking the location of the Fasnuo province, a buffer zone bordering the Spirit Hall, and the area most frequently ravaged by conflict in recent years. Hearing footsteps, he turned to find Xue Yun standing before him, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. After 9 months of seclusion, you have indeed changed, Xue Yun remarked, a hint of pride evident in his voice. Before him stood his younger brother, having shed the naivete of youth. Though his soul power had yet to reach its pinnacle at level 79, it emanated a grounded maturity, particularly in his eyes, which seemed capable of discerning the depths of the human heart. Xue Yun bowed respectfully. I have caused you concern, brother. Family should not speak in such formalities. Xue Yun replied. Xue Yun waved his hand and approached the table, extracting a scroll of bright yellow imperial edict. The reason for my visit today concerns 2 matters. He pushed the edict towards Xue Yun, the golden characters shimmering in the sunlight. Firstly, I wish to restore your name. Let it be proclaimed throughout the realm that Xue Yun, the 9th Prince of the Heavenly, has regained his royal status. Xue Yun continued. Secondly, I intend to appoint you as the crown prince, so that after my century of reign, you may inherit the throne of the Heavenly Empire. This declaration struck like a thunderclap within the imperial study. In the corner, Yilian could not help but glance up, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. The title of Crown Prince signified that Xue Yun would become the next sovereign of the Heavenly Empire, a glory coveted by countless royal descendants. Wow, the Crown Prince. Equivalent to the heir apparent. The system exclaimed with excitement. Host, this is a tremendous opportunity. With the imperial title, gathering faith will be even easier. Xue Yun scrutinized the characters on the edict. Had this been 9 months prior, he might have hesitated, perhaps even accepted. In those days, while he aspired to divinity, he had not yet completely severed ties with the royal lineage. However, after experiencing the life and death trials in Wuhuan City, heeding the teachings of Qian Xuanji, and engaging in profound introspection during his seclusion, he had come to a clear understanding of his true desires. He raised his gaze to meet Xue Yan's, his eyes clear as crystal. Faith cannot be traded for titles. It is earned through tangible deeds. It is more fitting for Yun Zhao to awaken the martial souls of children in remote villages to provide a foundation for low-tier soul masters, and to ensure that evil soul masters do not dare to act recklessly. Indeed, host speaks true. The system promptly revised its tone, exuding righteousness. True brightness resides in the alleys, not upon the dragon throne. Xue Yun was taken aback. He had anticipated Xue Yun's surprise, hesitation, or even joy. But he had not expected such a decisive refusal. He stared intently at his younger brother, suddenly realizing that the Xue Yun before him was no longer the sheltered child in need of protection, but a formidable individual who had genuinely discovered his own path. Ha! Xue Yun burst into hearty laughter, repeating 3 times, "What a splendid notion! What a remarkable Yun Zhao! You have truly grown." His laughter subsided, and his expression shifted to one of solemnity as he called out to the outside, "Convey my edict." The eunuch standing outside promptly bowed, "Your servant is here." Firstly, Prince Xue Yun of the Heavenly, though gifted with exceptional talent, has unfortunately succumbed to illness and passed away last night. Let the Ministry of Rites conduct a grand burial befitting the heir apparent, interring him in the royal mausoleum for worship. Xue Yun's pupils constricted as he instantly grasped his brother's intentions. Through the death of Xue Yun, the ties binding him to his royal identity would be completely severed, allowing Yun Zhao to traverse the continent without restraint. Secondly, I hereby appoint the Duke of Light, Yun Zhao, as a member of the heavenly royal family, granting him the privileges of a prince, along with a golden token, allowing him to command all soul masters within the empire. Thirdly, I bestow marriage between Duke of Light Yun Zhao and Xue Yue, the young master of the Xue family from Water City, with the wedding date to be determined by the couple, and the heavenly royal family shall prepare generous gifts. The 3 edicts were meticulously crafted, erasing the constraints of royal identity while endowing Yun Zhao with ample authority, even considering his future with Xue Yue. Woohoo! Xue Yun, you are truly magnificent. The voice of the system carried a sobbing tone. This is what a true brother is. For the sake of the host's dreams, he is willing to forsake the imperial throne. Xue Yun approached Xue Yun, gently patting him on the shoulder with a steady and warm hand. I am your elder brother, your only kin in this world. I am fully aware of your aspirations since childhood. His voice lowered, carrying a hint of barely perceptible hoarseness. Even if the path ahead is fraught with thorns and peril, I shall venture forth first on your behalf. Remember, you must live well. Xue Yun's gaze was deeply fixed upon him, as if he wished to etch his image into his very bones. This was the sole wish of an elder brother. Inside the imperial study, silence enveloped the room. The incense lingered delicately, while sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Xue Yun clenched his fists, the fire within his palms igniting quietly, no longer a ferocious gold but a gentle warm yellow, akin to the gaze of an elder brother. The system sniffled. We must succeed. We cannot let brother Xue Yun down. Xue Yun remained silent, walking to the desk to grasp the golden token symbolizing the Duke of Light. The token felt warm in his hand, the intricately carved phoenix of light appearing lifelike, as if echoing his martial spirit. He understood that his brother had paved the way for him. The rest was for him to traverse alone. Yulwan, prepare a generous gift. We shall proceed to Tianxue City. Yulwan bowed yes. She observed the rekindled light in Xue Yun's eyes, knowing that the bright-hearted Yun Zhao was about to embark on a new journey. Outside the imperial study, the cold wind swirled, lifting a few snowflakes that settled upon the vermilion palace walls. Xue Yun stood in the corner tower, gazing in the direction Xue Yun had departed, tightly clutching a jade pendant that had long lost its warmth, an heirloom left to them by their father, the prince. Father, look, Yunner has grown up, he murmured softly, a contented smile gracing his lips, though his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The future of Tindo may not necessarily rely on royal blood. As long as the light named Yun Zhao endures, the foundation of the empire shall remain unshaken. Meanwhile, in the distance, a cerulean figure stood atop a snowy peak. Gazing towards Tindo, Xue Yue gently caressed the ice crystal token at her waist, as if she sensed the approaching brilliance. Chapter 56, Affection in Tianxue. The snow in Tianxue City was colder than that in Tindo City, yet it possessed a clearer purity. The crystalline snowflakes fell upon the bluestone path, crunching softly, as if whispering the tranquility of this ice city. Xue Yun stood before the Xue family residence, his gaze drawn to the ice crystal lantern hanging from the vermilion gate. A warm feeling blossoming within him. Following closely behind was Yulwan. Both had donned simple yet elegant attire, with only the golden token of the Duke of Light at their waists glimmering faintly against the white snow. My Lord Duke has traveled from afar. We have failed to welcome you properly. The gate creaked open slowly, revealing Xue Wuhan, the head of the Xue family, standing alongside the matriarch, with several elders following behind. Upon seeing Xue Yun, they collectively bowed, their voices respectful. We have the honor of meeting the Duke. Xue Yun hurriedly stepped forward to assist the 2 elders, feeling somewhat embarrassed. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elders. I have come this time as a private visitor, not in my capacity as Duke. The matriarch of the Xue family observed him with a smile. Her scrutinizing gaze transformed into one of satisfaction. Look at this child, so genuine. She stepped aside, allowing him passage, saying, "Come in, Xue is waiting for you inside." Xue Yun disregarded the system's teasing, pushing open the slightly ajar gate. Within the courtyard, the ice crystal trees glistened with delicate icicles, refracting a spectrum of colors, while Xue stood by the window, gazing at the snowy landscape outside. She had donned a long gown of moonlight white, its hem embroidered with tiny ice blossoms, her raven hair loosely gathered at the back of her head. A few strands cascading beside her cheeks, less cold than usual, more gentle. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned around, a flicker of surprise flashing in her ice-blue eyes, soon followed by a blush. "You're here," she said softly, her voice lower and more tender than usual. "Indeed," Xue Yun replied, stepping closer, his gaze resting on her slightly flushed cheeks, unable to suppress a grin. "It seems you've transformed in just a few days." Xue averted her gaze, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress. "Not at all. Oh yes, it's obvious she's shy." The system screamed in his mind. "Host, hurry up." Xue Yun cleared his throat, suppressing the fluttering in his heart. "Uncle and grandmother mentioned you were waiting for me. Is there something on your mind?" "Nothing much," Xue said, lifting her gaze to meet his, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "I merely wanted to inquire about your thoughts on the marriage proposal from His Majesty Tindo." A smile crept into Xue Yun's heart. Though he feigned contemplation on the surface, "I think it's quite good." "Quite good." Xue raised an eyebrow. "Is that all? What else should I say?" Xue Yun stepped forward, closing the distance between them, catching the faint scent of her cold fragrance. Did she expect him to declare that he had long awaited this day? Her warm breath brushed against his ear, causing her cheeks to redden further. She instinctively took a half step back, only to be halted by the windowsill behind her. Seizing the moment, Xue Yun leaned against the windowsill, his hands propping up on either side, encircling her within his embrace. "Let us speak of serious matters. When do you intend to marry?" Xue's voice was barely above a whisper, her gaze evasive. "I wish to wait until your red level assessment is over. I do not want our marriage to affect you." As she continued, her voice dwindled to an inaudible murmur. A warmth enveloped Xue Yun's heart, and he drew her closer. Her body quivered slightly but did not resist. Instead, she leaned in gently. He could distinctly feel her heartbeat, rapid and powerful, like a startled fawn. "Very well." Xue Yun's voice was gentle yet resolute. "Once I complete the red level assessment, we shall wed." Xue nodded softly in his embrace, her cheek resting against his chest. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heart, her unease gradually fading. Outside, the snowflakes fell silently, and the ice crystal trees within the courtyard reflected a soft glow, rendering this moment of warmth exquisitely beautiful. Night lingered quietly outside the courtyard, and Ingren, the Shadowblade spirit, stealthily withdrew, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Ahem. Two figures appeared at the courtyard entrance, Grandmother Xue and Xue Yun. The matriarch coughed discreetly, her eyes glinting mischievously as they flitted between the two. "Am I interrupting something?" Xue, like a startled rabbit, broke free from Xue Yun's embrace, her cheeks crimson as if they could bleed, standing silently to the side, too shy to speak. Xue Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment but maintained his composure, replying earnestly, "Elder, you jest." The venerable water matriarch approached Xue, grasping her hand with a solemn gaze. "Yun Zhao, I entrust my precious treasure, my beloved granddaughter, to you from this day forth." She paused, her tone laced with a hint of menace. "If you dare to mistreat her, I, an old woman, will spare no effort to ensure you face the consequences." "Grandmother," Xue protested playfully. Xue Yun nodded gravely. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall protect her with my very life." Water Wuhan added, "Xue's temperament is one of cold exterior but warm heart. Once she has made up her mind, she will not waver. After your marriage, the Xue family of Tianxue City will always stand as your steadfast support." "Thank you, uncle." In the subsequent 10 days, Xue Yun resided in the Xue household. He and Xue maintained separate quarters in adherence to propriety, yet they often ventured out together, exploring every corner of Tianxue City. They visited the grandest ice sculpture square, marveling at artisans as they carved lifelike ice beasts. They journeyed to the hot springs resort outside the city, soaking in warm waters amidst falling snowflakes. Enveloped in a misty haze, they attended Tianxue Academy, observing young soul masters engage in spirited practice, reminiscent of Xue Yun's days at the Royal Academy. "Do those children remind you of us back on Sea God Island?" Xue inquired with a smile, pointing to the students practicing soul techniques. Xue Yun followed her gaze and chuckled, noticing several ice attribute soul masters coordinating their attacks. Their movements clumsy yet earnest, truly reminiscent of their first encounter. Somewhat similar, he replied with a grin, but we are far more formidable. Xue Yun shot him a playful glance, her eyes sparkling with mirth. You have such a thick skin. Ah, this delightful display of affection is a treat. The system quipped teasingly. But don't forget your red level assessment. If you linger too long, the progress bar may rust. Xue Yun felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, he could not afford to lose himself in the comforts of tenderness. With the 9th red level assessment remaining, he could not neglect his duty to purge the evil soul masters. On the evening of the 10th day, Xue Yun approached Xue Yun, his expression serious. Yun, I must depart tomorrow. Xue Yun, polishing her ice crystal longbow, paused momentarily before responding calmly. Are you going to fulfill your assessment? Yes, Xue Yun affirmed with a nod. There is the 8th assessment where I need to gather artifact materials, and I will also use Yun Zhao's identity to eliminate some evil soul masters and nefarious practitioners. Xue Yun set down her bow and stepped closer, smoothing the creases of his attire. I understand you have your own path to follow. She retrieved a blue ice spirit herb from her bosom, saying, this contains unique ice spirit herbs from Tianshui City. Perhaps it will aid you in your assessment. Warmth surged within Xue Yun, and he could not help but place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Xue Yun's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Yet she did not shy away. Instead, she rose onto her tiptoes, softly brushing her lips against his before turning and darting into her room, leaving behind a bashful silhouette. Xue Yun stood rooted in place, savoring the lingering softness on his lips, a radiant smile gracing his face. Wow! Progressing swiftly, the system exclaimed. It seems that once the red level assessment concludes, a celebratory feast will be in order. Xue Yun chuckled softly and turned to the night watchman outside the courtyard. Prepare yourself. We shall set off early tomorrow. Understood. Outside the window, snow continued to fall, and the night in Tianshui City lay tranquil and gentle. Xue Yun was aware that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges, yet the mere thought of those waiting for him imbued him with strength. Whether it was the crimson level assessment or the journey to divinity, he would tread step by step, bearing her hopes, his brother's admonitions, and the lingering wishes of Qian Xuanji. Spreading light across this continent. Chapter 57, The First Glimmer of Radiance. In the early morning of Tianshui City, a chilling cold penetrated to the bone. Xue Yun stood before the Xue family residence, his bundle meticulously prepared. Xue Laozu, Xue Wuhan, and Xue Jue awaited him in the courtyard, their gazes heavy with reluctance. The path ahead was long and fraught with peril. Xue Wuhan handed him a substantial package, containing warm clothing and healing herbs, perhaps to be of use. Xue Yun accepted the parcel, expressing his gratitude earnestly. Thank you, uncle. Xue Laozu grasped his hand, repeatedly urging, do not be reckless once you are outside. The evil soul masters are cunning. If you cannot win, retreat. Do you understand? Jiyue is waiting here for you. Grandmother. Xue Jiyue, both bashful and anxious, stepped forward to present a pair of ice blue gloves to Xue Yun. I worked through the night to make these, blending extreme northern ice silkworm silk with warm fleece. They will keep you warm. Xue Jiyue nodded gently in his embrace, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. I will wait for you. Xue Yun released her, donned the gloves, and felt their warmth and comfort, as if her breath lingered at his fingertips. He cast a final glance at the Xue family members before turning away. Departing with Yi Lian, their silhouettes gradually fading into the morning light. Half a year later, in the central region of Douluo continent, in Qingshi village. This small village, primarily inhabited by hunters, lay in disarray. Many houses had collapsed, and a faint scent of blood permeated the air. 3 evil soul masters clad in black robes were herding the villagers towards the village entrance. The leader, a 6-ringed soul emperor, sneering, wielding a bone whip that lashed out at the trembling crowd. Behave yourselves. Anyone who dares to resist will not escape my wrath. The villagers, seething with anger yet silenced by fear, noticed several lifeless bodies on the ground, those sent by the spirit hall to assist the children in awakening their martial spirits. Now devoid of life, these scoundrels dared to strike while the spirit hall agents were here to awaken the martial spirits. Yi Lian's shadow blade quietly unsheathed, her 70th level soul power emanating an aura of light and darkness. Your Highness, shall we take action? Xue Yun, concealed behind a large tree at the village entrance, had already gathered his 79th level soul power, the ultimate fire swirling in his palm. Let us act. Remember, leave no survivors. Before his words faded, his figure surged forth like lightning, his right arm's soul bone skill activated. Phoenix burst strike. The crimson gold flaming phoenix roared as it collided with the leading evil soul master, who was caught off guard, screaming as he was consumed by the flames, reduced to cinders. Simultaneously, Yi Lian unleashed her shadow blade, activating her 7th soul skill. The true body of the shadow blade, The ebony blades, adorned with golden patterns, swiftly pierced the throats of the other two evil soul masters. The battle concluded swiftly and decisively. The villagers, momentarily stunned, soon knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives." Xue Yun sheathed his martial spirit. His tone gentle, "Please rise. The evil soul masters have been vanquished." He glanced at the corpses on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. They were sent by the spirit hall yesterday, claiming to awaken the martial spirits of the village's children. An elderly man choked back tears, lamenting how these demons had invaded early this morning, ruthlessly slaughtering their kin and seizing their provisions. A heavy weight settled in Xue Yun's heart. Although the spirit hall harbored ambitions, it had always remained steadfast in awakening the spirits of the common folk. These malevolent soul masters, however, dared to assassinate even the awakening officials, clearly intent on severing the path for ordinary soul masters entirely. "Are there still children in the village who have yet to awaken their spirits?" Xue Yun inquired. The old man nodded yes. "There are still over a dozen, huddled over there." Following his gesture, Xue Yun beheld a group of children cowering in the corner. The eldest no more than 7 years old, and the youngest merely 6, their eyes brimming with terror. One boy stood out particularly. His parents lay in a pool of blood not far away, his face devoid of tears, yet marked by an unusual resolve for one so young. "Allow me to awaken their spirits," Xue Yun declared. The villagers gasped in astonishment and joy, swiftly ushering the children to an open space. Xue Yun retrieved the awakening stone and, adhering to the procedures of the spirit hall, sequentially awakened the spirits of the children. Most exhibited no soul power, while a handful possessed only minimal levels, categorized as ordinary in aptitude. When it came time for the resolute boy, he hesitated to step forward, instead lifting his gaze to Xue Yun. His tender voice quivering yet remarkably clear, "Master Soul Master, how can one attain formidable strength?" Xue Yun was taken aback. The boy pointed to his parents' lifeless forms, flames igniting in his eyes. "My parents were slain by the evil soul masters. I wish to grow stronger, to avenge them." The other children looked up as well, their eyes filled with hope. Many were the offspring of hunters, who had long dealt with beasts and understood the significance of strength more than their peers. Xue Yun set aside the awakening stone, his expression grave. Indeed, becoming a soul master grants one power. Yet, such immense strength demands not only talent but also a price, perhaps a decade of relentless training, perhaps a struggle on the brink of life and death, and even the potential loss of dear ones. "I am not afraid." The boy clenched his fists, his small face resolute. "I fear not death. I shall become a powerful warrior, standing atop the continent, so that no evil soul master dares to harm anyone again." As Xue Yun gazed into the brilliance of the boy's eyes, he was suddenly reminded of his own youth. Without further ado, he placed the awakening stone in the boy's palm. "Focus your mind and sense the power within you." A golden light of awakening surged into the boy's being, and an icy blue radiance blossomed from his palm, coalescing into a petite ice bow, a common weapon spirit. Alas, the villagers sighed in regret. Yet, Xue Yun raised an eyebrow. He could distinctly sense the boy's soul power was exceptionally pure, imbued with a hint of extreme cold. At that moment, the boy emitted a muffled groan, and the ice bow in his hand began to tremble violently. From the icy blue light emerged golden patterns, the bow's frame extending, and even a strand of frigid air coalesced upon the bowstring. "Is this a mutation of the weapon spirit?" Knight Lian gasped. Xue Yun's heart raced. That chill was unmistakably the essence of ultimate ice. He had never witnessed a mutation during awakening, especially one yielding an ultimate attribute. The ice bow finalized its form, radiating a chilling aura, its entirety an ice blue adorned with golden feather-like patterns. The boy gazed blankly at the bow in his hands and suddenly exclaimed, "It tells me its name is the Divine Bow of Light Feathers." The mention of the Divine Bow of Light Feathers caused Xue Yun's pupils to constrict in shock. As memories of his past life rushed back to him, he recalled the 5 elders of the Spirit Hall, specifically the Light Feather Douluo, whose martial spirit was indeed the Divine Bow of Light Feathers, an ultimate ice attribute. To his astonishment, he found himself face to face with the young version of this individual. "Child, what is your name?" Xue Yun asked, suppressing the turmoil within and striving to keep his voice calm. "My name is Light Feather," the boy replied. Xue Yun produced a soul power testing crystal and handed it to him. "Place your hand upon it and see." Light Feather complied, and the crystal immediately radiated a brilliant blue light, reaching the top, innate, full soul power. The villagers gasped in astonishment, including the usually aloof Knight Lian, whose expression revealed surprise. Innate full soul power combined with an ultimate ice variant martial spirit. This child's talent was nothing short of extraordinary. What about the other children? Xue Yun suppressed his excitement and continued the awakening for the remaining children. Ultimately, Only 3 children exhibited soul power, the highest being a mere level 3. The 3 ordinary children held their certificates, speechless with exhilaration. Only Light Feather remained still, fixated on Xue Yun, his eyes brimming with yearning. Xue Yun approached him, crouched down, and met his gaze. You possess exceptional talent and a powerful martial spirit. What do you wish to do next? Light Feather bit his lip, suddenly kneeling before Xue Yun and bowing deeply. Sir, I wish to follow you. I want to grow stronger, to become a powerful being like you, and to protect everyone. His voice trembled with emotion, yet resonated with unwavering determination. The tragic death of his parents had taught him that weakness equated to vulnerability, and the man before him represented his only beacon of hope. After a moment of silence, Xue Yun contemplated Light Feather's future potential and the fate of the Spirit Hall. While he currently intended to care for the Spirit Hall, the future remained uncertain. If he kept Light Feather within the Spirit Hall, would he ultimately meet the same fate? Conversely, if he brought him along, what unforeseen circumstances might arise? Host, take him with you, the system urged. This is the future Super Douluo. You could strategically plan ahead. Observing the tenacity and desire in Light Feather's eyes, Xue Yun was reminded of the Knight Lien of yesteryears. He extended his hand to assist Light Feather to his feet. You may follow me, but I cannot take you as my disciple. Light Feather was taken aback. Why not? Because true strength is never solely derived from a master's teachings. Xue Yun smiled gently. I can offer you resources and guidance for your cultivation, but whether you become strong depends on your own efforts. He paused, adding, furthermore, accompanying me may lead to encounters more perilous than today, perhaps even resulting in death. I am not afraid. Light Feather clenched the divine bow of Light Feathers tightly, his small face resolute. As long as I can grow stronger, I fear nothing. Xue Yun nodded. Very well. From this day forth, you shall accompany me. He turned to Knight Lien and instructed, let us rest in the village for a day, and we shall depart tomorrow. Understood. As the sun set, the villagers busied themselves with the aftermath, while children gathered around Light Feather, curiously admiring the divine bow in his hands. Xue Yun stood atop a hill at the village's entrance, gazing into the distant horizon, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. The emergence of Guangling felt both serendipitous and like a guiding hand of destiny. He was uncertain of the consequences of his choice, yet he was assured it was the right one. Host, the belief collection rate has surged to 38. The system's voice resonated with excitement. At this rate, it won't be long before it surpasses 50. Xue Yun smiled faintly. After 6 months of wandering, he had eradicated numerous malevolent soul masters and awakened martial souls for the children of over 100 villages. The name of the light had already permeated the common folk across the continent. While there remained a gap compared to the faith in the angel god, he understood that the belief in the god of light was gradually taking root. Chapter 58. The Drawbacks of Guangling's Martial Soul. On the main road bordering the Star Dough Forest, 3 figures advanced slowly. Xue Yun strode in the center, flanked on his left by the composed and cloaked Yi Lian, and on his right by a lively little boy, Guangling. Lord Yunzhao, look. The rabbit martial soul master is being bullied by the noble's servant again. Guangling abruptly halted, pointing towards a nearby market, his small face flushed with indignation. The Guangling divine bow in his hands trembled slightly, a clear indication of his genuine anger. Following his gaze, Xue Yun observed a youth clad in coarse linen, encircled by a group of elegantly dressed servants, the ears of his rabbit martial soul drooping, his face marred with bruises. Guangling, what do you think we should do? Xue Yun inquired, refraining from intervening directly, instead looking at the boy beside him. Guangling clenched his tiny fists. Of course, we should teach those servants a lesson. They need to learn that common soul masters are not to be trifled with. And what then? Xue Yun pressed. Today you saved him, but tomorrow he may face bullying again. What will you do? Guangling was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head. Then I'll just protect him all the time? Xue Yun shook his head, gesturing towards the notice board in the market. Do you see that? It displays the edict from the Emperor of Tindo, explicitly forbidding nobles from oppressing common soul masters. Yet, why do they still dare to offend? Because they believe common soul masters lack support, rendering any complaints futile. He crouched down to meet Guangling's gaze. True justice is not merely about drawing swords in a moment of need. It is about ensuring that the rules are genuinely upheld. Remember, light is not just about dispelling darkness. It is about allowing sunlight to reach every corner. Guangling nodded, somewhat comprehending, and suddenly dashed towards the market, standing before the notice board and loudly reciting the edict. The noble servants, upon witnessing this, indeed tempered their arrogance and left grumbling. The boy with the rabbit martial soul hastily thanked Guangling, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Xue Yun observed this scene with a slight smile. Over the past half-month, he had not only guided Guangling in his training, but had also taught him to discern right from wrong. Guangling's first soul ring was derived from a 420-year-old ice-armored earth dragon he had hunted in the Star Dou forest. The soul skill Featherlight Arrow allowed him to swiftly condense frost arrows, imparting a freezing and slowing effect. At that moment, he was using it to practice freezing 3 passing hairs by the roadside, cautiously releasing them afterward, muttering that his teacher had said not to harm the innocent. Detected residual effects of Guangling's martial soul mutation, growth retardation, the system suddenly reported. Analysis results. The cost of extreme martial soul mutation likely results in a lifelong maintenance of a childlike physique, while intellect will mature with age. Personality may lean towards that of a mischievous child. However, in comparison to deformity, death, or a withered martial soul, this is indeed the most optimal solution. Xue Yun's soul power subtly stirred as the brilliant red hue of his 7th soul ring quietly emerged, instantly rendering the surrounding air heavier. Guangling's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth agape, as if stars might burst forth from her gaze. Xue Yun felt a surge of determination and turned inward to examine himself. The peak of level 79 soul power was indeed fluctuating violently, as if something was about to break free. Without hesitation, he declared, "Yelian, find a secluded place. I am ready to break through." 3 days later, within a cave embraced by cascading waterfalls, Xue Yun sat cross-legged beside a frigid pool, enveloped in a golden radiance. The surge of soul power breaking through the 80th level crashed against his meridians like a tsunami, each circulation denser than the last. He retrieved the divine soul ring awarded from the assessment, its 7-colored brilliance hovering in midair, the energy it contained causing the pool's waters to gently bubble. System super acceleration initiated. Energy guidance commencing. The system's voice resonated with vigor. Rest assured, with this system at your side, a 100,000-year soul ring is effortlessly manageable. The divine soul ring gradually integrated into Xue Yun's being, a familiar scorching sensation enveloping him. However, drawing on his prior experience with the absorption of the 7th soul ring, coupled with the system's assistance, he swiftly steadied his mind. The ultimate light and the ultimate fire intertwined within him, continually compressing and purifying the energy of the soul ring. Boom. The 8th soul ring finally took shape, still that undeniable shade of red. Simultaneously, 2 entirely new soul skills illuminated his mind. 8th Soul Skill 1, Domain of Aurora Judgment. The system announced. Effect. Releases extreme light attribute energy to form a 100-meter diameter domain, within which all enemies suffer continuous light attribute explosive damage, accompanied by blindness, with damage to dark attribute foes doubled. 8th Soul Skill 2, Infernal Locking Soul Arrow. How powerful. Xue Yun felt the surging strength within him. After absorbing the soul ring, his soul power skyrocketed to the peak of level 83. Exponentially stronger than before. The domain of Aurora Judgment leaned towards area control, while the Infernal Locking Soul Arrow was a precise strike. Together, they were more than sufficient to contend with the vast majority of Tidal Douluo. The host combat power has surged. An 83rd level Soul Douluo can now directly challenge an ordinary 95th level Tidal Douluo. The system exclaimed excitedly. Shall we test our strength against a nearby 10,000-year soul beast? First, I shall pay a visit to my esteemed seniors. Xue Yun rose, and the waters of the pool parted around him as he made his way. It had been a while since he last saw the Sword Douluo and the Thunder Douluo at the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Beside the stone table beneath the glazed pagoda, Sword Douluo Chen Wufeng and Bon De Gu Feng were engrossed in a game of chess. The black and white pieces flying beneath their fingertips, the tension more palpable than a real battle. Old Bone, this move is yours to lose, Sword Douluo remarked, lifting a white piece, just as he caught sight of Xue Yun approaching from the corner of his eye, his motion pausing momentarily. You finally deigned to show up. Bon Douluo raised his head, a glimmer of amusement flashing beneath his skeletal mask. The arrival of Duke of Light graces our 7 Treasures glazed tile school with splendor. Disciple Yun Zhao pays his respects to Sword Senior and Bone Senior. Xue Yun bowed respectfully, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. Though he had not formally become a disciple, the insights on swordsmanship imparted by Sword Douluo had long established him as a true master. No need for such formalities. Sword Douluo waved his hand, his gaze landing upon him, and suddenly exclaimed, Level 83? Moreover, you've absorbed the 8th spirit ring? Upon noticing that crimson spirit ring, even he could not suppress a slight narrowing of his pupils. Another 10,000 years? What path has this young fellow traversed? Is this astonishing? There's even more formidable prowess to come. The system declared with pride. Xue Yun smiled silently. The sect master, the young sect master, and Elder Chen have arrived. A disciple announced. The sect master of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Kuyu, level 79, spirit saint, and the young sect master, Ning Wu Chun, level 74, spirit saint, approached alongside a youth clad in black, exuding a chilling aura. This youth was Jun, returning from the City of Slaughter. A level 79, spirit saint, surrounded by a faint aura of killing intent, indicating he had indeed acquired the domain of the god of slaughter. Brother Yin Zhao? Jun nodded, his tone noticeably gentler than before. I have heard of your endeavors to cleanse the continent of evil soul masters. I admire your efforts. Ning Wuchen glanced at Xue Yun, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Though he was nearly 10 years older than Xue Yun, he remained at level 74. The gap unmistakably widened. Nevertheless, he clasped his fists and said, "It is an honor to welcome Duke Yin Zhao." "The young sect master is too courteous," Sword Douluo interjected, tapping the chessboard. "Do not stand idly. Take a seat and converse." He turned to Xue Yun and suddenly remarked, "That old fellow, Yu Ting, has already reached level 96 and is catching up to me. You should pay a visit to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and seek his guidance." Xue Yun's heart stirred. The Thunder Douluo has broken through? Indeed, that was 3 months ago, Sword Douluo replied with a grunt. He was just mentioning you, saying that if you don't make an appearance soon, he might cast you to the younger generation of the Blue Lightning to serve as a sparring partner. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, full of hot-headed fellows. Host, be cautious not to become a roasted chicken. The system jested. Xue Yun chuckled. Although he held no formal title of disciple under Yu Ting, he had received invaluable insights into the principles of lightning attributes and soul power compression from him, establishing a significant connection. By the way, Sword Douluo suddenly lowered his voice. The high priest Ji mentioned the god of light before his passing. I have scoured the texts, yet found no record of such a deity. Are you, young lad, perhaps treading a path never before ventured? Sword Douluo's famous saying, "I only believe in the sword in my hand and the path in my heart." Bone Douluo chimed in, "And there is also my bone sword." A warm current surged within Xue Yun's heart as he solemnly nodded. "Thank you, esteemed elders." The evening sun streamed through the glazed tower, casting a golden hue upon the stone table. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo resumed their game of chess, bickering fiercely. Ning Kuyu and Ning Wuchun deliberated on sect matters, while Chun Jianjun conversed with Xue Yun about his experiences in the City of Slaughter. The occasional release of killing intent from the god of slaughter being gently dispelled by Xue Yun's radiant soul power. Light Feather, observing the scene with curiosity, stealthily used her feather-light arrows to freeze Bone Douluo's chess piece, only to receive a playful tap on the head from the old bone, which instead made her giggle joyfully. Friendly reminder. Ahead lies the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. High voltage warning. The system's voice resonated timely. I suggest the host prepare for full charge. Oh no. I mean be ready for defense. Gazing out at the deepening twilight, Xue Yun's heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 59. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family is nestled within the Thunder Canyon of the Thunder Mountain Range. From a distance, the entire clan is enveloped in a faint glow of lightning, with the air crackling with the sounds of electric currents, deterring even the bravest of birds from approaching. Wow, the air here is electrifying, Guangling remarked, rubbing her ears, which were tinged with a tingling sensation. Her small face was filled with curiosity, yet the divine bow in her hands trembled slightly, clearly sensitive to the electric atmosphere. Xue Yun smiled, about to speak, when a sudden surge of fierce killing intent swept towards them, enveloping the trio in an instant. The murderous aura was thick with the scent of blood, yet tempered by the power of lightning, rendering it extraordinarily sharp, a manifestation of the killing god domain. It's that brat Yu Tianchen, his killing god domain. The system's voice expressed astonishment. Yet, compared to Qin Jianjun, his domain lacks a certain depth. Xue Yun's lips curled into a smile as the ultimate fire within him merged seamlessly with the ultimate light, causing the domain of the fire god, the final form of the phoenix domain, to unfurl dramatically. Golden flames radiated a sacred aura, spreading like a tidal wave. Wherever they flowed, the icy grip of the killing god domain began to melt away. Even the electricity in the air seemed to soften. Suddenly, a jolt of blue lightning shot from the forest, aiming straight for Xue Yun's face. It was Yu Tianchen's sixth soul skill, the Thunder Dragon Claw, where soul power coalesced into a claw form, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Xue Yun remained unmoved, lifting his right hand as the eighth soul ring glimmered. The essence of the flame-prisoned soul-locking arrow coalesced in his palm, yet he refrained from releasing it, merely using his soul power to gently deflect the attack. With a crack, the Thunder Dragon Claw, upon contact with Xue Yun's palm, was enveloped in golden flames. The lightning crackled fiercely, yet it could not advance an inch. How dull. You saw through it. Yu Tianchen's voice resonated from the forest, followed by his figure leaping forth, exuding the aura of a 79th level soul saint. Charged with lightning and killing intent, he was indeed the young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. He looked at Xue Yun, his eyes filled with emotion. It's only been a few years, and you've already reached 83rd level Soul Douluo. I, at 79th level Soul Saint. Fear I wouldn't withstand even a single strike from you. Xue Yun retracted his soul power, smiling as he replied, Brother Tianqian, you jest. Your fusion of the killing god domain with lightning is formidable in its own right. Enough flattery, let us move on. Yu Tianqian patted his shoulder. My father is already waiting for you in the hall. Come with me. The grand hall of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was imposing, with beams and pillars intricately carved with motifs of lightning and dragons. The floor was laid with conductive black stone, upon which one could feel a subtle current as they walked. Thunder Douluo Yu Xianting sat at the main seat, his 96th level soul power resembling a dormant volcano, seemingly calm, yet harboring the potential to obliterate the world. Haha, you finally made it. Upon seeing Xue Yun, Yu Xianting rose and strode over, enveloping him in a bear hug that made Xue Yun wince from the sheer force. Now you're a Duke of Light. Your status is quite extraordinary. What is this? Have you grown too lofty to visit this humble abode for several years? Predecessor, you jest. I have been preoccupied with assessments and the eradication of evil soul masters these past years, leaving me little time to spare, Xue Yun quickly explained. Yu Xianting released him, his gaze shifting to Guangling, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. And who might this child be? His name is Guangling, a companion I encountered during my travels. His martial spirit is the divine bow of Guangling, embodying the ultimate ice attribute, and I intend to nurture him closely, Xue Yun explained. Ultimate ice? Yuxuanting raised an eyebrow. What a fortunate lad. He scrutinized Xue Yun before announcing, an 83rd level 8-ring Soul Douluo, with a soul ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, red. TSK. With such a configuration, he could challenge an ordinary 95th level title Douluo. Indeed, our host is a genius among geniuses, the system proclaimed proudly. And what of a 96th level? When it comes to a real fight, the outcome remains uncertain. Yuxuanting rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Just the right moment for a sparring session, shall we? We'll keep it light, consider it a welcoming gesture. Xue Yun could only smile wryly, aware of the elder's temperament. Refusing would only lead to displeasure. He cupped his hands respectfully. I shall not embarrass myself. The family's martial arts arena was already surrounded by disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yu Xianqian stood with his arms crossed, while Guangling was cradled protectively by Yelian, his small face radiating excitement. Be cautious, young one. Yuxuanting called out sharply, his martial spirit manifesting as dragon scales enveloped his body, horns jutting proudly, as his 6th soul ring illuminated, unleashing the 6th soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, with the same soul skill as Yu Xianqian, yet empowered by 96th level soul force. Its might was incomparable. The claw crackled with lightning, darting towards Xue Yun at lightning speed. Host, beware. That claw can shatter gold and split stone. Xue Yun dared not be negligent, summoning the domain of the fire god, coalescing the ultimate fire into a shield, the Aurora Shield. Boom. The dragon claw collided with the shield, sending sparks of thunder and flames flying, fracturing the black stone ground of the arena into a web of cracks. Xue Yun took 3 steps back, astonished. This was merely the 6th soul skill, and he feared he might not withstand a full force strike. Excellent. Once more. Yuxuanting bellowed joyfully, his 3rd soul ring glowing. Activating the 3rd soul skill, Thunder Dragon Head. A colossal dragon head phantom emerged behind him, exhaling a thick beam of lightning, imbued with a sense of destruction. Aimed straight at Xue Yun. Xue Yun's gaze sharpened as his 8th soul ring flickered. Infernal locking soul arrow. Golden flames condensed into an arrow, swiftly shooting forth to collide with the lightning beam. The two forces clashed in midair, holding each other for a brief moment before erupting simultaneously, engulfing the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Intriguing. Yuxuanting grew more exhilarated with each exchange, as his 5th soul ring illuminated, invoking the 5th soul skill, Thunder Dragon Fury. A tempest of lightning erupted from him, forming a vast electric domain with a diameter of several dozen meters, enveloping Xue Yun instantly. His body began to tingle, movements becoming sluggish. Not good. It's an area control skill. The system warned urgently. Counter with the Aurora Judgment Domain. Without hesitation, Xue Yun activated his 8th soul ring once more. Aurora Judgment Domain. A golden energy field erupted, clashing fiercely with the lightning domain. The purifying power of the ultimate light continually mitigated the paralysis effect of the lightning, allowing Xue Yun to close in. Transformed into the phoenix, his speed surged as he circled behind Yuxuanting, delivering a fiery punch imprint gently upon his back. Boom. Yuxuanting finally ceased his actions, gazing at Xue Yun with eyes filled with admiration. What a remarkable young man. To withstand so many of my strikes at level 83 without me gaining the upper hand. Impressive indeed. He discerned that Xue Yun had intentionally exposed weaknesses, yet chose not to reveal his awareness. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Come, let us indulge in some wine." The system playfully remarked, "Such acting skills. It would be a pity not to pursue a career in theater." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xue Yun felt a sense of relief. Grateful that he had not embarrassed the elder. The evening banquet was vibrant and lively, with the descendants of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family taking turns to toast Xue Yun. Yu Xuanting, in particular, continuously urged him to drink, reminiscing, "I still remember the first time I met you. You were just a brash young lad. And now you have become the renowned Duke of Light across the continent." After several rounds of drinks, Yu Xuanting, his eyes glazed with intoxication, clapped Xue Yun on the shoulder and boisterously declared, "Nephew, if it weren't for your heart belonging to another, I would have introduced you to the finest young ladies of our clan. Just imagine, a union of the Light Phoenix and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Such a lineage would surely produce extraordinary talents." "Father," Yu Tianqian, his face flushed, hurried forward to pull him away. "I am not drunk." Yu Xuanting shrugged off his hand and continued, "In our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, there is only one Title Douluo per generation to uphold our prestige. Should a generation produce an unworthy successor, our clan would face decline. Nephew, you must lend us your support." Before he could finish his sentence, he tumbled beneath the table. Falling into a deep slumber, Yu Tianqian sighed in exasperation, instructing others to carry his father away. He then approached Xue Yun, presenting him with a blue tome. "This is a gift from my father, containing the cultivation techniques and soul power insights of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family." Xue Yun hastily declined, saying, "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it." "Just take it," Yu Tianqian insisted, waving his hand. "We are brothers. Why should we stand on ceremony? Even if my father were to withhold it, once I become the clan leader, I would still bestow it upon you." He paused, lowering his voice. "My father is correct. Our family appears robust, yet our foundation is precarious. I hope that in the future, you will extend your support in light of today's bond." Xue Yun regarded the tome, then looked into Yu Tianqian's sincere eyes, ultimately accepting it. "Rest assured, Tianqian, as long as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family does not stray down a dark path, I, Yun Zhao, will not turn a blind eye." "Thank you." Yu Tianqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It is getting late. You should rest early. I will see you off tomorrow." "Host, you have struck gold. The cultivation insights from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family will surely enhance your mastery over the ultimate flames." The system exclaimed with excitement. Though the road ahead remained long, with such friends and companions by his side, Xue Yun's resolve would only grow stronger. Chapter 60. 5 years of training. The morning mist enveloping the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family carried a subtle hint of thunder. Yu Xuanting and Yu Tianqian stood at the mountain gate, bidding farewell to Xue Yun and his companions. That little one, Guangling, daring to challenge the mountain chickens at level 12. Such courage is commendable. The system jested, but I wonder when he will break through to become a great soul master. I hope he does not end up crying when pursued by soul beasts. Do not underestimate him, Xue Yun laughed. Guangling's soul power purity far surpasses that of his peers. Only his slow growth has hindered his training speed. He gazed at the lively Guangling, who was joyfully chasing butterflies, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. 5 years' time was ample for this seed to take root and flourish. 3 days later, within the grand halls of the Tindo imperial palace, his elder brother jested, claiming it was merely a reunion with the esteemed sword ancestors. Xue Yun presented the tomes of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, a gift of cultivation insights from Elder Yu, which might prove beneficial to the royal soul masters. Xue Yun accepted the books, setting them aside casually as her gaze fell upon Guangling. "Is this child the Guangling you spoke of?" "Indeed, the epitome of the ice martial soul." "The Guangling divine bow," Xue Yun affirmed. Guangling, sheltered behind Yi Lian, timidly bowed. "Your Majesty." Xue Yun chuckled. "There is no need for excessive formality. Feel free in my presence." He turned to Xue Yun, his eyes gleaming with pride. Having discovered such a promising talent during his travels, it was evident that Xue Yun had invested considerable effort in these 5 years. "It was merely a casual endeavor," Xue Yun replied. "Elder brother, regarding the materials for the divine weapon." "Rest assured," Xue Yun interjected, approaching the territorial map and pointing to several marked locations. "The ice core crystals of the extreme north, the phoenix heartfire of the setting sun forest, and the dragon blood jade of the core region of the Star Doe forest. I have issued a bounty, and officials across the lands are diligently searching. If all goes as planned, we shall gather them within 3 years." He patted Xue Yun's shoulder. "What you must focus on now is to confidently break through to the Title Douluo rank. The 8th examination of the red tier necessitates the collection of soul rings and bones, particularly the head and torso bones, which are crucial. Patience is imperative. Younger brother understands. He replied, Your Majesty speaks wisely. The host is currently at level 83, still a distance from Light Douluo. Steady yourself. The system chimed in. Once the head and torso bones are gathered, your overall strength could rival that of a 97-level Super Douluo. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the first year, they eradicated a noble private army that took pleasure in hunting civilian soul masters in the southern region of the Luo Empire, liberating over 100 imprisoned soul masters. Under the title of Duke of Light, Xue Yun issued a proclamation, exposing the evidence of crimes and compelling the Luo royalty to punish the implicated nobles. In no time, the name of Zhao became widely known among the civilians of Luo. Faith collection level at 0. 5. Current count, 385. The system's voice became increasingly frequent. The old allies of Luo are quite supportive. The faith in the angel god remains steadfast, yet the host must exert more effort. In the second year, Xue Yun, accompanied by Yi Lian and Guangling, ventured deep into the core region of the Dou forest, assisting an exploration team from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in hunting a 10,000-year soul beast. In a fierce battle, a 30,000-year ice prison demon bear dropped its left leg bone, whose attributes resonated highly with Yi Lian's Shadow Blade martial soul, granting a 30 enhancement to shadow attribute attacks along with the skill of shadow stealth. This is for you. Xue Yun offered the soul bone to Yi Lian. She hesitated. Your Highness, this is far too precious. Take it, Xue Yun insisted firmly. Your strength must increase to better protect yourself and Guangling. Yi Lian silently accepted the soul bone and began to absorb it under Guangling's sparkling gaze. Her soul power surged dramatically with the enhancement of the soul bone, elevating the power of her 7th soul ring, Shadow Blade's true form. Miss Yi Lian is growing stronger. Now at level 72, with this soul bone, she could easily defeat an ordinary soul Douluo. The system exclaimed excitedly. Yet, as for little Guangling, only at level 18, when will she grow up? Xue Yun also pondered. Indeed. Little one, when will you mature? Holding the radiant bow, Guangling puffed out his cheeks defiantly, proclaiming, I am not a little one. Once I break through to the great soul master level, I shall aid my mentor in battles. In the third year, the continent was shaken by significant news. The Spirit Hall, in conjunction with the Tindo and Xinghua empires along with various sects, announced a thorough eradication of the remnants of the evil soul masters. The titled Douluos of the underworld sect seemed to vanish into thin air, never to be seen again. Yet the lower-tier evil soul masters had been completely uprooted, allowing the common folk to live in peace at last. Although the evil soul masters had been vanquished, the malice within human hearts remained unextinguished. Xue Yun stood before the slums of the Xinghua Empire, observing a civilian soul master beaten to death by the noble servants. His expression grave. There was still much to be done. That year, Guangling finally achieved level 20. Xue Yun hunted a frostwing griffin, which had existed for 700 years, to absorb the 2nd soul ring, Frost Feather S chain, enabling him to release 5 tracking arrows in one go. Upon locking onto a target, he could unleash a series of attacks, with the freezing effect stacking, far surpassing the power of soul skills of the same rank. At last, the little one is somewhat useful. The system jested, but with this physique, there seems to be no difference from 3 years ago. Are you truly becoming an old child? Xue Yun could only shake his head in resignation. The system's analysis indicated that Guangling's sluggish growth was a consequence of the extreme mutation of his martial soul. Unless he ascended to divinity, this would remain unaltered for life. Fortunately, his mind was intact, albeit he became particularly reliant on Yelian, requiring her supervision even for his training. Resembling a little shadow. In the 4th and 5th years, Xue Yun focused on cultivation. He led the duo across perilous terrains of the continent, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to refine their soul power, reaching levels 83, 85, 87, and ultimately attaining the pinnacle of level 88. Just 2 steps shy of becoming a titled Douluo, Yelian also broke through to level 77, becoming a 7-ringed soul sage, with her Shadow Blade martial soul becoming increasingly refined, wielding both light and dark attributes with unparalleled finesse. System summary time is up. In the depths of the night, as the 5-year mark approached, the system announced. Host information updated. Name, Zhao, Xue Yun. Age, 28 years. Soul power level, peak 88 level Douluo. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, red. Soul skills, 7. Radiant Phoenix true form, enhancement of all attributes, fusion of flame and light. 8. Aurora judgment domain, area-wide light explosion causing blindness. Flame Prison Soul Locking Arrow, single target lock that ignores defenses and burns. Soul Bones, Holy Light Left Leg Bone, 30,000 years light speed assault. Sacred Right Leg Bone, 950,000 years heavenly light break. Shadow Serpent Left Arm Bone, 100,000 years shadow tier, light barrier. Flame Right Arm Bone, 580,000 years phoenix, burst strike. Domain, Fire God Domain, ultimate fusion of fire and light, suppressing dark attributes. Faith Collection Level, 40. Divine Artifact Materials, awaiting collection, under Tindo's bounty. Overall evaluation, combat power surpasses an ordinary 96 level titled Douluo, lacking head and torso soul bones. Progress on the path to divinity, 35. Not a bad evaluation, is it? The system boasted, though faith accumulation is a bit slow, 40 is still sufficient. At least it allows for the summoning of some divine phantoms to impress. Xue Yun gazed at the summary, his heart calm. Through 5 years of experience, he had not only enhanced his strength, but also comprehended that the weight of light is not that of a lofty altar, but rather the grounded essence of guardianship. The extreme northern lands? Night was filled with confusion as Yi Lian pondered. What purpose does this journey serve? Xue Yun smiled, recalling the Phoenix ruins he had mentioned. There may lie an opportunity to transcend the rank of titled Douluo. Furthermore, I miss her. Guangling clutched Yi Lian's arm, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Are we finally going to meet Sister Xue? Yi Lian ruffled her hair, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Indeed, you'll have the chance to see Miss Xue properly. The system exclaimed, at last, the protagonist is to be encountered. After 5 long years, the readers will surely drift away if sweetness is not dispensed. The Phoenix ruins in the extreme north sound like a place filled with divine artifacts. Host, strive to acquire the torso soul bone. The system urged. Xue Yun mounted his steed, raising the reins. Let us depart for Tianxue City. The sound of hooves echoed through the night, carrying the trio's hopes as they galloped toward the northwest. The biting winds and snow of the extreme north, the ice crystals of Tianxue City, and the figure that awaited for 5 years were all quietly waiting ahead. Chapter 61. Strange Movements in the Extreme North. The crystalline trees of Tianxue City blossomed once more, their delicate ice flowers refracting a spectrum of colors under the sun. Xue Yun stood before the courtyard of Xue Yun, gazing at a figure both familiar and alien, momentarily lost in reverie. 5 years had elapsed. Xue Yun had shed her youthful innocence, her stature now tall and voluptuous. The ice blue gown she wore accentuated her graceful curves, and the jade belt at her waist emphasized her slender figure. Her long hair was intricately styled, with a few strands cascading down her neck. In her ice blue eyes, the tranquility of time lingered, yet upon seeing Xue Yun, a ripple of emotion stirred within them. Her soul power, an impressive rank of 85, coursed through her being. The 8th soul ring, a profound black, was a divine gift she had absorbed 3 years prior, bestowing her with the 8th soul skill, Ice Prison of Eternal Freeze, capable of instantly freezing an area of 100 meters, far surpassing her peers in control. Wow. Miss Xue grows more enchanting by the day. Such an aura, she truly resembles an ice goddess. The system's voice shrieked in his mind. Host, quickly embrace her. It has been 5 years. It is time for a hug. Xue Yun stepped forward, unable to resist enveloping her in his arms. Initially, her form was somewhat rigid, but soon she relaxed, gently wrapping her arms around his waist. The ice blue strands brushed against his cheek, carrying a familiar, chilling fragrance that finally settled his wandering heart after 5 long years. During the family banquet that night, Guangling clung to Xue Yun's arm, incessantly calling her sister Xue and begging for the ice cream mentioned by the protagonist over the past 5 years. Xue Yun, overwhelmed by his insistence, had no choice but to pull Yi Lian into the kitchen to assist, leaving Xue Yun and Xue Wuhan to engage in conversation. I wish to accompany Yue to the extreme north, Xue Yun remarked. The Phoenix ruins discovered years ago may hold a chance for breakthrough. Xue Wuhan nodded. The extreme north is perilous, exercise caution. In the dead of night, as everyone else slumbered, Xue Yun stood alone beneath the crystalline tree in the backyard, gazing at the bright moon above. 5 years of trials had shaped him profoundly, yet he longed for this serene tranquility. Host, the system's voice suddenly grew somber, lacking its usual vivacity. What troubles you? Xue Yun felt a stir of concern within. This system requires an update. The system inhaled deeply. It may take a year, perhaps 2, for the update. I cannot assist you in predicting risks, nor can I expedite the absorption of soul rings. Xue Yun was taken aback. An unexpected update? Indeed. The system's voice trembled slightly. It has detected that you are on the verge of breaking through to the titled Douluo level, and the current functionalities can no longer keep pace with your growth. After the update, More powerful auxiliary features will be unlocked, enabling you to analyze divine artifact materials. Silly system. Xue Yun chuckled. An update is merely an update. Why make it sound so melancholic? I am merely concerned. The system insisted. What if you encounter danger without me? What if you are attacked by soul beasts? What if you cannot catch up to Miss Xue? Rest assured. Xue Yun gazed at the bright moon, his tone gentle. I have endured 5 years of trials. What are 1 or 2 more years? By the time you finish updating, I may very well have become a Light Douluo myself. Then you must take care. The system's voice weakened. Do not get into trouble. Do not get hurt. And most importantly, do not forget me. Understood. A faint humming resonated in his mind, and the system panel transformed into a minimalist style. With a single line of text pulsating slowly, system update in progress, estimated remaining time, 365 days. Xue Yun smiled and clenched his fists. Without the system's assistance, he still possessed his own strength and the support of those around him. After lingering in Tianshui City for 3 days, Xue Yun resolved to set off. He instructed Yi Lian to remain in Tianshui City to care for Guangling, as the extreme northern region was far too perilous, and Guangling's strength was insufficient for self-protection. Take care of yourself. Yi Lian handed Xue Yun a package containing ice cream secretly stashed by Guangling. In case of danger, do not push yourself. Rest assured. Xue Yun nodded, embarking on the journey to the extreme northern region with Xue Yue. 3 days later, the two arrived at the outskirts of Ice Wind Town, on the brink of the extreme northern region. The town was teeming with armored soul masters, and the atmosphere was significantly more tense than 5 years prior. In the hotel lobby, several soul masters gathered, drinking and conversing, their voices clearly reaching Xue Yun's ears. Recently, the extreme northern region has become quite ominous. Even in the outskirts, one can encounter 10,000-year soul beasts. Indeed, I have heard that someone spotted traces of a 100,000-year soul beast in the core area. Could it be the work of evil soul masters? Impossible. The Spirit Hall declared 2 years ago that the evil soul masters had been eradicated. Xue Yun exchanged a glance with Xue Yue, both sensing a mutual wariness in each other's eyes. The unusual movements in the extreme northern region were undoubtedly troubling. Be cautious, Xue Yun murmured. Understood, Xue Yue nodded, her ice blue soul power swirling in her palms, ready for action at any moment. The following morning, the two entered the extreme northern region. The swirling snow engulfed them, and the temperature plummeted to several degrees below zero, unbearable for ordinary soul masters. Xue Yun activated the fire god domain, the golden light shielding them from the bitter cold, while Xue Yue unleashed her ice attribute soul power, blending their presence with the surrounding environment to conceal themselves. Something feels amiss. After venturing 100 miles, Xue Yue suddenly halted, noting the eerie silence. Xue Yun furrowed his brow. Although the extreme northern region was desolate, it should not be devoid of even the faintest beast roar. Strangely, the few 10,000-year soul beasts they encountered along the way appeared unusually agitated, as though disturbed by an unseen force. We may have taken a wrong turn. Xue Yun consulted the map, noting that the Phoenix ruins lay to the southeast, while they were currently heading northwest. Before he could finish speaking, the ground suddenly trembled violently. A brilliantly blue scorpion emerged from beneath the ice, measuring over 5 meters in length, its venomous tail glimmering with a ghostly blue light. The ice blue scorpion of 990,000 years. This is dire. A wave of dread washed over Xue Yun. The ice blue scorpion was a formidable species from the far north, and this particular specimen, nearing 100,000 years in cultivation, possessed strength comparable to that of an ordinary Light Douluo. It has locked onto us, Xue Yue exclaimed urgently, as the scorpion's compound eyes fixated on the two, clearly intent on not letting them escape. Attack. Xue Yun made a swift decision, invoking his 7th soul skill, the true body of the radiant phoenix, and activating his 8th soul ring, summoning the domain of Aurora Judgment. A golden field of light energy enveloped the ice blue scorpion in an instant. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, its exterior manifesting an ice shield that absorbed some of the damage. Ice prison, 1,000 freezes. Simultaneously, Xue Yue unleashed her 8th soul skill, her ice blue domain overlapping with Xue Yun's Aurora field, the frigid air instantly freezing the scorpion's limbs. Now is the moment. Xue Yun's figure flickered as he gathered the flame-prisoned soul-locking arrow, infused with intense fire, and shot it towards the scorpion's compound eyes. Sizzle. The arrow struck, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated one of the scorpion's eyes, dark green blood gushing forth. It was utterly enraged, its venomous tail darting forward, exuding a corrosive toxin aimed directly at Xue Yue. Be careful. Xue Yun instantly positioned himself in front of Xue Yue, his left arm's soul bone glowing, forming a barrier of light. A golden shield materialized, colliding with the venomous stinger, producing a jarring sound of friction. The shield trembled violently, and cracks began to form. Such potent toxicity. Xue Yun was alarmed. His 8th soul ring shimmered again, summoning the flame prison's soul-locking arrow. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Yun activated her 6th soul ring, icebound for 1,000 miles. An ethereal ice deer surged forth, roaring as it completely encased the injured ice blue scorpion in ice. The final strike. Xue Yun and Xue Yun gathered their strength simultaneously, merging the ultimate light and ultimate ice into a dual-colored spear, which they thrust forcefully into the scorpion's head. Hiss! The ice blue scorpion let out a final, mournful shriek, its massive body slowly stiffening in the ice, ultimately succumbing to death. The two exhaled in relief. Having expended over half of their soul power, Xue Yun gazed at the scorpion's corpse with a tinge of regret, a 990,000 year soul ring, regrettably unusable by GUF for now. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed a bluish-white torso soul bone radiating a ghostly light beside the scorpion's body. A torso soul bone. Xue Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Xue Yun picked up the soul bone, feeling its icy coolness, infused with pure ice attribute energy. It is ice attribute, suitable for you. Just as Xue Yun reached out to take it, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the far north. The pressure contained within that roar far surpassed that of the ice-blue scorpion, causing the entire snowy realm to tremble. This is bad. Xue Yun's expression changed dramatically. It was the Ice Emperor Scorpion. We have slain its kin. One of the rulers of the far north, the 390,000 year Ice Emperor. Without a moment to spare, he grasped the torso soul bone, seized Xue Yun's hand, and activated the Holy Light left leg bone skill, Light Speed Flash. The two transformed into a golden streak, racing frantically toward the southeast. The roar behind them grew ever closer, a terrifying pressure looming ominously, as if it would crush them at any moment. Shortly after their escape, a verdant figure emerged beside the corpse of the ice-blue scorpion. It was a creature exceeding 10 meters in size, its body adorned with a diamond-like exoskeleton, and a golden pattern upon its forehead reminiscent of an emperor. This was the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the Ice Monarch. It beheld the remains of its kin and the severed stinger, a raging inferno igniting within its emerald eyes. With a chilling voice, it declared, "Humans seek their demise. All ice-blue scorpions, heed my command." The Ice Monarch's voice reverberated throughout the frigid expanse, proclaiming that any human encountered was to be eliminated without mercy. Amidst the blizzard, countless cerulean lights converged from all directions, pursuing the fleeing Xue Yun and Xue Yun. The fury of the northern wastes had only just begun to ignite. Chapter 62, Exhaustion and Evasion. The biting winds of the northern wastes lashed against their faces like daggers. Xue Yun grasped Xue Yun's hand tightly. The speed of the Holy Light soul bone was nearly unrelenting, casting golden trails across the snowy terrain, while behind them, the Ice Monarch's palpable mental pressure pursued them relentlessly. Have we not yet escaped? Xue Yun's voice was heavy with breathlessness. Her 85th level soul power was depleting rapidly amid their frantic flight. Her ice-blue gown now stained white by the relentless snow. Gritting her teeth, Xue Yun summoned the full might of the fire god domain, enveloping them in a golden light shield that not only shielded them from the cold, but also interfered wildly with the Ice Monarch's mental probing. Almost there. Though her mental strength was formidable, the expanse of the northern wastes was vast. If only they could put more distance between themselves and the threat. Before she could finish her thought, a roar erupted from the snowy ground ahead. A colossal white bear spirit beast, towering like a small mountain, rose suddenly, exuding a ferocious aura. The 70,000 year old Icefield giant bear swung its massive paw towards them. Get away. A fierce glint flashed in Xue Yun's eyes. There was no time for confrontation. The left arm soul bone of the shadow dragon flared to life, energy of light and dark intertwining, instantly condensing into a claw-like form of shadow that tore through the air. This instantaneous skill, imbued with the terrifying power of a 100,000 year soul bone, silently sliced across the neck of the Icefield giant bear. The colossal beast barely had time to react before its massive body crashed to the ground, black blood oozing from its neck, clearly on the brink of death. Run, Xue Yun urged Xue Yun, activating the speed of light once more, not daring to linger. The giant bear's agonized roar would undoubtedly attract more spirit beasts. They had to escape before being surrounded. Time passed in a blur as Xue Yun lost track of how long they had been fleeing. Darkness clouded his vision. Soul power poured out like a released flood, nearly exhausting even the energy of his 100,000 year soul bone. The radiance of the fire god domain dimmed, yet the Ice Monarch's mental pressure still lingered, as if it were just behind them. Yungu, Xue Yun sensed his distress and hurriedly supported him, urging, "Stop and rest. You can hardly hold on." As darkness engulfed him, Xue Yun could no longer maintain the speed of light, stumbling and collapsing into the snow, gasping for breath. The ultimate fire and light clashed violently within him, sending searing pain through his exhausted veins, leaving him with little strength to even lift his hand. "Don't stop." He weakly grasped Xue Yun's hand, his voice hoarse. "We must find a place to hide." As the snow cleared, Xue Yun's eyes glistened with a hint of red, and without a moment's hesitation, she half-supported, half-encircled Xue Yun, dragging him behind a massive ice boulder, towering at 10 zhang. The boulder was shrouded in a thick layer of ice, providing ample cover for their figures. "How are you?" she inquired, crouching down to feel his forehead. The icy touch of her fingers met his feverish skin, causing her heart to tighten. Leaning against the ice, Xue Yun took some time to catch his breath before managing to utter, "I'm fine." The fire goddess domain erupted one last time. So I should have evaded the Ice Emperor's mental probing. Gasping, he surveyed the endless white around them. Realizing that this place was unsafe and they needed to find a concealed refuge, he attempted to summon his soul power, only to discover his dantian was void, unable to condense even a trace of energy. In his desperate escape, he had not only exhausted all his soul power, but also drained his vitality, leaving him incapable of even standing. Xue Yun bit her lip, cautiously lifting him onto her back. "I will carry you." Though her own soul power was nearly depleted, she gritted her teeth and trudged onward through the biting wind and snow. The snow in the far north reached only to her knees, each step proving exceedingly arduous. As the icy blue soul energy coursed around her body, barely shielding her from the frigid gusts, Xue Yun lay against her back, acutely aware of her rapid heartbeat and the slight tremor of her shoulders, warmth flooding his heart. "Let me down. I can walk on my own. Stay still." Xue Yun's voice brooked no argument. "You can barely stand. How can you walk by yourself? Remember, we are in this together." Xue Yun fell silent. He had never imagined that one day he would be so protected by Xue Yun. The pure and pristine young master of Tianxue City was no longer the girl who had needed his protection 5 years ago. She had transformed into a partner and beloved capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him. After nearly 2 hours of navigating through the snowstorm, they finally stumbled upon a secluded cave as dusk approached. The cave was modest, barely large enough for two, its entrance concealed by thick icicles, appearing indistinguishable from the ordinary ice walls outside. "We should be safe now," Xue Yun said as she helped Xue Yun deeper into the cave, using her ice attribute soul power to clear a dry patch on the ground. She then retrieved a fire starter from her belongings and ignited a small fire. The orange glow illuminated their faces, dispelling some of the chill. Xue Yun leaned against the rocky wall, utterly drained, his eyelids heavy enough to succumb to sleep. After half a day of frantic flight, coupled with the depletion of his soul power, he lacked even the strength to raise a hand. "Don't sleep," Xue Yun admonished, offering him a piece of dry rations. "Eat something. Otherwise, how will you recover your soul power?" Pausing, her tone softened, "You must never act so recklessly again. If something were to happen to you." Seeing her slightly reddened eyes warmed his heart, and he accepted the food, chewing slowly. "Don't worry, I'm fine now. Aren't I? The situation was urgent. Had I not run like that, we both would have been lost. That doesn't mean you can gamble with your life." Xue Yun shot him a stern look, yet still retrieved a vial of healing medicine from her bosom. "This is a special concoction from Tianxue City. Take it quickly." Obediently, Xue Yun consumed the medicinal pill, which dissolved upon contact, releasing a gentle energy that coursed through his body, nourishing his withered meridians. He took a deep breath, settled into a cross-legged position, and began to meditate, seeking to restore his energy. As the snow cleared, Xue Yun stood vigil beside him, her icy blue soul power swirling gently, alert to any movements outside the cave. The crackling of the campfire cast elongated shadows of the two, while the cave enveloped them in tranquility, interrupted only by the distant sound of wind and snow battering the icy edges. As dawn approached, Xue Yun slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance appearing within them. After a night of recuperation, aided by the effects of the medicine, his soul power had regained nearly 80%, and his exhausted body had largely recovered. "Awake?" Xue Yun offered a warm piece of jerky, heated by her soul power. "Yes," Xue Yun replied, accepting the jerky and turning to her. "How is your soul power recovery?" "About 70% restored," she answered. From his pocket, Xue Yun retrieved the ice blue torso soul bone and presented it to her. "Now, I shall guard you. Absorb it." Without hesitation, Xue Yun accepted the soul bone and settled into a meditative position. The soul bone from the 990,000 year old ice blue scorpion radiated pure ice attribute energy, perfectly harmonizing with her ultimate ice martial soul. Let us begin, she murmured. Xue Yun nodded and positioned himself at the cave entrance, vigilantly observing the outside world, while simultaneously minimizing the fire god domain to a small radius, allowing him to sense external movements without revealing their presence. Inside the cave, Xue Yun was enveloped in a layer of ice-blue luminescence as the torso soul bone gradually integrated with her body. The ice attribute energy clashed fiercely with her soul power. Yet under her guidance, they began to merge smoothly, despite the painful process. An hour later, Xue Yun slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of surprise illuminating her ice-blue irises. I've absorbed it. How do you feel? Xue Yun inquired. This soul bone has granted me a defensive skill called Ice Spirit Shield. Xue Yun extended her hand, and the ice-blue soul power coalesced into a crystalline shield around her. If I were to use it now, it should withstand attacks from ordinary Light Douluo below level 95. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Xue Yun's eyes. So formidable? An attack from a Light Douluo below level 95 implies that ordinary soul masters would be unable to harm you. Even against a super Douluo, you could withstand a few strikes. Xue Yun retracted her shield, a smile gracing her lips. Thanks to you. The two shared a modest meal of dried provisions before engaging in a discussion about their current predicament. Where do you think we are now? Xue Yun asked. Retrieving a map, her brow furrowed. In their flight, she had completely lost track of direction, and now, she could not discern east from west. Xue Yun examined the map, which depicted the complex terrain of the far north, with mountains interspersed with glaciers. Relying solely on memory rendered it impossible to ascertain their location. He let out a wry laugh. It appears we are utterly lost. What should we do now? Xue Yun queried. Should we continue searching for the Phoenix ruins? That seems to be our only option, Xue Yun replied. Although the far north is vast, there are unique energy fluctuations near the Phoenix ruins. If we proceed cautiously, we should be able to locate it. He paused, his tone turning grave. Moreover, the appearance of the ice field behemoth yesterday was quite peculiar. Despite the aggressive nature of the soul beasts in the far north, they seldom attack soul masters of comparable strength unless they have been disturbed by something. Xue Yun interjected, recalling what the soul masters from Icewind Town had said. The far north has been unusually restless of late. Xue Yun nodded. We must exercise greater caution once we step outside. First, we shall ascertain our location, and then search for the Phoenix ruins. After their discussion, the two gathered their belongings and cautiously exited the cave. The snowstorm outside had significantly abated, and sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a blinding radiance upon the snow-covered ground. They stifled their presence, moving like two elusive spirit cats across the snowy expanse, striving to avoid the territories of soul beasts. The early morning in the extreme north was eerily tranquil, devoid of even the chirping of birds, save for the howling wind sweeping across the ice. Suddenly, Xue Yun halted, pointing towards the northwest, where she sensed a faint energy fluctuation, imbued with a dark attribute. Xue Yun felt a stir in his heart as he followed her gaze. Perceiving a shadowy mist swirling faintly behind a distant glacier, exuding a disquieting aura, it was the presence of a malevolent soul master. Instantly, Xue Yun's expression grew grave. The soul masters of Icewind Town had spoken the truth. There indeed existed malevolent soul masters in the extreme north. Xue Yun clenched her fists. Moreover, judging by the intensity of this aura, it is at least at the Light Douluo level. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. 5 years prior, the Spirit Hall, in conjunction with various factions, had purged the malevolent soul masters, causing the Light Douluo of the Netherworld Church to vanish without a trace. Little did they know they had concealed themselves in the extreme north. Xue Yun nodded, yet within her heart, turbulent waves surged. What could these malevolent soul masters, hiding in the extreme north, be plotting? What connection did it bear with the recent disturbances in the region? As the snowstorm resumed, it obscured their tracks and concealed the secrets lurking within the distant black mist. Xue Yun gazed towards the glacier, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. Chapter 63, The Ice and Fire Phoenix. The blizzard in the extreme north continued to rage, with Xue Yun and Xue Yun concealed within the crevices of the glacier, observing the elusive black mist in the northwest with solemn expressions. The malevolent soul masters had buried themselves deeply, their energy fluctuations intermittent and evidently masked. Xue Yun spoke softly, a glimmer of vigilance in her ice-blue eyes. Given our current strength, approaching recklessly would be perilous. The trail of the Light Douluo of the malevolent soul masters was of paramount importance, far beyond what the two could handle alone. The remnants of the Netherworld Church had gone silent 5 years ago, and their sudden reappearance in the extreme north surely concealed a greater conspiracy. Any misstep could alert the enemy. Without further delay, the two turned and ventured into the vast snowy wilderness. The quest to locate the Phoenix ruins proved to be more arduous than anticipated, The terrain of the extreme north had undergone considerable changes over the years, with many iconic glaciers having melted or shifted. Coupled with the ever-present threat of ancient soul beasts, they were compelled to slow their pace, exploring while evading danger. The cold interface in Xue Yun's mind remained unyielding, devoid of the usual clamor, leaving him feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Fortunately, after half a year, he had already adapted to life without system assistance, his perception and judgment sharper than ever. In order to survive, they often hunted lower-tier soul beasts to stave off hunger. Xue Yun expertly roasted the beast meat over intense flames until it was crisp on the outside, yet tender within. While Xue Yun combined her ice attribute soul power with some herbs they occasionally foraged to create simple seasonings. In the frigid wilderness, this humble roasted meat became an unexpected delicacy. The ice cream that Guangling had brought in was long gone. Whenever they reminisced about that clingy yet stubborn little creature, the two would exchange knowing smiles, and the hardships of their journey seemed to lighten considerably. One day, half a year later, as they ventured deep into the heart of the far north, Xue Yun suddenly halted, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Do you sense it? Xue Yun focused intently, then nodded. There is warmth. Faint, yet undeniably a warm presence. The far north remained perpetually frozen, with only a few volcanic activity zones where warmth could possibly exist. A spark of excitement ignited within them as they quickened their pace, following the trace of warmth. Upon traversing a snow-laden canyon, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. In a snow-covered expanse spanning several dozen miles, the ice was visibly melting, revealing the dark rocks beneath. Steam billowed from the crevices of the rocks, creating a striking contrast with the surrounding icy wilderness. It's a concealed volcanic vent, Xue Yun exclaimed joyfully. Years ago, we discovered the Phoenix ruins right here. They exchanged a glance, excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. After half a year of searching, they had finally reached their destination. As they stepped into this region, the temperature noticeably rose, and even the wind and snow became considerably milder, following the route etched in their memories. They navigated through a steaming rocky area and arrived at a cave shrouded in vines, the entrance to the Phoenix ruins. Years had passed, and the vines had grown denser, yet they could not obscure the faint yet palpable aura of dread. Xue Yun and Xue Yun exchanged a resolute glance, simultaneously unleashing their soul power as a protective barrier. Cautiously stepping into the cave, inside, darkness enveloped them, illuminated only by the sporadic glimmers of phosphorescence on the rock walls. Xue Yun raised her hand, summoning an exquisite light that instantaneously brightened the corridor ahead. It was a long passageway, its walls formed from solidified lava, adorned with the marks of time. Smooth to the touch, clearly thousands of years old. Look here, Xue Yun pointed to the left wall, where a series of murals were etched. In the first mural, a phoenix engulfed in flames soared through the skies, its wings blocking out the sun, melting the surrounding ice and snow, an embodiment of the ultimate fire attribute. Its gaze was proud and fierce, indicating its esteemed status among soul beasts. The second mural depicted the fire phoenix arriving in the far north, encountering a frost-blue phoenix with wings like crystalline ice. The icy phoenix exuded a comparable aura of ferocity, its extreme ice attribute contrasting starkly with the fire phoenix's extreme fire attribute. The third mural illustrated a titanic battle between the two phoenixes, clashing in the skies above the far north, flames intertwining with ice, glaciers collapsing, and volcanoes erupting. The entire region trembled in response. The surrounding soul beasts trembled, too fearful to approach. In the fourth mural, the battle intensified, spilling over to other soul beasts in the far north, resulting in numerous casualties. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. The final mural depicted the two phoenixes, both lying in a pool of blood, their breaths extinguished. Where they fell, ice and lava intertwined, creating this unique region. Thus, Xue Yun suddenly comprehended that a millennium ago, two extraordinary phoenix beasts had engaged in a fierce battle here, ultimately perishing and giving rise to this relic. The ancient texts indicated that over the millennia, numerous soul masters and soul beasts had ventured to this place in search of treasures, only to be repelled by the terrifying oppressive force within. Xue Yun softly remarked that it seemed this pressure was the lingering aura of the two ferocious beasts. Xue Yun nodded and proceeded onward. The passage grew increasingly lengthy, with the energy fluctuations in the air intensifying, at times searing like fire, at others chilling like frost. The two extreme attributes intermingled and clashed, creating a peculiar tension. Caw, caw. The sound of phoenixes echoed. Xue Yun exclaimed in surprise. Could there truly be phoenixes inside? A grave expression flickered in Xue Yun's eyes. Be cautious. This sound is no trivial matter. The two slowed their pace, simultaneously unleashing the ultimate light and the ultimate ice, warily advancing towards the source of the sound. At the end of the passage was a corner. Upon rounding it, the sight before them left them momentarily stunned. It was a vast void, with an ice and snow-covered dome above and an unfathomable abyss below, where molten lava churned at the bottom, casting a crimson glow that reflected off the icy surface of the dome, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. On either side of the void stood two colossal phoenix statues. The one on the left was entirely ice blue, emanating the essence of ultimate ice, while the one on the right was of vivid crimson, radiating the essence of ultimate fire, both so lifelike they seemed poised to spring to life. In the center of the void, the two phoenixes were locked in a fierce battle. The left was an ice phoenix, its wings as crystalline as ice, each flap sending forth a bone-chilling wind, the energy of ultimate ice causing the surrounding air to crystallize into frost. The right was a fire phoenix, its wings ablaze with fierce flames, each cry causing the molten lava below to convulse more violently, the energy of ultimate fire rendering the air unbearably hot. Though both phoenixes were not particularly large, measuring only a few meters in length, they exuded a pressure far surpassing that of ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, even more terrifying than the 97th level Super Xue Yun had encountered. Their attacks were lethal, and the clash of ice and fire generated energy storms within the void, causing Xue Yun and Xue Yun, standing at the entrance, to feel a pang of trepidation. Indeed, it is a phoenix. Xue Yun gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth, and their aura exceeds 10,000 years. Xue Yun furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion. He had perused countless texts, and there had never been any record of phoenix beasts surviving in the extreme north. Although the aura of these two phoenixes was formidable, it bore a hint of ethereality, unlike that of a genuine soul beast. Just then, he noticed a pigeon egg-sized inner core shimmering at the center of each phoenix's forehead. The ice phoenix's core was ice blue, while the fire phoenix's core was a deep red, radiating a rich wave of energy. It is the manifestation of the inner cores. Xue Yun realized these phoenixes are not alive. They are spiritual entities formed from the inner cores of the two ferocious beasts that perished a millennium ago, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and their residual will. Xue Yun finally grasped the situation. No wonder their battle appears so relentless. They are continuing the conflict from a millennium ago. The two phoenixes appeared oblivious to the presence of Xue Yun and Xue Yun, continuing their fierce battle. The crystalline wings of the ice phoenix sliced through the air, accompanied by a biting cold wind directed at the fire phoenix. In response, the fire phoenix unleashed scorching flames that melted the ice phoenix's assault. Their movements accelerated, and the collisions of energy intensified, causing the entire cavern to tremble faintly. Xue Yun and Xue Yun stood at the entrance, holding their breath in awe. The spectacle before them was staggering. The spirit bodies of ferocious beasts from millennia past still engaged in combat, a rarity in the annals of the Douluo continent's history. What shall we do? Xue Yun whispered, his eyes brimming with caution. The power of these two phoenix spirit bodies far surpassed their own, and should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. He sensed that within those two inner cores might lie the key to breaking through to the tidal Douluo realm, perhaps even related to his path to divinity. However, before that, they needed to ascertain whether these phoenix spirit bodies would harbor hostility towards them. Xue Yun and Xue Yun exchanged a solemn glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation, carefully concealing their presence as they observed the unfolding events. Within the cavern, the battle between the ice and fire phoenixes raged on, seemingly endless. Chapter 64, Tidal Douluo. In the hollow, the ethereal forms of the ice and fire phoenixes clashed violently. The crimson-hued fire phoenix spread its wings wide, each strike accompanied by waves of searing heat capable of incinerating all in its path. The bluish ice phoenix, however, appeared increasingly feeble, its crystalline wings marred with cracks, clearly at the end of its tether. With a piercing cry, the fire phoenix emitted a resounding call, its golden flames surging dramatically, cascading down like a tidal wave. The ice phoenix hastily conjured an ice shield, but it was instantaneously obliterated by the flames, its ethereal form shattering like fragile ice crystals, leaving behind only a bluish inner core, trembling in midair. The fire phoenix let out a triumphant roar and dove down, devouring the bluish inner core in one swift motion. Not good. Both Xue Yun and Xue Yun exclaimed simultaneously, caught off guard by the rapid turn of events. In that instant, the fire phoenix whipped its head around, its fiery gaze locking onto Xue Yun, as if appraising a long-lost treasure. A surge of energy coursed through Xue Yun's body as his radiant phoenix martial soul stirred violently within him, an indescribable pull emanating from the fire phoenix's form. As if attempting to forcibly extract his soul, cold sweat broke out across his body, and he felt agonizing pain rip through his limbs, rendering him unable to control himself. Brother Yun, Xue Yun sensed the impending danger and moved to intervene, but the fire phoenix abruptly turned its head, unleashing a thunderous cry. This cry contained a terrifying pressure that surpassed even that of soul beasts over 100,000 years old, with golden sound waves radiating like a tangible force. Xue Yun felt a resounding boom in his mind, darkness enveloping him as he was knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, Xue Yun's radiant phoenix martial soul could no longer be restrained. With a piercing cry, it burst forth from his body, unfurling immense golden wings behind him. Shades of yellow, purple, black, and red illuminated simultaneously, swirling around him and exuding an aura that was both exhilarating and terrifying. With a resounding call, the transformation reached its apex. The radiant phoenix emitted a similarly resounding cry, harmonizing with the ethereal call of the fire phoenix, resonating throughout the entirety of the far north. Deep within the heart of the far north, in a palace encased in ice, the Snow Empress, with an existence spanning 690,000 years, and the Ice Emperor Scorpion, with a lineage of 390,000 years, rose simultaneously upon hearing the phoenix's call. The Snow Empress gazed southward, a hint of perplexity gracing her beautiful visage. Is it that fire phoenix? Has it triumphed? Yet, why does it carry the essence of humanity? The Ice Emperor's expression darkened, his emerald eyes flashing with murderous intent. That human essence belongs to the one who slaughtered my kin. How dare he linger in the far north? Within the hollow of the phoenix ruins, after the fire phoenix's ethereal form consumed the ice-blue inner core, the two powers that were meant to merge clashed violently. It let out a cry of agony as its form began to disintegrate at a visibly rapid pace, the brilliance of its fiery wings flickering erratically. Human possessing the radiant phoenix, assist me. The fire phoenix's ethereal form fixed its gaze upon Xue Yun, and a potent force suddenly surged forth, drawing Xue Yun instantly closer. The moment their eyes met, a torrent of images flooded his mind. Eons ago, the skies of the far north were torn asunder by flames and ice. A fire phoenix, aged 400,000 years, engaged in a fierce battle against an ice phoenix of the same age amidst the clouds, unleashing cataclysmic energies through the collision of ultimate fire and ultimate ice. They were destined adversaries, vying for the title of Phoenix Sovereign for millennia. And this battle was the culmination of their efforts. Ultimately, the fire phoenix inflicted grievous wounds upon the ice phoenix at a tremendous cost, yet the ice phoenix, in its dying moments, ignited its soul, leading them both to perish in a cataclysmic embrace. Their colossal forms plummeted, shattering the ice layer and sinking into the depths of the volcano, leaving behind two inner cores imbued with residual power and a fragment of the fire phoenix's lingering spirit. Thus, Xue Yun comprehended the unfolding events, his heart shaken. The fire phoenix's ethereal form strained to suppress the ice-blue inner core within. And upon realizing that Xue Yun grasped the situation, it implored urgently, "Help me suppress it. Once I merge with this inner core, I shall." Before it could finish, the ice-blue inner core erupted in blinding radiance, causing the fire phoenix's form to disintegrate even faster. A glint of resolve flashed in its eyes as it abruptly drew Xue Yun closer, transforming its body, along with the ice-blue inner core, into a streak of light that forcibly entered Xue Yun's being. "Ah!" Xue Yun cried out in anguish, as two exceedingly formidable forces detonated within him. The ultimate fire and ultimate ice collided with the same ferocity as they had eons ago, each of his cells enduring the excruciating dual torment of burning and freezing. The sounds of shattering bones echoed incessantly, only to be reconstituted under the relentless tug of the two forces. Within the sea of his consciousness, the spirit of the radiant phoenix trembled violently, as if on the verge of explosion. Fortunately, the residual power of the fire phoenix's ethereal form safeguarded his soul's essence and martial spirit's origin, preventing his complete collapse. With a thunderous clash of the two forces, Xue Yun's soul power soared like a rocket, instantly breaking through the 90-level threshold, continuing to surge ever higher. Yet, in that moment, he felt no joy of breakthrough, only an abyss of suffering. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity, when Xue Yun regained consciousness, he found himself immersed in a sea of consciousness. Surrounding him were swirling golden soul energies, with the radiant phoenix martial spirit gracefully suspended at the center, its wings glowing more brilliantly than ever before. Not far away, a man enveloped in flames stood, the very embodiment of the fire phoenix's ethereal form. "You have awakened," he said, turning to face Xue Yun, fatigue mingling with excitement upon his features. "Thank you, heir of the radiant phoenix. Our struggle has finally come to an end." Xue Yun, his voice hoarse, gazed at him. "Are you all ferocious beasts from 400,000 years ago?" "Indeed," the man nodded, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. A millennium ago, I battled that ice phoenix for an eternity, and we ultimately perished together. Little did I expect to be tormented by its inner Dan for another 1,000 years. Why has your conflict persisted for nearly 10 millennia without resolution? Xue Yun inquired. The man scoffed lightly. Because that old fool placed restrictions upon its inner Dan, allowing only humans with non-fire attribute phoenix martial spirits to absorb it. It would rather bestow its power upon humanity than have me consume it. He paused, pride flashing in his eyes. Over the millennia, countless soul masters and soul beasts have sought to seize our inner Dan, yet I have repelled them all. Even if I am to grant humanity a boon, I shall not allow those contemptible soul beasts to prevail. Xue Yun, puzzled, asked, I too possess a fire attribute. Why then have you chosen me? Because your essence is of the light attribute, the man elucidated. Your fire attribute is a manifestation of acquired prowess, not innate. The inner Dan of that ice phoenix lacks a soul, unable to discern this fact. Thus it was drawn into your being. Its resistance is not against you, but against me. He erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with liberation. After a millennium, I have finally triumphed. I am the true sovereign of the phoenix. After a prolonged fit of laughter, he turned his gaze to Xue Yun. Young one, I was but a remnant soul, persevering all this time to fulfill this desire. Now that my wish is realized, it is time for me to dissipate. His form began to grow transparent, yet he solemnly declared, You are the recognized successor of my fire phoenix, the heir to the phoenix sovereign. Should you ascend to divinity in the future, do not tarnish the phoenix's illustrious name. As his words faded, his body transformed into a blaze of fire, merging into the radiant phoenix martial spirit. With a resounding cry, the radiant phoenix emitted a piercing phoenix song that reverberated throughout the sea of consciousness, its wings unfolding dramatically as it absorbed the power of the fire. Xue Yun could distinctly feel a formidable force surging within him. The sea of consciousness expanded at a visibly rapid pace, growing over 1,000 times its original size. Reaching the pinnacle of a level 99 Douluo, outside the sea of consciousness, in the void, Xue Yun had long since awakened, anxiously watching over Xue Yun. For 5 months, she had remained steadfast by his side, observing the fluctuations of light upon him, yet she dared not approach the impenetrable aura of flames surrounding him. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from Xue Yun. The ninth soul ring slowly emerged, no longer red but radiating a noble orange-gold hue, indicative of a soul ring exceeding 100,000 years, perhaps even several 100,000 years. With a hum, the orange-gold soul ring circled Xue Yun, harmonizing with the other 8 soul rings in a magnificent display. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, causing the entire void to tremble violently. A golden beam of light soared into the sky, piercing through the dome of the ruins and stabbing into the clouds. This commotion instantly reverberated throughout the entire northernmost realm. All soul beasts below 10,000 years old prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling with fear. The 3 great kings of the extreme north simultaneously gazed towards the direction of the beam. Their expressions varied. With the enhancement of the 9th spirit ring, Xue Yun's soul power surged wildly, ascending from level 91 to 92, and finally reaching level 96 before gradually coming to a halt. Xue Yun looked at Xue Yun within the beam. Her eyes filled with shock and elation. She understood that Xue Yun had succeeded. Not only had he survived, but he had also broken through to the rank of Title Douluo, and he was a level 96 Super Douluo. The beam lasted for a full hour before slowly dissipating. Xue Yun gradually opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of golden light glimmering within them. He felt the surging strength within him, along with the orange-gold 9th spirit ring in the sea of his spirit. And a smile crept onto his lips. The voice of the fire phoenix echoed in his mind for the last time. Kid, live well, and do not tarnish the name of the phoenix. Xue Yun clenched his fist, silently vowing, I will. Chapter 65, The Soul Bone of the Ice Fire Phoenix. Xue Yun felt the overwhelming power coursing through him. The soul power of a level 96 Super Douluo flowed through his meridians, each breath imbued with a sacred fiery essence. He looked down at himself. His clothes had long since turned to ash under the impact of the ice fire power, leaving him bare-chested. His bronze skin adorned with faint golden patterns, the sacred mark of the phoenix bloodline. Brother Yun. Xue Yun's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly took out a set of clothing from the soul guide device, urging, quickly put this on. This soul guide was a treasured heirloom of the Tianshui city, with a vast internal space capable of storing not only clothing and provisions, but also some larger objects. Xue Yun accepted the garments, which were a moon-white brocade robe, the fabric soft yet resilient, clearly woven from special beast hide. He quickly donned the robe, though its ample fabric could not conceal his tall and powerful physique. At this moment, Xue Yun's appearance had transformed. His brows were sharper, His eyes seemed to swirl with light and fire, his nose was elegantly high, and his lips were distinctly defined. The youthful naivety that once lingered on his face had vanished, replaced by a sense of maturity and authority. Most astonishing was his aura, a blend of sanctity and fervor, standing there yet evoking an impression of being unattainably exalted. The current physical quality of the host has reached at least the level of a 98 Super Douluo. A familiar yet strange voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Xue Yun's body jolted, and he abruptly looked up. System? Xue Yun gazed at him in confusion. Brother Yun. What's wrong? It's nothing. Xue Yun smiled and shook his head, his gaze returning to Xue Yun. The 5-month wait had rendered her somewhat leaner, the faint dark circles under her eyes only enhancing her delicate beauty. As their eyes met, the air seemed to thicken, and memories flooded his mind. The awe of their first encounter, the support during trials, the longing over 5 years, all transformed into the deep affection reflected in their gazes. Xue Yun gently raised his hand, softly caressing her cheek, the delicate sensation transmitting through his fingertips. Xue Yun slightly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, her breath gradually quickening. As the distance between the two individuals diminished, their lips were on the brink of contact. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. System version 30 update completed. Detected that the host has obtained a tremendous opportunity, absorbing a portion of energy to expedite the update. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new system feature, virtual externalization. Visible only to the host. A translucent blue screen abruptly materialized before Xue Yun. At its center suspended a palm-sized golden phoenix phantom, representing the system's new form. The corner of Xue Yun's mouth froze instantly, wishing fervently to seize this ill-timed system and give it a good thrashing. Xue Yun blinked in confusion. Brother Yun, what's wrong? Nothing really. Xue Yun inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his internal grievances, and silently urged the screen. Could you perhaps appear a little later? Host. This is a significant update for version 30. There are still reward updates to claim. The system retorted with conviction. Moreover, this system's ability to update ahead of schedule is entirely thanks to your absorption of the Ice Fire Phoenix energy, a true win-win situation. With a sense of helplessness, Xue Yun was about to click to claim his reward when the entire relic suddenly began to tremble violently. The Ice Fire Phoenix statues on either side of the hollow erupted with blinding light. The fiery red statue ignited in sacred flames, while the ice blue statue was enveloped in a glistening layer of ice crystals. The oppressive aura of 2,400,000 year soul beasts surged into the sky. Buzz. The wings of the fiery red statue suddenly split apart, and a pair of vividly lifelike fiery red wings emerged, ablaze with the eternal flames of the phoenix. Indeed, the external soul bone of the fire phoenix. Almost simultaneously, the head of the ice blue statue cracked open, releasing an ice blue soul bone, surrounded by frosty spiritual fluctuations, which was the head soul bone of the ice phoenix, embodying wisdom. The two grand soul bones, as if imbued with sentience, rushed towards Xue Yun with a sound that pierced the air. Whoa! Soul bones of 400,000 years. And 2 sets. The system screamed. Host, prepare to absorb them quickly. This system is activating super acceleration. Xue Yun barely had time to react before the 2 soul bones landed upon him. The fiery red external soul bones seamlessly adhered to his back, transforming into a pair of colossal fiery red wings, perfectly merging with the wings of the radiant phoenix. The ice blue head soul bone integrated into his forehead, causing an ice blue phoenix mark to briefly shimmer at his brow before vanishing. Super acceleration activated. Fusion efficiency increased by 1,000. Xue Yun felt 2 waves of gentle yet potent energy surge within him, the tumultuous power contained within the 400,000 year soul bones being meticulously refined by the system, flowing through his meridians into every limb and sinew. Under the system's harmonization, the conflicting powers of ice and fire no longer clashed, but instead formed a peculiar equilibrium, continuously refining his body and soul. Half an hour later, Xue Yun slowly opened his eyes. The fiery red wings on his back gently fluttered, stirring sacred warm gusts. The ice blue mark on his brow flickered briefly, bringing unprecedented clarity to his sea of consciousness. The 2,400,000 year soul bones had fused perfectly. Ding. System summary has been generated. Please check, host. The information on the screen gradually unfolded. Name, Yun Zhao, Xue Yun. Age, 29 years. Martial soul, radiant phoenix, also known as the divine phoenix, a further evolution of the martial soul endowed with sacred attributes. Soul power level, 96th rank Super Douluo. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, red, orange gold. Soul Ring Skills. 1. Ninth Soul Skill. Phoenix Nirvana. Engulfed in divine flames. Attack power increases by 300. With all soul skills accompanied by a purifying light effect. Upon nearing death, it can trigger rebirth through Nirvana, instantly restoring all states. 2. Divine Light Heaven's Radiance. Unleashes countless radiant feather blades, inflicting 100 penetrating damage to enemies within the vicinity, while incinerating dark attribute soul power. 3. Divine Light Descends. A vast expanse of sacred light envelopes the area, diminishing all enemy attributes by 40 and amplifying one's own by 30, a domain-type soul skill. 4. Sacred Flame of Judgment. Transforms into a resplendent golden fire, launching a penetrating strike that ignores defenses against the locked target. The sacred flames consume their flesh, soul power, and even spirit, marking the target to prevent them from becoming invisible or teleporting until judgment is fulfilled. Soul Bone Skills. 1. Sacred Light Left Leg Soul Bone, 30. 000 years Lightspeed Ambush. 2. Divine Right Leg Soul Bone, 950. 000 years Heavenly Light Break. 3. Evil Shadow Flood Dragon Left Arm Soul Bone, 100. 000 years Shadow Tear, Light and Dark Attributes, Radiant Barrier. 4. Flame Right Arm Soul Bone, 580. 000 years Phoenix Explosive Strike. 5. Ice Phoenix Mental Wisdom Head Soul Bone, 400. 000 years Frost Embrace. Releases an icy crystal mental barrier enveloping oneself, freezing all incoming mental attacks and rebounding 50 damage. Simultaneously emits a wave of extreme cold, freezing enemies' thoughts for 2 seconds. Frosted Eyes. The eyes emit ice blue soul light, forcibly locking onto a target, igniting their sea of consciousness with icy flames, causing continuous soul burning and permanently diminishing the target's mental power limit by 10. Stackable. Eternal Silence Aurora Kill. Eyes erupt with platinum aurora, delivering dual judgment upon all targets in a linear trajectory, scorching flesh and blinding, freezing the sea of consciousness into skill silence. Ice Phoenix Sacred Edict. An Ice Phoenix emblem emerges on the forehead, releasing 3 chains of sacred frost, simultaneously binding 3 targets. Ensnared enemies fall into holy frost confinement. Their bodies freeze, their spirits burn, and all healing effects are reversed into damage. Maximum confinement of 3 seconds for Light Douluo. Fire Phoenix External Soul Bone, 400. 000 years Heavenly Fire Judgment. Wings of Fire unfurl, condensing 12 judgment swords that automatically track enemies, inflicting penetrating damage. Targets hit accumulate the mark of Purification. After 3 layers, they ignite their soul power internally for 5 seconds, doubled against evil attribute targets. Divine Radiance Shadow. Wings of Fire transform into flowing light. Entering Lightspeed mode. Moving leaves afterimages that explode after 3 seconds, causing area burns. Each attack features flame splashes, dealing 30 damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius, and immunity to slow effects while active. Dual Soul Bone Link Technique. Ice Fire Sacred Edict. Trigger condition. Simultaneously activate the head and external soul bones. Effect. Domain. Domain of the Fire God. Domain of Radiant Holiness. Faith Collection Degree. 403. Artifact Materials. Fully gathered. Comprehensive evaluation. The combat prowess surpasses that of the 98th level Super Douluo, nearing the limits of Douluo's power. The divine attribute exerts an absolute suppression over evil forces, making it one of the most formidable strengths on the continent. What do you think, host? Isn't it utterly stunning? The system expressed with great pride, especially regarding the 400,000 year old soul bones. They are practically tailor-made for you. Xue Yun felt the strength of the wings behind him and the spiritual fluctuations at his brow, his heart filled with astonishment. The 2 soul bones not only bestowed powerful abilities, but also catalyzed a qualitative leap in his divine attributes. By the way, host, there's an important piece of information I forgot to mention. The system suddenly adopted a serious tone. The true age of your 9th soul ring has already surpassed 700,000 years. It is the essence of the fusion of powers after the Fire Phoenix devoured the Ice Phoenix's core. This is unique across the entire Douluo continent. Xue Yun suddenly understood. No wonder the power of the 9th soul skill was so terrifying. It was indeed the might of a 700,000 year soul ring. He turned to look at Xue Yun, who was gazing in amazement at the fiery wings behind him. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. Xue Yun smiled and opened his arms, the wings behind him gently enveloping them in a warm glow. Thank you for worrying about me. Xue Yun shook her head, diving into his embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. As long as you are safe, that's all that matters. Xue Yun held her tightly, feeling the warmth in his arms. his heart filled with tranquility. With the system updated, the soul bones acquired, and the divine material gathered, the path to his ascension had finally cleared the last obstacle. Next, should we consider the fusion of the divine artifact? The system's voice brimmed with anticipation. With the 700,000 year soul ring and the two 400,000 year soul bones, your ascension to godhood is just around the corner. Chapter 66. Is the system cheating? In the hollow of the Phoenix ruins, a warm light enveloped the two embracing figures. The Fire Phoenix external soul bone on Xue Yun's back had quietly retracted, and the Ice Phoenix mark on his brow had vanished, making him appear as an ordinary soul master at first glance, save for the faint divine aura surrounding him. A testament to his power as a 96th level Super Douluo. We should take our leave. Xue Yun gently caressed Xue Yu's long hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. It was unwise to linger in the extreme north. Xue Yu nodded, snuggling closer to him, softly saying, "Wherever you go, I will follow." Xue Yun smiled, about to respond, when he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Two familiar and powerful auras were approaching from outside the ruins. One emanated an extreme chill, belonging to the Ice Emperor Scorpion. The Ice Blue Emperor. The other was more magnificent and vast, akin to the very essence of ice and snow from the extreme north, the Snow Empress. Someone is coming. Xue Yun shielded Xue Yue behind him as his soul power quietly surged within. Xue Yue also sensed the terrifying pressure, her ice blue soul power coalescing in her palm, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Moments later, two silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the hollow. On the left stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a blue palace dress, her skin as fair as snow, exuding an ethereal aura. She was the 690,000-year-old Snow Empress. On the right was a massive green scorpion adorned with golden patterns on its shell, representing the 390,000-year-old Ice Emperor. The two rulers of the extreme north gathered, causing the temperature within the ruins to plummet, even the divine flames in the air dimming slightly. The gaze of the Snow Empress fell upon Xue Yun, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of complexity. Who would have thought that the millennia-long conflict between the Ice and Fire Phoenixes would be resolved by a mere human? Her voice was as cold as ice, yet carried a trace of relief. "Human, since this matter has come to a conclusion, you may leave. Do not return to the extreme north again." She paused, her eyes sweeping towards the depths of the extreme north, her tone turning frigid. "Furthermore, it would be wise for you to eradicate those malevolent beings lurking in the extreme north. Their presence has already tainted this sacred land." The Ice Emperor, listening nearby, felt a surge of irritation, her emerald eyes fixated on Xue Yun, her claws carving deep marks into the ground, clearly still harboring resentment over the slaying of her kin. Just as she was about to speak, the Snow Empress silenced her with a glance. Xue Yun understood that the Snow Empress referred to the evil soul masters known as Light Douluo. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, his tone tranquil. "Thank you, esteemed Snow Empress, for the reminder. I shall attend to this matter." With that, he said no more, wrapping his arm around Xue Yu's waist. A gentle ripple of soul power emanated from him, and the two ascended into the air like feathers. Having reached the Light Douluo level, they no longer required the aid of their martial souls to fly. Moreover, he had suppressed all traces of soul bone energy, rendering their flight silent. With only a faint golden glow surrounding them, the external soul bone of the Fire Phoenix and the head soul bone of the Ice Phoenix had been perfectly concealed, making him appear as an ordinary young soul master, save for the depth of his eyes, which concealed the brilliance of millennia. "Let us depart." The two transformed into streaks of light, soaring out of the Phoenix ruins towards the periphery of the extreme north. It was only when their figures vanished into the horizon that the Ice Emperor could no longer contain herself, her voice laced with fury. "Sister, why did you not allow me to speak? He killed my kin and took our soul bones, and you simply let him go?" The Ice Emperor paused. "He is merely a level 96 Super Douluo. That is but a fade," the Snow Empress replied, a trace of gravity crossing her features. "He has absorbed the full power of the Ice and Fire Phoenixes, especially that 700,000-year-old Ninth Spirit Ring, coupled with two 400,000-year-old soul bones. His true combat strength is already perilously close to the 99th level limit Douluo. If a confrontation were to ensue, I would find no advantage. And we might even suffer mutual destruction, allowing those hidden evil soul masters to seize the opportunity." She gazed in the direction Xue Yun had departed, murmuring softly, "The extreme north cannot withstand another upheaval. The war between the Ice and Fire Phoenixes a millennium ago had wrought untold suffering. Now that tranquility has finally been restored, there is no need to stir the waters out of momentary anger." The Ice Emperor fell silent, the golden light upon her shell gradually dimming. Yet, even in death, The Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix cannot find peace, disturbing the tranquility of the extreme north. Perhaps this is fate, the Snow Emperor's side. At least their power has ultimately fallen into the hands of a human who seeks the light, which is far preferable to being seized by evil soul masters. A glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes as she added, "Once I have dealt with the matters at hand, I shall personally cleanse the realm of those wicked beings." The Ice Emperor finally began to calm, though a hint of reluctance lingered as she gazed towards the direction Xue Yun had taken. In the skies above the extreme north, Xue Yun and Xue Jiu flew side by side. The biting cold wind was thwarted by the sacred aura surrounding him, and Xue Jiu nestled against him, experiencing a reassuring warmth. The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor, Xue Jiu, spoke softly. "They seem to harbor no ill intentions towards us." The Snow Emperor stands as the guardian of the extreme north, his thoughts intricate and meticulous, never willing to sacrifice the greater good for minor grievances. Xue Yun elucidated that although the Ice Emperor was filled with wrath, he would likely relent under the Snow Emperor's counsel. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with another matter as the system had recently concluded that the materials for the divine artifact had been gathered. This signified that his elder brother, Xue Yun, had successfully procured all the necessary components. Once the final piece of the torso soul bone was secured and the 8th trial of the red rank completed, the sea god would personally forge a semi-divine artifact for him, bringing him one step closer to the path of divinity. "The torso soul bone," Xue Yun murmured, his brow furrowing. Presently, his soul bone configuration lacked only this critical piece, yet such a high-tier soul bone was elusive, particularly one that harmonized with his sacred attributes, making the quest exceedingly arduous. Xue Yun chuckled softly, reflecting on the improbability of the endeavor. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "What were the updated rewards you mentioned earlier?" "Oh right, I almost forgot." The system's voice brimmed with excitement. "This time, the rewards from the version 30 update are quite substantial. Allow me to enumerate them for you." A luminous orb hovered before Xue Yun, projecting a virtual panel that distinctly listed 3 rewards. As he scrutinized these incentives, his pupils constricted, his heart stirred by a tempest of emotions. The second martial soul privilege. This implied the potential for him to possess a dual martial soul, with the added benefit of selecting it freely, devoid of any compatibility risks, a phenomenon unheard of throughout the Douluo continent. The ability to reconstruct his golden body was nothing short of miraculous, akin to gaining an extra life. Even when faced with the lethal onslaughts of a tidal Douluo, he would have a chance to start anew. Most astonishing of all was the third reward, a divine bestowal. The restoration of the continent's vitality, particularly from wounds inflicted by non-divine forces, grazed the very realm of deities. Though limited to a single use, it possessed the potential to alter numerous circumstances, such as repairing towns ravaged by war and healing civilians victimized by evil soul masters. "What do you think, host?" Surprised? Astounded? The system gleefully circled him. "This system certainly delivers." Xue Yun inhaled deeply, suppressing the exhilaration building within him. Since acquiring the system, it had always played a supportive role, never directly granting him advantages like other systems. Rather, it had guided his growth step by step. While the current rewards were indeed generous, they also aligned perfectly with his immediate needs. The second martial soul, Xue Yun pondered. "Which one should I choose?" "That is a decision for you to make." The system wobbled its rotund form. "You can select from offense, control, or even support types. With this system at your side, integration will be seamless." Xue Yun refrained from making an immediate decision. The selection of a second martial soul was of paramount importance and warranted careful contemplation. He glanced at Xue Jiu beside him, who was curiously observing him, though unable to perceive the system, her eyes sparkling with gentle warmth. "What are you thinking about?" Xue Jiu inquired. She nodded affirmatively. "All right. I will accompany you." The golden orb of light danced merrily upon his shoulder. "Charge ahead, host. Gather the soul bones, forge the semi-divine artifact, and then ascend to divinity. Reach the pinnacle of your life." Xue Yun smiled and quickened his pace. The blizzards of the extreme north gradually receded, and the sky ahead grew increasingly luminous, as if heralding a radiant future. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the sinister stronghold of the evil soul master in the far north, a shadow lingered, fixated on his departing figure, its eyes glimmering with avarice and malevolence. Chapter 67, Xue Yuan. A golden radiance sliced through the heavens, and in the span of half a day, the majestic silhouette of Tindo City emerged on the horizon. Xue Yun retracted his divine aura, descending alongside Xue Jiu upon the plaza outside the imperial palace. The commanding officer stationed at the gates, noticing the pair's distinguished attire, swiftly approached to obstruct their path. "Who goes there?" "This is the imperial palace's restricted area. Unauthorized entry is forbidden." Xue Yun offered a faint smile, producing the Duke of Light's insignia from his waist. The emblem refracted a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight, the phoenix motif intricately carved upon it appearing vibrantly alive. The officer's pupils constricted, and he promptly knelt on one knee. I pay my respects to the Duke of Light. I was blind to not recognize your grace. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The soldiers behind him also fell to their knees in reverence. The tales of the Duke of Light's triumph over the chaos instigated by the evil soul masters 5 years prior had long circulated throughout Tindo. However, Xue Yun's appearance had changed considerably since that time. The youthful innocence that once graced his brow had faded, replaced by an air of composure and authority. Coupled with his repressed aura as a level 96 Super Douluo, this minor misunderstanding was entirely understandable. Rise, Xue Yun commanded, stowing away the insignia. I wish to see His Majesty. Yes, I shall lead the way. The officer quickly rose, respectfully guiding them forward. Navigating through the layers of palace halls, they arrived outside the imperial study. After the eunuch announced their presence, a familiar voice from within called out, "Let him enter." Pushing the door open, Xue Yun stepped inside the study, where Xue Yun sat before the imperial desk, reviewing documents. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his gaze, and the moment his eyes fell upon Xue Yun, his brush clattered to the table. Xue Yun sprang to his feet, astonishment filling his eyes. In less than a year, you have attained the rank of title Douluo? A level 96 Super Douluo no less? Xue Yun, warmed by the pride in his elder brother's gaze, replied, "Brother, you flatter me. It is merely a stroke of good fortune and some serendipitous encounters." Serendipity is indeed a facet of strength. Xue Yun patted his shoulder and turned to retrieve a pitch-black storage soul guide from the bookshelf behind him. "Here are the divine materials you requested. They are all contained within." Xue Yun accepted the soul guide, his spiritual energy probing within, instantly attuned to the various rare materials stored inside. The extreme north ice essence, the sunset divine gold, the true phoenix feathers, each exuding a potent wave of energy, precisely what was required to forge a semi-divine artifact. "Thank you, brother." He then called out to the door, "Bring the young prince here." Moments later, a palace maid entered, cradling a delicately crafted young boy, clad in a bright yellow silk robe. With 2 small hair buns adorning his head, he surveyed his surroundings with wide, curious eyes. He was none other than Xue Yun's son. "This is your uncle. Say hello to him," Xue Yun said, smiling as he took his son from the maid's arms. The little boy blinked at Xue Yun, displaying a hint of shyness, instinctively retreating into his father's embrace. "His name is Xue Tianyuan," Xue Yun introduced, cradling his son. "You are now an uncle." A wave of warmth surged within Xue Yun as he carefully extended his hand, gently caressing Xue Tianyuan's soft cheek. The child's skin was tender, imbued with the unique scent of infancy, causing Xue Yun's taut heartstrings to relax at once. "Jiyu, come and hold him," Xue Yun beckoned to Xue Jiyu. Xue Jiyu approached with a gentle smile, taking Xue Tianyuan from Xue Yan's hands. The little one seemed to be quite fond of her aura, not crying or fussing, but instead reaching out to grasp her finger, eliciting a wave of laughter from those around. Observing Xue Jiyu's tender embrace of Xue Tianyuan, an unprecedented warmth surged within Xue Yun, a feeling akin to the comfort of home. Xue Tianyuan appeared particularly intrigued by the jade pendant in Xue Jiyu's arms, stretching out his tiny hand to grasp it. With a smile, Xue Jiyu removed the pendant and offered it to him, causing the little one to giggle joyfully. Xue Yun gently pulled Xue Yun to sit on the steps below the yashitai, watching Xue Jiyu play with the child not far away, and said earnestly, "It's time for you to consider marriage." Xue Yun was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Why has my elder brother suddenly brought this up? Your status has changed." Xue Yun replied, "As the Duke of Light, a revered member of the Tindo royal family, and a 96th level Super Douluo, you are soon to become the 3rd titled Douluo of Tindo. Although we cannot follow imperial protocols, given your current standing, I can certainly arrange your wedding with the honors befitting a prince." Xue Yun gazed at Xue Jiyu, his eyes filled with tenderness. "After I complete the 8th assessment of the red grade, I will marry." Xue Yun nodded, "As you wish, but it must be soon." He paused, then added, "You are already a 96th level Super Douluo. It is time for you to receive a title. I propose the title of Light Douluo. As it reflects both your martial spirit and your status, I shall issue a decree to announce it to the world shortly." Xue Yun had no objections. "I will leave it to my elder brother's arrangements." He smiled quietly, his thoughts drifting to Xue Tianyuan, when suddenly a realization struck him. Xue Tianyuan, that name seemed familiar. "Host, have you come to a realization?" The system inquired. Xue Yun nodded. "Xue Tianyuan appears to be the father of the future Emperor Xue Yi." "Indeed." The system responded. "During the reign of Emperor Xue Yi, the Tindo nation faced decline. Could it be related to him?" The system began to calculate rapidly. "Xue Tianyuan lives within the Tindo imperial family and will be educated by your elder brother, emphasizing brotherly harmony and mutual support. This is a positive aspect. However, should he or his siblings encounter misfortune, the bond between the next emperor or the heirs of the princely titles may weaken, and the power struggles that ensue could diminish the authority of the Tindo lineage. Xue Yun fell silent, observing Xue Yun watching Xue Jiu with Xue Tianyuan, who was filled with joy. Some matters may be predestined, and all he could do was strive to protect this family. Xue Jiu approached with Xue Tianyuan in her arms, cheerfully stating, "It seems Tianyuan is getting sleepy." Xue Yun took his son and handed him to a nearby maid. "Please take his highness to rest." The maid carried Xue Tianyuan away, restoring tranquility to the study. "I have provided you with the materials for the divine artifact. What are your next plans?" Xue Yun asked. "First, I need to locate the torso soul bone to complete the 8th assessment," Xue Yun replied, "and then, to forge a semi-divine artifact, aiming to ascend to divinity." Xue Yun nodded. "If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Xue Yun smiled. "With my elder brother's assurance, I feel at ease." As he exited the study, Xue Yun looked at Xue Jiu beside him, his heart brimming with anticipation. Having completed the assessment and the union, they were now poised to ascend to the divine rank. The path ahead appearing increasingly clear. The system's aerial companion flitted joyfully around him, encouraging, "Soon you shall embrace your beloved and ascend to the pinnacle of life." Xue Yun smiled softly, grasping Xue Jiu's hand tightly. The journey ahead was still long, yet he knew that with her, along with family and friends by his side, he could bravely face any adversity. In Chapter 68, the Heartfire spreads. The imperial palace of Tindo was serene and elegant, a stark contrast to the palace of Xue Yun's youth. Here, there was a more profound grandeur, radiating the nobility of the Duke of Light. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a faint silver glow upon the floor, outlining the room in a hazy silhouette. Lying in bed, Xue Yun gazed at the canopy above, devoid of sleep. As a 96th level Super Douluo, his spirit power invigorated him, his mind swirling with thoughts about the torso soul bone. With soul beasts over 50,000 years old, the probability of obtaining a soul bone was already low, let alone one that aligned with sacred attributes. He murmured to himself, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the bed's edge. Beside him, the golden system companion circled the headboard, its plump form radiating a gentle luminescence in the moonlight. "Do not fret, host. You are now a 96th level Super Douluo. Perhaps you could venture into the core area of the Star Dough Forest for a stroke of luck? You might encounter a 100,000-year soul beast." It suggested. "Perhaps we could seek assistance from the Spirit Hall?" The system proposed. Xue Yun furrowed his brow at the mention of the Spirit Hall. Since the expulsion of evil soul masters, the Spirit Hall's influence had grown substantially, standing in a tripartite balance with Tindo and Xingluo. Although there was currently no conflict, he harbored a sense of trepidation regarding the inscrutable Pope. He preferred to avoid entanglements with the Spirit Hall unless absolutely necessary. Noticing his silence, the system wisely fell quiet, reducing its flight speed, resembling a tranquil lantern suspended in the air. At that moment, the door creaked open softly and closed without a sound. A familiar cool fragrance wafted in with the night breeze, imbued with the unique essence of ice and snow from the far north. Xue Yun felt a stir in his heart, but kept his eyes shut, holding his breath. A slender figure approached through the darkness, footsteps as light as a feather. He could distinctly feel her gaze upon his face, tinged with hesitation and shyness. Then, a cool hand gently caressed his cheek, the touch delicate and soft, accompanied by an almost imperceptible tremor. "Are you still awake?" Xue Jiu's voice whispered in his ear, like a feather brushing against his heart, laced with deep concern. Xue Yun's eyes flew open, and in the darkness, their gazes collided. The vision of a 96th level Super Douluo and an 86th level Soul Douluo was no longer constrained by light. He could clearly see her slightly flushed cheeks and the emotions that sparkled in her eyes. His warm and strong hand enveloped her cool one firmly. Before Xue Jiu could react, he swiftly rolled over, pinning her beneath him. In the darkness, their eyes locked, breaths intertwined. Xue Yun could smell the fragrance of her hair, feel her body tremble lightly, and hear her heart racing, each beat like a drum echoing within him. The voice of Xue Jiu trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed with an astonishing warmth. Xue Yun remained silent, merely gazing at her. Her eyes shimmered in the darkness like stars, glistening with moisture yet imbued with a hint of defiance. Suddenly, an intense flame surged within him, spreading from his dantian to every limb, leaving him parched and yearning. This conflagration was fiercer than the true fire of the fire phoenix from the far north, hotter than his own sacred flames. It was a long-suppressed affection that, at this moment, ignited into a blazing inferno. It seemed Xue Jiu sensed his turmoil. Her hand resting on his chest gradually descended, only to gently encircle his neck. In an instant, their proximity diminished, their noses nearly touching, breaths intertwining with a fervent warmth. "Brother Yun," she whispered softly, her voice as delicate as cotton candy. "I no longer wish to leave you." Those words struck like a spark, fully igniting the fire within Xue Yun's heart. He observed her slightly trembling lashes, and as she voluntarily closed her eyes, presenting a shy demeanor that seemed inviting, all rational thought crumbled in an instant. He bent down and gently pressed his lips against hers, soft, cool, with a faint, sweet fragrance. Unbeknownst to them, a small flying object had stealthily hidden behind a screen, revealing only half of its round head as it secretly watched the scene unfold, its plump form blushing with a rosy hue. The atmosphere in the chamber grew increasingly intimate. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes intertwined, garments loosening and strands of hair cascading. Xue Yun's hand tenderly caressed her long hair, his fingertips warm with the residual heat of sacred flames, yet upon touching her skin, they became exquisitely gentle. Xue Jiu's breath quivered, her arms tightening around his neck as if she wished to meld herself into his very being. "Jiue," Xue Yun murmured near her ear, his voice husky and laden with restrained emotion. "Once I obtain the torso-soul bone, we shall wed." Xue Jiue did not open her eyes, but nodded vigorously, burying her face in his neck, her warm breath cascading over his skin, evoking shivers. In the distant imperial garden, the pond's waters rippled, and wisps of mist danced in the moonlit sky, while the palace echoed with soft, flushed breaths and sweet peals of laughter, harmonizing in the night. In the darkness, no further words were necessary. He could sense her trust and surrender. She could feel his cherishment and tenderness. Years of companionship, from their initial meeting to deep understanding. From fighting side by side to relying on each other for life and death. Every emotion fermented, settled, and transformed into the most fervent flame, warming the entire cold night. Outside the window, the moonlight gradually slanted westward, stretching their shadows long and intertwined, as if they could never be severed. Xue Yun held the soft form in his embrace, feeling her steady breaths, his heart enveloped in tranquility. The earlier anxieties concerning the torso-soul bone and uncertainties about the future dissipated in that moment. With her by his side, it seemed that even the most arduous paths could be traversed step by step. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, whispering softly, "Good night." The one in his arms seemed to hear him, a slight smile gracing her lips as she drifted into a sweet slumber. Behind the screen, the ethereal entity let out a soft sigh, its rotund form shrinking away, merging entirely into the shadows as if to avoid disturbing the serene beauty of the moment. The night was still long. Chapter 69, The Invitation from the Spirit Hall. As the sun ascended high in the sky, golden rays filtered through the glazed tiles of the Tindo Imperial Palace, spilling onto the lengthy corridor leading to the Imperial Study. Xue Yun and Xue Jiu walked side by side, the gentle morning breeze brushing against them, carrying with it a faint floral fragrance. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, Xue Yun stood tall, his demeanor imbued with a newfound warmth that contrasted with his previously solemn expression. Following the transformation of the previous night, his aura exuded a mature steadiness, shedding the youthful naivety of his earlier years, embodying the responsibilities of manhood. Beside him, Xue Jiu wore an ice blue gown, her delicate features adorned with a hint of blush that was difficult to conceal, her expression a gentle blend of languor and tenderness. Yet, her steps bore a slight awkwardness. Occasionally, she would instinctively bite her lip, betraying a touch of girlish shyness. Upon reaching the entrance of the Imperial Study, the announcing eunuch promptly emerged. Bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty is awaiting you both. Please follow me inside." As they pushed open the door to the study, a subtle scent of ink greeted them. Xue Yun sat at the Emperor's desk, reviewing memorials. Upon noticing their arrival, he set aside his vermilion brush, his gaze sweeping over them, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Your Majesty," Xue Yun and Xue Jiu intoned in unison. "Please, no need for formalities." Xue Yun replied with a smile, rising to his feet. His eyes lingered momentarily on Xue Jiu's flushed cheeks before shifting to Xue Yun, his tone laced with playful teasing. "It appears you both rested well last night." At this remark, Xue Jiu's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, akin to a ripe apple. As she instinctively lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her gown, Xue Yun, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, cleared his throat. "I apologize for causing my elder brother to laugh." Xue Yun burst into hearty laughter, a rare moment of levity for this iron-willed emperor, his voice resonating with satisfaction. "Splendid, splendid," he exclaimed. However, his tone shifted to one of gravity. "But remember, Jiu is a treasure of our Tindo. If you dare to let her down, I, as her elder brother, shall be the first to hold you accountable. Rest assured, elder brother. I vow to protect her for a lifetime," Xue Yun replied solemnly, taking Xue Jiu's hand in his. The Spirit Hall? Xue Yun inquired, perplexed as he accepted a letter. Indeed, Xue Yun confirmed. It is an invitation from the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, the presiding elder of the Elder Hall, the master of the Douluo Hall, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Heaven Dou himself. He is now a rank 98 Super Douluo and has summoned you to the Spirit City for a matter of great importance. Though he did not specify the details in the letter, as Xue Yun opened the letter, he found the words inscribed with a vigorous authority, exuding a commanding presence. To the radiant Douluo, Yun Zhao, I have long revered your name. There is an urgent matter to discuss concerning the safety of our continent. I hope you will grace me with your presence in the Spirit City. Respectfully, Heaven Dou. Xue Yun regarded him with a serious expression. My advice is to refrain from going for the time being. While the Spirit Hall does not pose a significant threat to our Tindo, it remains a triad of formidable powers, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of ulterior motives. What if it is a trap? Xue Yun pondered for a moment, his fingers gently tapping the letter. Though Heaven Dou's methods may not be entirely above board, he possesses a certain forthrightness. If he claims it is a matter of importance, it surely cannot be trivial. Moreover, with my current capabilities, he paused momentarily, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. Although I appear to be a 96th level Super Douluo on the surface, my true combat power is nearly infinite, approaching the pinnacle of a 99th level Douluo. Even if they harbor some ulterior motives, leaving the Spirit Hall city should pose no challenge. Beside him, the system's flying object circled around him, its voice resonating. You are correct, host. With your current strength, coupled with two 400,000-year-old soul bones and a 700,000-year-old ninth spirit ring, it would not be easy for Heaven Dou to detain you. Listening to their conversation, Xue Yun felt a pang of reluctance, but understood that she must not hinder him at this moment. She gently tugged at Xue Yun's sleeve and softly said, since you have decided to go, then go. Just be cautious and prioritize your safety above all else. Aware of her own strength as an 85th level Soul Douluo, she realized that accompanying him would not only be unhelpful, but could also become a burden. You overstate the matter, Xue Yun replied, shaking his head. I intend to find the torso soul bones swiftly to complete the assessment. And perhaps going to Spirit Hall City presents an opportunity to uncover clues about the soul bones. Xue Yun retrieved a small, delicate sachet from her soul guide device and handed it to him. I crafted this by hand. It contains some calming herbs for you to carry with you. The sachet was embroidered with a soaring phoenix, its stitches meticulously done, exuding deep affection. Xue Yun accepted the sachet, bringing it to his nose to inhale its subtle fragrance, which dispelled the restlessness within. Yes, I will wait for you. Xue Yun nodded, suppressing the reluctance in her eyes. Xue Yun stepped aside and retrieved a golden token, presenting it to Xue Yun. This is the transit token of the Tindo royal family. With it, you may traverse the continent without hindrance. As for Spirit Hall City, I will send my shadow guards to investigate the situation, and I will relay any news to you immediately. Thank you, brother, Xue Yun said as he accepted the token, storing it in his soul guide device. When shall we depart? Xue Yun inquired. Xue Yun nodded. I have arranged for a carriage and guards. No need for that, Xue Yun smiled. I can fly myself, it is swifter. Now a titled Douluo, his flying speed far surpassed that of a carriage, allowing him to reach Spirit Hall City in half a day. Xue Yun did not press the matter further. Very well, travel safely. Xue Yun escorted Xue Yun to the palace gates, the morning light casting long shadows of the two figures. Upon your arrival at Spirit Hall City, remember to send word, she urged. Xue Yun released her grip, casting one last glance before transforming into a streak of golden light, soaring into the sky towards Spirit Hall City. The golden system flying object followed closely, joyfully flitting beside him. Host, are we going to meet that 98th level Heaven Dou? I am rather excited. Xue Yun remained silent, merely quickening his flight. The sunlight trailed behind him, creating an elongated trajectory akin to a golden bridge connecting Tindo City to the distant Spirit Hall City. Little did he know that this journey to Spirit Hall City would unveil a secret concerning the fate of the entire continent and propel him onto a grander stage. Meanwhile, remaining in Tindo City, Xue Yun gazed in the direction he had departed, her eyes filled with determination. She secretly clenched her fists, silently vowing to enhance her strength swiftly so she could stand beside him without being a burden. Yes, Your Majesty. The sunlight bathed the city of Tindo, illuminating the distant path. Chapter 70. The soul-locking bloodthirsty array. A golden stream of light sliced through the sky, landing by the moat of Wuhan City. Xue Yun retracted his soul power and gazed at the imposing city, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. As one of the core powers of the Douluo continent, Wuhan City was far more prosperous than Tindo City. The streets bustled with traffic, pedestrians moving swiftly, and the sounds of vendors and laughter intertwined, creating a scene of harmony. Had it not been for the letter in his hand, One could hardly discern that a momentous event lurked within. Host, something feels amiss. The system's flying object circled around his shoulder, its round form displaying a trace of vigilance. This is too normal, almost unnaturally so. Xue Yun nodded slightly, remaining silent as he subtly released a thread of mental power that enveloped the entire city. The mental prowess of a level 96 Super Douluo was immensely formidable, instantly capturing the activities within the city. There was no mobilization of troops, no gathering of soul masters, and even the patrolling guards appeared as usual, showing no signs of anomaly. The more tranquil it seemed, the greater the storm that might be concealed within. He murmured softly, setting his feet in motion towards the Wuhuan Hall at the city's center. Welcome, Radiant Douluo, to Wuhuan City. Xue Yun lifted his gaze to see a figure standing proudly on the highest terrace of the Papal Hall. Understanding dawned upon him as he proceeded, following the guard's guidance into the Papal Hall. Pushing open the heavy doors, a solemn and dignified atmosphere enveloped him. The hall was dimly lit, with only a few rays of golden light streaming through the stained glass windows of the dome, illuminating the central corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a figure with his back to him, the grand offering of Wuhuan Hall, the elder of the Judgment Hall, the master of the Douluo Hall, and the Pope, Heaven Dou Empire. Clad in a golden papal robe, he emanated the terrifying aura of a level 98 Super Douluo, though he had consciously restrained much of its intensity. On either side of the platform below, 2 rows of figures stood in perfect formation, each radiating an aura no less than that of a titled Douluo, representing the core strength of Wuhuan Hall. To the left were the offerings of the Douluo Hall, the 97th level Qingwan Douluo, in a blue robe with golden feathered wings faintly visible behind, the 97th level Xiongnu Douluo, a robust figure with a resolute face, surrounded by a soft golden soul power, the 96th level Mo Xiong Douluo, massive and bear-like, exuding a steady and profound presence. The 96th level Jiang Mo Douluo, wielding dual hammers, his gaze sharp as a blade, and the 95th level Jin Yi Douluo, with bronze skin covered in fine scales. To the right stood the elders of the Judgment Hall, the 94th level Gebao Douluo, slender with a sinister gaze, akin to a lurking leopard, the 93rd level Ximiao Douluo, brandishing a serpent-shaped spear, surrounded by a faint mist of poison, and the 92nd level Xie Tun Douluo, a recently appointed elder, short and stout with dark skin, yet emanating a formidable aura. In the realm of the Spirit Masters, the newly appointed elder, a level 91 Spirit Douluo, adorned in a delicate pink gown and possessing a charming visage, has already attained the early stage of a titled Douluo. The level 95 Soul Devouring Douluo, who once lost his status as an elder, has now regained it, surrounded by a faint aura of dark soul power. Similarly, the level 95 Death Douluo has also restored his position, exuding a chilling presence that seems capable of consuming life itself. The level 95 Flame Demon Douluo, after regaining his title, emanates an even more ferocious energy, with flickering flames dancing around him. As Xue Yun stepped into the center of the Grand Hall, all the titled Douluo fixed their gazes upon him, scrutinizing and probing, even harboring an air of disbelief. Many among them had encountered Xue Yun a few years prior when he was merely a Spirit Douluo. In the brief span of just a few years, he had astonishingly ascended to the level of a Super Douluo at level 96, an unprecedented rate of cultivation. On the high platform, Heaven Dou Empire slowly turned to face him. He was a middle-aged man of striking appearance, with golden hair cascading over his shoulders and a diamond-shaped golden gem embedded in his forehead, the very emblem of the angel god. Duke Yun Zhao, congratulations on your ascension to title Douluo. Heaven Dou Empire's voice resonated with gentleness, yet carried an undeniable authority. I have issued a papal decree to announce to the world that the Douluo continent has welcomed another title Douluo, the title of Radiance. Xue Yun inclined his head slightly, his expression tranquil. Your Excellency is too kind. However, I presume you did not summon me merely to congratulate me on my newfound title? In response to Xue Yun's forthrightness, Heaven Dou Empire did not display anger. Instead, a hint of approval blossomed on his face. Indeed, you are quick to speak. I summoned you for a matter of great importance. Xue Yun's heart stirred, and he did not deny it. There has been an unusual occurrence. He shifted his tone, his demeanor turning gravely serious. I sought you out because of a matter that pertains to the safety of the continent. 5 months ago, during an investigation in the far north, our people uncovered remnants of the titled Douluo of the evil soul masters. They seemed to be plotting something, engaging in widespread slaughter of spirit beasts and spirit masters. Their movements shrouded in secrecy, undoubtedly concocting a sinister scheme. Xue Yun furrowed his brow. Wasn't this already resolved 5 years ago? Even if those titled Douluo managed to escape, the ancient underworld ancestor is dead. They shouldn't pose a significant threat. It appears we have underestimated them. Heaven Dou Empire's eyes glinted with a cold light. What concerns me further is that I have recently discovered troubling issues in major human population centers. What issues? Xue Yun pressed, an ominous premonition rising within him. Heaven Dou took a deep breath, slowly unveiling a shocking secret. After passing the 7th trial of the angel test and reaching level 98, I was preparing for the 8th trial when the angel god suddenly revealed to me that millions of human lives would be tragically lost. He paused, observing Xue Yun's astonished expression before continuing. Following the angel god's guidance, I dispatched individuals to investigate, discovering that several populous cities in the Tindo and Xingluo kingdoms have been secretly ensnared in a soul-locking bloodthirst array. A soul-locking bloodthirst array? Xue Yun had never heard of such a formation. Host, the system is retrieving information. The system orbited swiftly on his shoulder. Found it. This is an exceedingly insidious ancient formation that requires at least a year to set up and must run for over a decade to fully materialize. The formation will ensnare all soul masters below the rank of soul sect and ordinary individuals within its vicinity. Those ensnared will find no refuge, regardless of where they attempt to flee. Once activated, it will instantaneously drain the life force and soul power of all affected, converting it into energy for the formation, with a destructive capability potent enough to annihilate half a continent. Xue Yun's expression changed dramatically. Such a malevolent formation? Even more terrifying is the fact that once individuals are bound within the formation, any attempt to forcibly dismantle it will result in the instantaneous demise of millions of souls. Heaven Dou's voice bore a heavy tone as he spoke. In the realms of Tindo and Xingluo, we have identified 7 major formations, which fortuitously align to create a larger formation. This interlinked effect means that should any one of them be destroyed, all the formations will collapse simultaneously. The consequences are dire. He did not elaborate further, yet the implications were evident. Millions of lives would be lost in an instant, and the entire continental structure would be irrevocably shattered. A chill ascended from Xue Yun's feet, and his back was soon drenched in cold sweat. Millions of lives is no trifling matter. Should calamity strike, the entire Douluo continent would descend into chaos. The system's analysis indicates a success rate of 0.001 for dismantling the formation. The system's voice intoned gravely. The risks are too high. A forcible destruction is nearly impossible. Heaven Dou gazed at Xue Yun, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Such a formation must have been meticulously orchestrated over at least a decade, perhaps even longer. I suspect that my grandfather, Qin Xuanji, did not truly vanquish the old ancestor of the underworld. These remnants of evil soul masters may very well be his contingency. The old ancestor of the underworld, the leader of the evil soul masters, had reached the pinnacle of 99th level limit Douluo and was presumed dead at the hands of Qin Xuanji 5 years prior. Xue Yun fell silent. The revelation was too staggering, requiring time for him to process. The terms remnants of evil soul masters, soul-locking bloodthirsty formation, and millions of lives swirled in his mind, inducing a sense of suffocation. The hall was enveloped in silence, every title Douluo present turning their gaze towards Xue Yun, awaiting his response. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, yet it could not dispel the oppressive gloom hanging in the air. In the Pope's hall, a golden halo illuminated every corner, yet it failed to alleviate the weighty atmosphere. Xue Yun looked at Heaven Dou on the high platform and solemnly inquired, "Why have you summoned me alone? I am not the only title Douluo on the continent." Heaven Dou had anticipated this question. His gaze swept over the gathered elders and officials as his voice resonated clearly throughout the hall. It is not a matter of mistrust towards the other titled Douluos, but rather that this matter concerns millions of lives and must be approached with utmost caution. He extended his finger, methodically analyzing. Tang San of the Haotian sect, who just broke through to 97th level Super Douluo a month ago, possesses extraordinary talent and formidable strength. However, his Haotian hammer martial spirit, which emphasizes power and destruction, lacks effective countermeasures against the sinister forces of the evil soul masters, particularly if the old ancestor of the underworld is indeed alive. His dark attributes would significantly diminish the Haotian hammer's potency. Then there is the 96th level sword Douluo Chen Wufeng and the 95th level bone Doagu Feng from the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School. Their synergy is commendable, and their combat prowess is noteworthy. Yet, the sword Douluo's 7 kills sword is overly sharp-edged, and the bone Douluo's bone dragon martial spirit is heavily defensive, both lacking any inherent suppression against evil soul masters. The patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, the 96th level Thunder Douluo Xianting, despite possessing attributes that can counter darkness, ultimately found his soul power level lacking. Faced with the formidable assembly of titled Douluos among the evil soul masters, victory was by no means assured. Upon hearing this, the titled Douluos within the Grand Hall were left in astonishment. The Qingtuan Douluo and the Lion Douluo exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that even the 98th level Qian Daolu admitted that victory was not guaranteed. The strength of this radiant Douluo was likely perilously close to the 99th level limit. The system's aerial entity beside Xue Yun gleefully swayed. Did you hear that, host? Even Qian Daolu acknowledges your prowess. Xue Yun chose to disregard the system's incessant chatter, already cognizant of the implications. So, your omission in the letter was to prevent a leak that could incite panic? Indeed, Qian Daolu nodded, explaining that while the continent appeared tranquil, dark currents swirled beneath the surface. Should news of the soul-locking bloodthirsty formation spread, chaos would erupt among the populace of the 7 great cities, and the evil soul masters might seize the opportunity to activate the formation prematurely, making it too late to act. Taking a deep breath, Xue Yun suddenly pondered a crucial question. Given that the population centers of Tindo and Xingluo are limited, which specific 7 cities are you referring to? His voice betrayed a subtle tension, his primary concern being Tindo City. After a moment of silence, Qian Daolu gradually revealed Tindo City, Xingluo City, and the capitals of the 5 provinces under Tindo and Xingluo's jurisdiction, totaling 7 cities. The mention of Tindo City caused Xue Yun's heart to sink. Striving to maintain his composure, he mentally calculated, my elder brother, Xue Yun, is a 78th level soul saint and is outside the formation's targeting range. Only below soul master levels are affected, thus temporarily safe. Host, do not rejoice too soon. The system interjected gravely. Have you forgotten? You have a nephew. Xue Tianyuan has just learned to walk, and there are countless ordinary children in Tindo City, all within the formation's reach. The revelation struck Xue Yun like a thunderbolt, rendering his mind blank. He had completely overlooked this fact. The soul-locking bloodthirsty formation was aimed at those below the soul master level, and ordinary individuals, and children were the most vulnerable demographic. His fingers trembled slightly. Memories of Xue Tianyuan laughing while holding Xue Jiu's fingers flooding his mind. If the formation were activated, that delicate little one, it was imperative to prevent this calamity. Xue Yun's voice became hoarse, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Observing the change in his demeanor, Qian Daolu nodded gently. I have a plan. The evil soul masters who established this formation will undoubtedly require key personnel to maintain it. If we can locate their lair, capture the orchestrators, and compel them to dismantle the formation, we can avert the crisis. He paused for emphasis before adding, should the ancestor of the netherworld truly still be alive, he would never conceal himself. His prolonged absence likely indicates he suffered severe injuries in the past and has yet to recover. We can seize this opportunity to eradicate the remaining remnants of the evil soul masters with a thunderous onslaught. The system has calculated the feasibility. The system's aerial entity whirled rapidly. The success rate stands at approximately 70. The evil soul masters lack a leader, their main forces comprising remnants at the title Douluo level. If you and Qian Daolu join forces, along with the Spirit Hall's offering team, your chances of victory are considerably high. Without further hesitation, Xue Yun clasped his hands in respect. I am ready to heed the arrangements of the grand offering. Excellent. A flicker of relief crossed Qian Daolu's eyes as he informed. I have arranged a place for you to stay, located in the tranquil garden on the eastern side of the Spirit Hall. Rest for a day, tomorrow at dawn. We shall set forth toward the extreme north, where, based on our reconnaissance, the main forces of the evil spirit masters are likely still positioned. Xue Yun nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave the Pope's hall. Upon exiting the solemn chamber, the afternoon sun was somewhat dazzling. He strolled along the lengthy corridor of the Spirit Hall, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Originally, he intended to swiftly locate the skeletal soul bone to complete his assessment. Yet he had unexpectedly become embroiled in a crisis affecting countless souls. Host, do not fret excessively. The system chimed as it hovered before him. A success rate of 70% is quite commendable. Coupled with your divine attributes, we shall undoubtedly prevail. Xue Yun offered a wry smile. I hope so. As he passed through the square in front of the hall, the sound of children's laughter caught his attention. In a nearby garden, a boy and a girl, both at level 40, were cautiously protecting a small boy of about 3 years. The child donned a golden robe, and a faint diamond-shaped mark adorned his brow, bearing a striking resemblance to Qian Daolu. Young master, slow down. Be careful not to fall, the female spirit master gently cautioned. Yet, the boy laughed heartily, breaking free from their grasp, and clumsily chased a butterfly, his demeanor innocent and adorable. Target detected. Qian Xuanji, age 3, martial soul, yet to awaken. The system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Qian Xuanji? Xue Yun's pupils constricted. He abruptly recalled a novel from his previous life. Recognizing this child as the future pope of the Spirit Hall, the renowned Hidden Room Douluo. Observing this child chasing a butterfly, Xue Yun's heart brimmed with mixed emotions. This era had already been altered by his presence. Would the future Qian Xuanji still tread that fated path? Who knows? Xue Yun murmured softly as he turned toward the tranquil garden. The future was fraught with uncertainties. The immediate priority was to resolve the soul lock bloodthirsty formation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the spirit city. Xue Yun stood by the window of the tranquil garden, gazing at the distant Pope's hall. Tomorrow marked the day of their expedition to eradicate the evil spirit masters in the extreme north. This battle, concerning the lives of countless beings, was one he must win. Chapter 72, Zhu Douluo Yueguan. As night deepened, the streets of Spirit City illuminated with flickering lights, casting shadows of passing spirit masters. Xue Yun ambled through the crowd, his heart laden with anxiety over the morrow's journey. The shadow of the soul lock bloodthirsty formation loomed over him like a dark cloud, rendering him restless. Host, do not overthink. Take a moment to explore and clear your mind. The system's flying entity wobbled on his shoulder, its rotund form gleaming softly under the lantern light. With a gentle sigh, Xue Yun ambled aimlessly forward. He had departed from the core area of the spirit hall, entering a more civilian-friendly district. Here, the architecture lost its grandeur, yet gained a touch of warmth and vitality. The sounds of vendors calling out and laughter intertwined, creating a scene of tranquility. Yet Xue Yun understood that beneath this harmony lay a crisis potent enough to obliterate everything. The soul lock, bloodthirsty formation of the 7 great cities. The lives of countless beings, and the possibly undying netherworld ancestor loomed over him like a heavy shackle, making it difficult to breathe. Ding. Future key figure detected. Yueguan, future Zhu Douluo. The sudden sound of the system echoed, carrying a hint of urgency. Yueguan? Xue Yun was momentarily taken aback, following the direction indicated by the system. In the shadow of the street corner, a small boy, around 4 or 5 years old, crouched on the ground. A small pile of wilted chrysanthemums before him. He was clad in tattered clothing, his small face smeared with dirt. Yet his eyes shone with a tenacity that belied his tender age. Behind him, a girl of about 14 leaned against the wall, her complexion as pale as paper, her lips devoid of color, coughing incessantly as though trying to expel her very lungs. Her breath was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, clearly indicating a dire illness. Please buy a chrysanthemum, I beg you. The little boy, while tending to his sister, called out to the passers-by, his voice tinged with a childlike whimper. My sister is ill and needs money for treatment. Please, I implore you to help me. His cries sounded particularly feeble amidst the bustling street. As most soul masters merely glanced hastily before moving on with indifference. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that the girl's affliction had penetrated to her very bones, and no ordinary remedy could alleviate her plight. Only vast sums of money could summon a healing soul master of tidal Dou caliber, rendering her chances of survival bleak. Some soul masters, their faces reflecting compassion, could only shake their heads in helpless resignation, embodying the harsh reality of their inability to assist. Xue Yun stood a short distance away, quietly observing the frail, helpless child before him. It was difficult for him to reconcile this weakened boy with the formidable figure of the future Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan, who would later revel in the realm of celestial herbs. Who could have imagined that this future tidal Douluo had endured such a tragic childhood? The boy clutched a chrysanthemum that had begun to yellow, his throat hoarse from calling out, yet no one paused to lend an ear. At last, he could contain his emotions no longer and burst into tears. After all, he was still just a 4 or 5-year-old child. The chrysanthemum slipped from his grasp, its petals scattering across the ground like shattered hopes. The dim yellow hue stood in stark contrast against the cold stone pavement, much like his heart, now fragmented. Only those who have suffered can weep with such profound sorrow, as if they were to pour forth all the world's miseries. Brother, the frail girl called weakly from the corner, extending a trembling hand. The boy hurried over, grasping her hand tightly. Sister, I'm here. The girl managed to force out a faint smile, a sickly flush coloring her pale face. Sister may be leaving soon. You must take care of yourself and live well. No, sister, you want to die. I will make you better. The boy cried, tears blurring his vision. Xue Yun watched this poignant scene, his heart stirring with emotion. He stepped forward slowly, pausing at the stall. The boy, sensing someone's presence, lifted his tear-streaked face. Upon seeing Xue Yun's moon-white brocade robe and the Duke of Light medallion at his waist, a flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes, yet he stubbornly called out. Please buy a chrysanthemum, I beg you. Xue Yun remained silent, simply retrieving a flower from his soul guide. It was a chrysanthemum, resplendently golden, its petals layered upon one another, the edges shimmering with a faint golden light, exuding a rich vitality, truly a celestial herb, the wondrous Tianzhu chrysanthemum. The young boy and his sister stood in awe, gazing at the flower with disbelief filling their eyes. This is, the girl's voice trembled. Though her martial spirit was merely an ordinary chrysanthemum, she could still perceive the immense life force contained within this extraordinary Tianju chrysanthemum. I shall sell you this chrysanthemum, Xue Yun spoke gently. If you consume it, it may cure your ailment. It matters not if you cannot pay me now. You may repay me when you have the means. With a smile, Xue Yun extended the wondrous Tianju chrysanthemum into the girl's hands, urging, hurry and eat it. Do not delay your recovery. The girl looked at the celestial herb in her hands, and then up at Xue Yun's kind smile, tears streaming down her cheeks. May I ask your esteemed name, benefactor? We shall surely repay you in the future. As Xue Yun turned to leave, his voice floated back softly. I am the messenger of light, the Light Douluo. Watching Xue Yun's retreating figure, the young boy clasped his sister's hand tightly, determination sparking in his eyes. Sister, we will recover. We must repay our benefactor. Host, you are making an early investment in the future of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. The system's flying object jested. Yet, Xue Yun did not smile, his expression remaining grave. It is merely a trifling act. The peace of this continent is hard won. It cannot be shattered by the evil soul masters. He continued walking through the streets, contemplating his actions for the morrow. System, simulate the outcome if the Nether Ancestor has regained his strength and we confront him tomorrow. Understood. System commencing simulation. The system's flying object began to glow with urgency, vast amounts of data flashing rapidly around it. Simulation result, a Pyrrhic victory. The host suffers severe injuries. Nearly all title Doa below rank 96 are annihilated, and those above rank 96 are gravely wounded. Millions of lives are lost across the continent. Xue Yun halted, his countenance turning grim. A Pyrrhic victory? This outcome was worse than he had anticipated. What if the Nether Ancestor were to break through to demigod status using the Soul Lock Bloodthirst Array? Xue Yun's voice trembled slightly. What? The system's flying object suddenly came to a halt. Host, are you suggesting he could harness the energy of the array to break through? The system will resimulate. This time, the simulation took considerably longer, the light dimming significantly. Simulation result. The host suffers severe injuries. Nearly all title Douluo are obliterated. The Soul Lock Bloodthirst Array erupts. Millions perish, and human civilization teeters on the brink of extinction. The success rate approaches 0. The system's voice quivered with fear. Host, if he truly breaks through to demigod status, we stand no chance. This continent is doomed. Xue Yun remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Perhaps. There is still one way. What do you intend to do? The system's flying object sensed the resoluteness in his tone, becoming anxious. No, you cannot do that. The path to becoming a deity inherently demands sacrifice and relinquishment. Xue Yun's voice resonated with unwavering determination. For the sea god was on the verge of crafting a semi-divine artifact for him. All he needed to do was relinquish his own self, sacrifice his martial spirit, and exhaust all his faith power in one fell swoop. Perhaps he could temporarily attain the level of a demigod, sufficient to vanquish the ancestor of the underworld. Host, have you lost your mind? If that ancestor of the underworld is truly at the semi-divine level, once he perceives your actions, he will undoubtedly be on guard, and your plan may very well fail. The system's flying object whirled in a frenzy. If that happens, you will perish. Even if this system were to use the reshaping of the golden body to save you, and then employ divine gifts to revive 1,000,000 souls, you would still succumb to a deep slumber, unaware of how many years you would sleep, and this system would fall into slumber alongside you. Calculate the success rate for me. Xue Yun's voice brooked no dissent. System analysis underway. Success rate, 0-1. The system's voice carried a note of despair. Host, a success rate of 0-1 is far too low. It is not worth your undertaking. 0-1 is sufficient. Xue Yun lifted his gaze to the night sky, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. For the sake of countless lives, for the hard-won peace, it is worth it. The night breeze brushed past, carrying a hint of chill. Xue Yun's silhouette appeared particularly tall and lonely under the lantern's glow. The battle on the morrow might well be his final stand, yet he bore no regrets. Chapter 73, The Frustration of Carlos, Part 1. The candlelight in the tranquil heart pavilion flickered through the night, gradually dimming as dawn's light seeped through the window panes. Xue Yun sat by the window, gazing at the pale horizon, his eyes devoid of fatigue after a sleepless night, reflecting only a tranquil and steadfast resolve. Do not be overly pessimistic. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. He gently patted the system's flying object perched on his shoulder, his voice imbued with a soothing quality. Tomorrow, we shall strike down the evil soul master with thunderous might, particularly that level 98 underworld lord, Carlos. If we can force him to dismantle the Grand Formation, everything might unravel smoothly. Let us hope so. The system swayed weakly, its rotund form shrouded in a faint veil of despondency, yet I cannot shake the feeling that it will not be so simple. The underworld sect has established 7 bloodthirsty soul-binding formations. Having endured for a decade, they will not be easily toppled. Xue Yun offered no rebuttal. He was acutely aware of the inherent dangers. Yet, faced with such circumstances, he could only forge ahead. By the way, the system suddenly recalled something, its voice rising sharply. Do you intend to inform Lady Xue and your elder brother? If they learn of your intention to sacrifice yourself, they will undoubtedly do everything in their power to stop you. After all, in their eyes, it would be a certain death. No one knows you have the path of the reshaping of the golden body. Xue Yun's fingertips hesitated momentarily, his gaze drifting towards the window, as if he could pierce through the miles to see Xue Yun sleeping in the palace of Tindo City, and Xue Yun reviewing official documents in the imperial study. He remained silent for a long time before slowly shaking his head. There is no need to speak of it. Why not? The system pressed, anxious. At least let them be psychologically prepared. Telling them would only distract them. Xue Yun's voice bore a hint of hoarseness. My undertaking is fraught with peril. If they worry for my safety and lose their composure, it may result in unforeseen consequences. Moreover, he paused, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. I do not know how long the reshaping of the golden body will take. Rather than letting them cling to a faint hope in anguish, it is better to allow them to believe I am already gone. The host intended to convey more, but was interrupted by Xue Yun. Let it be, he declared, rising to his feet and adjusting his garments. It was time to embark. Outside the window, the sky had fully brightened, with golden sunlight cascading across the earth. Xue Yun pushed open the door, revealing Heaven Dou, who was already waiting in the courtyard alongside several Light Douluos. Clad in golden battle armor and accompanied by angelic wings that radiated a sacred glow, the 98th level Heaven Dou exuded an oppressive aura that enveloped the entire courtyard. Light Douluo, are you prepared? Heaven Dou's voice resonated with unwavering authority. Ready at any moment, Xue Yun nodded. Excellent. With a raised hand, Heaven Dou summoned the angelic domain, enveloping all present Light Douluos in a veil of golden light. As we venture to the extreme north, we must conceal our presence. Let us depart. At his command, everyone soared into the sky, transformed into streaks of light under the protection of the angelic domain, heading towards the northernmost territory. The entire spirit city remained bathed in morning light, oblivious to the fact that all Light Douluos had vacated the premises. High above, the frigid wind howled. Heaven Dou flew at the forefront, his voice penetrating through the soul power to reach every ear. This mission is fraught with peril. I have sent word to Tang San of the Haoyan sect. Though he has not explicitly stated his intentions, given our long-standing relationship, if the situation becomes dire, he will surely provide covert assistance. He paused, his tone grave. However, Tang San is known for his pride. How he will respond remains uncertain. Prepare for the worst, everyone. The group fell silent, nodding solemnly, their expressions a tapestry of concern. They all understood that facing the myriad Light Douluos of the underworld sect, particularly the 98th level leader Carlos, would not be an easy endeavor. Xue Yun hovered beside Heaven Dou. Yet his mind was preoccupied with another matter, the final piece of the body-soul bone required for the 8th trial. He instinctively touched his chest, where the divine materials collected by his elder brother, Xue Yun, were stored. Only this last piece of soul bone was needed to forge a semi-divine artifact. Host, the system has found something. The system's flying object suddenly brimmed with enthusiasm. Carlos, the underworld leader, possesses a 9th soul ring derived from a 100,000-year-old bloodthirsty demon tiger. This tiger-like soul beast thrives on slaughter, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity, and is most likely to yield a body-soul bone, which will undoubtedly come with a formidable defensive skill. A glint of insight flickered in Xue Yun's eyes. Are you suggesting that, by vanquishing Carlos, there exists a high probability of acquiring his body-soul bone? The system elaborated swiftly. Moreover, as a 100,000-year-old soul bone, its quality is unquestionably supreme. Though it may differ from your sacred attributes, it is still of the highest caliber. Xue Yun pondered for a moment. This strategy indeed held merit. Yet, considering that Carlos was a 98th level opponent, swiftly defeating him would not be a simple task. He glanced at Heaven Dou beside him and transmitted a thought. Great offering, during our confrontation. Could you lend me your strength? Heaven Dou turned his head to regard him, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. What are the intentions of the Light Douluo? I am determined to obtain Carlos's body-soul bone, Xue Yun stated candidly. I only lack this last piece to complete my assessment, which would significantly enhance my strength. This, in turn, would increase my odds against the underworld ancestor. Upon hearing this, Heaven Dou nodded without hesitation. Very well. Together, we shall subdue him. For him. As long as the threat of the underworld sect could be resolved, the soul bones were of little consequence. The two exchanged a glance. each perceiving the determination reflected in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, within an icy cavern in the far north, the underworld sect leader, Carlos, sat upon a throne constructed from a mound of bones, enveloped by a thick, ominous mist. Before him stood 5 Light Douluos, the remaining stalwarts of the underworld sect, the 97th level Nightshade Douluo, the Bloodthirst Douluo, the 96th level Soul Devourer Douluo, the Bone Corrosion Douluo, and the Phantom Crow Douluo. Has the disturbance in the far north been investigated? Carlos's voice was hoarse, laced with a chilling resonance. Leader, it was that young man with the light martial soul who caused it. The Nightshade Douluo stepped forward, bowing slightly. He seemed to have absorbed the powers of the Ice and Fire Phoenix, having advanced to the 96th level Super Douluo, now titled the Radiant Douluo. A light martial soul? A glimmer of greed flashed in Carlos's eyes. Such a significant upheaval in the far north must be tied to extraordinary fortune. The Bloodthirst Douluo licked his lips, his gaze glinting with a predatory intensity. Leader, that young man is currently in Heaven Dou City. Why don't we take advantage of his unguarded state and stealthily infiltrate the continent to capture him? A splendid idea. The Soul Devourer Douluo chuckled darkly. That young man's soul power and mental strength are remarkably pure. They will surely elevate our own abilities. Obey the leader's orders. The 5 titled Douluos bowed in unison, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Let us depart. With Carlos's command, 7 dark figures silently surged from the icy cavern, soaring towards the continent. Unbeknownst to them, their target was heading towards the far north, accompanied by titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall. High above, Xue Yun gazed down at the swiftly passing clouds, a premonition stirring within him that this encounter would lead to a fateful confrontation. Host, the system has detected energy fluctuations ahead, rapidly approaching. The system suddenly alerted. Qian Daolu also sensed something amiss and raised a hand to signal everyone to halt. We have a situation. Xue Yun and Qian Daolu exchanged glances, simultaneously unleashing their mental powers. In the next moment, their expressions shifted. It is the underworld sect. Qian Daolu's voice was icy. They have taken the initiative to confront us. A glint of ferocity flashed in Xue Yun's eyes. Just in time. It saves us the trouble of searching for them. In the distance, 7 dark figures drew ever closer, their silhouettes meeting Xue Yun and the others in the high skies. In that instant of eye contact, both parties were momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated such a chance encounter. The temperature in the air plummeted to freezing as 2 immense pressures collided, stirring a tempest of snow. Carlos surveyed Xue Yun and the array of titled Douluos behind him, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, quickly morphing into a sinister grin. Excellent. Truly. Fortune favors the bold. You have come right to my doorstep. Since you have offered yourselves, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Qian Daolu stepped forward, his angelic wings unfurling, golden radiance illuminating half the sky. Carlos, your demise is at hand. A great battle was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 74, Carlos's Frustration, Part 2. In the frigid heights at the edge of the Arctic, the biting wind cut like a blade. Xue Yun and Qian Daolu exchanged a glance, and almost simultaneously sprang into action. Their primary target on this expedition was the level 98 Carlos, the leader of the Netherworld sect. Judgment of Light. Xue Yun's figure flickered as he unleashed his 5th soul skill. A golden blade of light, tangible and suffused with sacred authority, tore through the air, aimed directly at Carlos's face. Simultaneously, Qian Daolu struck as well, his angelic wings unfurled, and countless golden feathers coalesced into arrows, breath of the angel. The first form of his 9th soul skill was activated, unleashing a torrential rain of golden arrows that sealed off all escape routes for Carlos. Carlos's pupils constricted. He was evidently unprepared for such a fierce onslaught from the outset. As a level 98 Super Douluo, his reflexes were razor-sharp. The black mist erupted around him, forming a dark barrier, Netherworld shield. Internally, he cursed, realizing the unexpected ferocity of his opponents. Boom! The blade of light and the rain of arrows collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar. The black mist churned violently but ultimately could not completely withstand the combined assault, and cracks rapidly spread across the shield. Interesting. A glint of malice flickered in Carlos's eyes as his figure swelled, and his martial soul, the Netherworld demon tiger, materialized. The shadowy tiger enveloped him, and his soul power surged, demon tiger rending the heavens. A colossal black claw, imbued with the power to rend space itself, descended upon Xue Yun. Carlos clearly underestimated the newly ascended level 96 Super Douluo. This strike appeared fierce, but was executed with a degree of restraint. Host, be cautious. This attack carries a spatial rending effect. The system warned urgently. Xue Yun's gaze sharpened, and the icy blue mark on his forehead ignited. Embrace of extreme cold. The first skill of his Ice Phoenix head soul bone activated, instantly enveloping him in a crystal barrier. Simultaneously, a wave of extreme cold radiated outward. Carlos felt a sharp pain in his mind, his movements momentarily stalling as his thoughts froze. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, his attack went awry. The black claw grazed the icy barrier, tearing through the air but failing to inflict any harm on Xue Yun. Is that a soulbone skill? Carlos was both astonished and enraged, never anticipating such a formidable mental soulbone from a level 96 Light Douluo. Lu seized the opportunity without hesitation. The angelic wings spread once more, unleashing the full force of his level 98 soul power. Qinghuan Douluo, Xiongshi Douluo, Entangled Blood Nightmare, and Ming Yi. The rest of you, hold off the others. Yes. The title Douluo of the Spirit Hall responded in unison. The level 97 Qinghuan Douluo and Xiongshi Douluo lunged towards the two 97 levels of the Netherworld sect, while the 96 level Mo Xiong Douluo faced off against the likes of Soul Sha and Bone Erosion, who were also 96 level evil soul masters. The elders of the Spirit Hall, below level 95, quickly banded together to form a defensive formation, engaging in combat with the evil soul master elders. In the skies above, the battlefield was instantly divided into several segments. Golden light and black mist intertwined. The shockwaves generated by the clash of soul powers surged like a tempest, causing the icebergs below to tremble violently. Carlos found himself suppressed by the combined might of Xue Yun and Lu, his heart swelling with frustration. He initially believed that with his soul power at level 98, he would easily gain the upper hand. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Xue Yun's strength far surpassed his expectations. The uncanny mental control consistently disrupted his skills at critical moments, and Liu's angelic soul power exerted a natural suppression over his nether attribute. Their cooperation was seamless, leaving him with no opportunity to unleash his ninth soul skill. Shadow Tier. Xue Yun raised his left arm, activating the first skill of the evil Shadow Serpent Dragon's left arm soulbone. Black and white energy ribbons spiraled outward, carrying the force to tear everything apart, and struck towards Carlos's side. Carlos let out a furious roar, condensing black mist into a fist, nether break, with a resounding clash. At the moment of energy collision, Carlos felt a surge of violent power coursing through his arm, causing his blood to surge. Seizing the opportunity to retreat and create distance, he found himself shadowed by Liu's relentless assault. Angel Manifestation. Liu's toes barely touched the ground, and he appeared behind Carlos as if teleporting. The golden angelic holy sword's phantom, enhanced by the angel manifestation, aimed straight at his back. Oh no. Carlos felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head and hastily activated the defensive skill of his 100,000-year trunk soul bone, Blood Fiend Protection. A layer of dark red light enveloped him instantly, and a fierce tiger head phantom emerged upon the barrier. Clang! The spear struck the barrier, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The barrier trembled violently, its dark red glow dimming slightly, yet it ultimately withstood the blow. Carlos staggered back, propelled by the recoil, a trickle of black blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The 100,000-year trunk soul bone. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xue Yun's eyes. Host, this is it. Perfectly aligned with your red level 8th assessment. Just as the system's voice faded, Xue Yun's soul rings suddenly illuminated. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, red, orange gold. 9 soul rings encircled him like a rainbow, particularly the last orange gold 9th soul ring, emanating a pressure that made the heavens tremble, as if it contained the weight of ancient epics. Is that an orange gold soul ring? My goodness, what era is this soul ring from? I have never seen anything like it. The title Douluos on the battlefield were all astonished, voicing their disbelief, and even Lu could not help but glance over. He had never encountered such a terrifying soul ring. 9th soul skill, Divine Radiance. Without a moment's pause, Xue Yun unleashed the first skill of his 9th soul skill. Countless luminous feather blades cascaded down like a torrential rain, each possessing a penetration of 100, coated in golden flames that scorched the nether aura in the air. Carlos's expression changed drastically. He could sense the terror of this strike. 9th soul skill, 2nd skill, Nether Purgatory. In an instant, a pitch-black energy erupted, forming a massive black hole that sought to consume all the feather blades. However, the power of the orange gold soul ring exceeded his imagination. The feather blades pierced through the black hole, raining down upon him relentlessly. Carlos coughed up a large mouthful of black blood. The phantom of the nether demon tiger, swaying violently, clearly suffering significant injury. What is the method to break the soul lock, bloodthirsty, great formation? The voice of Lu resonated like thunder, as the phantom of the holy sword lunged forth once more, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Carlos chuckled coldly, proclaiming, "A method of deciphering? I possess none. Do not harbor such delusions." Carlos, What method of deciphering? I can at most control, but cannot unravel. If pressed, I must insist. I have none, none, none. Unmoved by his words, Lu intensified his assault, the golden radiance of the angelic sword's phantom growing ever more resplendent. Simultaneously, Xue Yun unleashed his attack, the ninth soul skill, Holy Judgment Flame. An orange-golden fire coalesced into a dazzling beam of light, piercing through defenses directly toward Carlos's chest. This strike was instantaneous, offering Carlos no respite. Bloodfiend Shield. Carlos was compelled to activate his torso soul bone defense once again, the dark red barrier flickering violently. On the verge of shattering, he fought with great frustration. Despite being at level 98, he was forced into such a dire situation by a level 96 opponent. Not to mention the ever-watchful Lu at his side. I speak the truth. Carlos bellowed. I am merely the architect, not the master. The core of the formation does not lie in my hands. Carlos, I can't hold on. I must stall for time. Lu's gaze turned icy. The true form of the angel behind him unfurling completely, a divine pressure enveloping the world. It seems you must taste the bitterness of despair. The ninth soul skill's secondary ability, Angelic Descent. A colossal angelic phantom materialized behind him, exuding the authority to judge all, as golden energy coalesced into a gigantic hand. Slowly descending. Though this strike did not fall immediately, it bore an oppressive weight that stifled the very air. Carlos's face turned pale. He sensed the shadow of death looming over him. Severely injured, he felt utterly powerless to withstand this blow, especially with Xue Yun steadfastly locking onto his aura. I confess. I know. The terror of death overwhelmed his fleeting hopes, and Carlos hastily cried out. Carlos, I give in, I give in. I'll divulge everything. I could even betray my brethren. Whoever you wish to frame, I shall frame. More knowledgeable than the reader himself. The angelic hand of Lu halted midair, its golden light shimmering yet refraining from descending. Carlos gasped for breath, on the verge of speaking, when an unforeseen change occurred. A peculiar black flame erupted from within him without warning, rapidly engulfing his entire being. A chilling scream echoed through the heavens as Carlos writhed in agony amidst the flames. Ancestor, spare me. I was wrong. Grant me mercy this once. Carlos, this is terrible. My reputation is ruined. Not the illustrious name I once held, but a legacy of infamy. The flames seemed to possess a life of their own, burning even more ferociously upon hearing his pleas for mercy. Intertwined with dark red patterns, the black flames exuded a disquieting malevolence. In mere moments, the level 98 Super Douluo was reduced to ash before the watchful eyes of all. Only a dark red soul bone fell from the remnants, emanating the aura of 10,000 years. Indeed, it was the torso soul bone. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All titled Douluos were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. What was that flame? Who was the ancestor? Could it be that the Ancient One truly still lived? Xue Yun gazed at the torso soul bone suspended in the air, a chilling dread welling up within him. The system's voice trembled, its rotund form curling into a ball. Douluo's expression was equally grave as the angelic hand gradually dissipated. It seemed that the situation was far more intricate than we had anticipated. A biting cold wind swept through, carrying the acrid scent of charred remains. Carlos, at level 98, had perished under mysterious circumstances. Chapter 75, the 3-day deadline. The remnants of Carlos's ashes had yet to settle when an ominous, bone-chilling voice resonated without warning, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss, instantly pervading every corner of the Douluo continent. All living beings across the land listened intently. The voice, though not loud, possessed an eerie, penetrating power. Whether in bustling metropolises or remote villages, from soul masters to ordinary folk, its message was crystal clear. Xue Yun in Tindo City abruptly rose from her throne, causing the teacup in Xue Jiue's hand to clatter to the ground. Within the imperial palace of Xinglua City, the emperor's countenance shifted dramatically. The citizens of Wuhuan City were thrown into disarray, gazing skyward in alarm. The soul-locking bloodthirsty array had quietly activated. With millions of lives in the 7 great cities firmly within my grasp, the voice of the netherworld ancestor dripped with mockery, declaring that if all titled Douluo on the continent swore their allegiance to me, these individuals might be spared. As the words lingered in the air, the soul masters below the soul sect and ordinary people within the 7 cities suddenly felt a wave of terror wash over them, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, rendering their breaths labored. Yet, this sensation was fleeting and caused no actual harm. But it was sufficient to convey the grim reality that their fates lay in the hands of another. The remaining 5 titled Douluo of the netherworld sect exchanged glances, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve. Without a moment's hesitation, they transformed into shadows, fleeing toward the far north. The voice of the netherworld ancestor pivoted back to Xue Yun and Heaven Dou, imbued with an undeniable authority. I grant you 3 days to deliberate. Otherwise the sentence hung ominously in the air, unsaid yet more chilling than any threat. The cold wind howled, and the battlefield was enveloped in a suffocating silence. Host. That voice is at least semi-divine in caliber. The system's flying object trembled on his shoulder, its once vibrant form dull and lifeless, far surpassing Carlos in strength. An entirely different realm. Xue Yun nodded in silence. A semi-divine being is merely 3 steps away from divinity. No wonder such a terrifying soul-locking bloodthirsty array could be laid. Heaven Dou retrieved a dark red soul bone from his bosom, the very blood fiend magic tiger's torso bone left behind by Carlos. He approached Xue Yun and handed over the soul bone. You should absorb this. Xue Yun accepted the bone, feeling its icy chill and the faint residue of blood. He glanced at Heaven Dou, hesitating to speak. Are you truly resolved? My Qian family has endured for a millennium without fear. Heaven Dou's voice was steady, yet his eyes blazed with righteous fury. If it comes to it, we shall embrace death, but we will never bow to the evil soul masters. He paused, his tone resolute. 3 days hence, we shall engage in a decisive battle. I have summoned all titled Douluo across the continent to converge in Wuhuan City. Either we obliterate him, or we perish together. Xue Yun tightened his grip on the soul bone, his fingertips paling slightly. In a mere span of 3 days. An exceedingly brief period, the fate of countless lives stands in the balance. The system silently initiates super-acceleration, enveloping the soul bone and Xue Yun in a radiant golden light, enhancing the fusion efficiency by a staggering 1,000. Xue Yun assumes a meditative posture, pressing the soul bone of the blood fiend magic tiger against his chest. The energy of the century-old soul bone surges into his body instantaneously, a tempestuous force infused with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Yet, under the guidance of the system and the purifying influence of his own sacred attributes, this energy swiftly transforms into a docile flow, coursing through his meridians until it saturates every inch of his skeletal structure. Time drifts by slowly, and the Pope's chamber remains enveloped in silence. Heaven Dou closes his eyes in meditation, while the angelic soul power around him quietly circulates, evidently preparing for the decisive battle 3 days hence. Other titled Douluo either sit or stand, displaying a myriad of expressions. Yet each pair of eyes reflects an unwavering resolve to fight to the bitter end. Half an hour later, Xue Yun gradually opens his eyes, his aura more solidified than before, and signs of a breakthrough into the realm of the 96th level Super Dou begin to emerge. The soul bone of the blood fiend magic tiger has seamlessly merged with him, becoming an integral part of his being. System summary has been updated. Name, Yun Zhao Xue Yun. Age, 29 years. Martial soul, Radiant Phoenix, Holy Phoenix. Soul power level, 96th level Super Douluo, on the verge of breakthrough. Soul ring configuration, yellow. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, red, orange gold. Actual age, 700,000 years. Soul ring skills, Phoenix Nirvana. Increases attack power by 300, imbued with light purification. Allows resurrection upon near death. Divine light radiance. Releases blades of light, dealing 100 penetrating damage, incinerating dark soul power. Divine light manifestation, a wide area of sacred light, reducing enemy attributes by 50, enhancing one's own by 30. Sacred judgment flame, a penetrating strike that ignores defenses. Burning flesh, soul power, and spirit, marking the target. Soul bone skills, sacred light left leg soul bone, 30,000 years light speed ambush. Divine right leg soul bone, 950,000 years heavenly light break. Evil shadow dragon left arm soul bone, 100,000 years shadow tier, light and dark, light barrier. Flame right arm soul bone, 580,000 years phoenix explosive strike. Ice phoenix mental wisdom head soul bone, 400,000 years embrace of extreme cold, frost ashes eye. Eternal silence aurora kill, ice phoenix holy edict. Fire phoenix external soul bone, 400,000 years radiant judgment, divine light shadow. Blood fiend magic tiger torso soul bone, 100,000 years. Blood fiend fury, burst temporarily converts sacred attributes to blood fiend attributes, increasing attack power by 200. With all attacks possessing a tearing effect, lasting for 1 minute, followed by a brief period of weakness. Magic tiger roar, defense coalesces the phantom of the blood fiend magic tiger to envelop oneself, forming absolute defense capable of withstanding full force strikes from titled Douluo below the 99th level, limited to 3 uses per day. Ice and fire dual soul bone linked skill, ice fire divine edict. Domain, Fire God Domain, Radiance Sacred Domain. Faith Collection Degree, 403. Divine Artifact Materials, collected. Comprehensive Evaluation. Combat power is infinitely close to the 99th level limit Douluo, with sacred attributes, a balance of offense and defense, and immeasurable potential. Xue Yun sensed the emergence of two new powers within him, yet his gaze remained heavy with gravity. The Blood Fiend Magic Tiger's torso spirit bone bestowed tremendous explosive force and defense, but in the face of the near demigod level Yum Ing ancestor, such strength was still woefully inadequate. The impending battle 3 days hence was destined to be a bloodbath. Chapter 76, The Sword of Light. As the energy from the Blood Fiend Magic Tiger's torso spirit bone fully integrated into his being, Xue Yun exhaled a breath of murky air, and the signs of a breakthrough in his peak 96th level spirit power began to emerge. Just as he opened his eyes, everything around him suddenly froze. The swirling snowflakes hovered in midair, and the gaze of Dao was captured in a moment of resolute determination, as if even the air itself had ceased to flow. Host? What is this? The voice of the system's flying object echoed with uncertainty. Stirred within, Xue Yun had yet to react when the scene before him abruptly transformed. In the dizzying whirl of reality, he found himself within a magnificent temple. The temple was constructed entirely of blue crystal, adorned with countless pearls and corals, and a rich essence of water elemental spirit power permeated the air, causing every pore on his body to open wide in response. Atop the highest platform of the temple sat a colossal figure. Crowning his head was a trident, and draped over his form was a deep blue robe. His visage exuding both majesty and sanctity. It was Poseidon, the sea god. Xue Yun bowed deeply. I pay my respects to the sea god. No need for excessive formalities. The sea god replied, raising his hand. A gentle power lifted Xue Yun aloft. Red level, 8th assessment. Gather all spirit rings and spirit bones. You have not only accomplished this, but surpassed expectations with 700,000 year orange gold spirit rings and 400,000 year spirit bones, awarding you an elevation in spirit power by 1 level. As his words fell, a surge of divine power flooded into Xue Yun's being. The barrier of his peak 96th level spirit power shattered like paper, and the aura of a 97th level super Douluo erupted, only to be gradually restrained under the influence of the sea god's divine force. Next came the second reward. I shall personally forge a demigod artifact for you. As the sea god spoke, the materials for the divine artifact within Xue Yun's spirit guiding device soared into the air. The frosty essence from the extreme north emanated a biting chill. The sunsetting divine gold blazed with golden flames, and the true phoenix feathers radiated a sacred luster. Dozens of rare materials floated in the center of the temple, each pulsating with its own unique energy. Wow, so many materials. The system's flying object buzzed excitedly around the materials. Host, look. The sea god is about to make his move. The sea god raised his right hand, and the shadow of the trident coalesced in his palm. With a gentle touch, a blue divine light imbued with the power of the laws shot toward the collection of materials. Buzz. Instantly, all the materials were enveloped by the divine light, beginning to spin violently and merge. The chill of the frosty essence and the fervor of the sunsetting divine gold coexisted in perfect harmony under the divine power, while the sacred aura of the true phoenix feathers interwove with the energies of the other materials, forming a radiant sphere of light. Just as the fusion was on the verge of completion, a flicker of contemplation crossed the sea god's eyes as he snapped his fingers. A piece of previously unseen metallic material appeared from thin air, merging into the luminous sphere. This metal exuded a pale violet hue, with patterns flowing across its surface like a starry river, emanating a pressure not of the Douluo continent. This is material from the divine realm. The system gasped in astonishment. Host, this is the hidden reward for exceeding the assessment. Your configuration of the 9th spirit ring and spirit bone is so extraordinary that even the sea god was stirred, specially retrieving divine materials to forge it. Xue Yun was profoundly shaken. It was no wonder that this metal was so extraordinary, for it originated from the divine realm. Under the forging power of the sea god, a luminous orb gradually coalesced into shape. The silhouette of a long sword slowly emerged, its blade elongated and composed entirely of interwoven hues of blue and gold. The blue was reminiscent of the deep ocean, while the gold resembled sunlight piercing the surface of the sea, exuding a vibrant sheen. The blade was unmatched in sharpness, subtly pulsating with spatial fluctuations, yet it carried a heavy sense of suppression, distinct from the sanctity of the angelic sword and the sharpness of the Seven Kills sword. Possessing its own domineering elegance, near the hilt of the sword, there was a diamond-shaped notch, its edges adorned with intricate golden patterns, as if it were reserving a place for a gemstone. A faint aura of spatial power lingered around the notch, seemingly capable of devouring any energy that drew near. Clang! The longsword fully formed and fell to the ground, producing a deep, resonant sound. Despite its slender appearance, it conveyed an overwhelming weight, weighing an astonishing 96,000 pounds. The sea god's voice carried a hint of satisfaction, noting that it was a semi-divine artifact due to the absence of a divine core. With a flick of his finger, the longsword transformed into a streak of light and flew into Xue Yun's hand. The moment Xue Yun grasped the hilt, he felt an immense weight, which, upon contact with his palm, diminished abruptly. He attempted to swing it, finding it as light as a feather, entirely devoid of the heaviness of 96,000 pounds. The notch near the hilt was indeed reserved for the divine core. The sea god explained that he had infused a trace of divine consciousness into it, allowing it to weigh only 96 pounds in his grasp. However, once released, it would revert to its original weight, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone but a deity to wield. He paused, his tone solemn. Unfortunately, without the divine core, it will never become a true divine artifact. When the day comes that the divine consciousness is exhausted, the sword in your hand will also weigh 96,000 pounds, unless you can forge your own divine core. The Heart of Light. Xue Yun caressed the notch on the sword's body, realization dawning within him. Was this the essence of the 9th trial of the Red Tier? Indeed. The sea god nodded. The 9th trial of the Red Tier, to forge a divine core, the Heart of Light. Upon successful completion, rewards would include an elevation of soul power to level 99, with all soul ring lifespans extended by 50,000 years and all soul bone lifespans similarly extended. Xue Yun inhaled sharply. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Level 99 Light Douluo, coupled with the exponential increase in the lifespan of soul rings and soul bones, were sufficient to effect a qualitative transformation in his strength. The quasi-demigod entities on the continent were the handiwork of the Rakshasa god. The sea god shifted the topic, her tone becoming grave, noting that she had interfered with the operations of the Douluo continent, breaching the divine realm's regulations. The divine council had issued a decree prohibiting the Rakshasa god from further meddling. However, the council resolved that whoever could resolve the Rakshasa god's envoy, the old ancestor of the underworld, would have the opportunity to forge their own divine status. Quasi-demigods, demigods, and quasi-deities all belong to the envoys. Quasi-demigods are the weakest, while quasi-deities are the strongest, standing but a step away from true deities. The system promptly elucidated. Xue Yun's heart stirred. To forge my own divine status? Indeed, the sea god affirmed. Ordinary deities inherit a predetermined legacy, but forging one's own divine status allows one to break free from constraints, presenting boundless potential. And if we are unable to resolve the old ancestor of the underworld? Xue Yun inquired. In such a case, the deities may personally intervene to cleanse the threat. The voice of the sea god resonated with an undeniable authority. Yet this signified that the beings of Douluo continent would pay a grievous price. Host, they are testing you. The system's voice was laced with urgency. The gods of the Divine Realm Council wish to ascertain your potential. Defeating the ancestor of the underworld will grant you the opportunity to enter the Divine Realm. Failure will render your previous defiance against the deities, the confrontation with the Rakshasa, a transgression, leaving you with no escape from annihilation. Xue Yun's gaze sharpened. It became clear that this crisis was entwined with the machinations of the Divine Realm. However, with the system by his side, what was there to fear? The system snorted, proclaiming that even in failure, the remaking of his golden body could save him, and at worst, he would only slumber for several millennia. Disregarding the system's jests, Xue Yun inquired of the sea god, what is the level of self-created divinity? At best, a secondary deity, and the title must be designated by the Divine Realm Council. The sea god sighed. There is considerable contention regarding you within the Divine Realm, and the Council's decision is already the utmost concession. Though I am a primary deity, I am powerless to alter this. What? A secondary deity? And I cannot even name myself? The system erupted in indignation. They hold humanity in such disdain. This system is a divine ascension system. If we are to ascend, let it be to the rank of God King. A mere secondary deity is hardly worth my interest. Xue Yun's expression darkened as well. A secondary deity was a far cry from his aspirations. Yet he understood that this was indeed the greatest concession the Divine Realm could offer. As he contemplated further, the scene before him dissipated entirely. In a whirl of the cosmos, he abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself standing on the plain outside Heaven Dou City. The floating snowflakes continued to fall, and the figure of Qian Dao had long vanished. Evidently, only an instant had passed. In his hand, the blue and gold intertwined longsword lay quietly, weighing 96 pounds. Yet it seemed to bear the weight of the entire ocean. Host, what shall we do now? The system's voice brimmed with indignation. A secondary deity is an utter insult. Xue Yun tightened his grip on the long sword, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. First, I must deal with the ancestor of the underworld. If I cannot overcome this immediate crisis, how can I aspire to become a god king? The half-artifact in his hand trembled slightly, as if resonating with his resolve. The diamond patterns at the breech shimmered, seemingly awaiting the infusion of the heart of light. The countdown to the decisive battle had already commenced. Chapter 77. The Varied Human Heart. The radiance outside Heaven Dou City receded as Xue Yun retracted the Sword of Light into his domain. The 96-pound half-artifact vanishing into the sacred glow, leaving no trace behind. He gazed at the towering city gates, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. A warmth filled Xue Yun's heart. His elder brother could always see through his thoughts. He bent down to stroke Xue Tianyuan, the little one giggling as he grasped Xue Yun's finger, the warm sensation bringing a slight sting to his nose. Brother Yun. Xue Gus stepped forward, disregarding Xue Yun's presence, and threw herself into his embrace, her voice choked with emotion. I know what you intend to do, and I will not hinder you. But remember, no matter how long it takes, I will wait for you, even if it takes an eternity. At that moment, two figures approached slowly. Yi Lian, clad in black, wore a calm expression, accompanied by the similarly dressed Guangling. The young Guangling had finally grown to half a person's height, yet his gaze possessed a maturity beyond his years. Upon seeing Xue Yun, he immediately bowed and saluted, Master. Xue Yun released the water and cleared the moonlight, turning to face the two individuals. He had known Yi Lian for many years, their relationship transcending that of master and servant. Although Guangling had not formally become his disciple, she had received ample guidance from him. Suddenly, Yi Lian knelt on one knee, tears glistening in her eyes for the first time. I obey your command. She never questioned the reasons, merely executing orders. This was her sole allegiance to him. Xue Yun personally helped her to her feet and turned his gaze to Guangling. You must grow swiftly. I hope that one day you might stand beside me at the same height. He paused, his tone turning serious. If you ever enter the spirit hall, remember, no matter where you find yourself, always aspire towards the light. Understand that all my actions are for justice, all for the light. Guangling nodded vigorously, her eyes reddening. I shall diligently remember my teacher's teachings. Xue Yun ruffled her hair, about to speak further when several powerful presences emanated from the direction of the Tindo imperial palace. It seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment. I hope we haven't interrupted your reunion. The voice of the 96th ranked Thunder Douluo, Yu Xianting, echoed jovially as he stepped forward. Behind him followed the 96th ranked Sword Douluo, Chen Wufeng, the 95th ranked Bone Douluo, Gu Feng, along with the Tianshuang Douluo and Liang Douluo, esteemed offerings of the Tindo royal family. Chen Wufeng's gaze landed on Xue Yun, curiosity and scrutiny evident in his eyes. I heard from Qian Daolu that you suddenly disappeared from the hall of the Pope. Did you go to undertake the 8th test of the red rank? What was the outcome? Xue Yun did not conceal the truth, raising his hand with a flourish. The Sword of Light soared from his domain, suspended in midair. The blade, interwoven with blue and gold, radiated a mystical sheen. While the diamond-shaped notch near the hilt emitted faint spatial fluctuations, its weight of 96 pounds giving an impression of suppressing the heavens. Is this a divine artifact? Gu Feng exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment. Tianshuang Douluo and Liang Douluo exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief. Having lived for nearly a century, they had never encountered such an extraordinary weapon. After Tianshuang and Liang, no title Douluo had appeared in the Tindo for a century. This sword is known as the Sword of Light, a semi-divine artifact forged by the sea god himself. Xue Yun explained succinctly. It weighs 96,000 pounds. But due to the absence of the heart of the divine artifact, the Heart of Light, it is classified as a semi-divine artifact. Currently, it weighs merely 96 pounds in my possession. When released, it reverts to its original weight. Chen Wufeng gazed intently at the Sword of Light, particularly the diamond-shaped notch, pondering for a moment. To condense the heart of the divine sword, you must possess the ambition to embrace the world, the courage to proclaim who, if not me, and the spirit to act first for the world. Are you truly prepared? His gaze seemed to penetrate the soul, revealing Xue Yun's innermost thoughts with clarity. Goodness, he even knows the conditions to condense the Heart of Light. The system was astounded, circling around Chen Wufeng in disbelief. This Sword Douluo is no ordinary individual. He possesses considerable insight. Xue Yun was also somewhat surprised, not expecting Chen Wufeng to discern his true intentions. Chen Wufeng's gaze sharpened, fixating on Xue Yun. To condense the Heart of Light, one must embody the will to embrace the world, the bravery to claim who, if not me, and the resolve to act first for the greater good. Are you genuinely ready? His eyes seemed to penetrate the soul, revealing Xue Yun's thoughts with uncanny clarity. My word, he even knows the prerequisites to condense the Heart of Light. The system was increasingly astonished. What is the true origin of this sword Douluo? Xue Yun met his gaze steadfastly, and in that silent exchange, both understood each other's intentions without uttering a word. A flicker of approval passed through Chun Wufeng's eyes before vanishing. Although the other titled Douluos could not fully grasp the conversation between the two, they surmised that the radiant Douluo intended to challenge the divine position. Yu Xianting chuckled heartily, dispelling the tense atmosphere. It seems we have arrived at the right moment. With the radiant Douluo's caliber, what is there to fear from the old ghost of the underworld? Xue Yun turned to the gathered individuals. Have you all arrived in Heaven Dou City a day early? They exchanged knowing smiles, the long-standing barriers between them dissolving in the face of a common foe. Let us rest tonight and replenish our energies, Xue Yun declared solemnly. At dawn tomorrow, we shall head to Spirit City to rendezvous with the other titled Douluos for the decisive battle. Agreed. They chorused in unison. As night fell, the royal chambers of Heaven Dou Palace exuded warmth. Xue Yun and Xue Jiue lay entwined, their hearts silently communicating without the need for words. After a moment of tenderness, Xue Jiue drifted into a deep slumber. Host, tomorrow is the day of the decisive battle. The system's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Xue Yun softly acknowledged, gripping Xue Jiue's hand. Tomorrow marked the final day of the 3-day countdown. The group gathered outside Heaven Dou City, preparing to head to Spirit City. Along the way, Xue Yun informed Xue Yun of the happenings across the 7 major cities over the past 3 days. Initially, the citizens, trapped by the soul lock, remained calm. But as time wore on, panic began to spread. Xue Yun's voice bore a weighty tone as he recounted that some had started blaming the titled Douluos, lamenting, "If we are to perish, why must we drag them down with us?" Some even cried out in the streets, pleading for submission to the old ancestors of the underworld. Humanity's basest instincts were magnified in the face of life and death. Distrust, resentment, and selfishness spread like a plague across the 7 cities. Alas, how lamentable. The system sighed. According to projections, the Rakshasa god has abandoned the old ancestor of the underworld. He knows he is doomed, out of vengeance, even if all titled Douluos submit. He will activate the Great Formation before being slain by the deity, sacrificing hundreds of thousands in the 7 cities as his final act. Xue Yun's expression darkened profoundly. Hundreds of thousands, destined to perish innocently for the vindictive desires of one about to meet his end. A gentleman does not save himself. A sage does not shy away from responsibility, he murmured, a phrase noted from a novel in his past life, now strikingly pertinent. Well said. The system responded with renewed vigor. Host, this embodies the demeanor befitting a deity. Xue Yun gazed toward Spirit City. The aura of a 97th level super Douluo, subtly emanating before retracting swiftly. Let us proceed, he announced to the group. It is time to bring this to a close. The titled Douluos ascended simultaneously, soaring towards Spirit City. Sunlight bathed them, casting elongated shadows, resembling swords piercing through the darkness. The stage for the climactic battle was about to unfold. Chapter 78. The Subtle Thoughts of the Ghost Crow Douluo. The gates of Spirit City closed slowly behind them as Xue Yun and the assembly of titled Douluos entered the arena. The once bustling streets lay desolate, echoing only the howling of the wind through the vacant edifices, imbued with an ominous stillness before the impending confrontation. The system has catalogued all the titled Douluo present. And you should take note. Hovering above Xue Yun's shoulder, the system's voice resonated with gravity. From the Wuhuan Temple, Level 98 Qian Daolu, Level 97 Qingwan, Lion Douluo. Level 96 Mo Xiong, Jiang Mo Douluo, Level 95 Jin Yi Douluo, Level 94 Gui Bao Douluo, Level 93 Shi Miao Douluo, Level 92 Ci Tun, Ling Yuan Douluo. Level 95 Shirhan, Death, Yin Mo Douluo, totaling 13 individuals. Newly emerged forces include Haoyan Sect's Level 97 Haoyan Douluo Tang San, Level 95 Lai Yin Douluo. Star Luo Empire's Level 96 Song Lang Douluo, Level 95 Zhu Mang Douluo. Each of the 5 major sects contributing 1 member, totaling 5, all at levels 92 to 95. Alongside the Level 92 Poison Do Dugu Xian, and from our side, the Level 96 Sword Douluo Chen Wufeng, Level 95 Bone Douluo Gufeng, Level 96 Thunder Douluo Yu Xianting, and from the Tindo royal family, Level 95 Tian Shuang, Lai Yang Douluo. Including you, the total number of title Douluo amounts to 32. The system sighed softly. These are the pinnacle forces of the continent. Remember their feats today, though it remains uncertain how many will survive. Xue Yun's gaze traversed each face present. Some familiar, others unfamiliar, yet all eyes burned with a shared resolve. He tightened his grip on the divine sword of light. The soul power of a level 97 super Douluo circulating quietly within him. With a thunderous roar, the skies erupted in a dark rift. A torrent of ominous energy surging forth. The figure of Yuming Laozu emerged from the fissure, cloaked in black, his face shrouded in shadow, emanating a terrifying pressure akin to that of a demigod, 100-fold stronger than Carlos's presence. Behind him trailed 5 evil spirit masters, Tidal Douluo of level 97 Mingyi, Blood Nightmare Douluo, level 96 Hun Sha, Bone Erosion Douluo, and the level 96 Xue Yun. Their auras were weak, clearly suffering from previous battles. Xue Yun's eyes darted nervously, subtly inching towards the back of the group, internally strategizing. Yuming Old Ghost intends to use us as fodder. When the fighting commences, I shall discreetly withdraw. As long as the mountains remain, I need not worry about firewood. His movements were slight, and in the tense atmosphere, none noticed. It appears you have made your choice. Yuming Laozu's voice scraped against the air like sandpaper on steel, grating and unpleasant. Have you resolved to submit to me? Stepping forward, Heaven Dou unleashed the angelic domain, golden light illuminating the darkened sky like the sun. My Qian clan has endured for millennia, knowing not the meaning of submission. Even if I perish today, I shall never bow to your evil. Turning to the assembled Tidal Douluo, he proclaimed with conviction, today, we stand united in life and death, safeguarding the tranquility of the continent. It must be noted that this level 98 grand offering indeed possessed remarkable charisma. As his words faded, all Tidal Douluo released their soul power, their various soul rings igniting, their momentum soaring to the heavens, together in life and death. Xue Yun stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Heaven Dou and Tang San. We shall heed the grand offering's command. You are obstinate. Yuming Laozu's voice sharpened, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes beneath the black cloak. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. He slowly raised his right hand, a seemingly casual gesture that caused the air to become instantly still, as a terrifying energy gathered in his palm, as if it were poised to engulf the very heavens and the earth. Strike now. Heaven Dou's expression changed dramatically as he barked. This attack is far from trivial. Tang San, Zhao, let us unite. Breath of the angel. The angelic wings behind Heaven Dou unfurled completely, and with the full force of his 9th soul skill empowered by his martial soul's true form, a golden beam of light surged forth like a divine sword piercing through the cosmos, carrying the holy might to purify all, aimed directly at the netherworld ancestor. Great Sumera hammer. Tang San shouted fiercely. The first 8 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, erupted simultaneously, transforming into a frenzied energy that surged into the Hao Yin hammer. At level 97, he was willing to sacrifice his first 8 soul rings to procure an ephemeral surge of ultimate power, as the obsidian giant hammer followed closely behind the golden beam with the force to shatter mountains and split stones. 9th soul skill, divine radiance, holy judgment flame. Xue Yun also launched an attack, as the orange-gold glow of his 9th soul ring blazed intensely. 2 skills erupted in unison, weaving countless radiant feather blades with penetrating flames into a golden net, enveloping the netherworld ancestor. The 3 assaults converged into a torrent, colliding with the energy emanating from the netherworld ancestor's palm. Boom! The deafening roar resonated across the continent, as the shockwave of energy spread like a nuclear explosion. The walls of the spirit city were instantly reduced to dust, the earth cracked, and the sky seemed to tear apart. Amidst the swirling dust, the 3 attacks were surprisingly dispersed by a mere casual strike from the netherworld ancestor. Cough! Heaven Dou, Tang San, and Xue Yun simultaneously spat out blood, staggering backward. The other Tidal Douluo were also jolted by the shockwave, their faces paling as their vitality surged chaotically. Is this the power of a quasi-demigod? Merely a casual strike is sufficient to withstand the full-force assault of 3 top-ranked Tidal Douluo. In the netherworld ancestors' camp, Mingyi, Xue Yun, and other evil soul masters laughed heartily, while only Ghost Crow Douluo's lips twitched, quietly inching back half a foot. Ghost Crow Douluo laugh. Keep laughing. When your time comes, I hope you can still manage a smile. Quite interesting. The voice of the netherworld ancestor dripped with mockery. Your combined attack was able to withstand my casual strike. It seems I have underestimated you. He shifted his tone, his aura suddenly soaring. However, the game is over for you. Prepare for annihilation. A vortex of pitch-black energy coalesced before him, exuding the power to devour all, as it descended upon the 32 Tidal Douluo. This is bad. Heaven Dou's face changed drastically. Quickly, we must unite our strength to resist. Host, this strike is 10 times stronger than the last. The system urged frantically. Everyone, channel your soul power to me. Xue Yun shouted, positioning the Sword of Light before him. Sword of Light, activate. The blue-gold intertwined sword erupted with resplendent brilliance. As he simultaneously activated the Fire Phoenix's external soul bone skill, divine judgment of the fiery heavens, and the Blood Fiend Demon Tiger's defense skill, Demon Tiger's Roar, while unleashing the domains of Fire God and Holy Light. Golden flames and sacred radiance intertwined to form a massive barrier. Qian Daolu, Angel Domain, Tang Chun, Haotian Domain, and Chun Wufeng, 7-Kill Domain, all infused their soul power into the barrier, causing its brilliance to surge instantaneously, creating a defensive wall that spanned the heavens and the earth. Boom! The energy vortex collided with the defensive wall, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the surroundings. The barrier trembled violently, a myriad of cracks spreading across its surface, as if on the verge of shattering at any moment. Hold on, Qian Daolu bellowed, pouring his 98th level soul power without reservation into the shield. The others gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain the barrier. Xue Yun felt a searing pain radiate from his arm, blood even beginning to seep from the breach in the divine sword, a resonance between the artifact and its wielder, indicating that the sacred sword was nearing its limit. Crack! With a sharp sound, the defensive barrier ultimately shattered. The residual energy surged forth like a tidal wave towards the Light Douluos. Now is the moment. A flicker of resolution flashed in Xue Yun's eyes as he secretly activated the 9th soul skill, the final technique, Phoenix Nirvana. He took a bold step forward, positioning his body in front of the others, bracing himself to absorb the oncoming energy impact. Poof! Xue Yun's body was instantly torn apart by the energy, transforming into a mist of crimson. The remaining energy was successfully mitigated. Though the other Light Douluos were affected, their lives remained unthreatened. Brother Yun. Xue Jiu's voice echoed from a distance. She had indeed followed, hidden outside the spirit city, her cry filled with heart-wrenching anguish. The ancient ancestor of the underworld paused momentarily before erupting into a sharp, mocking laughter. The Light Douluo? Merely that. Without him, you are all even less of a match for me. He clearly did not anticipate that Xue Yun's Phoenix Nirvana could restore him instantly at the brink of death. The earlier blood mist was merely a ruse. Qian Daolu and Tang Chun exchanged a glance, subtle smiles gracing their lips. Just as the ancient ancestor of the underworld prepared to launch his next attack, a sudden frown crossed his brow. Wait, the Light Douluo is dead. Yet why has no soul bone erupted? Typically, a fallen Light Douluo would leave behind soul bones. How could a 97th level Super Douluo leave not even a trace? Old fool, are you searching for me? A chilling voice suddenly resonated, as Xue Yun's figure slowly materialized from the blood mist, and scathed. The ancient ancestor of the underworld was struck with alarm as he beheld the 9 soul rings around Xue Yun illuminate simultaneously. The true form of the divine phoenix unfolding completely. The sacred radiance even overpowered Qian Daolu's angelic domain, resembling the scene from years past when Qian Xuanji had slain him. Impossible! How are you not dead? The ancient ancestor of the underworld exclaimed in shock. This strike was known as the divine skill, Starfall Annihilation. Xue Yun's voice resonated as if from the heavens, imbued with a dual essence of sanctity and annihilation. The divine sword erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, intertwining blue and gold to form a beam of light that pierced through the heavens and earth, disregarding spatial distance, and instantaneously appearing before the ancient ancestor of the underworld. His pupils constricted, the initial panic faded, replaced by a chilling smirk. A mere semi-artifact dares to strike me? Both Xue Yun and the other Light Douluos felt a weight settle in their hearts. Why was he unafraid? The ancient ancestor of the underworld suddenly produced a pitch-black crystal from his robes, the very core of the soul-lock, bloodthirsty formation. Without hesitation, he swallowed the crystal whole. Laughing maniacally, formation, arise. A scream echoed simultaneously from 7 great cities across the continent. Hundreds of thousands of souls ensnared by the soul-lock, bloodthirsty formation had their life force and soul power instantaneously drained, transforming into streams of dark energy that traversed space and merged into the ancient ancestor of the underworld. His form began to swell, the black robe tearing apart piece by piece, revealing a colossal body adorned with black scales. His head morphed into a grotesque visage, and in an instant, his aura transcended the threshold of a demigod, attaining the true essence of a demigod. Boom! The expanded figure of the nether ancestor unleashed a punch, shattering the divine technique of Xue Yun's light fallen star with sheer force. Ha! The nether ancestor howled to the heavens, his crimson gaze sweeping over all the Light Douluo present, infused with a frenzied intent to kill. You have forced my hand. Today, you shall all perish. Chapter 79, The Eternal Radiance. The nether ancestor's swollen body resembled a mountain cloaked in black scales, his massive maw agape as a dark vortex swirled within, emanating an insatiable force that threatened to consume all. He had activated a mode of indiscriminate devouring, drawing even the evil soul masters behind him into its grasp. Ancestor, what are you doing? We are one of your own. The Midnight Douluo exclaimed in horror, desperately unleashing his soul power in resistance. Yet it was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, his body uncontrollably drawn toward the vortex. The Blood Nightmare, Soul Devourer, and Bone Erosion Douluo shared a similar disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity at the thought that the ancestor they had sworn allegiance to would turn against his kin. Amidst the chaos, the Bone Erosion Douluo caught a glimpse of a shadow darting away at an astonishing speed. It was the Ghost Crow Douluo. Ghost Crow, you traitor, you scoundrel. The Bone Erosion Douluo bellowed in rage, yet he could only watch helplessly as the figure soared further away. At the heart of the spirit hall, Xue Yun felt the emptiness within his soul power. After sacrificing all his soul rings and martial spirit, his vitality was rapidly dwindling. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and the light divine sword in his grasp felt as though it had regained its original weight of 96,000 pounds, causing his arms to tremble incessantly. The voice of the host, System, echoed with a choked tone, its once vibrant form now dulled. Is this truly the end? Xue Yun's consciousness began to blur, memories flashing before him. Water-clear Moon's smile, his elder brother's silhouette, and his nephew's joyous face. Can one truly surrender before the final moment? A clarion voice rang out like thunder, reminding him, do not forget, you have yet to forge the heart of light. Xue Yun abruptly lifted his gaze to behold the sword Douluo, Chen Wufeng, stepping forth. The aura surrounding this level 96 Super Douluo underwent a monumental transformation. With 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black arranged in perfect harmony, the 7-kill sword in his hand radiated an unprecedented brilliance. The sword Douluo's presence left Xue Yun momentarily speechless. Chen Wufeng did not meet his gaze. Instead, he focused on the diamond-shaped gap in the light divine sword. Softly intoning, the 7 kills thunder strikes, a single sword cleaves the heavens. With a flick of his wrist, the 7-kill sword erupted in a resplendent golden light. Aimed directly at the gap in the light divine sword, merging man and sword as the Wufeng sword soul was forged. The instant the golden light penetrated the gap, Chen Wufeng's form began to grow translucent, his 9 soul rings swirling around the 7-kill sword, along with his body, transforming into a stream of light that fused into the light divine sword. Senior, Xue Yun gasped in astonishment. He finally comprehended that the sword Douluo forged the heart of light using his own essence, soul rings, martial spirit, and physical form as the raw materials. Old Swordmaster, do you intend to claim all the glory for yourself? The voice of Bone Douluo Gu Feng resonated as his skeletal frame crackled, transforming into a colossal bone dragon. I shall not be outdone. The bone dragon roared toward the sword of light, Gu Feng's voice laced with mirth. Remember, young one, this sword also bears a portion of my strength. As the bone dragon merged with the divine sword, its brilliance intensified. Ha! Little monster, I shall join the fray. Poison Doadugu Xian approached, leaning on his staff, surrounded by emerald-hued toxic mist. To forge a divine sword is a worthy culmination of my century-long existence. Without hesitation, he leaped, merging with his biphosphor serpent emperor martial spirit, transforming into a green radiance that fused into the sword of light. Not enough. Still insufficient. The system's flying object anxiously circled the divine sword. The power required for the heart of light is still lacking greatly. Roar. The ancient nether ancestor detected the changes in the sword of light, the surging sacred aura presenting an unprecedented threat. He struck forth with a palm. A pitch-black giant hand carrying the might to obliterate everything, aimed at the sword of light. Stop him. Heaven Dou roared, his angelic form fully unfurled. Tang Chen, assist me. Understood. Determination flashed in Tang Chen's eyes as he detonated the final 10,000-year soul ring, invoking the great Sumeru hammer's essence. The obsidian giant hammer, imbued with earth-shattering force, coalesced with Heaven Dou's angelic breath to form a golden torrent, colliding with the ancient nether ancestor's colossal hand. Boom! The shockwave of energy rippled outward, sending both Heaven Dou and Tang Chen hurtling back, blood spewing from their mouths, their bodies drenched in crimson, yet they ultimately thwarted the assault. Qingwan, Xiongshi, Heaven Dou bellowed. The Qingwan Douluo and Xiongshi Douluo exchanged a glance, recognizing the resolve mirrored in each other's eyes. Behind them, the Demon Bear Douluo and the Demon Slayer Douluo shared the same determination. Great Elder, take care. The 4 Douluo surged toward the Sword of Light. The wings of the Qingwan, the claws of the Xiongshi, the form of the Demon Bear, and the dual hammers of the Demon Slayer, along with their soul rings, transformed into 4 streaks of light, merging into the divine sword. The golden crocodile Douluo's eyes reddened as he prepared to advance, but was halted by the lingering gazes of the 4. Little golden crocodile, safeguard our descendants, protect the continent. The golden crocodile Douluo fell to his knees, tears streaming down his cheeks. The 5 titled Douluos from the 5 great sects, Tianshuang Douluo, Liang Douluo, Songlong Douluo, and Juma Douluo, followed suit, charging toward the Sword of Light. Great Elder, protect the continent. Remember us. For the sake of light. Fear flickered in the ancient Nether ancestor's eyes as he frantically assaulted Qian Daolu and Tang Chun, desperate to breach their defense. Stop them. Quickly impede them. Injured yet resolute. Qian Daolu and Tang Chun stood firm, erecting a barrier with their bodies. What of the divine? Mortals can triumph. Qian Daolu roared, igniting his life force to unleash his final strength. Well said. Tang Chun echoed. Just as the ancient Nether ancestor was about to breach their defenses, the Soul Devourer Douluo, Death Douluo, and Flame Demon Douluo exchanged knowing glances. Would we fear death? The Soul Devourer Douluo rasped. For the continent. The Death Douluo and the Flame Demon Douluo roared in unison. The attributes of their martial souls were inherently incompatible, yet at this moment, they miraculously fused, creating an energy sphere of intertwined black and crimson. The Rakshasa God, I deem you a mere charlatan. Today, we shall defy you. The energy sphere erupted with dazzling brilliance as the 3 of them charged resolutely towards the Nether ancestor and detonated the sphere before him. Boom. The violent explosion momentarily hindered the Nether ancestor's movements, while the 3 Douluos, Soul Devourer, Death, and Flame Demon, were reduced to ashes in the blast. They may have never anticipated that the very Rakshasa god they sacrificed their lives to oppose would have his power inherited a century later by the heir of both Soul Devourer and Death Douluo. Bibi Dong. In this fleeting moment of opportunity, at the breach of the radiant divine sword, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted. Countless streams of light converged, ultimately coalescing into a 9-colored gem embedded into the heart of light at the breach. Now was the time. Xue Yun's eyes ignited with an unprecedented glow as he felt the sacred power surging within him, the collective will of all the sacrificed titled Douluos. System. Channel all the power of faith, ignite my lifeblood, and infuse it all. The voice of the system trembled with emotion. The power of faith ignites. Lifeblood ignites. Xue Yun's figure merged with the radiant divine sword as he raised the sacred blade high, his voice resonating across the heavens. Divine technique. All spirits unite. There were no extravagant maneuvers. Only a radiant pillar of 9 colors pierced through the heavens, bearing the collective will of countless titled Douluos and the resolve to protect the continent. Striking towards the Nether ancestor. Terror filled the Nether ancestor's eyes as he desperately unleashed energy in resistance. Yet before the 9-colored pillar, he was as fragile as paper. No. This is impossible. I am a demigod. How could you mortals ever kill me? As the pillar cleaved through, the massive form of the Nether ancestor froze in place. A colossal fissure splitting from head to toe. So what if you kill me? His voice was laced with mad laughter. I have dragged countless souls to their doom. The continent you protect is but a joke. Ha. The laughter was abruptly silenced as the Nether ancestor's body exploded, disintegrating into ashes. At that moment, the system's vessel erupted with resplendent light, initiating golden body reconstruction, initiating divine gift. Its form began to turn translucent, the voice weary. Host, wait for me. In the instant the system vanished, the power of the divine gift rained down upon the continent like a nourishing downpour. The ruins of Spirit City visibly restored, collapsed structures re-erected, and the cracked earth healed as before. In the 7 great cities, those whose life force had been drained slowly opened their eyes. Their soul power and vitality fully restored, as if all that had transpired was merely a nightmare. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the revitalized Spirit City with divine splendor. In the square, only 3 titled Douluos remained. Qiandaolu leaning against the ethereal form of the angelic holy sword, Tang Chun propped against a broken wall, and the golden crocodile Douluo kneeling, silent tears streaming down his face. He boarded a vessel, raising the sails, as the small boat wobbled its way into the distance, becoming the most absurd survivor of this climactic battle. Gia, from now on, I shall be the leader. Hara! The sunlight cascaded upon the surface of the ocean, shimmering like a myriad of sparkling jewels, seemingly narrating the epic yet tragic battle that had transpired. The Douluo continent had returned to a state of peace. Yet, the Light Douluo, wielding the divine sword of light, had vanished without a trace from the world. In Chapter 80, Faith Endures. The moment the divine sword of light hovered at the center of the Spirit Hall's plaza, the presence of Xue Yun and the system dissipated completely, as if they had never existed. The divine gift had healed the wounds of the continent, but could not erase the indelible mark left in the hearts of the people by that fateful conflict. The ancient ancestor of the underworld was vanquished, the bloodthirsty soul locking formation crumbled, and millions of souls were resurrected. However, as the populace jubilantly emerged from their homes to seek the savior of their world, the Light Douluo, they found that he had long since disappeared. Only the blue and gold intertwined divine sword in the plaza attested to the reality of their ordeal. Heaven Dou gazed upon the divine sword, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. Weighing 96,000 pounds, the sword could only be grasped by Xue Yun in a conventional manner. Despite his numerous attempts, even wielding his formidable level 98 spirit power, he could barely lift the sword half a foot off the ground. This artifact, embodying the will of numerous titled Douluos, seemed to exist solely for Xue Yun. Has he truly departed? Heaven Dou murmured to himself, turning to survey the ravaged spirit hall. The divine gift had restored the structures, yet it could not mend the wounds of the human heart. In that climactic battle, nearly all titled Douluos of the continent had perished. Ultimately, only he, Tang San of the Haotian sect, and the golden crocodile Douluo from the spirit hall remained. The Luo Empire bore witness to the fall of all the titled Douluos from the 5 major sects, including Poison Do Xue, who had become a part of the Heart of Light. From that moment, the Douluo continent was enveloped in a prolonged silence. For over 30 years hence, no soul master broke through to the titled Douluo realm. It was as if the battle had drained the continent of its fortune, rendering the cultivation of soul masters extraordinarily arduous. Level 90 became an insurmountable chasm for all soul masters. The royal offerings of the Luo Empire, the heirs of the 5 major sects, and countless prodigies found themselves thwarted, never able to touch the threshold of titled Douluo in their lifetimes. Gradually, the visage of the Light Douluo faded from public memory, leaving only a vague silhouette in legends, a figure wielding a divine sword, slaying demigods with a mortal frame to save the continent. 5 years later, the Spirit Hall delivered news that would reverberate throughout the continent. Heaven Dou, at level 98, had expended 5 years in finally relocating the divine sword of light from the plaza to the newly constructed Temple of Light. Over these 5 years, he had endeavored daily with his level 98 spirit power to move the sword, yet he had repeatedly failed. Until one day, he suddenly comprehended that the weight of the divine sword was not merely physical, but also spiritual. A consolidation of the will of numerous titled Douluos and a testament to the duty of safeguarding the continent. In that moment of enlightenment, Heaven Dou's spirit power bottleneck abruptly loosened, and he completed the 8th trial of the angel, his final trial, breaking through to level 99, becoming a grand offering under the angelic throne, destined to remain at that level for eternity. With the strength of level 99, he finally raised the 96,000-pound divine sword, placing it in the highest sanctum of the Temple of Light. Thus, the Spirit Hall boasted 3 temples: the Pope's Hall, the Douluo Hall, Temple of Angels, and the Temple of Light. Heaven Dou held 5 distinguished titles: the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, an Elder of the Judgment Hall, the Lord of the Douluo Hall, the Lord of the Light God Hall, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, thus becoming the most revered figure on the continent. He proclaimed to the entire continent in the name of his 4 titles: the Messenger of Light, Zhao, sacrifices himself for the continent and has attained the path of the God of Light. Henceforth, he established the Light God Hall, sharing faith with the divine angels. All beings of the Douluo continent may offer their prayers. This was a tacit deception. Heaven Dou understood that Xue Yun might still be alive, yet he chose to deify him in the name of the God of Light, wishing to perpetuate this will of guardianship eternally. As news spread, the continent trembled. People flocked to Spirit City, worshipping before the Light God Hall. Some came to express gratitude, others to beseech strength, and still others in search of spiritual solace. The faith in light and angels gradually intertwined with the very blood of the Douluo continent. Meanwhile, in Tindo City, Xue Yun aged a decade overnight. The disappearance of his brother became an everlasting ache within his heart. Even with his son, Xue Yuan, safe and sound, and the prosperity of Tindo City restored, he could no longer muster a smile. "Father, if only you and uncle were here, you would not wish to see me like this." Xue Yuan had grown into a young man, his features reminiscent of Xue Yun. Xue Yun remained silent, gazing out at Tindo City, his eyes filled with an unshakable longing. Over the span of 30 years, 2 names quietly emerged across the continent. Guangling, wielding the spirit bow of Light Ling, broke through to rank 80 as a soul Douluo at the age of 30. He adhered to Xue Yun's teachings, joined the Spirit Hall, and served in the Light God Hall, diligently polishing the elusive sword of light each day. When questioned about his unwavering devotion to the temple, he merely replied, "I await a person." Yi Lian, with the spirit shadow blade, ascended to the pinnacle of rank 89 over 35 years, just a step away from becoming a titled Douluo. She never aligned herself with any faction, instead choosing to silently protect Guangling and safeguard all that Xue Yun had left behind. Some called her a specter. Others deemed her the embodiment of justice, yet none knew her name. On a particular day, on the streets of Spirit City, a brother and sister walked leisurely. The sister had fully recovered, her complexion radiant, while the brother had grown into a tall young man, though a gentle warmth still lingered in his brow. Yuguan, look. There stands the Light God Hall. The sister pointed to the distant golden structure, her eyes filled with reverence. Yuguan looked up, sunlight cascading upon the temple's spire, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. 30 years prior, that ragged little boy selling chrysanthemums at the street corner had now become an outer servant of the Spirit Hall. He would forever remember the figure who had handed him the miraculous Tongtian chrysanthemum and the words, "I am the messenger of light, the Light Douluo." "Sister, let us pay our respects," Yuguan murmured. The siblings approached the Light God Hall, kneeling in earnest devotion alongside countless worshippers. "Thank you, God of Light, thank you. Divine angels." The sister clasped her hands in prayer, wishing for eternal peace across the continent, and for the soul of their benefactor to rest in tranquility. Yuguan gazed at the sword of light atop the temple, silently vowing, "Benefactor, I have succeeded. I have protected my sister and preserved the peace you traded your life for. Should there be a next life, I shall surely follow in your footsteps." My heart aligned with the light. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, enveloping each person before the temple in warmth and sanctity. 30 years have elapsed, and the figure of the radiant Douluo has long since faded, transforming into a belief that permeates every inch of the Douluo continent. Perhaps this is the most fitting conclusion. He came, he fought, he protected. That is enough. Chapter 0, Side Story, The Matter of the Twin Peaks. In the 30th year following the fall of the old ancestor of the Netherworld, the Douluo continent is shrouded in an eerie silence. On the night the radiant divine sword drank blood, it seemed as if half of the continent's fortune had been siphoned away. Over the past 30 years, no soul master has managed to transcend to the titled Douluo realm. The once scattered title powerhouses have become mere symbols that exist only in legends. The Tindo Empire steadily expands under the residual glow of the past. The Xinghua Empire quietly accumulates strength, while the Spirit Hall remains an unshakable giant in the realm of soul masters, solely due to the enduring presence of Heaven Dou. This is an era belonging to two men. Heaven Dou, the high priest of the Spirit Hall, had already reached the pinnacle of 99th level limit Douluo 30 years ago. His silver hair cascades down, surrounded by a halo of sacred light, wielding the breath of angels that traverses the heavens, undefeated and hailed as the unmatched in the sky. Tang San, the patriarch and elder of the Haotian sect, achieved divinity alongside Heaven Dou, also attaining the 99th level. His wild black hair and a pair of Haotian hammers wielded with the might to alter the very essence of the battlefield have rendered him invincible on land, earning him the moniker of unmatched on land. Though their strengths are nearly equal, they are starkly different. Heaven Dou's might lies in his ultimate sanctity and area domination, while Tang San excels in unparalleled strength and close combat prowess. They are rivals and the only ones capable of understanding each other. Having engaged in numerous sparring matches over 30 years, yet always finding themselves evenly matched. Heaven Dou, would you dare to accompany me to a certain place? One day, leaning on his Haotian hammer, Tang San called out towards the direction of the Spirit Hall. Heaven Dou stood atop the statue of the angel, his voice resonating like a great bell. "Tang San, are you seeking a fight again? Sea God Island." A glint of sharpness flickered in Tang San's eyes. "I have heard that it conceals the secrets to becoming a deity. Would you dare to venture forth?" After a moment of silence, Heaven Dou chuckled. "What is there to fear? It is a perfect opportunity for you to witness who truly is the strongest." 3 months later, the two appeared amidst the raging waves outside Sea God Island. As soon as they set foot on the island, a figure blocked their path. She was a woman clad in a blue gown, her beauty unparalleled, surrounded by the essence of the sea. She was the high priestess of Sea God Island, Poseidon Douluo. "Intruders, to trespass upon Sea God Island, you must pass my test." Poseidon's voice was calm, yet bore an undeniable authority. "Then let us see." Tang San was the first to strike, his Haotian hammer descending with the force of 1,000 tons. Heaven Dou followed closely, activating his angel spirit, the sacred light tearing through the clouds. However, Poseidon stood by the shore, gently raising her hand, and the entire ocean seemed to awaken. The colossal waves surged, transforming into countless water dragons that effortlessly deflected their attacks. She harnessed the ocean's power, simultaneously suppressing 2 limit Douluos. Unmatched in the ocean, Tang San gasped, for the first time revealing a grave expression. Heaven Dou too was astonished by the woman's strength, capable of resonating with the sea, far beyond imagination. On that day, both men faced defeat, yet they developed a unique sentiment toward this oceanic sovereign. Yet she was reluctant to offend the formidable influence of the Heaven Dou angel family. a force potent enough to overturn the very foundation of the sea god island. Should you truly wish to remain on the island, Poseidon shall eventually speak. Her gaze shifting between the two, she urged them to pursue divinity. Whoever achieves godhood, I shall embrace their intentions. This statement, originally a mere expedient, was taken to heart by Tang Chun. Xiandao watched the direction in which Tang Chun departed, glancing at the undeniable concern reflected in Poseidon's eyes, and sighed deeply. He recognized his defeat, lost to that audacious gamble of courage. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of the sea surrounding Sea God Island, Poseidon would gaze daily towards the continent, tightly clutching that letter, waiting for decades on end. The era belonging to the Twin Peaks had quietly drawn to a close with the passage of time, while a new epoch on the continent was set to dawn a century hence. Chapter 81, A Century of Time, revised, in the Douluo continent. Time flowed like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers. A century was sufficient to transform vast oceans into fertile fields. Most who had once witnessed that climactic battle had long since turned to dust. Only the radiant blue-gold intertwined holy sword of the Spirit Hall remained, silently narrating the glorious past. The shadow of the netherworld ancestor had long dissipated, and the legends of the soul-locking bloodthirsty array had devolved into taboo. Yet, the faith in the god of light and the angelic deity continued to be passed down through generations across the continent. On this day, the Primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City welcomed a unique student. A young boy with black hair and eyes, carrying a satchel, stepped through the academy gates with eyes filled with aspirations for the future, guided by his instructor. His name was Tang San, a name destined to stir the winds of change across the continent. Almost concurrently with Tang San's entrance into Notting Academy, in a hidden space within Heaven Dou City, a figure that had slumbered for a century slowly opened its eyes. Buzz, a gentle golden light enveloped Xue Yun's form. As the process of reconstructing his golden body approached its conclusion, the system's flying object hovered nearby, its rotund body flickering with a faint glow, clearly exhausted. Warning: the reconstruction program for the golden body has encountered a malfunction. Energy fluctuations are abnormal. The system's voice bore a hint of panic. Xue Yun felt an excruciating pain coursing through him, as if countless needles were piercing his very marrow. He yearned to scream, yet no sound emerged. He could only watch helplessly as his body reformed and transformed amidst the golden light. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the torment finally subsided. Xue Yun gradually sat up, surveying his new physique, still tall and handsome, yet markedly different from a century prior, possessing less sharpness and more warmth, akin to a friendly neighbor. At last, I have survived, he murmured to himself, the century-long slumber akin to an interminable dream, filled with the sacrifice of comrades, the tears of loved ones, and the continent's mourning. Instinctively, he sought to summon his martial soul, longing to feel that familiar sacred power. However, no matter how he urged his soul power, the ethereal figure of the radiant phoenix remained absent. Xue Yun furrowed his brow and attempted once more, but the result remained unchanged. The system's flying object sluggishly approached, its voice tinged with regret. Host, I am sorry. Enough with the pleasantries, speak quickly. Xue Yun's tone was laden with urgency. At that moment, the process of reshaping the divine body required the invocation of powers akin to those of deities, yet at the critical juncture, an unfamiliar divine consciousness interfered. The system's voice diminished, stating that the radiant phoenix martial spirit had sustained some damage and was in an unstable condition, functioning intermittently. I do not advise you to use it now. Should it go out of control, it would be disastrous. I am exerting all efforts to repair it. But it requires time. Xue Yun's expression darkened. The radiant phoenix was the martial spirit he was most familiar with, once his pillar of support. Yet it had now become a liability. However, do not worry. The system quickly added, to compensate you, I have unlocked the second martial spirit privilege. There are numerous powerful martial spirits available for selection. As the system spoke, a series of martial spirit names appeared before Xue Yun. Heavenly Hammer, 7 Killing Sword. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, Xianyuan Sword, Excalibur, Radiant Holy Dragon, and Turkey, the undeveloped version of the Evil Fire Phoenix. Xue Yun's gaze traversed from the Heavenly Hammer to the Radiant Holy Dragon, a smile gradually emerging in his eyes. Each of these martial spirits was indeed exceptional. However, upon seeing the last one, his lips twitched uncontrollably. What on earth is that last one? Turkey? The undeveloped version of the Evil Fire Phoenix? System, are you doing this on purpose or have you malfunctioned? Am I being taken for granted? I did not mean to. The system hastily clarified. It might be a data disorder that included the initial form of the Evil Fire Phoenix. I will correct it immediately. Observing the system's flustered demeanor, Xue Yun helplessly rubbed his temples. All right, just delete it. Let us take another look. After a moment of contemplation, His gaze settled on the radiant holy dragon. Its light attribute had the highest compatibility with him, and dragon-type martial spirits possessed immense potential. He decided on the radiant holy dragon. Ding! Your second martial spirit has been selected, Radiant Holy Dragon. The system's voice expressed relief. Special reward. Host regains the cultivation level of a 7-ring soul sage. Current state of the Radiant Phoenix martial spirit. Usable, but its soul skills are unstable. Frequent use is not recommended. Special mechanism of the Radiant Holy Dragon martial spirit. No need to acquire soul rings independently. Upon reaching level 80, at level 90, it will automatically unlock a 100,000-year soul ring. Current soul ring configuration. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Radiant Holy Dragon soul skills. First soul skill, Holy Light Dragon Claw. Second soul skill, Dragon Wing Guardian. Third soul skill, Holy Dragon Roar. Fourth soul skill, Judgment of Light. Fifth soul skill, Sword of Judgment. Sixth soul skill, Descent of the Holy Dragon. Seventh soul skill, True Form of the Radiant Holy Dragon. A new identity has been woven for you. Yun Zhao, an external disciple of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Initially deemed a waste martial spirit upon awakening. It later mutated into the Radiant Holy Dragon. Displeased with the family's attitude, he left to forge his own path and is now a gold medal instructor at the Tindo Royal Academy. The system compiled the information of the two martial spirits. Name, Yun Zhao, Xue Yun. Age, appears 25. Actual age 125. First martial spirit, Radiant Phoenix, Holy Phoenix. Status, damaged. Soul abilities fluctuate unpredictably. Soul power level, 97th rank Super Duo, currently possessing only the cultivation of a 7-ring soul sage, yet influenced by the martial soul. Actual combat strength far exceeds that of peers. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, red, orange gold, 700,000 years, currently. Only able to harness the power of the first 7 rings. Soul ring skills, current status, unstable. 8th and 9th soul abilities are temporarily inaccessible due to martial soul damage. Soul bone skills, current status, partially usable, affects diminished holy light left leg soul bone, 30,000 years light speed assault. Sacred right leg soul bone, 950,000 years heavenly light break. Evil shadow crawler left arm soul bone, 100,000 years shadow tier, light and dark, radiant barrier. Flame right arm soul bone, 580,000 years Phoenix eruption strike. Ice Phoenix mental wisdom head soul bone, 400,000 years embrace of extreme cold, frost ashes eye. Eternal silence aurora kill, Ice Phoenix sacred edict. Fire Phoenix external soul bone, 400,000 years heavenly judgment of fire, divine radiant shadow. Blood Fiend Magic Tiger Torso Soul Bone, 100,000 years Blood Fiend Fury Outburst. Magic Tiger Roar Defense. The combined technique of Ice and Fire Soul Bones, Ice and Fire Divine Edict, currently inaccessible. Second Martial Soul, Radiant Holy Dragon. Status, normal. Soul Power Level, 71st rank, 7-ring Soul Sage. Soul Ring Configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Automatically unlocks the 8th Soul Ring, red at level 80. Automatically unlocks the 9th Soul Ring, red at level 90. Soul Ring Skills, Domain, Fire God Domain, currently unstable. Radiant Sacred Domain, currently unstable. Divine Artifact, Radiant Divine Sword, currently stored within the Radiant Temple of the Martial Soul City. Identity, Gold Medal Teacher at the Tindo Royal Academy. An external disciple of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, now detached. Comprehensive Evaluation, 7-ring Soul Sage Cultivation, augmented by dual martial souls. Actual combat strength comparable to Light Douluo. With unfathomable potential. Xue Yun gazed at this summary, nodding in satisfaction. This identity is quite favorable, a gold medal teacher at the Tindo Royal Academy, allowing him to conceal his true power while engaging with the continent's younger generation, facilitating future plans. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was seated in a spacious office. The wall bore a plaque of gold medal teacher, and the desk was laden with students' files. Everything appeared so vivid and authentic. System, you've done well this time. Xue Yun rose, stretching his limbs as the soul power of a 7-ring soul sage coursed through him. Though it paled in comparison to his peak, it still provided a long-lost sense of strength. Of course, the system replied proudly. Rest assured, everything has been arranged for you. Xue Yun approached the window, gazing out at the vista of the Tindo Royal Academy. After a century, the academy had changed little, remaining a premier institution for soul masters in the continent. He softly murmured the name Xue Yun, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. After a century, are you well? He was uncertain whether his beloved still walked the earth. Unsure if his elder brother Xue Yun remained alive, oblivious to how Guangling and Yilian fared. And even more uncertain if Yu Guan had matured into the future's esteemed Title Douluo. But now is not the time for sentimentality. Xue Yun clenched his fists, the sole power of the radiant holy dragon circulating in his palms, emitting a faint golden glow. At the Tindo Royal Academy, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Tang San Xue Yun's eyes. Perhaps, beginning from here would be a splendid choice. He adjusted his attire, pushed open the office door, and made his way towards the classroom. The sunlight bathed him, outlining his tall figure. A brand new story was about to unfold. Chapter 82, In Remembrance of the Heroes. The morning bell of the Tindo Royal Academy had just chimed when Zhao stood at the end of the corridor of the teaching building. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window panes, casting mottled shadows upon him, while his level 71 soul sage power remained restrained, leaving only an air of dignified composure. Host, are you ready? Today marks the highlight of the theoretical course, the system's flying object whirled around his shoulder, its voice tinged with anticipation. According to the settings, you are now a highly sought-after genius, a level 71 soul sage at the age of 25, hailed as the one most likely to surpass Tang Hao, who became a Title Douluo at 40, having taught at the Tindo Royal Academy for 4 years. Your students both respect and fear you, privately referring to you as the stern master Zhao. Zhao adjusted his cuffs. Fragments of over 20 years of memories woven by the system flashing through his mind, memories of teaching, admonishing, and interacting with students. Although he had not savored them in detail, they had already integrated into his very being, endowing him with a natural familiarity born from 4 years of instruction. Over time, the classes he taught had become the most unique in the academy, where nobles and commoners coexisted harmoniously, devoid of barriers. As he pushed open the classroom door, the noise instantly subsided. Over 40 students sat neatly, their attire varying from opulent to modest, yet their gazes were equally focused. Upon seeing Zhao enter, they chorused, "Good morning, teacher." Zhao approached the podium, his eyes sweeping across the youthful faces. Among them were the sons of marquises from the Tindo Empire, common boys from remote towns, daughters of merchants, and descendants of fallen nobility, all of whom sat upright, their expressions respectful. "Look, this is your achievement over the past 4 years," the system whispered. Each one of them shines like little tigers, their eyes alight with determination. Unlike his usual routine, Zhao did not pull out his lesson plan. Instead, he placed his hands on the podium and spoke solemnly. "Today, we shall not delve into the textbook. I would like to pose a question to you all." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. "Do you know why the radiant Douluo, known to the world as the god of light, was able to triumph over the darkness a century ago?" At the mention of darkness, the atmosphere in the classroom subtly shifted. The cataclysm from a century past had long become a taboo. The common folk only knew that the god of light had saved the continent, but few dared to mention the specifics of the darkness. After a brief silence, a golden-haired boy from the front row stood to answer. "Teacher, I heard from my father that it was because the god of light possessed immense strength and single-handedly vanquished the darkness. I would like to add." A girl clad in coarse garments rose beside him. The god of light wielded the divine sword of light, the mightiest sword in the world. And it was through the power of this divine weapon that he overcame the darkness. Once more, a bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses and proclaimed with vigor, "The historical texts assert that the god of light had reached the pinnacle of 99th level limit Douluo, achieving the zenith of human strength. Thus, the forces of darkness were no match." A plump noble boy raised his hand, adding, "The inscriptions of the Temple of Light record that the god of light possessed a heart filled with radiance, capable of purifying all malevolence. This was indeed the key to victory. I believe it is faith." A girl with twin braids murmured softly. At that time, the entire continent was in prayer, and the power of belief aided the god of light in overcoming the darkness. The responses varied widely, some grounded in historical accounts, others rooted in legend, and some colored by youthful imagination. The students grew increasingly animated. Even the most reserved among them could not help but join the discussion. Zhao listened quietly, waiting until the chatter subsided before raising his hand to signal for silence. "You all present valid points," he began, nodding in affirmation, his gaze softening somewhat. "Indeed, the god of light was formidable. Perhaps he truly did attain the 99th level limit Douluo. The sword of light is undeniably the supreme sword of the world, and the heart of light is indeed central. These are all critical factors for triumph." He then shifted his tone, becoming grave. "However, I contend that relying solely on these attributes is insufficient to utterly vanquish the darkness." The students fell silent, their eyes filled with confusion. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a sense of timeless power. A century ago, Darkness enveloped the entire continent, with millions of souls in 7 great cities ensnared by the soul-lock bloodthirst formation, facing imminent demise. At that time, the God of Light had not yet reached the 99th level, and was even below the 98th. The students gasped in astonishment. This starkly contradicted their understanding of Light Douluo. More importantly, he was not alone in his struggle. Yun Zhao's gaze swept across the room. At that time, all titled Douluo across the continent, including Heaven Dou of the Spirit Hall, Tang San of the Heir sect, the offerings of various empires, the strong from the 5 great sects, and even some reclusive old masters, gathered in Spirit City to fight alongside the God of Light. He paused, his voice heavy with emotion. The brutality of that battle surpassed your wildest imaginings. To forge the heart of light for the sword of light, dozens of titled Douluo sacrificed themselves, using their soul rings, martial souls, and physical forms as the materials for the creation. The names of the sword Douluo, bone Douluo, and poison Douluo, once resonant across the continent, are forever enshrined in that battle. The students listened, awestruck, the classroom enveloped in silence, with even the sound of breathing becoming distinctly audible. They had never conceived that behind the deified image of the God of Light lay such profound sacrifices. Following the battle, the fortune of the continent was nearly depleted. Yun Zhao continued. For over 30 years, no soul master could ascend to the title of titled Douluo. Even today, the number of titled Douluo is far less than it was a century ago. He surveyed the astonished faces before him, his tone softening. Ultimately, the God of Light triumphed over darkness, and in his ascension to divinity, he restored vitality to the continent, reviving millions of souls. Yet, we must remember, it was not solely his individual valor that secured this victory. Why is the Sword of Light regarded as the supreme sword of the world? Yun Zhao raised his voice. Because it embodies the collective will of dozens of titled Douluo. Why could light triumph over darkness? For it is not the brilliance of a single individual, but rather the torch ignited by the lives of countless souls. You find yourselves within the hallowed halls of the Royal Academy, where you may one day ascend to the ranks of formidable soul masters or become the very pillars of the empire. His gaze sharpened. Yet regardless of the positions you may occupy in the future, remember that true illumination does not shine solely because of one, but endures eternally through the collective resolve of many. Cast aside the barriers of status and cherish the bonds between you. This is the first step in honoring the legacy of our forebears. These words resonated like thunder within the hearts of the students. The golden-haired noble youth subtly clasped the hand of the common girl beside him, while the stout noble lad scratched his head and bestowed an apologetic smile upon the bespectacled boy he had previously mocked. The atmosphere in the classroom shifted imperceptibly, transforming from mere reverence to an enriched sense of understanding and emotional connection. Yun Zhao observed this scene, feeling a stir within his heart. Perhaps, the memories woven by the system over these 4 years are not insubstantial. The light in the eyes of these students is indeed genuine. Let us conclude for today, he announced, lifting the book from the lectern. I would like each of you to compose a reflection after class, sharing your understanding of illumination. Yes, teacher. The students replied in unison, their voices imbued with an unprecedented determination. Exiting the classroom, the sunlight was just right. Yun Zhao inhaled deeply, the sacrifices of a century past intertwining with the vitality of the present, evoking a disorienting sense of temporal overlap. Host, your lecture was truly remarkable. The system exclaimed with heartfelt admiration, though it soon expressed a hint of regret. Alas, we are unable to assess the accumulation of faith values at this moment. I too sustained damage during the reconstruction of the golden body. Only by acquiring the Sword of Light can I reconnect to the faith network. Yun Zhao lifted his gaze towards the direction of Spirit City, the silhouette of the Temple of Light appearing faintly on the horizon. I shall obtain it, he murmured softly. One day, in the corridor, students gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing the recent lesson, their words brimming with visions of the future. Listening to their youthful voices, Yun Zhao felt a smile unconsciously grace his lips. Perhaps, by nurturing these children, he was also amassing the luminous strength for the future. He quickened his pace towards the office. Chapter 83, The First Attack Douluo of the Continent. He paused, turning around to see an elderly man clad in a dark green commissioner's robe approaching with measured steps. The elder appeared gaunt, his gaze profound, exuding the steady aura of an 81st level soul Douluo, none other than the head of the 3 commissioners of the Tindo Royal Academy, Chief Commissioner Meng Xinji, with the martial spirit of Black Demon. Meng Xinji stroked his graying beard, a warm smile gracing his face. Teacher Yun Zhao, your theoretical lecture was truly splendid. I heard the students discussing it just outside in the corridor. He then shifted the topic. A distinguished guest has come to the academy expressly to meet you. A distinguished guest? Yun Zhao felt a flicker of intrigue, rapidly sifting through the 20 years of memories woven by the system. Despite his renown during these 4 years of teaching, he had seldom interacted with external forces, let alone receive a visit from someone of high standing. Host. There are no records in the system database. This must be an unexpected occurrence. The system whispered softly from his shoulder, "Be cautious, do not reveal too much." Suppressing his curiosity, Yun Zhao nodded. "May I inquire as to the identity of this esteemed guest?" As Yun Zhao gently opened the door to the parlor, he beheld 2 figures standing by the window, gazing at the scenic views of the academy. One of them, appearing to be in his 30s, was clad in a moon-white robe adorned with the unique, glazed patterns of the 7 treasures, glazed tile sect, with a handsome visage and a demeanor exuding warmth. He was none other than Ning Fengji, the current leader of the sect. Although he refrained from releasing his soul power, an air of calm authority, characteristic of one who has long held a position of power, surrounded him. Behind him stood a tall elder, seemingly around 50 years of age, dressed in a plain gray robe, with hands clasped behind his back and eyes sharp as an eagle's. He emanated a faint yet unmistakable pressure typical of a 95th level Light Douluo, undoubtedly one of the 2 main pillars of the sect, Bon de la Guron. Yun Zhao understood their identities well, though his expression remained composed. A century ago, Ning Wuqing of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect was adept at attracting talent, and it appeared that a century later, his descendant, Ning Fengji, possessed the same knack. "Lord Ning, Lord Guron," Meng Xinji said as he stepped forward, clasping his hands together with a smile. "Thank you for your patience." Ning Fengji turned to Yun Zhao, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes as he extended his hands in greeting. "I presume this is the esteemed teacher Yun Zhao, renowned across the continent? It is an honor to finally meet you." "You flatter me," Yun Zhao replied, returning the gesture with a tone that was neither servile nor haughty, refraining from revealing his knowledge of Ning's identity while not pretending to be unaware. Meng Xinji hastily introduced, "Teacher Yun, this is Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, and beside him is Bon de la Guron." He then turned to Ning Fengji, "Lord Ning, this is our academy's distinguished gold medal teacher, Yun Zhao, a 71st level assault system soul master, whose achievements at such a young age are truly remarkable." "Indeed. Heroes emerge in youth," Ning Fengji remarked, expressing his admiration for Yun Zhao's expertise in both theory and practice, which had already spread across the continent. "I have come here not only to visit the Tindo Royal Academy, but also to meet a young talent like teacher Yun Zhao." Yun Zhao smiled faintly. "It is an honor to receive the recognition of the esteemed 7 Treasures glazed tile sect." He then shifted the conversation, directly inquiring, "May I ask, aside from the visit, what other matters bring you here today, Lord Ning?" Ning Fengji appeared momentarily taken aback by Yun Zhao's forthrightness, but soon smiled. "Teacher Yun is indeed straightforward. To be candid, I have heard that although you teach at the Tindo Royal Academy, you have never aligned yourself with any faction. I am here to sincerely invite you, on behalf of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, to join us." His tone was earnest as he presented a compelling offer. "Should you choose to join, the sect would welcome you with the position of elder, and you would receive priority access to soul bones, soul rings, and cultivation resources. With your talent, it would not be long before you could aspire to become a Light Douluo, perhaps even surpassing Tang Hao's record of the Haoyan sect." What a remarkable approach. A century ago, Ning Wuqing employed similar tactics, and now Ning Fengji follows suit? The system marveled within Yun Zhao's mind. However, the offer of an elder position along with resource benefits is undeniably enticing. Yun Zhao shared this sentiment, recognizing that the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect's recruitment was always among the finest on the continent, making it likely that any soul master would be tempted by such an invitation. However, he had long since resolved to establish a brand new force, one genuinely centered around the principle of light, rather than being tethered to the existing sect system. He shook his head slightly, his tone both polite and resolute. "I am grateful for your kindness, Sect Master Ning, but I currently have no intention of joining any faction. I fear I must disappoint your goodwill." The smile on Ning Fengji's face faltered for a moment before returning to its usual composure, clearly having been prepared for rejection. Instead of displaying anger, he deftly remarked, "In that case, I shall not press the matter." He shifted the topic. "The 7 Treasures glazed tile school has always maintained a friendly rapport with the Heaven Dou Empire. Might I inquire if teacher Yun Zhao would be willing to accept an external appointment to occasionally impart knowledge to our disciples at my sect? I assure you, the remuneration will be quite generous." This was a fallback strategy. Unable to recruit him into the sect, they sought to establish a connection through collaboration, which exemplified the wisdom that allowed the 7 Treasures glazed tile school to maintain its esteemed position among the top 3 sections. Dream Machine, standing by, quickly intervened, casting a knowing glance at Yun Zhao, and cheerfully remarked, "Yun Zhao, Sect Master Ning is genuinely sincere, and this presents a splendid opportunity to foster communication between the Academy and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yun Zhao immediately grasped the implication. This was a gesture of goodwill. Even if they could not become allies, maintaining a cordial relationship would benefit both parties. He nodded in agreement. With Sect Master Ning's intentions, I shall not decline. I accept the external teaching role. After a moment's reflection, he added, let us schedule it for 3 days from now. I will arrange my current classes. Excellent. We shall await your esteemed presence at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in 3 days. Ning Fengji replied with satisfaction. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Dream Machine before taking his leave. Yun Zhao, along with Dream Machine, escorted Ning Fengji and Gu Rong to the Academy's entrance. Throughout the encounter, Gu Rong had scarcely uttered a word, but just before departing, he cast a penetrating glance at Yun Zhao, one that bore scrutiny and a hint of subtle inquiry. Once the two figures had vanished from view, Dream Machine turned back. A hint of intrigue in his gaze as he regarded Yun Zhao. You were quite decisive in rejecting the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's offer. Do you realize how many soul masters would vie eagerly for the chance to become elders there? I truly do not plan to align myself with any faction. Yun Zhao responded candidly. I have grown accustomed to freedom and wish to avoid constraints. Dream Machine nodded, refraining from further questioning, and shifted the discussion to a more serious matter, his tone taking on a weighty air. Speaking of which, a significant event has recently unfolded on the continent, of which you may be unaware. Oh, what is it? Yun Zhao inquired, curiosity piqued. Merely half a month ago, it was reported that the Sword Douluo Chen Xian had engaged in a conflict with the Grand Priest Heaven Dou in Wuhan City. Dream Machine lowered his voice. It is said that Chen Xian single-handedly managed to injure Grand Priest Heaven Dou. The entire continent is now buzzing with the news that Sword Douluo Chen Xian is the foremost attacking Douluo of the present age. What? Yun Zhao's pupils constricted. A tempest of emotions surging within him. He had never anticipated that Chen Xian could injure Heaven Dou. Heaven Dou was a 99th level limit Douluo, a grand priest under the angel god, with unfathomable strength. Although Chen Xian was a 96th level title Douluo with unparalleled mastery in the sword, to be capable of injuring Heaven Dou was beyond reason. How could this be possible? The system too was astonished. Heaven Dou is akin to a deity. Yet, Yun Zhao began to ponder deeper questions. The conflict between Chen Xian and Heaven Dou signifies that the relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall has become increasingly tense. This tension may alter the fates of certain individuals. Has Guangling, the youth who once revered him as a mentor and later joined the Spirit Hall, now matured into a title Douluo? Will Yu Guan, the little boy who sold chrysanthemums at the street corner, still aspire to become the future chrysanthemum Douluo, serving alongside the enigmatic ghostly spirit at the Spirit Hall? Yun Zhao opened his mouth, his heart a tumult of emotions. He remains uncertain whether this sudden change is a blessing or a curse for Guangling and Yu Guan. Will they still tread the path that seems preordained? The sun continues to shine brightly, yet Yun Zhao feels an inexplicable heaviness. He gazes towards the direction of Spirit City, as if he can perceive the outlines of the Temple of Light, the towering angel temple that has stood for a century, and the undercurrents hidden in the shadows. The impending journey to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in 3 days appears to gain newfound significance. Chapter 84. The Lecture at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Entrusting the curriculum of the Tindo Royal Academy to a familiar colleague, Yun Zhao shouldered a simple pack and set forth on his journey to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The system's flying objects circled above him, occasionally reporting on the distribution of spirit beasts along the way, which alleviated the monotony. Host, we are approaching the vicinity of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The system reminded him. Ning Fengji and the others should be waiting. Lifting his gaze, Yun Zhao caught sight of a grand sect built against the mountains in the distance. The glazed structures shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, unmistakably the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sections. As he neared the mountain gate, indeed, he found Ning Fengji and others waiting there. Beside him stood Bon Douluo Gu Rong and a stern middle-aged man clad in white, exuding the formidable aura of a 96th level title Douluo, undoubtedly Sword Douluo Chen Xian. Both were grandsons of Bon Douluo Gu Feng and Sword Douluo Chen Wufeng from a century ago, making them the sons of Gu Feng and Qin Jianjun, contemporaries of Yun Zhao. Observing their faces, reminiscent of their illustrious ancestors, Yun Zhao could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia for the passage of time. What drew more attention was the delicate little girl beside Ning Fengji, around 6 years old, with her hair styled in twin buns and dressed in an exquisite glazed-colored dress. She was Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong. The little one curiously scrutinized Yun Zhao, her large eyes brimming with vivacity. Teacher Yun Zhao, thank you for your journey. Ning Fengji approached with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. We have kept you waiting. Chen Xine nodded slightly, his gaze sharp as a sword, scrutinizing Yun Zhao, but also tinged with an inexplicable familiarity, a fleeting sensation as if he had seen a similar aura in a family portrait. Bon Deluo Gu Rong laughed heartily. Young friend Yun Zhao, indeed, you are exceptionally accomplished, far surpassing my youth. This is my daughter, Ning Rongrong, who recently awakened her martial soul. She can be quite mischievous, so I hope teacher Yun Zhao will be understanding. Ning Fengji introduced, pulling Ning Rongrong closer. Rongrong. Greet teacher Yun Zhao. Ning Rongrong pouted slightly and mumbled a soft hello. Teacher, yet her eyes remained curiously fixed upon Yun Zhao, clearly intrigued by this renowned young teacher of the continent. Yun Zhao observed her haughty demeanor, which evoked memories of the proud noble youths from a century ago. A subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, Miss Ning possesses remarkable spirit. The group of 5 entered the gates of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Along the way, disciples who beheld Ning Fengji and the 2 titled Douluos bowed respectfully, their gazes filled with curiosity and reverence. It was evident that anyone capable of being personally welcomed by the sect leader and the 2 esteemed figures was no ordinary individual. Upon reaching the plaza within the sect, dozens of children were already lined up in neat rows, their ages predominantly ranging from 6 to 12. Among them were core disciples who inherited the 7 Treasures glazed tower spirit, as well as descendants of external battle-type soul masters. According to the ancestral teachings of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, auxiliary soul masters must take battle-type soul masters as spouses, fostering a complementary relationship between the 2 disciplines within the sect. These are our new generation disciples, Ning Fengji introduced. Teacher Yun Zhao, I shall trouble you today. I have some matters to attend to and shall not intrude further. He deliberately left Ning Rongrong in the lineup, instructing, Rongrong, ensure you learn well from teacher Yun Zhao. Reluctantly, Ning Rongrong responded with a hum, her gaze darting towards Yun Zhao, clearly not prioritizing her studies. Ning Fengji and the sword and bone Douluos quietly retreated to a distant observation platform, leaving Yun Zhao to face the group of children alone. The children in the plaza curiously scrutinized Yun Zhao, their whispers rising and falling. Is he the genius teacher my father spoke of? He looks so young. I heard he is only over level 70, far inferior to Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu. My father mentioned his spirit is formidable, a top-tier beast spirit. No sooner had the last voice faded than Yun Zhao manifested his martial soul, the Holy Light Dragon. A nearly 10-meter-long golden dragon apparition materialized behind him, its scales shimmering with a sacred radiance, 7 soul rings arranged in perfect order. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The exquisite light attribute radiated outward. And although he did not exude any oppressive aura, it carried a divine sense of purification that instantly silenced all chatter. The children were awed into silence, even the most mischievous among them instinctively straightening their backs. Only Ning Rongrong pouted, muttering under her breath, it pales in comparison to Grandpa Jian's sword. Growing up alongside titled Douluos, she had long since developed immunity to the prowess of soul saints. Yun Zhao observed all this without concern, retracting his martial soul and proclaiming, I am aware that among you are auxiliary and battle-type soul masters. Today, we shall begin with the fundamental classifications of soul masters, the assault type, agility type, control type, auxiliary type, and a particularly unique pure attribute type, such as the pure agility type. His pace was steady, weaving together over 20 years of memories from the system and his own experiences as a 97th level Super Douluo, elucidating the characteristics of various soul masters in a manner both profound and accessible. As his explanation deepened, some of the younger children began to show signs of fatigue. They had largely encountered these theories upon entry, finding them rather dull. Noticing this, Yun Zhao shifted his focus, speaking of the suppression of assault types. I once came across a record of the God of Light in an ancient text. It is said that a century ago, when faced with darkness, the God of Light utilized the utmost suppression of the assault type, sealing the powers of darkness within a fixed range, leaving the adversary no respite. Host, your transition is remarkably seamless. The system exclaimed from the sidelines. Have you truly invoked the God of Light? Indeed, upon hearing the phrase God of Light, the children instantly perked up. Even those who had been yawning ceased their actions, their eyes sparkling as they fixed their gaze upon Yun Zhao. What soul technique did the God of Light use? A little boy couldn't restrain his curiosity. Is his sword of light exceptionally powerful? Yun Zhao smiled and nodded, weaving his own battle experiences into the legendary tale of the God of Light. The sword of light wielded by the God of Light delivers strikes imbued with the purest essence of luminosity, not only exhibiting immense power, but also possessing the ability to purify dark energies. In one particular battle, he unleashed 7 soul techniques in rapid succession, leaving the darkness unable to mount an effective counterattack. As he narrated, He interspersed practical combat skills of the assault type, captivating the children, even those previously drowsy now attentive. Ning Rongrong leaned in closer, her large eyes unblinking. Although she lacked interest in theory, she was utterly fascinated by the tale of the God of Light. Having covered the theory sufficiently, let us now observe its application in practice, Yun Zhao declared, clapping his hands. Follow me to the trial arena. The children cheered and followed, even Ning Rongrong hastening to keep pace with the group. Within the trial arena, Yun Zhao stood at the center of the open space and proclaimed, I am a level 71 assault system battle soul saint, with the martial soul of the Holy Dragon of Light. My soul techniques are Holy Light Dragon Claw, Dragon Wing Guardian, Holy Dragon's Roar, Judgment of Light, Sword of Judgment, Descent of the Holy Dragon, and True Form of the Holy Dragon. Taking a deep breath, his seventh soul ring suddenly illuminated. Seventh soul technique, True Form of the Holy Dragon. Roaring, a golden dragon phantom merged with Yun Zhao, his form cloaked in dragon scales. A pair of golden wings unfurling from his back, the aura of a seven-ringed soul saint erupting in full force. First soul technique, Holy Light Dragon Claw. Fourth soul technique, Judgment of Light. Sixth soul technique, Descent of the Holy Dragon. Despite not facing any adversary, Yun Zhao seamlessly connected his soul techniques. The sharpness of the Holy Light Dragon Claw, the area suppression of Judgment of Light, and the domain enhancement of Descent of the Holy Dragon flowed together without any interruption, as if a formidable enemy was being relentlessly cornered before him. Executing 5 soul techniques in succession, his movements were as fluid as a flowing stream, each transition impeccably timed, showcasing a combat awareness far surpassing that of his peers. Wow! The children watched in awe, even forgetting to breathe. Incredible! Much more spectacular than Teacher Zhang's soul techniques. Teacher Zhang, are you even speaking human language? Is this the suppression of the assault system? So impressive. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothing. Although she did not grasp the intricacies of combat skills, she could feel the overwhelming momentum, more vivid and striking than when she had merely listened to the story. This practical demonstration, merging theory with real combat, completely captivated the group of children. Even the most proud Ning Rongrong regarded Yun Zhao with newfound seriousness, though her words remained teasing. Humph, still far inferior to Grandpa's sword. From a distance, on the observation platform, Sword Douluo Chen Xian rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes, truly deserving of being a gold medal instructor at the Tindo Royal Academy. At such a tender age, possessing a solid theoretical foundation and practical experience, he indeed deserves the accolades from the continent. Bon Douluo Gurong nodded in agreement. Indeed, reaching level 71 and wielding soul skills to such an extent showcases a talent that far surpasses his peers. What a pity he is not part of our sect. Host, did you hear that? The sword Bon Douluo is singing your praises. The system swayed with delight. Your combination of theory and practice surpasses that so-called invincible theorist Yu Shaojing by 100-fold. That fellow's 10 core theories of martial souls are merely a hodgepodge of plagiarism. He hasn't even grasped the essence of the assault system suppression, yet dares to call himself a master? Yun Zhao smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He observed the children gathering around, eager to inquire about the God of Light's subsequent tales, particularly noting Ning Rongrong's blend of pride and curiosity. He understood that to tame this little princess, he would need to rely on storytelling. Sunlight poured over the trial grounds, weaving golden rays with the laughter of children, creating a uniquely engaging lesson that was just beginning to flourish. Chapter 85, Taking Disciples? Not a chance. Monetary compensation? Quite acceptable. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the 7-treasure, glazed tile school in a warm golden hue, as the clamor of the trial grounds gradually subsided. Yun Zhao looked at the children surrounding him, still inquiring about the God of Light's story, and affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, who stood at the forefront. That will be all for today. Tomorrow I shall share the tale of the God of Light purifying the dark marsh. Yay, thank you. Teacher Yun Zhao. The children cheered as they dispersed. However, Ning Rongrong awkwardly dodged his hand, muttering softly, Who asked you to touch my head? But don't forget tomorrow's story. With that, she lifted her skirt and ran towards the waiting maidens, though the faint blush on her ears betrayed her true feelings. Host, your tactic of using stories to entice learning is simply remarkable. Even the proud little princess has fallen for it. The system whirled around Yun Zhao's shoulder, its tone brimming with admiration. Turning around, he noticed Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo Chen Xian, along with Bon Douluo Gurong, standing not far away. Ning Fengji wore a gentle smile, holding a wine jug. I have prepared some light wine in the sect hall to welcome Teacher Yun Zhao. Might you grace us with your presence? Ning Sect Master, you are too kind. Yun Zhao nodded in acceptance. Upon entering the hall of the 7-treasure, glazed tile school, Ancient beams adorned with carvings of the seven treasure glazed tile pagoda greeted them, and the air was filled with a delicate aroma of wine. The maidservants presented a few exquisite small dishes, while Ning Fengji personally poured wine for Yun Zhao. This is our sect's self-brewed glazed drunkenness, rich in flavor. Do give it a taste, teacher Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao lifted the wine cup, sipping lightly. The liquid slid down his throat, sweet with a warmth that spread through his belly, surprisingly soothing his soul power. Excellent wine, he praised. I'm glad you like it, teacher Yun Zhao. Ning Fengji also took a sip, smiling. Today, witnessing your class, I've come to understand the true balance of theory and practice. That child Rongrong listened more attentively than ever before. Miss Ning is indeed talented. She simply possesses a rather impetuous nature, Yun Zhao remarked calmly. The three continued to drink and converse, discussing soul master cultivation and the continent situation. Initially, the conversation was somewhat formal, but as several cups of wine were consumed, the atmosphere gradually warmed. Speaking of which, the demeanor of teacher Yun Zhao reminds me of a senior that my father often mentions. The sword Douluo, Chen, who had been silently savoring his tea, suddenly spoke up. Although he abstained from alcohol, he held a cup of clear tea, his gaze sharp as a blade. My father once mentioned that the esteemed elder also possesses a martial soul of the light attribute, conducting himself with integrity and an extraordinary demeanor, bearing a striking resemblance to our young friend Yun Zhao. The Bon Douluo, Gu Rong, immediately chimed in, Old swordman, your words resonate with me. The composure combined with a hint of brilliance that our young friend exudes indeed mirrors that of the Light Douluo my father occasionally referenced. Oh, is that so? Yun Zhao felt a stir in his heart, but maintained an impassive exterior, thinking it might merely be a coincidence. After all, light attribute soul masters inevitably share some common qualities. I beg to differ. Gu Rong waved his hand dismissively. My father claimed that the aura of that Light Douluo was unparalleled in his lifetime. Chen scoffed, you ignorant fool. What do you know? That is a manifestation of profound knowledge, not merely the ability to spin tales. Hey, old swordman, are you trying to argue with me again? Gu Rong retorted, his eyes wide. I only said the aura is similar, not that the knowledge is inferior. When did I ever mention knowledge? Your tone suggests as much. As the two prepared to bicker once more, Ning Fengji quickly intervened. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, please cease your quarrel. The fact that both of you find similarities implies that teacher Yun Zhao possesses remarkable qualities. He turned to Yun Zhao with an apologetic smile. I apologize, teacher Yun Zhao, for their antics. They have been bickering since my earliest memories. Yun Zhao chuckled and shook his head. Both of you, your excellencies, are refreshingly straightforward. Haha. These two clowns have been quarreling for a century and still haven't had enough? The system chuckled quietly. Yet, their ability to link your essence to their perceptions is commendable. In the following 7 days, Yun Zhao conducted classes at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School daily. He continued to weave tales of the God of Light into his theoretical teachings, occasionally guiding the children in practical combat drills, offering tailored analyses for each child's optimal combat positioning, who was suited for support, who excelled in heavy offense, and how the control type should coordinate with the support type. The children's respect for him grew steadily. Even the most mischievous among them sat attentively during lessons. Ning Rongrong arrived punctually each day. Although she still slacked in her training, she would pester Yun Zhao after class to recount stories of the God of Light battling the minions of darkness. Her once haughty demeanor had softened considerably, and she would occasionally seek advice on the synergy between support and heavy offense. Support roles are not merely about hiding in the back, Yun Zhao patiently instructed. You must anticipate the next move of the heavy offense, releasing your enhancements in advance to achieve maximum effect, just like the God of Light in his time. I know. Just like when the God of Light coordinated with the Grand Offering, always releasing enhancements a step ahead. Ning Rongrong eagerly interjected, her eyes sparkling. Teacher, could we discuss how the God of Light obtained the Sword of Light today? Yun Zhao nodded helplessly. This girl seemed to remember the stories far better than the theories. Teacher Yun Zhao, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Ning Fengji said, his expression unusually solemn. Yun Zhao felt a sense of intrigue as he followed him into the Elder Council Hall. Inside stood over a dozen elders, all of whom were 8-ringed Soul Douluo, with the Sword Douluo Chen, the first elder, and the Bone Douluo Gu Rong, the second elder, at the forefront. Ning Rongrong stood beside Ning Fengji. Adorned in an exquisite gown, her petite face taut with anticipation, yet unable to conceal her curiosity. Yun Zhao gazed at Ning Fengji, who took a deep breath and suddenly bowed with reverence, addressing Yun Zhao. Master Yun Zhao, I humbly request you to accept my daughter Rongrong as your disciple today. What? Yun Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Not only he, but the elders within the hall were equally astonished. Although they had heard of the sect leader's high regard for Yun Zhao, They never anticipated such a formal proposal. Unperturbed, Ning Fengji continued. Rongrong is the heir to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, possessing innate soul power at level 9 and a remarkable martial soul in the form of the 7 treasure glazed tile. However, her spirited nature lacks refinement. Master Yun Zhao, with your exceptional talent and profound knowledge, along with your luminous martial soul, aligns perfectly with the ethos of our school. If you were to accept Rongrong as your disciple, it would not only be her fortune but also a tremendous blessing for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He paused, presenting a more enticing offer. Should you agree? Our school is willing to provide an annual stipend of 100,000 gold soul coins, 10 rare century-old soul herbs, and a millennium soul bone, to be presented upon Rongrong's breakthrough, as a token of appreciation. Furthermore, the scripture repository of our sect would be open to you, granting you priority access to all cultivation resources. Oh my heavens! Such lavish conditions. The system exclaimed in astonishment. 100,000 gold soul coins, and a millennium soul bone. Although host, you currently lack for nothing. Who could possibly refuse an abundance of wealth? Host, this is indeed a worthy proposition. Yun Zhao was equally taken aback. The 7 treasure glazed tile school was willing to invest so heavily to win him over. He turned to Ning Rongrong, who gazed at him with wide eyes, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety replacing her usual arrogance. Refusal? Yun Zhao nearly blurted it out, but upon meeting Ning Fengji's sincere gaze and considering the astonishing offer, he reflected on his current necessity to conceal his identity and gather strength, realizing that aligning with the 7 treasure glazed tile school might not be a disadvantage. Moreover, looking at Ning Rongrong, despite her prideful demeanor, she was inherently pure-hearted and possessed exceptional talent, truly a promising pupil worthy of cultivation. Yun Zhao feigned hesitation. Master Yun Zhao, I beseech you. Gu Rong, the Heaven Dou stepped forward, momentarily shedding his playful demeanor. I have watched Rongrong grow. Her encounter with a mentor like you is fate. Jian Duluo Qinshin nodded in agreement. Young friend Yun Zhao's talent is more than sufficient to guide Rongrong. Ning Rongrong took a step forward, respectfully bowing before Yun Zhao. Her voice ringing clear, disciple Ning Rongrong earnestly requests Master Yun Zhao to accept me as your pupil. With matters reaching this point, what more could Yun Zhao say? He inhaled deeply and slowly nodded. Since sect leader Ning and the esteemed ones place such trust in me, I shall graciously accept. Splendid. Ning Fengji's face lit up with excitement. Quickly, Rongrong, formally pay your respects to your master. Ning Rongrong approached Yun Zhao, taking the ceremonial tea offered by a maid, kneeling gracefully and raising the tea above her head. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Yun Zhao received the teacup, took a sip, and solemnly declared, Rise. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. On the path of cultivation, one must exercise humility and patience, diligently striving in their efforts. Do you remember this? The disciple has taken it to heart. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The sword Duluo, Chen Xian, personally retrieved a jade pendant, presenting it to Yun Zhao. This is the elder's pendant of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. With this pendant, you can mobilize certain resources within our sect. It is a token of our sincere intentions. Yun Zhao accepted the pendant, feeling its warmth in his hand, intricately carved with the design of the 7 treasure glazed tower. Subsequently, Ning Fengji announced, by my decree, Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, officially takes Yun Zhao, the esteemed gold medal teacher of the Tindo Royal Academy, as her mentor. This matter shall be proclaimed throughout the continent. The news spread rapidly across the Duluo continent, causing a stir among various factions. The strategic move by the 7 treasure glazed tile school was masterful, under the guise of mentorship. They had secured a prodigious talent firmly to their cause. Standing within the elder assembly hall, Yun Zhao observed the respectfully poised Ning Rongrong beside him, while the system excitedly cheered in his ear, leaving him with a mix of emotions. He glanced down at Ning Rongrong, who was stealing glances at him. Upon meeting his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, though her lips betrayed a smile. Host, you have truly become a victor in life. You have a disciple, wealth, and a powerful backing. The system chimed in merrily. I wonder how Guangling would react if he learned of this. He has pursued the teacher for so long without formal acknowledgement, yet Ning Rongrong has only known him for a few days. Yun Zhao chuckled softly, realizing that if Guangling were present, he might indeed be incensed. However, gazing at the jade pendant in his hand and the hopeful expression on Ning Rongrong's face, he understood that from this moment onward, he was irrevocably tied to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, repaying the kindness of the sword Heaven Dou from years past. Chapter 86. The situation on the continent. After lingering at the 7 treasure glazed tile school for several more days, Yun Zhao focused his primary efforts on guiding Ning Rongrong's training. The young girl, after becoming a disciple, had tempered much of her pride, though she still resisted the monotony of foundational training. While support-type soul masters do not excel in direct combat, they require a robust physique to withstand intense soul power output. Yun Zhao handed her a weathered booklet. This is a body-refining method I stumbled upon, originally designed for attack-type practitioners. I have made slight modifications to better suit your auxiliary cultivation. The booklet contained a unique body refinement technique entrusted to him a century ago by Yu Xianting of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yun Zhao adjusted the technique, softening its more violent aspects while enhancing resilience and compatibility with soul power, making it particularly suitable for Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong took the booklet, flipping through it with curiosity. This method seems incredibly powerful, far more interesting than those given to me by Grandpa Jian. Chen Xin. Host. Would this not be considered appropriating the secrets of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? The system teased. If Yu Yuanjin were to find out, he might come knocking. I have merely made minor adjustments, and it is for the purpose of instructing my disciple. It cannot be deemed appropriation, Yun Zhao replied nonchalantly. Unlike certain individuals who even steal others' theories, yet dare to claim invincibility in theory, which is truly laughable. Haha, you're referring to that thief, Yu Xiaojiang, the system remarked. Only a fool like Tang San would flaunt the research achievements of others. Teacher Yun Zhao, His Majesty, and the Crown Prince have arrived, eager to meet you. Dream Machine's tone carried a sense of gravity. Yun Zhao felt a stir within, following him to the reception hall. There, besides Dream Machine, sat the second committee member, Bai Baoshan, an 80th level Soul Dalau with the martial soul of the Celestial Star Furnace, and the third committee member, Ji Lin, an 80th level Soul Dalau with the martial soul of the Azure Vine. In the main seat was a middle-aged man whose features bore a resemblance to his elder brother, Xue Yun. He was none other than the current emperor of the Tindo Empire, Xue Yi, the direct grandson of Xue Yun and the legitimate son of Xue Tianyuan. Beside him stood a young lad, around 16 years of age, with a handsome visage and a gentle demeanor. He was the recently appointed crown prince, Xue Qinghe. Yun Zhao's gaze lingered on Xue Qinghe's face for a moment. He instinctively knew that the crown prince was, in fact, a disguise of Qianren Xue. However, as her strength had not yet fully recovered, it was unwise to expose her true identity. I pay my respects to your majesty and the crown prince, Yun Zhao said, clasping his hands in greeting, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. There is no need for excessive courtesy, Teacher Yun Zhao, Xue Yi gestured with a warm smile. Having long heard of Yun Zhao's esteemed name. Indeed, you are youthful and accomplished. Your majesty is overly generous, Yun Zhao replied. I have heard that you have accepted the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Ning master as your student? Xue Yi inquired. Indeed, Yun Zhao acknowledged candidly. Miss Ning is exceptionally gifted and possesses great potential. Xue Yi nodded and turned to the three committee members beside him. I have heard from the three committee members that Teacher Yun Zhao initially declined the invitation from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but later accepted to teach, during which the master-student bond was established. That is correct, Dream Machine interjected. Though Teacher Yun Zhao has connections with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he has not joined any faction and remains a distinguished teacher at our Tindo Royal Academy. Well done. Xue Yi clapped in delight. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is an important ally of our Tindo Empire. Even if you had joined, it would have been a positive development for the Empire, let alone merely forming a master-student relationship. This not only showcases the allure of our Tindo talent, but also maintains amicable relations with our allies, a perfect balance. Indeed, Father. Xue Qing had chimed in with a smile. Teacher Yun Zhao is exceptionally gifted. At such a young age, he has already reached the 71st level of the Soul Master rank. It is certain that he will achieve the title of Douluo in the future, perhaps even surpassing the records of the esteemed Tang Hao. Why not take this opportunity to bestow upon Teacher Yun Zhao a title of nobility, to highlight our Tindo Empire's appreciation for talent? A glimmer of approval flashed in Xue Ye's eyes. What you say is quite true, Crown Prince. I shall issue an edict at once, granting Teacher Yun Zhao the title of Viscount, along with a fief of 300 households. A title? Yun Zhao felt no particular stir within, but understood this as an overture from the Tindo royalty. However, he suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. I thank your majesty for your grace, he replied, bowing. Xue Qinghe regarded Yun Zhao, a flicker of subtle scrutiny crossing his eyes. This young soul master, who had not only rejected the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's overtures, but had also garnered Ning Fengji's willingness to allow his daughter to become a disciple, was no ordinary individual. There is no need for formality, Teacher Yun Zhao, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation or require resources in the future, feel free to approach my father or communicate with me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, The Snow Knight Emperor rose to take his leave, accompanied by Xue Qing'a, while the 3 members of the Education Committee hurried forward to bid farewell. Yun Zhao followed behind, watching the royal escort vanish into the night. Indeed, Jeline remarked, with the acquisition of a title, your standing within the Heaven Dou Empire has become increasingly secure. Yun Zhao merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Host, shall we now analyze the current situation? Would you like me to assist you in organizing the information? The system offered eagerly. Please proceed, Yun Zhao replied. Regarding the 3 major sects, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is fortified by Sword Douluo Exine, level 96 Super Douluo, and Bone Douluo Gu Rome, level 95 Title Douluo. With Ning Fengji overseeing internal affairs, ensuring a solid foundation, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is led by Yu Yuan Jun, level 95 Thunder Douluo, son of Yu Tianqian, whose strength is commendable. The Haoyan sect has closed its gates and remains aloof from worldly matters, with Tang Hao expelled from the sect and currently unaccounted for. As for the 2 great empires, the Protector Douluo of the Heaven Dou Empire is Dugu Bo, level 92 Poison Douluo, grandson of Dugu Exine. The Star Luo Empire currently possesses only 1 level 94 title Douluo, whose strength is relatively formidable. Other factions, the 5 major sects have yet to present any title Douluo. Among the elders of the Spirit Hall, there exists a level 95 Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan, alongside a level 95 Enigmatic Mushroom Douluo, female, a devotee of the Light God Hall. Based on your conjecture, it is likely that Yuguan's sister is the very girl you saved years ago. And let us not forget the Light Feather Douluo, the system added. A level 97 Light Feather Douluo, currently one of the 5 offerings in the Douluo Hall of the Spirit Hall, a devotee of the Light God Hall. Rumors suggest that he is guarded by a level 98 Super Douluo. Could it be Yilian? Yun Zhao nodded. Apart from her, no one else would vigilantly protect the Light Feather. That fragile physique of the Light Feather must have caused Yi Lian endless concern. By the way, there is another crucial piece of information. A month ago, Sword Douluo Exine injured Qian Daolu in Spirit City, which has rendered the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School quite delicate. The continent is abuzz with rumors that Qian Xin is the foremost offensive Douluo on the continent, which undoubtedly provokes the Spirit Hall. Yun Zhao massaged his brow, pondering whether Qian Xin's actions would expedite Qian Rinchua's plans. Suddenly, he recalled a matter. Was there any news regarding Xue Yun from the Xue family in Water City? The system's voice grew somber. I have investigated, and in the past century, apart from the unparalleled ice attribute of the Light Feather Douluo, no other title Douluo with extreme ice attributes has appeared on the continent. Moreover, the records from the Xue family in Water City contain no mention of Xue Yun, as if she never existed. No news? Yun Zhao's heart sank. The absence of information often signifies 2 possibilities. Either one is exceptionally well concealed, or he hesitated to dwell further on the thought, gazing out at the night sky. The lights of Heaven Dou City sparkled brilliantly, yet they failed to illuminate the gloom within his heart. Jiyue, where on earth are you? The system remained quietly suspended nearby, refraining from interruption. The office was enveloped in the occasional whisper of the wind from outside, alongside Yun Zhao's heavy breaths. As the night deepened, the lights of the Heaven Dou Royal Academy extinguished one by one, save for the solitary light in Yun Zhao's office, which shone bright throughout the night. Chapter 87. Exceptional Performance. Having not slept a wink, there was not a trace of weariness in Yun Zhao's eyes. The physique of a soul saint at level 71 has long transcended that of an ordinary person. Thus, this minor expenditure is trivial to him. Standing by the window, observing the dawn's first light illuminating the horizon, he has already resolved to visit the Wuhuan city when the Tindo Royal Academy breaks for vacation. Intending to seek out Yilian. Host, have you made up your mind? The system circled around his shoulder. Wuhuan city is the stronghold of the Spirit Hall, where both Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong reside. The risks are considerable. The greater the danger, the more likely one is to uncover clues. Yun Zhao spoke in a calm tone, for both Guangling and Yi Lian were in the Hall of the God of Light, and perhaps they could provide news regarding Xue Yun. He adjusted his collar and proceeded towards the training ground. Today was a practical combat class, and he must not allow the students to perceive any anomalies. Remember, as a support-type soul master, it is not sufficient to simply remain in the rear. One must learn to anticipate the actions of teammates and release enhancements in advance. Yun Zhao called out to a pair of attack-type and support-type partners. This instruction was directed at the students, but also served as a subtle reminder for the future Ning Rongrong. Yun Zhao, wait a moment. He turned to see a middle-aged man clad in blue attire standing not far off, accompanied by 3 soul masters exuding a steady aura. The man at the forefront bore a resemblance to the second uncle from the memories woven by the system, Yin Yu. a member of the Yun clan's collateral branch and a foreign disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The three individuals behind Yun Yu were all core members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, all sharing the surname Yu, one being an 80th level 8-ring Soul Douluo, and the other two being 7-ring Soul Saints, each radiating the energy of lightning attributes. Second uncle? Yun Zhao feigned surprise, a hint of calculated detachment flickering in his eyes. Here it comes. Host, the acting mode is activated. The system excitedly whispered. Yun Yu approached with a somewhat stiff smile, hastening his steps. Yun Zhao. It has been a long time. I never expected you to achieve such success. A level 71, Battle Soul Saint, and a distinguished teacher at the Tindo Royal Academy. Truly, you have brought honor to our Yun family. One of the Yu surnamed Soul Douluo interjected. Young friend Yun Zhao, you are truly remarkable. You are indeed a prodigy of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Internally, Yun Zhao sneered, yet his exterior remained composed. Second uncle, you sought me out for a reason? Change your surname to Yu? Yun Zhao seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke, suddenly bursting into laughter, though the smile was icy. Second uncle, do you truly believe that could be possible? His voice suddenly rose, laced with repressed fury, immediately capturing the attention of nearby students and teachers. When I awakened my martial soul, it was deemed a useless martial soul, my innate soul power only at level 1. While I endured disdain within the family, where were you? My parents passed away, entrusting me to you. Yet after I awakened a useless martial soul. What was your demeanor towards me? Yun Zhao advanced step by step towards Yun Yu, his gaze sharp as a blade. You permitted other foreign disciples to bully me, treating me as a servant, and even when I was beaten to a pulp, you stood by, watching coldly, offering not a single word of rebuke. Have you forgotten all of this? As the crowd gradually gathered, the expressions on their faces shifted upon hearing these words, directing their gazes towards Yun Yu and his companions. Their eyes now tinged with scrutiny. Yun Yu's face flushed crimson as he attempted to defend himself. It was my fault back then, but the family rules were such. A useless martial soul is. And what of a useless martial soul? Yun Zhao interrupted sharply. Does a useless martial soul deserve to be bullied? Does it not deserve to exist? I found myself destitute, surviving by begging, pursued by wild dogs and assaulted by thugs, living each day on the precarious edge of existence. He pointed to his chest, exclaiming that had he not fortuitously stumbled upon the lair of the ancient soul beast of the Yalong species in the starry forest, obtaining the celestial herb, the sacred radiance dragon heart lotus, which enabled his martial soul to evolve into the radiant sacred dragon, he would have long perished in some forgotten corner. His words resonated like thunder among the onlookers. So this was his story. Teacher Yun Zhao actually had such a tragic past. The Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family was indeed outrageous. How could they treat a child in such a manner? Lacking the ability to nurture him, they now sought to win him over now that he had achieved success. What audacity! Most of the students, hailing from noble backgrounds, looked down upon such contemptible behavior, which favored the rich and kicked the poor when they were down. The teachers regarded Yun Zhao with increasing admiration, casting furious glances at Yun Yu and his entourage. The soul master behind Yun Yu, surnamed Yu, wore a grim expression, wanting to defend himself, but was interrupted by the shouts of the crowd. Get out. The Heaven Dou Royal Academy does not welcome people like you. Indeed. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Leave at once. The crowd continued to swell, their pointed remarks piercing like needles, rendering Yun Yu and his companions' faces ashen. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Yun Yu realized that staying any longer would only amplify their humiliation. He glared fiercely at Yun Zhao, uttering a menacing promise. You will regret this. With that, he and his 3 core members awkwardly squeezed through the throng and hastily departed from the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. Everyone, please disperse. Thank you. Yun Zhao addressed the gathering, bowing slightly, his tone regaining its calm, though a hint of grievance lingered in his eyes. Seeing this, the crowd gradually dispersed, their gazes towards Yun Zhao now tinged with sympathy and respect. As the throng receded, the emotions on Yun Zhao's face faded instantly, and a barely discernible smirk graced his lips. Host impressive. Such acting skills would be wasted if you didn't become an actor. The system chirped excitedly on his shoulder. That expression of indignation, that tearful accusation, even I was almost convinced. Of course, do you not know who I am? The system replied with pride, but truly. The Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family's actions have essentially handed you a chance to enhance your reputation. Now it seems the entire faculty and student body are on your side. Yun Zhao smiled, turning towards the administrative building. The sunlight bathed him, casting a long shadow behind him. This performance was masterful. It not only severed any chances of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family winning him over, but also further solidified his standing within the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. Truly, a dual victory. Yet, As he touched the elder's jade pendant from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school at his waist, he pondered, how would Xue Yun, a friend of his father, respond to today's events? Perhaps the days of tranquility would not last long. He quickened his pace, with a myriad of course arrangements awaiting his attention. As for the threat posed by the blue electric tyrant dragon family, it hardly weighed on his mind. Chapter 88, Journey to Soul Master City. In the ensuing 3 months, Yun Zhao's life became both orderly and fulfilling. At the Tindo Royal Academy, he remained the stern yet captivating teacher renowned for his extraordinary tales, instilling a deeper sense of reverence among his students. In terms of cultivation, the system's double training speed enhancement proved remarkably effective, as his soul power steadily progressed. Now merely a step away from reaching level 72, while the martial spirit of the Holy Light Dragon became increasingly refined. His visits to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school transformed from once a month to bi-weekly. Ostensibly a guest, he was, in reality, imparting lessons to Ning Rongrong. Yun Zhao stood at the edge of the training ground, observing as Ning Rongrong enhanced a powerful attack disciple. Try slowing down the infusion of your soul power. Then intensify it at the moment he throws a punch, he instructed. With a pout, Ning Rongrong complied, and indeed, the disciple's punch gained newfound strength. Her eyes sparkled as she rushed to Yun Zhao's side. Master, you're incredible. How did you think of that? Look, this little girl is completely enamored with you now. The system chuckled. Yun Zhao affectionately ruffled her hair. This is the foundation of the support system. With practice, you'll naturally understand. That's enough training for today. What story would you like to hear? I want to hear about Sun Wukong defeating the White Bone Demon 3 times. Ning Rongrong cheered. Ever since Yun Zhao adapted the tale of Journey to the West into a Doa continent version, she had become utterly captivated by the great sage equal to heaven, who could transform into 72 forms, and her dedication to cultivation had notably intensified. For Yun Zhao had said that only by enhancing her soul power could she hear more stories. Seeing Ning Rongrong's bright eyes, Yun Zhao shook his head helplessly and began recounting how Sun Wukong saw through the White Bone Demon's disguise. Nearby, Sword Duloa Qinshin and Bone Duloa Gu Rong stood side by side, bemused by the scene before them. This girl used to pester us for stories every day, and now her focus is solely on her master, Gu Rong remarked with a hint of jealousy. Indeed, it seems she has outgrown us. The little cotton-padded jacket is letting in the cold. Qinshin smirked slightly. If it helps her temper and teaches her something of substance, that is a good thing. Ning Fengji, standing behind them, observed his daughter's concentrated profile with immense satisfaction. Not only was Yun Zhao imparting cultivation techniques to Rongrong, but he was also subtly transforming her character. This investment in her education was indeed worthwhile. 3 months swiftly passed, and when the holiday notice from the Tindo Royal Academy arrived, Yun Zhao sighed in relief. Teacher Yun Zhao, where do you plan to relax over the next 2 months? Meng Shenji inquired with a smile. I intend to wander and take in the sights of the continent, Yun Zhao replied vaguely, having already arranged his itinerary. If there's an urgent matter, you may send word to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to find me. He then bid farewell at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And upon learning that he would be away for 2 months, Ning Rongrong immediately clamored to accompany him. Master, take me with you. I want to see the outside world you speak of, she pleaded, tugging at Yun Zhao's sleeve. Rongrong, Master is going on business, not for leisure, Yun Zhao patiently explained. Once your soul power breaks through, I will take you to explore Tindo City. Really? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. Of course. Ning Fengji also assisted in persuading her, ultimately calming the young girl. Sword Duloa and Bone Duloa exchanged glances, each recognizing the helplessness in the other's eyes. This girl has truly been swept away by Yun Zhao. They silently acknowledged. Bidding farewell to the crowd, Yun Zhao chose not to fly but instead rented a spacious carriage, leisurely setting off towards the direction of Wuhan City. He required time to organize his thoughts and wished to seize the opportunity to observe the landscape of the continent a century later. The carriage swayed gently, taking half a month to finally reach the Balak Kingdom, which is governed by the Phanos province, and halted in the subordinate city of Notting. It would be prudent to rest here for a night. Yun Zhao settled the fare and found a relatively clean inn to stay. Upon entering his room, he stretched leisurely, massaging his sore back. Indeed, traveling by carriage was far more exhausting than flying. Host, this is Notting City. The system suddenly interjected. Tang San is currently here, working as a student at the Notting Junior Soulmaster Academy. Although the academy is on break, there is a chance you might encounter him. Tang San. Yun Zhao felt intrigued. He wished to behold with his own eyes the boy who bore the halo of a king. Feeling somewhat bored, he decided to take a stroll. Notting City was not particularly large. Its streets were not bustling, flanked by low wooden houses, where passers-by donned simple attire. In stark contrast to the opulent grandeur of Tindo City, it was like comparing clouds to mud. Indeed, it cannot be compared. Yun Zhao mused as he walked, noting the absence of the lively atmosphere of Tindo City, which paled in comparison to the splendor of Wuhuan City from a century ago. Do you even consider the status of this place? The system could not help but retort. It's merely a small city under a provincial jurisdiction. How can it compare to the imperial capital or the headquarters of the Wuhuan Hall? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yun Zhao rubbed his nose. Fair point. As the two were engaged in casual conversation, the system suddenly alerted, ding. Key figure Tang San detected. Following the direction indicated by the system, Yun Zhao spotted a blacksmith shop at the street corner, where a boy of about 6 or 7 years was laboriously hammering a glowing iron piece with a small hammer. Clad in a faded coarse cloth outfit, his face smeared with cold dust, his gaze was remarkably focused, each swing of the hammer precise and powerful. So this is Tang San. Yun Zhao pondered. Indeed, as depicted in the novels, even at such a tender age, he exuded an air of maturity beyond his years. Nearby, on the stone steps at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, sat a little girl with a ponytail. Dressed in a pink dress, she rested her chin on her hands, quietly watching Tang San at work. Her skin was fair, her large eyes sparkling with vitality. She was Xiao Wu. That is Xiao Wu, a 10,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit transformed. The system reminded him. Yun Zhao's gaze shifted to Xiao Wu, his brow arching slightly. With the keen perception of a former 97th-level super Douluo, even now, manifesting only the prowess of a 7-ring soul sage, he could effortlessly discern the faint aura of a soul beast concealed beneath her human guise. Though subtle, it was unmistakable to a true powerhouse. A 10,000-year soul beast transformed. Should other soul masters discover her, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzied scramble. A fleeting thought crossed Yun Zhao's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Host, are you tempted? A 10,000-year soul ring. The system enticed. Never mind. Yun Zhao shook his head, not to mention the fact that Tang San is secretly protected by Tang Hao, a formidable 95th-level Heaven Dou. I may not necessarily gain an advantage. Moreover, the relationship between Xiao Wu and Tang San means that any harm to her would only create a formidable enemy for myself. I have more pressing matters to attend to and do not need to invite trouble at this time. However, at the very moment he turned, Xiao Wu seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting her head and fixing her gaze upon his retreating figure, a hint of perplexity adorning her delicate features. What's the matter? Xiao Wu, Tang San inquired, pausing his hammering in confusion. It's nothing, Xiao Wu replied, shaking her head. I just felt that the person from earlier seemed somewhat familiar. She could not pinpoint why, yet that silhouette appeared to be enveloped in an elusive aura, reminiscent of a harrowing battle from many years ago. Deep within the Star Doe forest, when she was still an untransformed 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, pursued relentlessly by a 70,000-year-old